Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. After changing, Su Jin-yen and Shin Mei-jun headed straight to the nearest department store. Buying too much at once can attract attention, so Su Jin-yen only bought 2 machines. It cost 2 extra yuan, and the store helped deliver them. They left an address and went home. Just before entering, Su Jin-yen told Shin Mei-jun to go home first. Mei-jun, you go back first. I'll ask about the stock. If there's any, I'll bring some back. Shin Mei-jun hesitated. All right, be careful. Don't carry too much at once. When it came to picking up the goods, Shin Mei-jun didn't ask further, which Su Jin-yen expected. If she said she was going out for a walk, Shin Mei-jun would worry about her following. Su Jin-yen didn't go far. She exited the alley into a dead end, then entered her space directly. She first bought a small cart for her children, Zhao Hua, then picked out 10 dresses of various patterns, plain cotton short-sleeve shirts in black, red, white, blue, yellow, and green, 5 white puff-sleeve shirts, and barbecue ingredients like garlic chili sauce, beef hot pot base, mushroom hot pot base, dipping sauces, and 3 jars of sesame paste. Unpacking, reassembling jars and bags, busy for a whole hour, then finding 5 pounds of lamb, 2 large bones, and a big iron skewer for skewering. All the items were placed on a small cart and taken out of the space. Since it was evening, and the sun was about to set, the temperature was just right. Su Jin-yen walked out of the alley, and many people sitting at the alley entrance saw her small cart. She often came and went, though she didn't know everyone. Everyone knew which family she belonged to. Young lady, what do you use this small cart for? Carrying so many things, is it for hauling goods? Such a fancy hauling cart? What a waste. Having this cart is so convenient. Look, with that big belly, you can still buy things. Nothing gets in the way. My daughter-in-law, since she's pregnant, doesn't dare carry much. Before she could speak, the women started chatting. She smiled and nodded politely, saying, "Hello, ladies. This small cart is very useful. It makes shopping easier. Later, I can push it when I go out with my child. Carrying the kid all the time, either in arms or on the back, is exhausting." She didn't choose a very fancy one, just a simple, foldable model with a sunshade on top. A few women, curious, stood up and reached out to touch it. At this moment, Su Jin-yen felt very lucky. Just now, to be safe from others seeing, she quickly packed everything into her travel bag and carried a small backpack with some condiments. Wow, this is really good. You can put the baby inside, cover it with a cloth, and it won't get sunburned in summer or be cold in winter. Very nice. Young lady, where did you buy this? Su Jin-yen smiled and said, "Annie, I have a classmate in Shanghai. She sent it to me by mail." Hearing that it wasn't available in the capital, the women looked a bit disappointed. Then their eyes brightened and they looked at Su Jin-yen eagerly. "Girl, can you ask your classmate to send 2 more to Auntie?" Su Jin-yen hesitated for a moment, then nodded uncertainly. "I'll call her tomorrow and ask. If she can get more, I'll tell you. We live just in the 3rd house in the alley ahead." Got it, got it. Zhao's daughter-in-law, a Peking University student. There are only 2 Peking University students nearby. Everyone knows each other. Su Jin-yen smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It had been over half a year, and she didn't really know her neighbors well. "Okay, then come to my house and ask me around this time tomorrow." At that moment, another thin woman hesitated and asked, "Girl, do you know how much this little cart costs?" Su Jin-yen paused for a second and smiled. "My classmate said she bought it at Friendship Store for 40 yuan. She didn't ask me to pay for shipping or foreign exchange vouchers." A few women gasped in surprise. "That's too expensive. It's more than a regular worker's monthly wage." This price was indeed high for that time, but the items were good, and the space was limited. She didn't want to sell it cheaply. She smiled and said, "Yes, it is a bit costly, but now many families have several children. 40 yuan seems like a lot, but it's not like one child uses it up and it breaks or can't be used anymore." After thinking, they agreed that the item was useful and durable. "Girl, can you ask your classmate if she can help me buy 2? I don't have foreign exchange vouchers. I can pay with money or other tickets. Just call me Aunt Lu." "Aunt Lu," she continued. "My surname is Lu. We live in the same alley, the last house. Please also ask your classmate if she can help me." Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. Sure, I can ask, but I can't guarantee she'll be able to buy them. There aren't many of these, and foreign exchange vouchers are hard to get. Don't be disappointed if it doesn't work out. After chatting with the older women for a while, Su Jingyan pushed her cart slowly back home. Selling the cart was just a way to get closer to the neighbors. She needed to build trust gradually. The women's purchasing power and news were valuable. Chun Meijun and Sun's family were sitting by the fruit tree, chatting and teasing Xiaohua. Xiaohua could now walk, but Sun was afraid she might fall, so she stayed close, following her everywhere, worried she might stumble and hurt herself. Jingyan, you're back? Chun Meijun asked as she faced the gate. Su Jingyan saw her as soon as she entered the yard. Yes, I got some clothes, but not many. Sun saw Su Jingyan return and stood up with a smile, but when she saw the cart and the things she carried, her heart ached again. She forced a faint smile. Every day, she was spending a lot of money on small things, which made her feel wasteful. She couldn't help but regret letting Su Jingyan take charge of the household. If Su Jingyan knew what she was thinking, she would definitely say without hesitation, I am my own person, not your household. The Zhao family only gave me 62 yuan in total. Do I really have to be in charge? Sun's family member also doesn't think about it. She is not the head of the household, yet she already has over 200 yuan for groceries and pocket money. To be a good family head, one needs to earn money and plan well. If she can't earn a single cent, only saving on food and clothes, she hasn't managed the household well. Su Jingyan doesn't think she's a good head of the family, but at least she can make the family's life better and better. Sun stands still without moving. At her feet, Xiaohua sees her excitedly walking over and calls out, Mom, Mom. Probably annoyed by her slow walking, she tries to run but suddenly falls on the brick ground with a loud thump. Su Jingyan quickly drops the shopping cart and walks quickly toward her. Hua Hua. The child doesn't cry when called but starts crying loudly. Sun quickly bends down to pick her up. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Mama's Hua Hua, don't cry. Su Jingyan approaches. Xiaohua, crying, opens her arms to be held. Su Jingyan reaches out and catches her. Be good, don't cry anymore. Mama will give you something tasty. The child's crying is loud, but not serious. Xiaohua is now a little over 1 year and 2 months old, almost 15 months. She can understand some words. After comforting her twice and giving her a kiss on her small face, she stops crying. Her belly is now big, and she feels a bit afraid that the baby might kick her. After comforting her for a while, she places her on a reclining chair. She pushes the shopping cart to the stone table, places her handbag on the table, and takes out some mutton wrapped in oil paper, 2 large bones, and an iron skewer. She also secretly puts in 10 bananas. Got some mutton. Later, we'll make mutton skewers. She takes out the bananas again, gives one to Chun Meijun, and peels another to give to Xiaohua. Xiaohua holds the banana and starts munching happily, forgetting about her fall. Mom, these 2, you and Dad can have them. Sun quickly waves her hand. Mom won't eat. I'm too old now. Eating them would be a waste. Save them for Chi-Chi and Hua Hua. With that, Zhao Meijun is unsure whether to eat the bananas or not. Su Jingyan immediately realizes something's wrong. She looks at Chun Meijun, who appears embarrassed. She smiles and says, Eat quickly. After you're done, we'll cut the mutton. You're a good cook, and today I rely on you. Chun Meijun smiles shyly. You're expecting too much. I only know how to stir-fry and stew. I can't do barbecue or hot pot. Mom. While they are talking, Zhao Jingjun comes back with Zhao Qi. Su Jingyan waves and calls out, Come here quickly. Mom bought you something tasty. She checks the time. It's already 6:15. She notices Zhao Jingjun carrying a brown paper bag and 2 bottles of wine, so she knows he went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Qi ran over and saw her sister eating a banana. She happily asked, Mom, did you buy bananas? Some time ago, and gave her half a bunch of bananas and 2 bunches of grapes. She ate 1 banana, and the rest went into the little kids' stomachs. She peeled a banana for him and smiled. Yes, eat quickly. In half a year, with good nutrition, Zhao Qi has grown taller and become fairer and more handsome. Mom, you eat. Zhao took the banana but didn't put it in her mouth. Instead, she handed it to her. Su Jingyan didn't refuse and reached out to peel a piece. All right, you eat quickly. At this moment, Zhao Jingjun came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, Aren't we having hot pot? I bought 2 blocks of tofu, some mushrooms, and bean curd skin, plus 2 bottles of wine. Your dad, the older uncle, and your uncle-in-law are coming over. It's perfect for a drink. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. I was just thinking of buying some tofu but forgot. She then picked up a banana and handed it to Zhao Jingjun. Dad, come sit for a while and have a banana. Then she looked at Son. Mom, you eat too. If you don't eat, Meijun will feel embarrassed to eat. I told others we could buy more in a day or 2. Don't be so stingy. Son was stunned for a moment, glanced at Chin Meijun and quickly smiled. Oh, eat. Meijun will eat too, but she still held the banana without moving. Su Jingyan didn't care about her thoughts and told Chun Meijun to put her clothes inside the house. Then she held Zhao Hua and placed her in the stroller. Mom, see, if you want to go out in the future, just push the stroller. No need to leave the kids at home for Dad to watch. Zhao Jingjun and Son looked at the new stroller with curiosity. They stood beside it, looking around and liking it more and more. But Son suddenly looked a bit nervous and said, It's okay to visit neighbors nearby, but I don't dare take the kids out onto the main street. I heard that there are kidnappers everywhere, and some even openly snatch children. A few days ago, Aunt Chow next door said that several children have been kidnapped in Beijing recently. The kids are so small, and even 4- or 5-year-olds are very popular targets. If you're not careful, they'll be taken away. It's too frightening. Oh, and Jingyan, I also heard that several girls your age have been kidnapped too. You need to be careful when you go out. I didn't expect Beijing to be unsafe, Son said, trembling all over when talking about kidnapped children. Every day, Zhao Jingjun had to prepare several times before going out and hold his grandson tightly. Su Jingyan nodded. Yes, don't worry. I will be careful when I go out. In this era, kidnapping children or young girls seems to be quite common. Due to limited internet and transportation, there are no surveillance cameras on the streets, so losing something is really hard to find. It's getting late. After a few words of conversation, Zhao Jingjun looked at the children. Su Jinyan, Chen Meijun, and Sun Shi quickly went to the kitchen to busy themselves. With elderly people and children around, just eating hot pot and barbecue would be too much for their stomachs. So, Su Jinyan cooked a seafood congee with shrimp and scallops in one pot and made a large bone broth for the hot pot base in another. Let's do some skewers. I'll go burn some charcoal. Charcoal is hard to find in the market now, so Su Jinyan had to burn wood herself. At 7:20, Su Qinghua was the first to arrive. Seeing Su Jinyan and Zhao Jingjun lighting the fire, he went over, asked a few questions, then sent Su Jinyan away and took over her work. After waiting about 10 more minutes, the entire Chen family and Zhang Fengxiao arrived. Second brother, what are you doing? You're choking on smoke. The yard was filled with smoke. As soon as Su Yiting entered, she asked. Just burning some wood for barbecue. The charcoal was almost ready, and the smoke had mostly cleared. Su Yiting waved the things she was holding and said, My sister-in-law said we're having hot pot. We even went to Dong La Shun to buy some good ingredients. Little sister, what did you buy? I was just thinking the ingredients for hot pot are a bit plain. I have some lamb, vegetables, tofu, mushrooms, and wood ear mushrooms here. Su Jinyan took salt from the kitchen, sprinkled a couple of handfuls on the ingredients, and said, We bought a lot. Pork blood, vermicelli, lamb rolls, fish balls, shrimp balls. I thought your mother-in-law grows a lot of vegetables, so I didn't buy many. Hearing about fish balls and shrimp balls, Su Jinyan couldn't help but swallow. No wonder it's a big restaurant. Everyone is here. The bone broth is almost ready, so we can start hot pot. Auntie, little sister, put all the vegetables on the table in the main hall. They nodded and took their things inside. The eldest uncle was still busy. He was involved in some drill recently and couldn't come back. The eldest brother also couldn't leave. As for Grandpa Su and Grandma Su, it's not that Su Jinyan didn't call the elderly couple, but they were old and had many health issues. They usually went to bed early and couldn't handle much fuss. Su Jinyan moved the copper hot pot into the main hall and placed it in the center of the table. Sun Yuting, Zhang Fengxia, Yang Meijun, and others helped set the dishes on the table. The copper hot pot was bought a few months ago by Su Yuting with Su Jinyan's help. It's a Inyong hot pot. This kind of item is very good, authentic, made of pure yellow brass. No matter how many times it's used, a simple wipe makes it shine brightly. Bone broth was poured into the pot. Su Jinyan added a piece of beef hot pot base, while for the clear soup side, she only added green onions, ginger, garlic, shiitake mushrooms, and cilantro. Then she took the recently burned charcoal and placed it into a copper pot. Yan, hurry up and bring the good stuff out. Everyone's eyes are on it. Chen Bingyuan looked eagerly, craving all afternoon. Today afternoon, he carried things to 2 different shops, and they actually sold quite a lot. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan was busy cooking. She was so tense she didn't know who to talk to. She smiled softly. Today there's a lot of lamb, so we can only eat shrimp and clams. Lamb is warm and sweet, while crabs are cold. Eating these together tonight might make you feel uncomfortable. Since it's hot, lamb isn't easy to digest. We'll eat lamb first. Tonight when you leave, I'll bring some crabs for you. Just steam them tomorrow. I won't eat lamb today. Please cook me some crabs. Su Jinyan nodded with a smile. All right, then don't eat lamb skewers either. Chen Bingyuan was conflicted. Yu Yuting slapped him on the back of the head. Get a grip. We'll eat crabs tomorrow. Yan, don't listen to him. We'll eat crabs tomorrow. She had just seen the crab, such a big crab was rare. Su Jinyan looked at the frustrated Chen Bingyuan and nodded. Okay, Annie, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, Dad, Mom, you all eat first. I'll go make some barbecue to go with drinks. Yan, this is enough, Zhang Fengxia said. Yes, with so much, it's enough. If there's more, we won't finish it. It's okay, I'll make a little less. Outside the main room, she saw Chen Meijun already starting to grill lamb skewers. She said a word, and then went into the kitchen. She took a basin and scooped up 3 large spoons of shrimp, 3 spoons of clams, razor clams, and oysters. The big shrimp, just out of the water, was jumping actively, lively. She quickly covered them with a bamboo curtain. Large shrimp and scallops are here. If you like spicy food, add some chili. These things taste better spicy. Su Jinyan placed a large basin on the table, lifted the bamboo curtain, scooped 2 spoons of spicy broth into one side, and 1 spoon into the clear broth on the other side. Seeing the lively, jumping shrimp being directly put into the pot, Su Qinghua and her younger uncle looked surprised. They thought the seafood Su Jinyan mentioned was frozen, like during New Year, dead. Yan, these are still alive? Where did you get them? She smiled mysteriously. I had someone buy them. They were brought straight from Jinshi City. You all can enjoy them. I'm going to check on the barbecue. Hey, wait a minute. Uncle Qinshirong called out to Su Jinyan, who was about to leave. Seeing her turn around, he looked a bit embarrassed and said, Yan, is this thing easy to get? Can you help Uncle buy some? Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Qinshirong explained, recently the higher-ups want me to do something, but a few leaders have different opinions. My boss likes these things, so I thought I'd send some to him. He had been waiting for this opportunity for 3 years. Missing it meant he didn't know how long he'd have to wait again.
Su Jinyan nodded understandingly.
Uncle, how much should I send? I still have some in the kitchen, about 3 jin of shrimp, a dozen crabs, and over 10 jin of scallops. If that's enough, I don't need to buy more. That's not okay, he replied. Everyone had agreed to share, and it wouldn't be proper for him to give gifts using his niece's things. Sun's wife, sitting on the other side of the table, also looked upset. She had just learned the price of these items today and was already distressed about the dinner tonight. Now, they wanted to give them away?
Su Jinyan grinned.
Why not? I spent 5 years in the countryside. My little aunt often sent me things by mail, making sure I had enough to eat and wear. Now I can help Uncle, and these things are worth it. Use these first, Uncle. In a few days I'll get more, and then we can give some to Grandpa and Grandma. We'll all enjoy the big crabs together. Sun Qinghua also smiled happily. Exactly, Qirong Yan, there's no need to be so polite. Qirong, we're family. Whether you eat or not doesn't matter. If these small gifts can help you get ahead, that's good too, Zhang Fengxia added. Sun Qinghua, who had always been straightforward, didn't like the idea of climbing the ranks through gift-giving. But deep down, he understood that historically, scholars and soldiers were different. Scholars liked to play tricks, give gifts, and make a show of status. All right, uncle, don't be so formal. When you leave later, I'll pack some for you. I'm going to start grilling now. The barbecue was prepared by Su Jinyan and Qin Meijun. Although Su Jinyan's cooking wasn't as good as Qin Meijun's and she lacked patience, she had eaten and seen more in her past life. With her guidance, Qin Meijun started cooking, and the two enjoyed grilling skewers and eating happily. They ate about half outside and took the rest inside. They grilled lamb skewers, garlic oysters with vermicelli, large shrimp, garlic-flavored skewers, spicy peppers, chives, and slices of bread. The bread with garlic chili sauce was so fragrant that biting into it felt like it could make your tongue tingle. Before they even sat down for hot pot inside, they were already full. While they were happily eating, brothers Chen Bingyuan and Chen Bingqi ran out excitedly. Chen Bingyuan pulled out a chair and sat down heavily beside Su Jinyan. He lowered his voice, a bit excited, and said, Su Jinyan, I sold 30 shrimps and 8 crabs this afternoon. How about it? When can I deliver the goods? Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, Really? Who did you sell to? Chen Bingyuan grinned proudly. To my classmate's mom. I just visited their house, and I didn't expect they are planning to invite someone over, so they bought it. How much did you sell it for? At the price you told me. They said they want to host a gathering, probably to impress, so they bought it. They need it by the day after tomorrow morning at the latest. Su Jinyan nodded and smiled. All right, no problem. When you deliver, bring them an extra pound of clams and razor clams. Let them cook with chili sauce, chives, cilantro, and onions. Chen Bingyuan was a bit stunned and asked confusedly, a pound of clams costs 9 yuan. Why give it for free? Su Jinyan rolled her eyes at him. Don't you understand tasting? They enjoyed this time, so they'll buy more next time. Chen Bingyuan suddenly understood and said, You really know your stuff. Su Jinyan, tell me, what have you been doing all these years in the countryside? Why are you so sharp all of a sudden? Su Jinyan annoyed him with a light tap on his head. No manners. Call me sister. Here, have some roasted chili peppers. As for the original owner's affairs in the countryside, she absolutely cannot mention them. They're too embarrassing. It can be said that her reputation was completely ruined. Being sharp? That's impossible. If she hadn't taken over, the original owner would now be a scorned woman who abandoned her husband. They ate until 11 o'clock. Su Qinghua, Chen Qirong, Zhao Jingjun, and her big cousin Qin Bingnian all drank a lot of wine. After dinner, Zhang Fengxia and Su Yiting helped Sun's family wash the dishes before leaving. Before leaving, Su Jinyan packed 12 large crabs, 3 jin of big shrimp, 3 jin of various scallops for her sister-in-law, and also brought 2 large crabs and 2 jin of scallops for Zhang Fengxia. While packing, she took the opportunity to put another 2 jin of scallops, 6 oysters, and 10 shrimps into her space. She originally planned to check how well these seafood lived in the mud pit, but she saw many small shrimps and crabs jumping inside the mud pit she dug. She quickly used her spiritual sense to dig a small hole, throwing the small shrimps into the mud pit and the small crabs into a nearby river 20 meters away from the place where the clams, oysters, and scallops were. She didn't expect that the moderate temperature of the space, combined with the well water, would make the big shrimps and crabs reproduce so quickly. It seems this really is a good way to make money. After everyone left, Su Jinyan finally had a moment to rest. She exchanged a few words with Qin Meijun and Sun Shi before each of them went to their own rooms. Seeing Sun Shi's expression today, she suddenly felt like renovating the 2-story, 4-room courtyard. Sometimes, the best way for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to get along is to maintain a respectful distance. If she had secretly hosted a small gathering at home today, without Sun Shi knowing, she wouldn't have seen her change her attitude during dinner. Although she managed to keep a good face and still treated everyone to food and drinks, her inner feelings weren't happy. Her smile was fake, and after a short while, she used Zhaohua's tiredness as an excuse to carry Zhaohua back to her room. Her sister-in-law and aunt-in-law are both clever people, No one could miss their expressions. Tired, Su Jingyan returned to her room. She didn't sleep right away. She locked the windows, drew the curtains, and went straight into her space. She first drank a large glass of spiritual spring water, then went to check on the little shrimps, pouring 2 more cups of spring water into their muddy pond. Seeing the spring water, the shrimps jumped higher and looked happier. She happily poured 2 more large cups of spring water into the places where scallops and small crabs were kept. After watching for a while, she noticed that the scallops had actually reproduced quite a bit, more than the shrimps and crabs. These scallops, being shell-less when they spawn, are tiny floating particles. If you don't look carefully, you wouldn't notice them. The river was clear and pure, but she didn't know what to use to feed these small creatures. Clean water means no fish, and with such pure river water, these little animals had nothing to eat. After thinking hard for a while, she dug 3 more pits by the river. 1 for small crabs, 1 for large scallops, and 1 for small scallops. She added some vegetable leaves into each pit and transplanted some corn seedlings from the ground. This batch of corn was almost ripe. The corn cobs were tender now. Suddenly, she thought it would be nice to cook a cob of corn occasionally. Since there was no stockpile in her space, she waved her hand and gathered all the corn cobs from the field, storing them in the warehouse. After collecting the corn, the stalks turned to ash and merged into the empty ground as nutrients. After a moment of hesitation, she planted another batch of corn. These tender corn cobs are delicious whether boiled or roasted and are good for hunger. Since she and her group didn't have money to stock supplies in the space, she could only work harder. After finishing in the field, she went into the yard and cooked a large pot of corn in the kitchen, adding a few goose eggs and duck eggs. Cooking corn takes some time. She looked at a medical book for a while, memorized a few herbs and the illnesses they could treat, then bit into a corn cob before leaving the space. The next morning at exactly 7 o'clock, Su Jinyan was awakened by brothers Qin Bingqi and Qin Bingyuan, who were excited about making money. Reluctantly getting up, she prepared 100 sheets of photo paper for each of the 2 brothers and Qin Meijun. She also took a girl's dress, a standard military green pair of pants, and a white shirt for her. The boys received 2 pairs of green pants and 2 white shirts, same style, but different sizes. Meijun, your job is to attract female customers. Be bold and ask questions actively. You too, focus on attracting male customers. In this era, men and women kept strict apart. If Chun Meijun dared to stop a man casually, regardless of the reason, it would attract strange looks from others. We agreed that whoever brings more customers or takes more photos will share the profit equally, she said. They had already discussed the profit-sharing plan last night. The camera was free, Su Jinyan would charge 2 cents for each photo paper, and the remaining profit would be split 4 ways. The price for photos was raised from $1 to $1.50. Chun Bingyuan and Qin Bingqi suggested this because photo studios in Beijing now charge $1.50 per photo. Since they could develop photos on the spot at scenic spots, $1.50 wasn't expensive. After finalizing their plans, Su Jinyan quickly reheated the seafood porridge left from yesterday, heated some steamed buns, and the 3, Qin Bingyan, Qin Bingyuan, and Qin Meijun, ate their fill, full of motivation, then rode away on bicycles. Since the Chun brothers arrived, Sun's family hadn't shown up. Su Jinyan asked about it, and Zhao Jingjun hesitated before saying that Sun was feeling unwell and hadn't gotten up yet. After they left, Su Jinyan cooked a little millet porridge with 4 eggs, fried some egg slices for bread, and made a cold dish with cucumber and spinach. Then she went into Sun's east room. Zhao Hua was sleeping soundly. Sun had already put on her clothes and was lying on the Kong bed. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? I made millet porridge. Get up and eat some. You're very sick. I'll take you to the hospital," Su Jinyan said gently. Sun weakly shook her head. "No need. I'll be fine after lying down for a while." "Then get up and eat something to pass the time," Su Jinyan urged. Sun responded with a soft and slowly sat up. Seeing her move, Su Jinyan gently touched her sleeping daughter, kissed her, then softly called Zhao Qi to wake up. The little boy woke up, saw Su Jinyan, and quickly climbed out of bed. Mom, Su Jinyan smiled, hugged him, and kissed him. Hurry up and get ready to eat. After breakfast, go to school. Mom, you're not going to school and I don't want to go either, the little one said sadly. Yes, Kiki, school is almost on holiday and after the break, I'll take you out to play. Really? Where will we go? How about the Forbidden City? Or the park? Okay, let's do that. Cross my heart, Mom. You can't break your promise again. Su Jingyan felt a bit embarrassed. When did I break my promise? Those 2 times I was just too tired. Don't worry, this time I will definitely take you out to play. Zhao Qi happily nodded, then said sadly, Mom, can you take me to school today? The teacher has said it many times, but I've never seen my mom at school. Okay, of course I can. I didn't have time to go to school before, but now that I'm on holiday, I'll stay home and pick you up every day, all right? Thinking about it, she realized she wasn't a very good mom. Really? Wow, that's great. My mom will also take me to school. Zhao Qi jumped happily on the bed, waking Zhao Hua. She sighed and comforted her daughter quickly. Zhao Qi then eagerly dressed herself, jumped down, and put on her shoes. The clothes were found by Su Jingyan from her space: dark green mosquito-repellent pants, a white short-sleeved shirt, and leather sandals bought from a department store. After dressing Zhao Hua, she placed her in a small stroller, pushed her out of the yard, and Zhao Qi was already washing her face and brushing her teeth with Zhao Jingjuan's help. After breakfast, Su Jingyan told Zhao Jingjun she was taking Zhao Qi to school. She would be back at noon because she had something to do. Zhao Jingjun tidied up a bit and didn't say much. Sun's words were few all morning, and she looked worried. Su Jingyan didn't bother to ask and roughly guessed what was on her mind. At the school gate, Su Jingyan took a bag of white rabbit candies, about 30 pieces, from her purse and put them into Zhao Qi's backpack. Chi, when you go to school, share these candies with your classmates and teachers, okay? Got it, Mom. Good girl. Now go inside. This kindergarten was the biggest in the area, with a 2-story red brick building and a yard of over 300 square meters. The yard had no greenery, just red bricks laid flat with some hopscotch drawings. Today, most kindergartens are public, unlike those private ones in later generations. The directors and teachers stand at the gate every day to welcome children. So, Su Jingyan simply dropped Zhao Qi off at the classroom door. It was on the 1st floor. There are 2 teachers and 20 students in Zhao Qi's class. When the teachers saw someone different dropping off Zhao Qi, they didn't recognize Su Jingyan. The head teacher, noticing the pregnant woman, became curious and came out to ask, Are you Zhao Qi's mother?
Su Jingyan smiled gently.
Hello, teacher he. I am Zhao Hua's mother, Su Jingyan. I am currently studying at Peking University. I haven't had time to bring Zhao Hua to school in the first half of the year. Now that it's vacation, the little one was a bit upset and said I've never brought him to school. He insisted I do it. Haha. Teacher, he is a friendly woman, about 25 or 26 years old. Oh, hello, Zhao Qi's mom. I heard Zhao Qi and his grandfather say that you and Zhao Qi's dad are both in college. I didn't expect it to be Peking University. Seeing Su Jingyan, who was still pregnant but wearing an expensive dress and speaking with a Beijing accent, her image suddenly seemed even more impressive. Children are sensitive. Zhao Qi always feels envious when he sees other kids being picked up by their parents. Since you're on vacation now and have time, you can pick him up sometimes. But you're pregnant now, and your due date is coming. You should pay more attention. Su Jingyan smiled. Yes, I've been busy and neglected the kids. Now that I have time during the break, I will pick him up. I brought some candies in Zhao Qi's backpack today. Please, teacher he, distribute them to the children later. Thank you for taking care of Zhao Qi and the kids during this time. Zhao Qi's Mandarin has improved a lot. Thank you for your efforts. Zhao Qi's mother was polite. You're welcome. It's our duty. After exchanging a few polite words, Su Jingyan asked about Zhao Qi's studies and his interactions with classmates before saying goodbye. Outside the kindergarten, she found a quiet spot. She wore a large-brimmed hat, dark-framed glasses that covered half her face, and applied bright red lipstick. She wanted to wear a mask but felt it might seem suspicious or draw more attention, so she gave up. She took a tram to the slaughterhouse. Perhaps because she was delayed at school and walking to the tram station, she was the only one getting off at the slaughterhouse. Seeing no one around, Su Jinyan didn't follow her usual route. Instead, she took a big detour in the opposite direction and reached the other side of the iron gate. She observed outside for a full 10 minutes. Once she was sure no one was around, she quickly moved to the iron gate and took out a light green refrigerator she had prepared earlier from the space. All the labels, including the manufacturer's tag, had been torn off. After taking out the refrigerator, she also brought out 2 baskets, one with 200 large goose eggs and another with 500 large duck eggs. She used a few burlap sacks to hold 10 hens, 10 geese, and 10 ducks. There were also quite a few pigs, cows, and sheep in the space, but never mind, those she would leave for Zhao Yuan to handle later. Today, she planned to do this one big deal and wouldn't come back unless she needed to contact the seafood seller again. After placing everything carefully, she stepped on the ground around to leave some footprints, then knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked several times on the iron door and waited for a moment. There was no response.
Suhinjan frowned.
Just as she was about to keep knocking, a familiar male voice came from inside. Is that the big sister? It was the crayfish. From the sound of it, he was lying against the door talking. Su Jinyan's face darkened as she replied, "Yes, it's me. I've brought the items." There was a noise, and the iron door opened from inside. The crayfish, with a big grin on his face, poked his head out, and when he saw the refrigerator next to Su Jinyan, his smile grew even brighter. Hey, big sister, wait a moment. I'll call someone to help move it. Hey, big brother, wait a moment. Can you find someone to help me carry the goods? I promised the seafood seller I'd give him some today, so I brought some along. The crayfish finally noticed the 2 baskets and 6 burlap sacks that were constantly struggling behind Su Jinyan. Are those goose eggs? Seeing the duck eggs, larger than his fist, he was a bit stunned. After a moment of surprise, he happily nodded. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go call some people. Instead of running toward the pigsty where the goods were sold, he headed to the nearby pig pen. Within a minute, 5 or 6 people came out from inside. Su Jinyan clenched her teeth but remained calm and stood still. This is our brother Dong, the crayfish introduced, then gestured with his hand. Brothers, help move the stuff. Su Jinyan half-closed her eyes, calmly watching, and nodded slightly toward brother Dong. She didn't expect the person running this place to be such a young man. Truly impressive. Brother Dong, like all the big bosses, seems cold and steady. He nodded to Su Jinyan and said calmly, Old Lu, who sells seafood, is my brother-in-law. I see you have quite a lot of things. He probably can't eat so much at once, so I'll bring everything back together. He can get his supplies from me. Su Jinyan nodded and said, All right, your family, so you handle it as you see fit. Then she lightly smiled and asked, Is Brother Lu's seafood supply channel yours? Or does he have his own? I want to buy seafood regularly. Do you think it can be cheaper? Brother Dong raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Jinyan. After a moment of thought, he said, If you can supply some goose eggs, chicken eggs, and duck eggs regularly, the seafood prices can be cheaper, no problem. Su Jinyan smiled, showing she's good at business. It means if you give me a good price, I'll give you one too. Let's go inside and talk. Brother Dong nodded his chin toward his office, a large pigsty. Su Jinyan followed with a gentle smile. From Brother Dong's eyes, she felt he was honest and steady, not sneaky or calculating. We'll see the prices later. All right, the fridge is still as agreed, 3,500 yuan. As for these duck eggs, goose eggs, and chicken eggs, how much do you plan to sell them for? Inside the simple office, Brother Dong straightforwardly asked. Su Jinyan smiled slightly and said, How much do you plan to pay, Brother Dong? I'll see if it's suitable to sell. If not, I hope I can set up a stall over there. Brother Dong thought for a moment and then said, Duck eggs 9 mao, goose eggs 2 mao too, and the chickens, ducks, and geese are alive. They look young, so the prices are a bit higher. Chicken meat is about 8 mao a jean, ducks 1 yuan a jean, and large geese about 1 yuan and 20 mao a jean. The prices for these poultry aren't cheap. Currently, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells chicken for 4 mao a jean, and unreceipted pork on the black market is only about 8 or 9 mao. Brother Dong isn't cheating her. Even the prices he offers for chickens, ducks, and geese are considered high. No matter how good her products are, the market prices are fixed. Su Jingyan smiled and said, "These poultry are in laying season. Each bird can produce 1 egg a day to break even. With this price, you definitely won't lose money." Then she added, "These poultry are well fed, as you can see from their feather color and egg quality. So, I suggest 1 mao per duck egg, 2 mao 5 per goose egg. Do you think that's okay? I can supply once a week." Brother Dong almost didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "Deal, let's weigh the goods." Su Jinyan smiled and nodded. "Yes, 500 duck eggs and 200 goose eggs." Dongga nodded and asked Xiaolazi and his team to weigh the chickens, ducks, and geese. He then opened a paper-wrapped bundle from inside a cabinet and handed it to Su Jinyan. "This is the money for the fridge. You can check it first." Su Jinyan opened the paper and looked at the stacks of money. After flipping through them, she smiled. "No need to check, it's fine." She then wrapped the money again with the paper. After a while, Xiaolazi and others finished weighing. Chicken, 42 pounds and 2 ounces. Duck, 63 pounds and 6 ounces. Big goose, 163 pounds and 4 ounces. Hearing the weights, Su Jinyan roughly calculated that the weights were fine. No need to be exact to the ounces, just round to whole pounds. Dongga nodded and hesitated for a moment before giving the total price. "Total is 392 yuan and 20 cents. Check it." Su Jinyan nodded. "Yes, no need for the small change. If you have grain coupons, meat coupons, or industrial coupons, exchange some for me. If there are radio coupons, exchange too." She just wanted to stock some items from this era in her space. The grain and meat coupons were for the Sun family and Zhao Jingjuan's household. They often went shopping and liked to buy things. "How much do you need?" 50 jin of grain coupons, 20 jin of meat coupons, and 20 industrial coupons. Just deduct the amount from the payment. Dongga nodded, opened a drawer of his desk, took out a stack of money, and counted 360 yuan. Then he took out several bundles of coupons, counted out what Su Jinyan needed from the middle. "Coupons are worth 30 yuan. Here's the remaining money, 360 yuan. Su Jinyan grabbed it and put it directly into her bag. "Is there any seafood today?" "No, seafood will arrive tonight. If you want, I can deliver it tomorrow morning." "Oh, okay. What other goods are available tomorrow?" "Besides shrimp, crabs, and scallops, is there anything else?" "There are carp, grass carp, bass, yellow croaker, and blackfish. Let me know what you like, and I'll keep some for you to deliver later. You can keep them in a bucket for a few days." Zhou Xingdong thought Su Jinyan was pregnant and wanted to eat these things. Considering her pregnancy and the inconvenience of running back and forth, he offered to deliver the goods. Su Jinyan nodded. "Then, keep 5 of each, carp and grass carp, and 10 of each, bass, yellow croaker, and blackfish. For crabs, 25 female crabs and 5 male crabs, all large. For shrimp, 20. Also, give me 20 jin of scallops. If there are other fresh items, keep some for me." Zhou Xingdong looked at Su Jinyan with surprise, not expecting her to ask for so much. Su Jinyan smiled softly. "I have many relatives. Each family only takes a little." Zhou Xingdong nodded. "Okay, I'll deliver it to you tomorrow morning at 8. "Should I also deliver it to Yenyuan?" Su Jinyan thought for a moment. "Can you deliver it at 9? To Chang'an Street instead?" "Sure." Then, Su Jinyan sent an address to Donggo, her purchased courtyard house. "It will be delivered to this place tomorrow." "Donggo, you know I can't deliver the items myself right now. Later, I'll have someone leave the stuff in the south room at the entrance of this courtyard. You can have your people pick it up there, okay?" The house was quite old and empty inside. In the middle of the yard, there were 2 small buildings and several stoves. She bought it a while ago but hadn't renovated it yet, leaving it unused. It only took about 10 minutes by bus from her home to get there, which was very convenient. Zhou Xingdong looked at the address and nodded faintly. "All right." Su Jinyan smiled. "Good. I'll give the keys to the delivery person tomorrow. You can go to pick up the items every 7 days. The house is rented, and the neighbors don't know about it. To be safe, it's best to pick up early in the morning or late at night." Zhou Xingdong felt a bit confused but didn't ask since he wasn't very familiar with the situation. Su Jinyan carried a large bag of money out of the slaughterhouse. After waiting a while, she finally saw the shadow of a tram. Before boarding, she wrapped the package in craft paper and stored it in her space. After getting off the tram, it was still early. Su Jinyan went to check the four-courtyard house she planned to trade. She opened the old, worn-out gate and stood in the yard, looking at the dilapidated house, thinking about how to renovate it. After a while, her mind flashed with images of four-courtyard houses she had seen in her past life. She also wondered how to find someone to do the renovation. She couldn't come up with a plan after a long time. Feeling thirsty, she took out a box of pure milk from her space, drank some, and examined each room outside the window. Seeing no problems, she left. This yard was originally rented out as a large, messy courtyard. After the owner sold the house, the tenants left, stripping everything down: walls, wires. Nothing was left. By the time she returned home, it was already 11:40. Chun Meijun was not there. It seemed the Sun family was on strike. No one cooked. Zhao Jingjun was pushing a small cart in the yard, playing with his little granddaughter. Yanyan's back? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Dad will cook for you, he said, about to get up, looking a bit awkward. Actually, Zhao Jingjun was feeling angry at this moment. His wife was being too unreasonable. His son and daughter-in-law could earn money, and they didn't spend her money on food and drinks. Yet, she kept doing things like this repeatedly, which annoyed him. But Sun's family had suffered with him for many years. No matter how angry Zhao Jingjun was, he always spoke kindly to her and tried to comfort her. However, she liked to overthink things. The more he tried to persuade her, the more stubborn she became. His son was not at home now, and she was making things difficult for his daughter-in-law. Zhao Jingjun felt ashamed. Su Jingyan slightly squinted her eyes and smiled gently, saying, "No need, Dad. I will cook." Yesterday they had hot pot, and there were some leftover lamb slices and side dishes. She picked a few green onions from the garden, took 2 cucumbers, a tomato, and a long eggplant. Today at noon, only the 3 of them ate. They had cold mashed potatoes with garlic, cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried vegetables with shrimp, a lamb vermicelli tofu soup, and Zhao Hua's steamed duck egg custard. The main dish was rice. Sun's family didn't come out to eat. When Su Jingyan called her, she was sleeping with her eyes closed. She called a few times, but Sun's family just hummed and said she didn't want to eat. So, Su Jingyan left the room. She wasn't very happy inside. Zhao Hua still couldn't eat by herself. This was the first time Su Jingyan took on the mother's role and fed her. After feeding Zhao Hua, she started eating herself. After the 2 adults and 1 child finished eating, Zhao Jingjun hurried to clean up and wash the dishes and pots. Su Jingyan didn't compete with him. She carried Zhao Hua back to the room for a nap. It couldn't be right for Zhao Jingjun, a grown man, to take care of the child alone. But this action surprised Zhao Jingjun. Before, Su Jingyan didn't take care of the children much. When she fed them milk, she would just give it to Sun's family afterward. She rarely played with the children. Once they got better, she often played with them and paid attention to their food. But she had never taken care of a child herself and didn't know how. Today, she voluntarily carried her little granddaughter away. Zhao Jingjun was worried she might feel upset. Anyone could see from Sun's family's expression what was going on. This was the first time Zhao Jingjun got angry with Sun's family. When he went back to the room, he spoke more harshly. Sun's family started to cry softly. Zhao Jingjun was not good at talking, and seeing her like that, he got angry alone and left the house. Su Jingyan didn't know about the argument between them. She had gone to bed late yesterday and had been busy all morning. After entering the room, she played with Zhao Hua for a few minutes, then used her mind to squeeze 2 glasses of fresh orange and pear juice in the space. She and Zhao Hua each drank 1. It was Zhao Hua's first time drinking this kind of fruit juice. The 200-milliliter cup was finished in no time. After eating and drinking enough, mother and daughter hugged and fell asleep. This feeling is quite nice. Before sleeping, Su Jinyan was thinking about whether to let the 2 children sleep with her tonight. They are fragrant and sleeping close, which makes her feel unexpectedly happy. After waking up, it was already past 4 o'clock. Looking at the little girl still sleeping soundly, her mind drifted to Sunshur. She sighed, feeling annoyed, but none of these feelings could solve the problem. Zhao Yuani was not here now. If he knew she had a conflict with Sunshur, he would be very upset. She liked Zhao Yuani, and after more than half a year, that was undeniable. Since she liked him, she had to accept his family. Moreover, Sunshur, whether towards the original owner or herself, had made significant contributions. This could not be denied because of her flaws. Su Jinyan tossed and turned on the bed for a long time and finally decided that she, as the younger generation, should take the initiative to comfort her. As for enduring hardships for Sunshur and tightening her belt, she felt she couldn't do that. The only thing she could do was to make Sunshur believe that she could spend money, but was also capable of earning money. She glanced at Zhao Huahua, still asleep, quietly got up, put on her clothes, tidied her hair, took out 2,000 yuan and various receipts she prepared for Sunshur from her space, and put them in her pocket. Then she headed straight to Sunshur's house. Sunshur and Zhao Jingjun were talking, more precisely, Zhao Jingjun was talking. When he saw Su Jinyan enter, he stopped speaking. Yan, is there something you need? Su Jinyan smiled and nodded. I came to see my mother. Mom, have you eaten? I kept some food warm in the pot for you. I'm not hungry. Let's eat together tonight. She smiled, said a few more words, and it seemed that Zhao Jingjuan's comforting was effective. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and said slowly, Mom, I know you're upset because I spend money freely. But, Mom, you also know in social interactions, it's important to maintain good relations, right? When you were in the village, even when the neighbor gave you a bunch of scallions, you had to think of ways to return the favor. And, in the capital city, even the closest people shouldn't always just give without expecting anything in return, right? I've been married into the Zhao family for over 4 years. I've been in the village for 4 years. You know, I often receive packages and remittances. Most of those are sent by my younger sister. My mother is busy, so she just remits money. My husband's family has 3 sons. Even if 2 of them work, they are not very wealthy, especially now when tickets are hard to get. She has some cloth tickets but doesn't buy clothes for her sons. Instead, she buys clothes for me. She also mails me some meat tickets and sugar tickets. My uncle and aunt haven't sent me much money, but whenever they have extra cloth, sugar, or meat tickets, they give them to my younger sister, passing them on to me. They are not good at expressing themselves, but are strict with their children. I am the only girl in our Su family. Everyone loves me, my uncle and aunt, my younger sister and her husband, even my 3 brothers from my uncle's family. But, Mother, tell me, can I keep accepting their kindness without giving anything in return? My sister-in-law wants to improve her status a little. She asks for some seafood, just over 100 yuan worth. If I don't give it, would that be ungrateful? A thankless person? Besides, do you think my sister-in-law would ask me for something so small? As an elder, she always tries to find ways to help me from other sources. She then takes some money and tickets from her pocket and places them on the bed. Moreover, Mother, I have the ability to spend money, so I can definitely earn money. These 2,000 yuan and the tickets I got today morning are from selling seafood. What? Sun suddenly sits up on the bed, looking at the stack of money, swallowing hard. 2,000? How did you earn so much? Wow, 2,000. Last time I saw so much money, it was gone before I even warmed up. Su Jingyan smiles faintly. There's no sea or river in the capital city. Fresh seafood, besides fish, is rare. Even if there is, it's usually in the hands of high officials or big restaurants. Prices at big restaurants are doubled. Who would dare to eat there? So, even though it's expensive, many people still buy it. She counts out 1,000 yuan from her money and gives it along with the tickets to Sunday. Mother, keep these for household expenses. No, I don't want your money, Yan. Sun pushes the money back to Su Jingyan, sighing. It's my fault, girl. Don't blame me. Sun wipes her tears and continues. I've worked hard all my life, never leaving the village. I've always spent just a few cents on things. Seeing you spend hundreds on a meal makes me nervous. Su Jingyan pats Sun's hand. Mother, you need to understand, spending money has its reasons. Today I spend 100, tomorrow I can earn 200, 300, or even more. I understand that our views on spending are different. You're reluctant to spend money, and I know that. But, Mom, you have to trust me. I will make our family's life better. Not just earn money to spend it all and end up with nothing. You should slowly open your mind. For example, you've saved most of your life in the village and worked hard, but you still eat coarse grains every day and rarely see fresh meat. Money shouldn't be spent carelessly, but it also shouldn't be kept unused. Sometimes, spending wisely can help us earn more. Like yesterday, we ate a lot of seafood, right? Everyone likes fresh food. I can ask my aunt, little sister-in-law, neighbors, and colleagues to chat casually. Maybe they will buy a lot from us. Even if no one bought anything yesterday, people will remember that they can come to me for big crabs and large prawns. If they want to eat those again, they will come to me. Yesterday afternoon, my little sister-in-law's 2 brothers sold quite a bit. So, Mom, please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I brought you and Dad to Beijing, so you can have a good life. Eating meat and fine grains every day. If you keep thinking about saving every penny and buying a bag of cornmeal, what happiness will you have? Isn't that right? I don't know if Sun can understand, but I keep explaining to her, and I also tell Zhao Xingjun. Sun doesn't understand, but Zhao Xingjun patiently guides her. Whispering softly at her side is very effective. Sun's tears flowed heavily. After a while, she cried and said, "My daughter, it's Mom who's wrong. Yuani isn't here, and you're pregnant. I caused trouble again. It's my fault. Don't worry, I promise I won't do that anymore. Whatever you say, I'll listen. You want to spend money how you like, and if you want to give things to your aunt and your older uncle, Mom won't be angry anymore. Don't be mad at Mom." Seeing Sun crying so hard, Su Jingyan didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. In the end, she thought, she's still narrow-minded and lacks vision. But for a rural old woman who never went to school, talking about insight and vision is just joking. They only see the sky above, and their minds are filled with men, children, and money in their pockets. They hold tightly to their money, wanting to spend every penny in 10 parts. She understands this, but at that moment, she was truly angry. Su Jingyan gently wiped her tears and said, "All right, Mom, don't cry. I'm not angry with you. It's just one thing we need to agree on. In the future, when there are outsiders around, please don't show your displeasure. Even if you're upset, wait until they leave, then talk to me."
Can you do that?
For example, yesterday when you turned your face away and took the child back inside, it made Yuani look bad. How do my relatives see Yuan-e? Don't they talk about her privately? If they go back and say I married into a bad family, what should we do? When you're here, you represent Yuan-e, right? Zhao Xingjun also quietly said, "That's the point. Yuan-e's mother. You can't let Yan Yan and Yuan-e lose face in front of their relatives. From now on, no matter what happens, our family should discuss things privately behind closed doors. If not, you might not see Yan Yan's parents and little sister again." Sun's face turned red with embarrassment and worry. "What should we do then?" Su Jingyan patted her hand and smiled. "It's okay. My aunt and my great-aunt aren't petty. I'll talk to them. Last night, you felt terrible. Next time they visit, be more welcoming. Then this issue will be over." She then handed Sun 1,000 yuan and some receipts. "Take this money and the receipts. Keep it in your hand. Having money makes you feel calmer, right? Think of it as savings for me and Yuan-e." She added, "The rest of the money, I plan to buy some fabric." Yesterday afternoon, Meijun and I bought 2 sewing machines but haven't told you yet. 2 sewing machines? Sun was surprised, then excited. "Where are the sewing machines?" That was a big item. She had always wanted one, and she didn't expect her daughter-in-law to buy 2 at once. "The department store will deliver them. They didn't have a truck yesterday, but the delivery is scheduled for this afternoon between 5 and 5:30. Sun nodded happily, then suddenly asked, "Yan Yan, you said you bought 2 sewing machines? Why do you need so many?" "I told you, Ani, I want to start a small clothing workshop to make and sell clothes." Sun was a bit confused. Making clothes and selling them? At home? She was confused but still nodded. All right, when the time comes, Mom will learn to use the sewing machine too. Once I learn, I'll help you make clothes. Su Jingyan smiled and nodded.
Good.
Study hard. I've also hired 2 experienced tailors, so you can learn from them. By the way, Mom, how are you getting along with the neighbors around here? Sun wasn't sure why her daughter-in-law asked but nodded. It's okay with 4 or 5 families. Among these families, how many have children or pregnant women? The sick elderly person? Yen, why are you asking that? Su Jingyan smiled slightly and said, if someone has it at home, you can give them a big goose egg, and I brought back some eggs. If they ask where you bought them, just say I bought them from my older brother. The goose eggs cost 2.5 cents each, and the eggs cost 6 cents. 2.5 cents? You're giving them away. Sun's wife habitually started to feel worried. Su Jingyan smiled again and said, remember, giving things away can lead to getting something in return. If you give it to someone, they might want to buy more. They might tell their friends or relatives about it. Slowly, it will sell. Sun's wife's eyes brightened. You're so clever. Why didn't I think of that? Then she worried again. But Yen, those are goose eggs. What if they want to buy them and you can't get them back? Don't worry, we have enough stock for now. Even if we run out, just tell them we can't sell it right now. These are popular items. Even at the supply store, eggs are hard to buy, so it's normal if goose eggs are unavailable. If they ask too much, just say I bought everything myself. Don't say anything more. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Having some work to do and earning a little money might change her view of money. All right, I'm going now. Sun's wife quickly got off the ground. She was no longer sick and full of determination. Just thinking about earning money made her smile from ear to ear. After comforting Sun's wife, Su Jingyan finally let out a big breath. It felt more exhausting than selling 100 jin of goose eggs, like going to war. Suddenly, she heard the children crying, so she hurried back inside. Su Jingyan went inside and saw Zhao Hua crying loudly on the windowsill, looking for her mother. When she saw her come in, she ran over with unsteady little legs, crying. Be good, Hua, don't cry. Mom will give you something tasty. She reached into her pocket, took out a lollipop, peeled it, and fed it to Zhao Hua. The little girl felt it and immediately stopped crying, blinking her cute eyes at her. She smiled and played with the child for a while, then placed her in a stroller and pushed her to the kitchen to prepare some milk powder. Sun's wife was very quick. She put a big goose egg and a duck egg into her pocket and left with determination. Zhao Jingjun didn't want Su Jingyan to work herself tired with her big belly. After Zhao Hua finished eating and drinking, he pushed her out in a small stroller to pick up Zhao Qi from school. She had just woken up and felt lazy, so she didn't insist on going to pick up Zhao Qi herself. Bored, she lay on the lounge chair under the tree and took out a medical book from her space to read. Medical skills seem to have a great magic power, slowly drawing you in. The more she studies, the more fascinated she becomes. She doesn't know if she is just interested for a short time, but now she always wants to read when she has free time. She really wants to start making medicinal dishes now, but many ingredients are not fully understood. If she copies recipes blindly, it might do more harm than good, which would be a waste. Just as she was deeply engrossed in her reading, the front door suddenly was knocked. Is anyone there? Is Zhao's daughter-in-law home? Suddenly, there was knocking at the door. Su Jingyan quickly put away her medical book into her space. Yes, I'm here. Come in, she responded while sitting up. Seeing who was there, she stood up. Aunt Lu, you're here? Come in quickly. Both women carried things in their hands. Seeing Su Jingyan happily come in and smile, one of them said, Oh, I just saw your father-in-law and asked about you. He said you weren't resting, so we came over. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Come in and sit quickly. There were a few rattan chairs in the yard, meant for sitting and cooling off in the summer. Aunt Lu was talkative. She held up a net bag and said, Look, we got some grapes at home. I brought them for you to try fresh. Su Jingyan looked at the small bunch of grapes in the net bag and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Although she didn't lack these things, they were precious in this era. Aunt Lu had 2 apples in her net bag, which she placed on the table and said with a smile, These 2 apples are for the children at home to sweeten their mouths. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Please sit down first. I'll pour some tea for you. No need, no need. We'll just sit for a while, and then leave. It's no trouble. It's hot today, so drinking more tea is good. Su Jingyan went into the kitchen, brewed a pot of green tea with chrysanthemum, goji berries, and rock sugar, then placed 5 pieces of green bean cake on a plate. Here, Aunt Lu, have some of this tea. The green bean cake is pretty good. Try it, she said while pouring 3 cups of tea. Both women nodded with a smile. Aunt Lu was cheerful. Looking at the green bean cake, she said, "The color of this green bean cake looks nice." Then she picked up a piece and started eating. "Yes, it tastes quite good. Where did you buy it?" "Hee, I don't know where it was bought. My eldest aunt gave it to me. If you like it, eat more. There's more at home." "Aunt Lu, you should try some too. Pairing this green bean cake with green tea is even better." Aunt Lu smiled and nodded, finishing a piece of mung bean cake with a few bites. She took a sip of tea and suddenly brightened her eyes. "This tea tastes so good. What kind of tea is this? It's not bitter or astringent at all, just smooth and sweet. After drinking, there's a nice aroma in my mouth." Aunt Lu also took a sip and felt the fragrant taste. She couldn't help but drink the rest of her tea quickly. "This tea is really delicious. I've never had such good tea before." Su Jingyan smiled and poured more tea for both of them. "Haha, this is Westlake Longjing from Hangzhou. It has a unique flavor, fresh, mellow, sweet, and not too strong. I'm pregnant, so I sometimes indulge in a few cups. You two should drink more too, especially now that it's hot. Drinking this green tea can help quench your thirst, refresh your mind, aid digestion, and promote urination, which is good for your health." Lu Guixiang smiled and added a few words, then said, "I heard from your grandpa that your surname is Su. Annie can call you Little Su, right?" "Yes, of course. Andy can call me Little Su or Xiao Yan." "Good, it's more friendly to call you Xiao Yan." Auntie Lu isn't being polite. "Today, I came to ask if there's any news about that little cart. Annie just saw your grandpa pushing that small cart. Honestly, it's very nice. In this hot summer, carrying a child is uncomfortable for both the child and the adult. Walking a long distance can be exhausting." Su Jingyan comforted her with a smile. "Annie, my classmate said you can buy one, but foreign exchange vouchers are really hard to get. Even after asking several relatives, they could only get 2. Maybe you and Aunt Lu can discuss it. Get one for the family. There are only 4 simple baby strollers like this in the space, and a few more high-end small strollers, but only about 10 in total. Selling them would be a big loss, so it's better to keep them for family use." Lu Guixiang looked at Lu Qiaozhen thoughtfully and happily said, "Let's just get one for each family. My eldest grandson is already over 2 years old and will be grown up soon, so he won't need it anymore." Lu Qiaozhen smiled and said, "Thanks, sister-in-law. I won't be polite. My little grandson is at an exhausting age. Cooking is inconvenient, and even going to the bathroom requires carrying him. It's really tiring. No need to be polite. I'm saving money too," she said as she took 4 large Unity notes out of her pocket, then pulled out some receipts. "Xiao Yan, Andy will give you the money and receipts first. I don't have many, just 2 pounds of sugar tickets, 2 pounds of pastry tickets, 3 feet of cloth tickets, 2 pounds of meat tickets, 5 pounds of grain tickets, and 10 industrial tickets. Do you think this is okay?" Lu Qiaozhen on the other side saw so many tickets and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She hesitated, unsure how to take out the tickets from her pocket. Su Jingyan didn't want so many tickets either. She guessed these were for 2 small carts. "Auntie Lu, even if foreign exchange vouchers are hard to get, they aren't worth so much." She then took out a sugar ticket, a pastry ticket, a 1 meat ticket, a 3 grain ticket, and 5 industrial tickets. "Take these home. I will pass the tickets to my classmate. If it's not enough, I can invite her to a meal later. We're good friends. Auntie Lu, thank you so much," she said, then took out a meat ticket and a grain ticket from the middle. "Here, take these. Consider it an invitation from Auntie Lu for a meal." Su Jingyan no longer hesitated and smiled. "All right, I guess I benefit from this too." Lu Guixiang liked this generous girl very much. She thought to herself that she was indeed a college student. The more she looked, the more she liked her. It's just a pity she got married early. At this moment, Lu Qiaozhen also took out her money and tickets. Xiao Yan, Auntie doesn't have many tickets now. These are for you first. When your uncle gets his salary next month and gives you the tickets, I will give you more. Su Jingyan looked at the tickets and said with a smile, It's okay, Auntie.
Just give what you can.
No need to give more. Lu Qiaozhen handed over tickets. 2 pounds of grain tickets, 2 soap tickets, 1 foot of cloth ticket, and 3 industrial tickets. Lu Guixiang then helped Lu Qiaozhen and said, Yes, just give what you can. Your family is big, and there aren't many workers. Tickets are already scarce. If it's not enough, you can make up for it from other sources later. Su Jingyan also thought about it. Many families now have fewer workers, but more people to feed. It's really hard to come up with extra tickets. Look at what Auntie Lu said. No need to make up for it. As the saying goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. I just moved here, so I'll be bothering you all in the future. By the way, 2 aunts, sit down and have some tea. I'll get you some good things. When you go home, let your family try some new flavors. No, Xiao Yan, stop fussing. If there's good food, keep it for yourself to nourish your body. Su Jingyan smiled and quickly walked into the kitchen. She found 2 snakeskin bags, each holding a large crab, 2 shrimps, an oyster, and about half a bowl of clams. After a brief pause, she also took 2 large goose eggs. The snakeskin bags were homemade by Sun herself, made from large snake skins. Each bag was small, about 40 centimeters long and wide, making it easy to carry a few things when going out. Carrying the 2 bags, she left the kitchen. Aunt Lu, I managed to get some seafood these days. When you go home tonight, you can prepare it for your family. There's not much, so don't think it's too little. Seafood. Lu Guixiang exclaimed in surprise and quickly waved her hand. Xiaoyan, that's not good. These things are expensive. Seeing the bags wriggling, she was even more surprised. Now, the fish sold at the supply and marketing cooperative are all dead. Aunt Lu, it's no problem. My brother gave these to me. He's in transportation and brought back a lot from out of town, so he shared some with me. This large crab is cold in nature. I'm pregnant now, so I can't eat it. My in-laws aren't used to this stuff either. You can take it home and try it. Crab? Lu Guixiang and Lu Qiaozhen both looked at the wriggling bags in surprise. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. She first placed the 2 goose eggs she was holding on the table. These big goose eggs are rare. Take them home for the children to eat. They're 50 times more nutritious than chicken eggs. Then she put the bags on the table, opened one, and grabbed a crab from inside. This crab is very fat, about half a kilogram, and has a lot of crab roe. Lu Qiaozhen looked at what Su Jingyan was holding and took a step back in fear. Oh my, what is this? It was too frightening. Everyone watching got goosebumps. Lu Guixiang, who was more experienced, not only had seen such things before but had also eaten them. That's good stuff. I've never seen such a big one before. But, Xiaoyan, these things are too expensive. Auntie can't take them. Su Jingyan smiled. What's there to refuse? If it's expensive, it's meant to be eaten. If I weren't pregnant now, I'd have already finished it. It's just sitting in the kitchen, and I can't eat it. It's annoying to see. Just think of it as helping me get rid of it. Aunt Lu obviously knew she was lying, but she thought this girl was too extravagant. Such good things, and she was giving them away. It made her feel heartache. All right, Aunt Lu, try this big crab. If she got better things in the future, she'd give her some too. These crabs are really tempting. Isn't that how neighbors and friends get along? Anyway, she wouldn't let anyone suffer losses. Then you can also hold that one. It looks a bit scary and I wouldn't dare eat it. Su Jingyan happily grinned. Let Aunt Lu hold it. There are 2 large green prawns in this bag. These are good for health, and both the elderly and children can eat them. We often eat some to boost our body's protein and immunity, which helps prevent illness. When you go back, you can peel the shells, cut them into small pieces, and steam them with eggs. The clams inside, when you go back, fry them with chili. Near the end, add more chives, cilantro, and onions. They taste very good. I ate a small bowl of it myself yesterday. It was delicious. What? Clams? Are those the kind of shellfish, right? She asked nervously. Xiaoyan, how did you get such good stuff? Su Jingyan smiled with a slight tilt of her eyes. It's from a good friend of my brother. His family and mine are close. He now works in transportation, and whenever he has something good, he always thinks of me. There's sea bass, blackfish, yellow croaker, carp, grass carp, crucian carp, crabs, large prawns, clams, lots of them. Especially when he brings them back alive. They are very fresh. Lu Guixiang felt her mouth watering. Xiaoyan, do you know if your brother sells these things? Noticing Lu Xiaozhen looking over, Su Jingyan smiled again. I don't know. Every time, he just gives them to me to eat, and he never asks for money. I really don't know if he sells them. Lu Xiaozhen's family is average, and she secretly dismisses this customer. If Aunt Lu wants to buy, she can find her privately. But I heard him say to my dad that these are bought directly from the farm. A crab this big costs 11 yuan, a shrimp about 1 yuan 3 per piece, and clams are over 7 yuan per jean. Seeing Lu Xiaozhen's surprised expression and Lu Guixiang's slightly shocked look, she decided to dismiss Lu Xiaozhen as a customer in her mind. She continued with a smile, "These things are really expensive. We just eat them for freshness or to impress guests when eating out. Sometimes, during festivals or special occasions, we give some as gifts. Usually, we wouldn't eat them regularly, right? Hey, it's good to try new things. Otherwise, you'll go your whole life without experiencing them, and that would be so frustrating." Lu Guixiang was now tempted. Her family had 6 or 7 members working, and they weren't short of money. "Is this goose egg also brought back from elsewhere by your brother?" she said, holding the large goose egg carefully, looking at it more and more fondly. "In Beijing, there are few rivers, so not many people raise geese and ducks. He brought me back many goose and duck eggs to help me nourish myself." Lu Guixiang's mouth twitched. This almost counts as family. As they were talking, the sound of a car was heard at the door. Soon, a man entered and asked, "Is this Su Jinyan's home?" Su Jinyan quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, it is." "Who are you?" "I'm here to deliver a sewing machine." "So, we'll be moving in." The man said this and left the door. Lu Guixiang, quick to understand, stood up and said, "Jinyan, you go ahead with your work. Auntie will come by another day to chat. I brought some seafood, and you can keep the eggs to help your health." Seeing Su Jinyan about to refuse, she hurriedly took a bag and left, saying, "Don't refuse. You're about to have the baby and need these things." Lu Xiaozhen didn't take anything and quickly left, saying as she went out, "Jinyan, Aunt Lu doesn't have children and you're pregnant now. Keep these to nourish yourself." She truly had nothing expensive to give as a gift. Su Jinyan didn't insist and saw the 2 women out. She said, Aunt Lu, come visit when you have time." "Okay," they replied. "Yes, let's chat again another day." After they left, they looked at the small truck, then each headed home, one east, one west. The delivery driver carried the sewing machine to the back of the south house and left. Su Jinyan, realizing it was getting late, tidied up the tea set and went to the kitchen to start cooking. The 2 brothers from the Qin family would come over later after finishing their work. Thinking about it, she decided cold noodles would be the most refreshing in this hot weather. Just as she finished kneading a large piece of dough, Aunt Lu entered, holding the bag of seafood she had just bought. "Jinyan, my husband brought home a hen earlier. Since you're afraid to eat crabs, I thought you could eat more of the hen to nourish yourself." "Annie, no need. I still have plenty of lamb here. It's hot, and if I don't eat it all, it might spoil. No worries. Your yard has a water well, right? Just use a bucket to draw water, and after a couple of days, it'll be fine. All right, you shouldn't refuse, Auntie. I have something else to ask you." Su Jinyan had a guess but still asked curiously, "Annie, what is it?" "Let me see if I can help." "Hey, it's about those things you just brought me. Everyone in the family is craving them. Annie wants to ask if you can help buy some for me." Everyone is clever. No one would believe they wouldn't sell, right? If they didn't sell, they'd go to great lengths to bring them back from far away. "Auntie, tell me what you want to buy, and I'll ask around. Selling things is okay, but for now, I can't let anyone know she's selling items. Wait until the policies become a bit more relaxed. There's a lot of people in Aunt's family, and they want more. First, give Aunt 30 large eggs, 15 crabs, 30 large prawns, 2 to 3 jean of clams, and if there are yellow fish, give her 2. Are they all alive?" Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I didn't expect Aunt Lu to be such a big spender. And, are you sure you want 30 eggs?" As far as I know, she only gives her relatives 25 cents each. She also has duck eggs, which are cheaper, only 10 cents each. Duck eggs? Then give Aunt 10 duck eggs too. All right, she's not worried about money. Okay, I understand.
Don't worry, Aunt.
All the items are alive. I'll ask my brother tomorrow if he still has some. I should be able to take them without shipping costs. That's not right. If they need a shipping fee, they should pay it. If it's cheaper, that's good. Su Jinyan nodded. All right, I understand, Aunt. Good, you should get going. I need to go back and prepare dinner. After seeing Aunt Lu off, Su Jinyan felt a little excited and quickly checked the large prawns and crabs in her space with her spiritual awareness. After 2 days and nights, the small prawns and crabs had grown. The crabs were still about 4 ounces, but the big blue prawns had grown quite large, even bigger than the ones she bought before. The clams were also quite big. She believed that by tomorrow morning, the crabs would weigh over 5 ounces. She couldn't help but imagine. If this kept up, could she finally free the king crabs? Tonight, she still planned to eat cold noodles, but she added a salted roast chicken. After Zhao Qi returned, he pouted and asked why she didn't pick him up, but she comforted him with a chocolate. Around 7 o'clock, Chen Meijun and her 2 cousins came back. They were all sweaty, their hair sticking to their foreheads. Despite their tired appearance, their smiles couldn't be hidden. Jianjia, come quickly. Chen Bingyuan mysteriously called Su Jinyan into the house. Today's harvest was definitely more than he had ever dreamed of. So many. Su Jinyan looked at the pile of money on the bed and said in surprise. The 4 of them returned to the room. Chen Bingyuan, Chen Bingqi, and Chen Meijun poured their money onto the bed. Su Jinyan looked at the scattered bills and felt a bit confused. Hee, quite a lot, right? Let's count and see how much money there is. Chen Meijun and Chen Bingqi are quite steady, smiling shyly. Chen Bingyuan is very excited, dancing with joy. The 3 of them spent nearly 10 minutes counting twice, looking at the stacks of money in front of them. Su Jingyan also felt a bit excited. 913 yuan and 50 cents. Xiao Qi, Xiao Yuan, Meijun, you guys are amazing. If we average it out, we can take a photo every 2 minutes. Hey, that's because today we weren't very skilled. It took longer to choose the scenery and angles. Tomorrow, it'll definitely take even more time. You don't know, there are lines for the photographers. Fortunately, I asked you for some photo paper this morning, or we'd be in big trouble. Su Jingyan smiled surprised. She thought business was good, but didn't expect it to be this successful. She thought 300 sheets of photo paper would be enough, but luckily Chen Bingyuan had an insatiable heart. Yes, but we still need to be careful. Making money is good, but we can't have accidents. If in a few days those people find out, they might wait around. As long as the situation isn't right, we should leave quickly. Do you understand? Especially when collecting money, be very careful. If we get caught, you must tell the customers not to worry, just say you're out for fun together. Making money is good, but if something goes wrong, it's not worth it. Although she hadn't seen any red armbands nearby or near the black market these days, she was still cautious. Better safe than sorry. Don't worry, sister. Meijun has been watching around and my brother and I finished scouting the spots with Meijun, then we took the customers there. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. That's a good idea. Before taking photos, scout the spots first. You can also choose a few fixed locations like the Tiananmen Gate, under the Red Flag, the Forbidden City entrance, the Red Wall, or the Great Hall of the People. Got it, don't worry, sister. I'm familiar with the best angles and how to make people look good. It'll be about the same all day. While talking, Su Jingyan handed them another 1,000 sheets of photo paper. She wasn't sure if anyone would wake up early tomorrow. They discussed their plans for tomorrow for a while and decided to split the money today. The cost of the photo paper was 121.80 yuan. The remaining money, each person received 197.90 yuan. Since Chen Bingyuan is younger, he gets an extra dime as a reward. Oh my. Sister Yen, do you think I can buy a house during the summer vacation? As soon as Chen Bingyuan spoke, Chen Meijun and Chen Bingqi also got excited and started imagining. Chen Meijun, my expectations are not high. Just one small courtyard like Jinyan's will do. Chen Bingqi chuckled, my expectations aren't high either. Just having a yard is enough. Most people's housing now is allocated by work units, so having a house is very important. If he has a house, it's like winning easily. Su Jinyan encouraged everyone further. Work hard. Houses will come. Cars will come. Don't just dream of a small courtyard. Moving into a second or third one is also possible. Shaoqi, yuan, seafood will arrive tomorrow. When you come back tomorrow evening, you can deliver it to the clients. For those clams, tell the clients to keep them in water. Add a handful of salt. This helps remove the sand. You can also soak the clams in water at 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, or there might be sand when eating. Okay, got it. See, there are many ways to make money. As long as we work hard. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat cold noodles. I'm going downstairs. When you're done, wash up. Hearing Su Jinyan, the three felt excited. There are many ways to make money. They never even dared to imagine this before. As they headed out, Su Jinyan looked at Chen Meijun. By the way, Meijun, you went to the textile factory yesterday. Did you see the warehouse manager? Can you get some fabric? I was just about to tell you. I felt like I forgot something yesterday but couldn't remember. The warehouse manager said the defective fabrics from this batch have already been taken away. If you want some, you'll have to wait 5 or 6 days. Next Saturday, you can go directly to her and mention my name. Or I can go with you then. Okay, we'll see then. You're busy with the photos here. I can have Yuan yet I go with you. While talking, they left the house. Zhao Jingjun and Sun were in the yard, playing with the children and waiting for dinner. Seeing them come out, Sun quickly stood up. Yan Yan, are you done? Mom is going downstairs. Yes, okay. Let's go down. The side dishes and sauces were already prepared. The noodles had been cut and cooled in water, ready to eat. Chen Meijun and the others washed up, and dinner was served. They had been busy all noon and were clearly very hungry. Chen Bingqi and Chen Bingyuan each ate 2.5 bowls. Chen Meijun also ate 1.5 bowls. They finished a whole salt and pepper chicken. After eating, it was already 8:30 p.m. Su Jinyan said, "You two can stay here to sleep. The rooms are all tidied up so you don't have to run back and forth. You need to get up early tomorrow." Chen Bingqi briefly considered and then nodded, saying, "All right, I'll make a call. Otherwise, my mom might worry. Go ahead, Xiao Yuan, come with me to get the bedding." Back in the room, Su Jingyan took out 2 sets of bedding and 2 pillows from the west room. These were prepared by Su Qinghua and Xian Huimin before her return. Everyone was tired, so after a quick wash, they went to bed. Tonight, Su Jingyan brought both children into her room. "Mom, from now on, when I have free time, the kids can sleep with me. You and Dad can rest more." Sun's wife was a bit worried. "Jingyan, your belly is so big now. You don't sleep well at night, and with 2 kids, it's too tiring." "It's okay, I'll try. If it's inconvenient, they can sleep with you tomorrow." Zhao Jingjun saw that Su Jingyan really wanted to sleep with the children, so he said, "Let the kids sleep with Jingyan." It's good to build a closer bond. Su Jingyan took the 2 children back to her room. Zhao Qi happily ran back and forth on the bed. "Oh, sleeping with mom, sleeping with mom." Her sister mimicked him, taking small steps and laughing as she ran back and forth. "Mom, mom." Su Jingyan felt a bit sad inside. The original owner was not a good mother. She hadn't been very responsible these past 6 months. But surprisingly, these 2 children weren't distant from her. They liked her very much. After playing with the kids for a while, she cut pears and bananas for them. After they finished eating, they soon fell asleep. Once the children were asleep, Su Jingyan entered her space directly. The big freshwater shrimp had grown quite a bit, and there were some small shrimp but not many. She suspected that the small shrimp might have been eaten by the larger ones. The dense crowd of shrimp was overwhelming, probably at least 1,000. She dug another hole and carefully separated the small shrimp. Then she looked at the crabs, which weighed about 5 ounces, close enough. She believed they wouldn't take more than a night to grow past 5 ounces. This space had its advantages. Time moved dozens of times faster than outside. But her presence here didn't affect much. Otherwise, she'd be gone in a night. After separating the small shrimp, crabs, small scallops, and oysters, she built 3 chicken coops, 3 duck houses, and 3 goose pens. She isolated 3 chickens, ducks, and geese to lay eggs. Once she finished, she went to the study. Fighting sleepiness, she studied 2 medicinal herbs, Yin Chai Hu and Zi Chao, aiming to recognize and memorize them by tomorrow. She is not a genius and does not have a photographic memory. She needs to practice several times with each herb to remember it well. The next morning, Su Jingyan got up and sure enough, the others were gone. Mom, Meijun and my younger brother didn't even eat breakfast. They were in a hurry. Your dad went out to buy soy milk, meat buns, and fried dough sticks. They didn't have time to eat yesterday noon, so I boiled each of them an egg and took it along. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why did her mother-in-law suddenly become so generous? Su Jingyan and Zhao Qi also ate buns and soy milk, each with an extra egg. In the past few months, Zhao Qi's appetite had grown, and she ate quite a bit in the morning. 1 large egg, half a bowl of soy milk, and half a bun. While eating, Su Jingyan asked about their kindergarten lunch. It usually consisted of a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and soup. The main food was rice or steamed buns, sometimes buns. There was no afternoon snack now. After lunch, they finished school at 6 in the evening and went home to eat. The school only provided lunch, costing 3 mao a day. During the meal, Sun sure kept sneaking glances at Su Jingyan. She didn't notice at first, but after finishing, she saw Sun Sure hesitating to speak. Mom, do you have something to say? Sun Sure smiled shyly. Jingyan, how was the photo your brother and classmates took yesterday? Can it make money? Don't misunderstand. I'm not after your money. I'm just curious. Do people take photos? Su Jingyan smiled softly. It was okay. After paying for the photo paper, the 4 of us split the cost, so it's a few dozen yuan a day. It's not that she and her in-laws are distant. It's just that Sun Sure is unpredictable and might cause trouble at any time. She still remembered that Sun Sure, Zhao Jingjun, and their eldest son and grandchildren were back home. Thanks to Sun Sure and Zhao Jingjun often whispering secretly, saying they are doing well here and could help out the family. Even though the eldest uncle's family was unreasonable back then and hadn't shown filial piety for many years, they still remembered that they had a piece of flesh on them. Even if they couldn't eat meat, they would still think about getting some broth. And now, earning a few dozen yuan a day was like a fortune to Sun Sure. Sure enough. That much? A few dozen a day? 40 or 50? Or 70 or 80? Jingyan paused and smiled. They just started yesterday. They're not familiar with each other yet, only about 28. In a few days, they'll get to know each other better and it might be more. Oh wow, that's like someone's monthly salary. Yan, you're so impressive. You do nothing but stay at home and earn this much money every day. Jingyan smiled and changed the subject. You need investment to make money. During this holiday, I don't even know if I can earn enough to cover the cost of the camera. Sun Sure paused, clearly forgetting about the camera, and asked, The camera? How much does it cost? It's imported from abroad, 8,000 for one, 16,000 for two. Sun Sure was so shocked she almost backed away and nearly hurt her back. How much? 16,000. Jingyan said calmly, but Sun Sure couldn't stay calm anymore. Why is it so expensive? Yan, where did you get so much money? She only knew that her son took most of the family's money when he left, but they didn't know exactly how much. Now, Jingyan had spent so much on the camera. Sun Sure couldn't help but think that the young couple must have earned a lot. For a moment, she felt a little sad, not expecting that her son wouldn't tell her how much he was earning now. It's borrowed. I borrowed from my parents and my uncle's family from my eldest brother's family. Borrowed, huh? Sun Sure's heart fluttered, and she cautiously said, Yan, you spent so much on the camera, but the money from the photos you took will be shared among the 4 of you. When will you be able to pay back the borrowed money? Jingyan raised her eyebrows calmly, unsure what she meant, whether she was upset about the money and didn't want to share so much, or if she planned to take photos herself. Take your time to pay it back. They're not in a hurry. Mom, it's late. I'll take Kiki to school first. After school, I'll deliver seafood to people, and I'll be back before noon. She spoke while urging Zhao Qi to get her backpack. Okay, take it slow on the way. What do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will cook for you. No rush. We'll talk about it when I get back. After dropping Zhao Qi at kindergarten, Jinyan took a taxi to Chang'an Street. In 10 minutes, she arrived at Chang'an Street. It was just past 8:30. When she reached the courtyard she had bought, no one was there yet. She entered the courtyard and placed 2 baskets of goose eggs, 2 baskets of duck eggs, 3 baskets of chicken eggs in the south room. She also packed 2 crabs weighing over 6 ounces each, 2 large green prawns, 2 oysters, and 2 clams in baskets. Each basket contained 200 goose eggs, 500 duck eggs, and 600 chicken eggs. Large blue prawns, oysters, and clams are all much bigger than the ones she bought, roughly 1.5 times the size of freshly purchased ones. The crabs are about 1.5 times larger than those bought before, but their legs and bellies are a bit fatter. Each one has a shiny color and a big size, making them look very tempting to eat. Thinking about the rice she harvested recently that hasn't been husked yet, she directly took out 8 large sacks. One sack weighs 150 jin, 75 kilograms, so 8 sacks weigh 1,200 jin, 600 kilograms. This amount of grain can be doubled in her space in just 3 days and 2 nights. Just after she finished placing the sacks, there was a knocking sound outside. Su Jingyan was startled and took a deep breath. After checking that everything was fine, she quickly left the house. "Come in." After hearing a response, the door was pushed open. Su Jingyan looked at the visitor with a surprised expression and quickly smiled. "Oh, Brother Dong, you're here. What a surprise." Zhou Xingdong nodded as a greeting. "I came here for some business, and I brought some friends along." As he spoke, he opened the double doors and waved to the people behind him. 4 men followed, each carrying 2 large wooden buckets. Seeing all these things, Su Jingyan smiled and pointed to the south room. "Put everything in this room." Then she looked at Zhou Xingdong and asked with a smile, "Brother Dong, what good things do you have?" Zhou Xingdong took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Su Jingyan. She opened it, glanced over the types of products, and then saw the total amount at the bottom. 429.31 yuan. Su Jingyan immediately felt a little heartache, but then looked at the prices of various products: crabs, prawns, scallops, already discounted, and the prices of carp and grass carp were the same as at the supply and marketing cooperative. She knew that Brother Dong had given her quite a good deal. But the quantities were large, especially the crabs and scallops. They were very expensive. Brother Dong, after placing the prawns down, the excited man ran out quickly and looked at Su Jingyan with shining eyes. "Big sister, are those goods for us?" Su Jingyan smiled and nodded, then said to Zhou Xingdong, "Brother Dong, come and see the goods. I also have some things to show you." Su Jingyan took Zhou Xingdong into the south room and lifted a basket of seafood to place in front of him. "Brother Dong, take a look at these seafood." Zhou Xingdong frowned and looked down into the bamboo basket. He saw seafood much larger than his own, and his calm eyes showed surprise. He picked up a crab and threw it on the ground. After watching it for a moment, he said softly, "This thing. Where did it come from?" Realizing he almost broke the rules of the trade, he quickly changed the subject. "Do you have goods?" Su Jingyan smiled and nodded. "Take a look at the shrimp, clams, and oysters. Each one is so big and fat. How much do you have? How much do you plan to sell it for?" "I have a lot of stock. It depends on how much Brother Dong offers. If the price is fair, I'll sell it all to you." Zhou Xingdong was a bit confused. Then he looked at the burlap bags against the wall. "What's that?" "New rice from this year. It's not hulled yet, but the grains are big and full, with a strong aroma. You can see, this stuff is very rare, a top-quality product." Zhou Xingdong glanced at Su Jingyan, thinking to himself that he didn't expect Zhao Yuani's wife to be so capable. But he was also curious about how a pregnant woman like her managed to get these goods. It's true, Zhou Xingdong knew Zhao Yuani. He and Zhu Qinggang were old friends. On New Year's Day, Zhu Qinggang introduced Zhao Yuani to him. After a few interactions, he liked Zhao Yuani very much. He was quick-witted, honest, trustworthy, and strategic. He also had a fierce side. With just a little hint, he could see further ahead. His small black market, although connected to the higher-ups, still worried about potential betrayal. So, when Su Jingyan entered the black market for the second time and said she would supply goose and duck eggs long-term, he had someone investigate her. To his surprise, it turned out to be the wife of an acquaintance. But this girl was tough, not at all like Zhao Yuani. That's why he was glad to have met her. Otherwise, she might have been kidnapped already. Now, with policies changing, the black market in Beijing was chaotic. People were fighting over supplies and customers doing anything they could. He opened a bag, rubbed a few grains of rice, and looked at the snowy white rice inside. He sniffed it and was surprised to find it had a rich aroma, much stronger than ordinary rice. How much rice do you have? Only this much for now. I don't know if I can get more later. Zhou Xingdong nodded. 6 mao. Do you think that's okay? Su Jinyan blinked. The price Brother Dong offered was quite high. Although she knew her rice was good, in later times, it would sell for 2 or 3 times the price of regular rice, but that was in another era. She couldn't cheat people, right? The rice sold in the black market the day before yesterday was only about 8 mao without a ticket. Even if her rice was better, it would only fetch about 1 or 2 yuan at most. And this rice was still unhulled. 1 jin of rice, after husking, weighs only about 6 liang. If sold at 40 cents per jin, that's equivalent to $1 per jin of rice, which means there's hardly any profit. After thinking it over, she felt this wasn't right and said, Brother Dong, this price is a bit high. How about 45 cents? Even then, you wouldn't make any money. 45 cents is the price Su Jingyan calculated. With this, she sells rice at 75 cents per jin, and Zhou Xingdong sells it at $1 to $1.01, earning some profit. Doing business means everyone benefits. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. That's how it lasts a long time. Zhou Xingdong smiled and said, 50 cents, Sister Su Jingyan. Let's not argue anymore.
Ha! Su Jingyan froze completely.
After a while, she squinted her almond-shaped eyes, tried to relax, and smiled lightly. Are you investigating me? Brother Dong, you've been involved in the black market for quite some time, haven't you? Don't you follow the rules? Zhou Xingdong was completely unembarrassed and smiled. Who in charge of the black market always follows the rules? I don't need to ask where the goods come from, but I must ensure you're safe. Seeing how nervous Su Jingyan was, he waved to the shrimp men outside the room. After they left, he said reassuringly, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I know Zhao Yuan Yi. You know Yuan Yi? Su Jingyan was even more surprised, but then nodded understandingly. Zhao Yuan Yi, who runs in the black market, although he doesn't go in and out anymore, probably has dealings with these people. No wonder he introduced her to the black market at the slaughterhouse. Yeah, we've had a few drinks, and I've known Gongzi for over 10 years. Zhu Qinggang? Zhou Xingdong nodded with a smile. Yes, let me formally introduce myself. My surname is Zhou, called Zhou Xingdong. I work in the procurement department of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, looking for a casual position. A casual position? Still in the procurement department of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Su Jingyan's mouth twitched. Isn't this using public resources for private gain? Then she thought of something and smiled brightly. Oh, so you're an acquaintance.
Hee.
They say having friends makes things easier. Brother Dong, can you get good fabric? I originally planned for Yuan Yi to buy from Guangzhou, but it's too far and might delay things. I want to use it in the next few days. Zhou Xingdong nodded with a smile. Whatever you need, list it out clearly, and I'll do my best. Seeing Su Jingyan, who was pregnant and smiling happily, her mood inexplicably improved. Besides being a bit fierce, she was very likable. I wonder what kind of person Zhao Yuan Yi, who always looked gloomy in front of them, is like in front of this girl. While eating breakfast on the train, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but sneeze several times. He frowned, wondering if his wife was missing him. All right, you haven't said if you want seafood or not. Don't worry, the source is safe and everything is fresh and lively. Right now we have crabs, large prawns, and scallops. In a few days, there will also be bass, yellow croaker, blackfish, carp, and grass carp. If you want, I can give you a good price. Zhou Xingdong thought for a moment. Sure, but can you keep supplying? Yes, of course. Okay, let's stick to the prices on that list I gave you earlier. What do you think? Su Jingyan glanced at it earlier and remembered the prices. He asked, At those prices, won't you be losing money? Zhou Xingdong chuckled. Losing money? Not really. The seafood is big and expensive, but I sell it at a good price. Don't worry, many people in the capital eat this kind of seafood. Not just restaurants and inns, but also private home-style restaurants. The price he offered Su Jingyan was just his cost plus some transportation and labor fees. He was actually covering the transportation costs himself, so he wasn't losing out. Private home-style restaurants? Su Jingyan's mind stirred, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Private restaurants can make money, but they also need skill. All right, tomorrow at the same time, 500 crabs, 500 large prawns, and 100 jin of scallops. Can you handle that? Yes, just send it over. Is it okay to ask a man? You're a woman, so don't go into the black market casually. Yuan Yi and Gongzi aren't here. If you have any problems, call me. If something happens with the deal, I can still say a few words. Okay, thanks, Brother Dong. But I hope we never have to face such a day. Zhou Xingdong nodded with a smile, and then knocked on the glass, beckoning others to come inside and load the goods. 400 goose eggs, 1,000 duck eggs, 1,800 chicken eggs, and 1,200 jin of new rice. As for the seafood, I'm giving it to Brother Dong as a sample. Zhou Xingdong smiled and nodded, then said, the total payment is 908 yuan. Minus the 429 yuan you spent on seafood, leaving 479 yuan. He then quickly counted the money and handed it to Su Jingyan in a small cloth pouch. Here you go. Hearing the amount, Su Jingyan felt distressed and almost cried.
Damn.
All those eggs, goose, duck, and chicken, totaling 3,200 pieces, but only about 300 yuan. Luckily, he earned that much money from selling rice. Thinking about the future, a goose egg costs 5 or 6 yuan, and I can't even buy one. My heart instantly aches. After placing the order, the shrimp and others took some snakeskin bags from the car, wrapped the baskets with them, and carried everything out together. Only then did Su Jingyan realize how impressive Zhou Xingdong really was. He came to deliver some goods and brought 2 jeeps. There was also some grain that couldn't fit in the car. I am 2 years older than Yuan Yi, so from now on, I'll call you sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you come here to pick up or deliver goods, give me a key to this place. Su Jingyan suddenly remembered and almost forgot. She quickly took her bag, retrieved a set of keys from her space, and handed the keys to the main door and the south room to Zhou Xingdong. All right, we're leaving now. The remaining rice can be picked up tonight or tomorrow morning. After Zhou Xingdong and his group left, Su Jingyan locked the main door from inside, waved her hand, and stored the seafood buckets into her space. After everyone had gone their own way, she separated the small shrimp and crabs, then ate a bunch of grapes, an egg, and half a corn on the cob inside her space before leaving the house. By now, those people should have gone far away, and those watching this side probably dispersed too. Leaving the courtyard before 9:30, still early before noon, Su Jingyan suddenly wanted to visit her grandmother and her aunt. It had been a long time since she saw her grandparents and her aunt and uncle. However, she first took a car back home, informing Sun and Zhao Jingjun before going. Before entering the house, she used a cloth bag to carry 10 goose eggs, 10 duck eggs, and 2 jin of pork belly. There weren't many goose eggs left at home, and Sun wanted to sell some, so she took a few. Sun was inside playing with the children. Zhao Jingjun wasn't home. She put the things in the kitchen, told Sun, and then left with the basket. She took a car to a nearby large courtyard where her grandma lived. She found a quiet spot, took out a vase, a yellow croaker, 3 mother crabs, and 20 shrimp from her space, packed them into a basket, covered it with cloth, and also packed 5 large goose eggs, 5 cucumbers, 5 tomatoes, 3 small cabbages, 2 long eggplants, and 3 chili peppers in a small snakeskin bag. Carrying a basket of seafood and a cloth bag of vegetables was too heavy for her as a pregnant woman. She insisted on carrying everything to the courtyard gate and asked, "Hello, comrade, could you help me carry this?" The young guard only glanced at Su Jingyan, nodded, and saluted. "Yes, go ahead and register first." He stepped forward to take the items. The young guard clearly knows the people in this courtyard and those who often visit. After registering, he had already walked ahead. When she reached Grandma Su's door, the young guard was already outside.
Hello, comrade. I've already sent them inside.
Su Jinyan smiled and nodded in thanks.
Thank you, comrade.
You've worked hard. You're welcome. Serving the people. Hearing this slogan, Su Jinyan responded with a big smile. Before she could say anything, Grandma Su came out. Bauer, why do you have time to visit today? Su Jinyan quickly stepped forward, supporting Grandma Su's arm. Well, I've had some time off during the holiday. I've been busy these days, but today I have free, so I came to see you and Grandpa. They went inside. Grandpa Su was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When he saw Su Jinyan, his usually stern face turned into a warm smile. Yen Yen, come sit. Did you come by yourself? Su Jinyan nodded with a smile. Yes, but she was thinking to herself, could Grandpa and Grandma still not know that Zhao Yuan has gone to Yangcheng? Today I got some fresh seafood. I remember Grandma likes yellow croaker and bass, so I brought some for you and Grandma to try. At this moment, Yang came over with a glass of water and asked curiously, Yen Yen, are the fish you brought alive? I hear them moving. Su Jinyan smiled. Yes, they are. There are also a few big crabs and shrimps. Aunt Yang, you can cook them all at once. Since Grandpa and Grandma are older, you can prepare them as plain boiled shrimp. Aunt Yang nodded with a smile. All right, you're so capable. It's hard to find live bass and yellow croaker in the city, let alone fresh ones. I happen to meet someone who deals in these. I've already made arrangements with him. From now on, I'll get fresh fish and shrimp once a week, so Grandpa and Grandma can enjoy live seafood every week. Grandma Su was both touched and a little worried. You're such a good girl. You're pregnant now, and you need to nourish yourself. Just focus on eating well. Why are you still thinking about Grandma here? These things are expensive. Don't worry about me. I need to nourish myself while pregnant. You and Grandpa don't need to. Don't worry, I can still afford a few fish for you. Aunt Yang also smiled to comfort her. Yes, the children are grown up now. They want to show their respect to you, and you should be happy. While smiling and talking, she went to the door, lifted the cloth covering the basket, and saw more than 3 jean of bass and yellow croaker jumping and flopping happily. She said happily, they're all alive and well. I kept one in a bucket. We can eat it tomorrow or the day after. Grandma Su also happily stood up and walked to the door. Because the cloth on the basket was lifted, a large shrimp jumped out one by one. Aunt Yang held the fish with one hand and caught the shrimp with the other. Grandma Su quickly covered it again with the cloth. Xiao Yang, let's have bass fish for lunch. Yen Yen is also here to eat. Su Jingyan smiled and nodded.
Oh, yes.
I've been wanting to learn cooking from Aunt Yang. Hee, now I realize how happy it is to be good at cooking. That's not hard. Whatever you want to learn, Aunt Yang will teach you. Grandpa Su stood up to stretch. Learning anything is useful. If you want to learn, study hard. Later, Aunt Yang can come to your house every day to teach you a few dishes. Xiao Yang's cooking skills are inherited from her family, and she has a natural talent for it. Grandpa Su thought that if Su Jingyan could learn 2 or 3 skills from Aunt Yang's cooking heritage, she would be proud of herself in the future and receive praise from others. Su Jingyan looked at Grandpa Su in surprise. Seeing his serious expression, she smiled and said, no need for Aunt Yang to come to my place. When I have free time at noon, I'll come over to learn. I can also spend time with you and Grandma. Grandpa Su nodded. You decide for yourself. But whatever you do, don't give up halfway. Whenever it came to learning, whether it was anything, Grandpa Su was very serious and strict. Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh and cry. She felt her cooking was ordinary, and the taste of her dishes always seemed to be missing something. As a result, her dishes were just average. They tasted okay for herself, but if she served them to others, they might not be impressed. All right, Grandpa, Grandma, you sit down. I'm going to the kitchen, she said, then picked up the grocery bag and went into the kitchen. Lunch was prepared by Su Jingyan and Aunt Yang together. They used a 3 jean, about 1.5 kilograms, bass fish to make 3 different dishes. Fish head with shrimp and tofu soup, steamed fish fillets, spicy braised fish fillets. The remaining dishes included boiled shrimp, stir-fried scallops, abalone with goose egg custard, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried bok choy, braised potatoes and eggplant, and sliced cucumber. To help Su Jingyan learn, Aunt Yang used the ingredients skillfully and explained other ways to cook them. After asking carefully, she revealed that although she usually only cooked simple dishes, she knew many recipes. She could cook dishes from various regions across the country. While she might not know all besides the 8 major Chinese cuisines, she also knew Beijing cuisine, Tianjin cuisine, Northeast cuisine, and several others. After dinner, Su Jingyan helped clear the table and then left the kitchen. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su are getting old. They're used to taking a nap after lunch every day. If she is around, Grandma Su always wants to chat with her. After leaving Grandma Su's house, she took 2 rides and arrived at her grandmother's neighborhood. Since it was just after lunch, there weren't many people on the street. Her uncle Xian Guodong had already returned after her school started. According to her father, he invested a lot of money above. But because he left in a hurry, the foreign company didn't arrange things properly. He only stayed a week with her grandmother and then went back to Country M. She only saw him briefly on Sunday. That afternoon, Xian Guodong was taking a train to Jinshi City, then a boat from the port there. They all had a meal together. Xian Guodong gave her and Zhao Yuan each a Swiss watch and gave her $500. Due to policy changes and Uncle Xian's connections, Grandma Xian and Grandpa Xian are now no longer targeted and dare not cause trouble. When Xian Guodong left, he left a lot of money for Grandma Xian and Grandpa Xian, mostly in US dollars. Now, whether exchanging dollars for yuan or yuan for dollars, the rules are strict. There are limits and the exchange rates are high. Moreover, in the era of ration tickets, not only dollars but even yuan without tickets are hard to use. She found a quiet place near Grandma Xian's house and took out 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, 5 jin of millet, 20 eggs, 10 goose eggs, 2 jin of pork belly, and a bass fish. They might be resting inside, as the door was locked from the inside. She knocked for a while before hearing movement inside. After a moment, a puzzled voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Grandma, it's me, Yan Yan." "Yan Yan?" Grandma Xian said while opening the door, looking at her with a puzzled expression at her large bags. "Baby, why are you here now?" Yan Yan smiled and said, "I finished eating and had nothing to do, so I came over." "Hurry in." They entered the yard, and Grandma Xian directly locked the door from inside. They used to leave it unlocked for easy checking, but now the old couple doesn't like outsiders coming in to chat, so they lock the door every day. Inside the house, Grandpa Xian also sat up. "Yan Yan is here?" Yan Yan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I brought some live fish for you." "Grandma, I'll find a bucket to keep the fish. You can kill and eat them tonight or tomorrow," she said, and left the house. Grandma Xian followed behind, walking and muttering, "You're going so far just to deliver this. Your body is heavy now. Don't run around alone." Grandma and Grandpa are thinking about what they want to eat. "You can buy it yourself." Su Jingyan smiled silently, took out a fish, and threw it into the bucket handed over by Grandma Xian. She added a few scoops of water into the bucket. "Grandma, it's hot today. This meat won't last long. Maybe I can make braised pork for you. Such a big piece. Making it into braised pork, you and Grandpa won't finish it in 2 or 3 days. It might go bad.
Just keep it for now."
In the afternoon, I'll just make some oil. Over 10 years, Grandma Xian had been used to saving money. She was still reluctant to eat the whole piece of meat at once, thinking she could make more oil and eat it for several days. Su Jingyan nodded, found a small basin, and placed it there. Then she carefully prepared rice, flour, eggs, and goose eggs. After finishing, she took out 10 pounds of grain coupons, 5 pounds of meat coupons, 10 industrial coupons, 2 soap coupons, and 10 large Unity coupons from her pocket and handed them to Grandma Xian. "Grandma, keep these grain and meat coupons. If you don't want to cook later, you and Grandpa can go to a restaurant. Keep these money notes. Try to save the US dollars." Her older brother was abroad, and she had the idea of going abroad too. If she could really go, and if exchanging dollars was difficult later, she could exchange with Grandma Xian. Grandma Xian smiled and nodded without refusing. "All right, okay." Since their family had no grain or meat coupons, refusing from her niece would seem pretentious. Grandma Xian put the coupons into her pocket, pulled Su Jingyan into the house and said, "Baby, come here." Inside, Grandma Xian mysteriously took out a small shovel from the bottom of the cabinet. She cracked open 4 bricks on the ground and started digging a hole. Seeing this, Su Jingyan guessed what was happening. Not knowing what to do, she sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, and watched Grandma Xian keep digging with the iron shovel. She hesitated, feeling it was awkward to leave, but also eager to see what was inside. After digging about 2 feet deep, Grandma Xian finally found a cloth bag. She excitedly handed it to Su Jingyan, saying, "Baby, take this." "Grandma, whatever it is, I can't accept it. Don't keep giving me things every time you send something over. I'm just showing respect to you. Besides, my mom is away all year round. It's only right that I come to see you more often. You silly girl, whether I give you things or not. What does it matter? Just hold on. Grandma says these are useless now. Your uncle, and they have some money now, so they don't need these things. You're going to school, and also need to take care of the kids. This is the right time. Things are better now, so these items are worth some money. Think of a way to exchange them for cash. Girls, having some money in hand gives you confidence." She opened the wrapped cloth, revealing shiny gold items inside. Little yellow fish. Su Jingyan looked and saw about 7 or 8. Grandma said, "I really can't take these, and earning a little money is fine. Our family is quite well off. His ability to earn money is his own thing. If you have money yourself, it's your confidence. Be obedient and take these. Grandma, my health isn't good anymore. These things are useless to me. Some of them are in other houses. Your parents know where they are buried. When the time comes, I'll get them out and give them to you." Grandpa Xian also spoke. "Jingyan, Grandma wants you to keep these. They were originally meant for your mother and your uncles to share, but your eldest uncle clearly said last time he doesn't want anything." Su Jingyan smiled and said, Grandma, even though my eldest uncle said he doesn't want anything, you should still keep some just in case. If your uncles and their wives and cousins come back from abroad, you'll need to prepare some gifts. I heard people abroad really like jade and gold. Last time, Uncle Xian Guodong came back and said they're all married and their spouses are Chinese. My uncle has 2 sons and a daughter, and my second uncle has a son and a daughter. Because it was difficult to go abroad at first, they traveled a lot and had no fixed home, so they married late. The oldest child is only 19 now, and the youngest cousin is just 8. Grandma Xian touched her forehead and said, "I know. You're really a fool. There are many of these things.
Keep them all.
Even if you don't sell them now, hide them well. Grandma's been around a long time. Remember, girls need their own money to have confidence. Only then can they stand firm in their husband's family." "Yes, Grandma. Don't worry, I understand. Son's personality is very different depending on whether she's earning money or not. No need to mention others." She stayed at Grandma's house until 5 in the afternoon, then took a bus directly to near Zhao Qi's school. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Jingjun came over and saw Su Jingyan. He smiled and said, "Jingyan, are you here to pick up Qiqi?" "Yes, Dad. I'll wait here for him. You can go home first if you want." Zhao Jingjun smiled and nodded, then said, "By the way, 2 people will come looking for you at our house this afternoon around 2 or 3 o'clock. I told them you're not home, so they'll come back at 9 tomorrow." "Oh, a man and a woman? Did they say what they want?" "The woman said she was introduced by your classmate Mei Jun." "Okay, I understand. You can go now." Zhao Jingjun hesitated for a moment and then said, Yan, come here." He pointed to the side. School was about to end, and more than 10 parents were already waiting at the school gate. Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow in confusion and followed Zhao Jingjun a little way. "Dad, what's going on?" Zhao Jingjun paused for a moment, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, Yan, your mother is narrow-minded. Sometimes what she says, don't take it to heart. For Yuan Yi's sake, don't argue with her." Suddenly saying this made Su Jinyan frown slightly. "Isn't everything settled? Could there be another new problem?" Thinking this, Su Jinyan asked, "Dad, what is it?" "Tell me." Zhao Jingjun hesitated and said shyly, "Well, you know you're taking photos with your brother and Qin Meijun, right? Your mother mentioned that she wants Yuan Yi's older brother to come help you. She thinks that since everyone earns money, it's better if family members do it." If Yuan Yi's older brother comes, she can pay him less. Help her?
Suhinjan is neredin wordly.
She looked at Zhao Xingjun calmly and asked, What do you mean? If Zhao Xingjun didn't mean it, he wouldn't have said it. That's what she thought. Dad, if you want Yuan Yi's older brother to come help, then let him. If you don't want him to come, then don't. Ha. If she doesn't let her son come, it's her fault. Is this moral coercion? Su Jinyan kicked the stone under her foot and asked, Did you call the hometown? Zhao Xingjun's expression stiffened, and he said awkwardly, We've been out for so long, I only called the village. At that moment, Su Jinyan felt a bit cold inside. No matter what, they're still their real parents at home. No matter how those people treated them before, almost forcing them to death, indirectly causing them to become disabled, and their own son ignoring them for nearly 10 years, when they have someone, they will think of their real parents.
Maybe?
Su Jingyan couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Anyway, if it were her, she definitely wouldn't do that. She would just live her life well, dress beautifully, and stand confidently in front of them to show off. Is he coming himself? When will he come? What about his wife and children? Where will he stay? No supplies, what will they eat? When we were in the village, Yuan Yi's older brother never helped me or Yuan Yi. I had 2 children, and they didn't even send an egg. Also, the one spreading rumors and ruining my reputation was mostly his wife. Yuan Yi's older brother didn't say much, but he tolerated his wife slandering me. I can't help them if they ask me to help. As for the photos, I definitely won't let others interfere, especially Yuan Yi's older brother. If you want Yuan Yi's older brother to come to the city, I don't mind. After all, this city isn't mine. As long as he is willing to rent a place and has a job or can earn money here, Su Jingyan finished calmly and then turned to leave. She went to the kindergarten gate, waiting for the children to finish school. Her mood was a bit bad. She didn't care much about the harsh words. In her past and present life, she was the family's treasure. Everyone has their temper, right? Did they really think she was easy to handle? Was Zhao Yuanyi not at home, just using her as a soft target? One problem after another kept happening. If she wasn't planning to start a clothing workshop, she would have taken the children back to her mother's big yard to live. Zhao Xingjun also felt unhappy, as if her words had exposed his thoughts. His face showed embarrassment and shame, feeling uncomfortable from being questioned. He originally thought since the older brother was coming, he could just stay at home because there were many rooms. But then he remembered that the house belonged to his daughter-in-law. He felt a bit ashamed to face his daughter-in-law. He sighed inwardly. He knew this request was inappropriate, but he also knew that everyone has their own feelings. His older son and daughter-in-law were ungrateful and disrespectful, but they were his first child. When the child was born, there was hope and love. They ate well every day, and if the son and daughter-in-law were capable and filial, he couldn't help but think of his other son at home, wishing him a better life and hoping to help him out of hardship. Zhao Xingjun thoughtfully returned home first. He felt ashamed to walk with his daughter-in-law and didn't know how to face her. Su Jingyan took Xiao Qi and went straight home. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw her younger sister-in-law in the yard, talking with Zhao Xingjun. Zhao Hua was sitting in a small cart, playing with a ball. Zhao Qi obediently called out, Andy, then ran into the kitchen to get some water. Little sister, why did you come? Swayakin smiled and said, There's nothing to do after work, so I came by for a visit. Those 2 boys haven't even gone home. I brought some food for them. At this moment, Su Jinyan noticed 2 bags under the table and a small cloth bag on top of the table. She smiled and said, Let's go inside, little aunt. Come in and relax for a while. Although this house was built for her and Yuan Yi, she didn't mind giving food to Su Yakin for son's sake. They entered the house. Su Jinyan poured her a cup of tea and said, The photo shoot is busy. Xiao Qi and Xiao Yuan left before 6:30 today. Last night, they came back almost at 8. It's troublesome to run back and forth, so I let them stay here. Su Yakin looked a bit worried about Zhao Xingjun and son and frowned slightly, saying, Your father-in-law and mother-in-law won't say anything, right? This is too much trouble. Talking about her in-laws, Su Jinyan was in a bad mood, but didn't want her little aunt to notice. She smiled lightly and lowered her voice. What are you saying? Little aunt, don't forget, This house belongs to me. Besides, aren't you bringing food here? The 2 bags of grain added up to about 50 jin. It's still troublesome. Your mother-in-law cooks every day. Just 2 more big and small boys to feed. It's the right time to eat more. Su Jinyan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, little aunt. Most of the cooking at home is done by me. At this moment, she was eager to renovate the 2-entry, 4-courtyard house. Her brother was coming to stay, bringing food, and she had to consider many things. Little aunt, do you know anyone who can repair a 4-courtyard house? I want to renovate that house so I can live there in the future. That courtyard was right at the foot of the imperial city, a really good location. Plus, it wasn't far from the school. Su Yakin raised her eyebrows in surprise, wanting to ask if the place was not good to live in, but she ultimately didn't ask. She also thought about Sun and her mother-in-law, who was always quick to show her temper. Living together would indeed be troublesome. You're asking the right person. My uncle knows someone like that, an expert in repairing 4-courtyard houses. He used to renovate museums. Whether it's the outer or inner rooms, he does a good job. His prices are a bit higher and take longer, but the houses he finishes are truly excellent. All right, then you go back and ask your uncle to contact him. If he's available, I'll take her to see the house. If it's good, I'll also have the entryway fixed. You're still an expert, it seems you prefer quick money. But she understood that having someone like this to help with repairs was a small blessing. Once the courtyard was fixed, it would be a treasure passed down through generations. All right, I'll tell your uncle-in-law tonight when I go back. By the way, Yen Yen, do you still have those jeans and the long navy striped dress for Andy? Some people at her work need them, and a few neighbors want some too. Su Jinyan thought about Su Yakin and Aunt Zhongfengxia selling them. She had already put them away in the West Room cabinet. There are no striped dresses left, but I have many other options. Come with me to choose, she said as they walked. Even if I had the same ones, you shouldn't take them. Seeing each other every day in matching dresses would be awkward. Take a few home for your family so others can pick easily without running back and forth. Okay, that works. They entered the West Room. Su Jinyan directly took out a stack of light blue straight jeans from the cabinet. This color is perfect for these days, and the fabric is quite thin. These dark gray-black ones are slimming. You can wear them these days, whether with thermal underwear or woolen pants. When the time comes, just tell them they cost only 3 yuan each. She then took out more than 10 white shirts of the same size and 10 skirts, all made of similar fabric, but with different patterns. These shirts and skirts are well made and will look good on anyone. The skirts can hide belly fat or a big backside. Just take them for your family to choose. Same prices as last time. 68 yuan for skirts, 35 yuan for shirts, and 45 yuan for jeans. Su Jinyan didn't say a word, feeling like her heart was bleeding. Such low prices. Su Yakin. It's a bit dizzying how expensive some things are. Buying a decent dress at a department store usually costs around 30 yuan, and an average one is just over 20. All right, I'll take everything back. Then Su Jinyan went to the kitchen, grabbed a snakeskin bag, and packed all the clothes inside. She went to the east room, opened the cabinet, and took out 3 apples, 5 green pears, 5 bananas, 2 bunches of grapes, and a watermelon. She took a canvas tote bag from her space, ready to pack the fruit, but Su Yakin came over and saw all the fruit on the Kong bed. She was surprised and asked, "Why so much fruit?" Su Jinyan smiled happily and nodded. "I had someone buy it for me." While saying this, she packed her things into a canvas bag. "I also know someone who trades these. If anyone nearby wants to buy watermelons and grapes, you can sell them. These watermelons have fewer seeds and sweet flesh. I sell them for 3 cents a jean. If you sell, I'll give you 5 cents per jean." This idea suddenly came to Su Jinyan. The corn is early this year, so we can harvest it tonight and plant watermelons and grapes instead. Su Yakin felt a bit dizzy. Her niece has quite a wide range of ideas. Does she want a piece of everything? But honestly, watermelons have been selling really well these days. However, Yen Yen, good sales are good, but your prices are too high. Other watermelons only sell for 2 cents a jean. In these few days, the clothes I sell earn more than my 2-month salary. It's really a good profit. So, Su Yakin's mind started to turn. That makes sense. I'll pack one more for you. You can go back and share with your neighbors. She took another watermelon from the cabinet and placed one inside as well. Soo Yakin lives in an administrative staff compound. Many neighbors are colleagues of her little brother-in-law.
Just one is enough.
My husband and I can eat half of it. Take it and give some to your grandma and your uncle later. Your uncle is coming home today. Carrying so many things, Soo Yakin didn't stay long. All right, I'll go now. I'll deliver these to them. Tell those two troublemakers to save some trouble. She said this while lifting her handbag and carrying the cloth bag, heading out. Soo Jinyan didn't try to show off. She followed behind. When they left the east room and saw the water on the tea table, she quickly told Soo Yakin to wait. She picked up the teacup and fed her. "Aunt, drink some water before you go." Soo Yakin was also thirsty. She put down the bag and gulped down the entire cup of water. "All right, I'll leave now. I'll come to see you in a few days. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, stay calm and don't worry too much." Soo Jinyan felt a wave of sadness and almost started crying. A feeling of being wronged surged into her mind, pressing on her tears. But she held it back and nodded gloomily. "Yes, I understand. Be careful on your way." After seeing Soo Yakin off, she went into the kitchen. Sun's wife cooked millet porridge, steamed 2 buns, and prepared a cucumber salad. Your little aunt brought a chicken and 2 gene of pork. I thought maybe we could eat it tomorrow. Let's eat the chicken tomorrow after it's hung in the well. I'll make braised pork with the pork. Just pick an eggplant for me. Sun's wife nodded, took the chicken out of the kitchen. Soo Jinyan looked at a bowl of porridge, a basket of yellow steamed buns, and then at the crabs, blue shrimp, and clams still being kept in the wooden tub. Finally, she silently prepared braised pork, stir-fried bok choy with meat slices, steamed crabs, oil-braised prawns, and spicy stir-fried clams. When feeling down, good food always helps. Because she was slow in cooking, the oil-braised prawns were still simmering in the pot when Chin Meijun and her 2 younger cousins returned. Clearly, business was good. They all looked happy and smiling. Sun Shi, who was tending the fire, stood up and stretched her neck to look. Soo Jinyan walked straight out of the kitchen, smiling, and said, "Wash your hands quickly and eat." After the meal, Chen Bingyuan directly pulled Soo Jinyan back to her room. It wasn't that he didn't want to share in the kitchen work, but Sun sure kept asking about how many photos they took today and how much money they earned. He was about to say something, but suddenly saw Soo Jinyan's expression. With a quick wit, he said not much, about the same as yesterday. Clearly, he knew his sister didn't want her mother-in-law to know how much they made. Back in a room, Sun Shi was eager to see how much money they earned, but was stopped by Zhao Jingjun, who scolded her. "Sister, we took 876 photos today. Isn't that impressive?" Soo Jinyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. "That's pretty good."
Why so many? Hey.
"We split up today. I went alone, while Sister Chun and my second brother went together. I went to Tiananmen Square in the morning, they went to Badaling. We met at the Temple of Heaven at noon, then went to the zoo in the afternoon. Everywhere had lots of people wanting photos, mostly kids and elderly folks. All 3 were exhausted. Chun Bingyuan kept talking nonstop, but Chun Bingyuan interrupted him, saying, "All right, let's count the money quickly. We leave at 5 tomorrow morning. There are more elderly people exercising early and many want to take photos during the flag raising. Get up early tomorrow." The money from the 3 backpacks was quickly placed on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Looking at the scattered bills, the 4 of them had shining eyes, as if they saw the house waving hello to them. Although they had counted the money over and over in their minds, they still enjoyed the fun of counting. They counted twice before dividing the money. Apart from the photo paper money, each person received 284.7 yuan. Chun Bingyuan stuffed most of the bills into his backpack, which looked full and bulging. Soo Jinyan put away the money and paused for a moment before saying, "You all need to keep this a secret. If my mother-in-law asks how much we earn in a day, just say over 20 yuan. In about 10 days, say 30 yuan." After spending some time together, they began to understand Sun's personality. If you say she's bad, she's not really. Sometimes she acts quite honest. If you say she's good, they, who grew up in good environments, actually find her a bit unlikable or uncomfortable. But Zhao Yuani is really good, and all three agree on that. So, they tend to overlook some of Sun's flaws and little schemes. Being the daughter-in-law isn't easy for Su Jinyan. But that's normal. They've never seen a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along happily. It's actually better than many. Sun has many little thoughts but isn't very temperamental, and she's also afraid of Su Jinyan as the daughter-in-law. If she had a nagging mother-in-law, that would truly be difficult. They're holding a large sum of money, which makes everyone excited. Chun Bingqi said, Sister Yan Yan, Xiao Yuan, and I want to go back tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet at the square with Sister Chun. Then he turned to Chun Meijun and said, Sister Chun, you can stay a bit later tomorrow. It's fine to go around 7 a.m. when there are fewer people. We can handle it. He originally thought the girls should rest more so they wouldn't be too tired, but then he worried that Chun Meijun and Su Jinyan might overthink it. Look at your schedule. Anyway, we agreed to meet at that place tomorrow. Su Jinyan smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Let Meijun sleep in tomorrow, and we'll go at 7. Chun Bingqi quickly excused himself, Sister. We're leaving now, and he pulled Chun Bingyuan along. After the brothers left, Su Jinyan talked for a few days about the tailors coming over. Those 2 tailors will come tomorrow. I've arranged everything. We plan to start with a batch of fabric to make clothes for sale. The profit from the clothes is good. Once they're ready, you can find some time to ask your former colleagues. Chun Meijun knew the profit from clothes was high and nodded happily. All right, I'm counting on you for the house purchase. Su Jinyan also smiled happily. Work hard. I'm counting on you for the house, too. After chatting for a while, Su Jinyan told her to go back and wash up for bed. Chun Meijun left, and she took the children back to her room. She cut some bananas and apples for them. After they ate, she put them to sleep. There's no entertainment now, so both adults and children sleep early. Besides, it's already past 9, and the children are very tired. 2 children are sleeping. She went into her space to work for over an hour and a half, raising seafood, collecting eggs, and planting some watermelons and grapes. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings she incubated alone have already hatched and are growing quickly, now about a month and a half old. They will soon be ready for large-scale sale. Early the next morning, Su Jingyan was worried that Zhou Xingdong's people might arrive early and discover her secret. She got up early, asked Zhao Jingjun to take the children to school, skipped breakfast, and left the house. She arrived at the courtyard on Chang'an Street around 7 a.m. After entering the courtyard and opening the south room door, she saw that the food from yesterday had already been taken away. She quickly moved out 500 crabs, 600 large prawns, and 200 jin of scallops from her space. They had agreed on 500 prawns and 100 jin of scallops, but these creatures reproduce quickly. Seeing the dense mass at the bottom of the river made her a little uneasy. She needed to handle it quickly. The crabs and scallops were packed in snakeskin bags, and the prawns in buckets. Her equipment was clearly not enough anymore. After putting away the seafood, Su Jingyan left the courtyard. Before leaving, she scattered some river water inside and outside the house, leaving many footprints to create the illusion of multiple people carrying things. After leaving the courtyard, she found a nearby restaurant to eat. After breakfast, she took a walk. Seeing it was nearly 8:50, she headed back to the courtyard. When she arrived, it was already 9:05, and Zhou Xingdong and others were waiting in the yard, where more than 10 burlap sacks were stacked. She entered the yard, locked the door, and greeted with a smile. Good morning. Zhou Xingdong and the others greeted her back with smiles. Crabs. This is the god of wealth. Su Jingyan took a few steps forward, pretending to peek inside the south room window, and asked, Has the delivery arrived? Did Brother Dong check the goods?
Not yet. Let's go see the goods, they replied.
Everyone was busy and didn't waste time. Inside the south room, the crab collector picked up a large female crab and exclaimed, This crab is so big and so fat. Brother Dong. His eyes were full of joy. This batch of seafood would surely fetch a good price. They would get a nice share. Zhou Xingdong grabbed 2 large prawns from the bucket, looked out the window, then threw them back into the bucket, a calm smile on his face. If this sale goes well, and the price is good, I can give you a little more next time, he said. Su Jingyan smiled and nodded. Whether I get extra money or not, the quantity is a bit more. 600 prawns, 200 jin of scallops, and 500 crabs, including 300 females and 200 males. Brother Dong, when do you need the next batch of goods? I will have someone prepare in advance. It's not that she's impatient, but she didn't expect how quickly these things reproduce. A crab, shrimp, or clam can lay a lot of eggs. Now she separates them each time, and the remaining ones are used to feed the small shrimp and crabs that grow bigger. Note: when crabs molt, their bodies are soft and can be eaten by other crabs. Let's see how things go first. If needed, I will contact you in advance, but at most in a week. If these items can be shipped out of the city and sold, they might need another batch in 3 or 4 days. The black market traders definitely have contacts elsewhere. Zhou Xingdong is no exception. They have many channels for selling and buying, even connections with big factories and restaurants. Alright, if you want some, just tell me in advance. I heard that these seafoods they raise are very hardy. Even over long distances, the death rate is very low. Zhou Xingdong nods and starts counting money. Total, 5,390 yuan. Zhou Xingdong takes out a stack of large bills from his pocket and quickly counts out 570 yuan. Here's 570. The rest is in the yard. The shrimp and crabs eagerly run out and carry the bag into the house. Big sister, count it. Su Jingyan doesn't believe in the idea that trusted people don't need to check. She opens her canvas bag in front of everyone. Inside, she sees mostly 10 and 5 yuan bills. She sorts through them roughly, then counts out 2 stacks, closes the bag, and fastens the clasp. Right now, the bag has a zipper, but most are buttoned. Big sister, don't worry. It's all in good condition. I just got it from the bank yesterday. Su Jingyan smiles and nods. By the way, Brother Dong, I saw many burlap sacks outside. Are they fabric? Yes, let's go take a look. The group leaves the house. The shrimp and crabs stand the sacks upright and open them one by one. Big sister, look. This batch is good. It's high-quality goods from Yangcheng. Each sack contains a whole roll of fabric. To make it easier to carry, they're folded. Su Jingyan touches each one, and a smile appears in her eyes. They are indeed good. But only good because the fabric is coarse. She wouldn't wear clothes made from this quality. It's rough on the skin. There are 5 burlap sacks of khaki fabric in military green, ginger yellow, black, blue, and light gray. The remaining 2 are white fabrics, 1 thick black cotton, 1 military green fine cotton, and 1 white background with small green flowers, lightweight fine cotton. Thank you, Brother Dong. I like it very much. How much is the total? Star East directly gave Su Jingyan a list. Honestly, for these fabrics, I've added 5 cents per foot to the shipping cost. Su Jingyan looked at the numbers on the invoice and nodded with a smile. That means I'm making a profit. Thanks, Brother East. I'll lower the price of crabs and scallops by 50 cents and prawns by 20 cents. That's 5 cents off each prawn, 8 yuan per crab, and 4.50 per pound of scallops. He has brothers to support, and adding only 5 cents per foot for so much fabric totals only 360 yuan. Moreover, Su Jingyan's space-based seafood farming produces so much seafood that he needs to sell it quickly, and he still needs Brother East's help. Lower prices will motivate others to sell more. Either way, he's making a good profit. Star East frowned slightly, but shook his head after a moment. No need. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. All right then. You don't need to raise the price for me anymore. I can buy things cheaper in the future. If he keeps insisting, people might think he's making a lot of money now. Star East nodded. Okay. Brother East, if you have more of this fabric, please get me about 100 rolls. 100 rolls is just a few crabs worth. Now that she's earning money from space farming, she should stock up on supplies from this era. They chatted for a little longer. After the others left with the goods, she threw the fabric into her space. She cut 10 feet of each type of fabric and packed them into burlap bags before leaving her space and heading straight home. She didn't forget that 2 tailors were coming to her house today. Su Jingyan got off the bus and found a quiet spot near her home. She took the burlap bags with fabric out of her space and dragged them home. After walking just over 100 meters, a kind auntie helped her by pulling the bags home on her bicycle. By the time she reached home, it was already 10 o'clock. The two tailors were waiting in the main room. Seeing Sun's mother working with them, she quickly stepped forward and smiled. "Hello, ladies. I'm Su Jinyan, a classmate of Meijun." Both women hurried to stand up. The younger one, about 36 or 7, was confident and nodded politely.
Hello, I'm Chi Kai-feng.
"Just call me Aunt Chi." The other, a bit more reserved and around 45 or 6, said, "Hello, Comrade Su."
I'm Lu Jiji.
"Just call me Aunt Lu. Please sit, ladies." "Sorry to keep you waiting. Today, I mainly want you to try your hand. If everything goes well, we'll start officially tomorrow. Is that okay with you?" Both women quickly nodded. "I can do it. I can too." Su Jingyan sat on the sofa and said, "Ladies, whether we do this or not, I like to be clear from the start. My clothing styles are all new designs from Shanghai and Yangcheng. So, if you work here, you must not share the styles with others or secretly make clothes for anyone else. Of course, if your family members like something, I can just charge for the fabric. Would you agree to that?" Chi Kaifeng nodded carefully. "Of course. I've been a tailor for over 20 years, so I understand professional ethics." Lu Jiji quickly added, "Comrade Su, don't worry. If you don't want me to teach others, I won't." Su Jingyan knew that in this era, there were no trademarks. It might take 3 or 4 more years or longer to have official trademarks. Right now, she could only set rules verbally and on paper, which had no legal power. "Okay, one more thing about your wages. There are 2 options, listen carefully. First, paid daily, 1 yuan a day. If business is good, I will give you bonuses, and there will be holiday benefits during festivals." When she heard the first option, Lu Jiji's eyes lit up. She had planned to just earn some extra money for her family, but this was more than she expected. 30 yuan a month. That's higher than many workers in textile factories. Chi Kaifeng only nodded slightly, appearing calm. The second option is a basic monthly salary of 5 yuan plus payment per piece. You will be paid based on the difficulty of each item. For example, a complex coat, shirt, or dress earns 1.5 mao per piece. Pants earn 1 mao. She and Chin Meijun had heard that a quick-handed tailor could make 20 or 30 pieces in 8 hours. After hearing Su Jingyan, both women started to think. After a while, Chi Kaifeng said, "If the business isn't good, is it possible that we might not work all 30 days in a month?"
Su Jingyan nodded.
"Yes, since we want to work long-term, I want to be clear. If the business isn't good and my clothes don't sell well with too much stock, there will be days off and you won't get paid on those days. If you're paid per piece, your time is more flexible. As long as you don't delay selling the clothes, you can set your own working hours. Of course, if business is good, I hope you work hard and do overtime. The more you make, the more you earn."
Think about it.
"I'll go find some sample clothes." After speaking, Su Jingyan stood up and went into the west room. At this moment, Sun felt confused but was deeply shocked inside. Her daughter-in-law was so amazing. How could her mind work like that? If it were her, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. But then she thought, if they each get $1 a day, that's $60 a month. Regarding the second option, she thought only a fool would agree. $5 a month, making at most 3 pieces of clothing a day, and how much money could that be? Su Jingyan went into the west room, took out a wide-striped A-line dress, a casual dress with a Peter Pan collar, puff sleeves, a waist tie, and a floral patchwork design, a pair of straight pants, a loose-fitting blouse with puff sleeves and a narrow waist, a khaki autumn coat, a light blue casual blazer, and finally a white half-sleeve top that suited her figure. The half-sleeve top wasn't worth much. She planned to use it as a gift. At first, she only planned to make women's clothes. There was also a problem that troubled her. In this era, there were no plastic bags, so clothes couldn't be packed one by one. She carried a pile of clothes out of the living room and placed them on the sofa, smiling happily. "Chi, Auntie Lu, Auntie, how are your thoughts coming along?" Chi Kaifeng said, "We both want to use the second method, more flexible with time." Su Jingyan smiled, clearly smart people. "Take a look at these clothes and see if you can make them. Pants and half-sleeves cost 1 mao each, and the rest are 1.5 mao each. If business picks up later, we can stay longer and raise the prices. The two picked up the clothes and looked at them one by one. Chi Kaifeng nodded. They're all okay, not very complicated. For her, it was very simple, but Chi Kaifeng usually didn't like to speak too confidently. Lu Ziji smiled shyly. I haven't made such complicated shirts and dresses before, but they look doable. I want to try. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. All right, give it a try. If your skills aren't perfect the first time, do it twice. I'm easy to talk to. I believe in trying first. I don't mind wasting some fabric. Once you get the hang of it, it'll be fine. Both women liked Su Jingyan's personality. They nodded happily and prepared to start making clothes. At this moment, Su Jingyan suddenly remembered she had nothing besides her sewing machine and fabric. She smiled shyly. Look at my memory. I don't make clothes myself, and I don't even have the tools. Besides the sewing machine, I have nothing. Why don't you come with me to buy what we need? You buy, I'll pay. The two of them also laughed at Su Jingyan and nodded happily. Okay, let's go buy the materials now, and try to finish everything before it gets dark. Su Jingyan thought there was no need to rush, but she smiled without saying anything. After drinking a large glass of water, she greeted the Sun family and then took the two of them out. Once everything was ready, Chi Kaifeng and Lu Ziji worked non-stop. Since it was almost noon, she prepared lunch. For the first meal, she made braised pork with potatoes and green beans, a vegetarian stir-fry, sliced cucumbers, and steamed rice. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad either. Chi Kaifeng, being a skilled tailor with a family tradition, was very quick at pattern making, cutting, and sewing buttons. Su Jingyan was dazzled by her speed. She finished 5 pieces of clothing by around 6 in the evening, while Lu Ziji, who was more meticulous, finished around 8. Su Jingyan had planned to learn sewing herself, but now she thought it was better not to. She wasn't cut out for it. In the evening, 10 minutes after Lu Ziji left, Chen Meijun and the Chen brothers, Bing Qi and Bing Yuan, returned. After deducting costs, each person earned 310 yuan, and their daily earnings were gradually increasing, which motivated Chen Meijun and the others even more. The next morning, after the 2 seamstress aunts arrived, Su Jingyan brought them 5 dresses, 2 skirts, 2 shirts, and a pair of wide-leg pants as samples. After sending Zhao Qi to school, she went straight home. As for the seafood business, she planned to sell only to Zhou Xingdong on the black market. First, it was unsafe for her to go to the black market while pregnant. Second, she believed in keeping promises in business. She promised Zhou Xingdong she would sell only to him, and she would stick to that. As for retail, they had already agreed that if she was capable, everyone in Jing City could come to her. There was competition in the black market too. Another thing was, after the clothes were produced, Chen Meijun introduced her 2 former colleagues who sold clothes to Su Jingyan. They agreed to split the profits evenly from all the clothes sold by these 2. When her sister-in-law Yakin learned that her clothing workshop had started production, she also began to act quickly. For a while, sales were very good. Her aunt, who had spent her life setting rules for others, wouldn't interfere in these matters. However, she introduced 2 boys to her, both recent city returnees and young educated youths. They were having a hard time finding work. Many young people had flooded into the city, becoming unemployed. With large families, life was difficult. They have been working in the countryside for over 10 years, but it seems they have become somewhat unnecessary, which makes their family members dislike them. 2 young workers, one around 27 or 28, named Fang Jinghua, married to a rural wife. His wife and children still live in the countryside and cannot come here. The other, 23, named Yang Zhenxuan, is unmarried. Both are dark-skinned from sun exposure, hardworking and diligent. They are very familiar with the black market and often earned small amounts of money there when they were in the countryside. Seeing the clothes, Fang Jinggua's mind started to think. He thought these clothes looked good, but they might not sell well in Beijing. However, in their small county town, they would be very popular. But then he thought about the price and felt discouraged. He wanted Su Jingyan to lower the price, so he could sell them in the small town, but Su Jingyan refused directly. Our clothes are of good quality, made with good fabric, and have unique styles. Girls like them because they look nice and show their figures. We target the mid to high-end market. How can you sell them cheaply? If you want to sell in your hometown, the county is not a good place. Better to sell in the city. Girls in the county are reluctant to buy such nice clothes, but city girls, especially working women and girls dating, would be willing to buy if they bite the bullet. Su Jingyan admired such responsible men. At least, their character should have a basic guarantee. Since her aunt was able to bring him here, she must have checked him out. Fang Jingwu didn't get into university. Although he returned to the city, life was hard, and his future looked bleak. Even so, he didn't abandon his wife and daughter. Su Jingyan gave him a batch of clothes, along with travel expenses and half a month's living costs, and sent him to Zhejiang province. She still remembered Fang Jingwu's red eyes, feeling grateful but unsure how to express it. Her heart felt heavy at the time. Nowadays, most people's lives are tough. She could do little to help. What she didn't know was that her small act of kindness, meant to help a good person, resulted in her gaining a capable assistant. In less than 3 years, he opened a huge market for her clothes in a provincial city. His sales were the highest among all her clothing agents, even surpassing the combined sales of the second and third place. After Fang Jingwu left, Yang Jinshuan also started working tirelessly. He initially set up a few clothes at the black market stall. Su Jingyan told him to wait outside major factories and approach women passing by to promote the clothes. After trying this method, he no longer went to the black market and felt that his thinking was very narrow. Be more careful outside, explore more, because there are many more options than in the black market. After all, very few people dare to enter the black market. Of course, Su Jingyan set a fixed price for everyone, and it was clearly written in the agreement that sellers must have uniform prices and the market must be orderly. This busy life went on for 8 or 9 days, and she finally received a message from Zhao Yuani. The message was sent by her older brother, Su Jinshu. Your second brother received news from Zhao Yuani and his friends. He also showed you the fabrics and selected some. Your second brother has arranged for his railway friends to ship the fabrics by train. It should arrive in about 5 days. She still remembered the meaningful look Su Jinshu gave her at that moment. You really know how to make money. Su Jinshu thought about how surprised he was when he heard his second brother say that the 3 of them carried 120,000 yuan in cash. Not only was he surprised, but his second brother also said that when he saw that pile of cash, the only thing he thought was, what if they encountered an inspection and were caught with so much cash? Or, what if they faced a robber? They were even more daring than soldiers. Later, she understood what that phrase really meant. In the following days, Zhouxingdong's seafood market completely took off and secretly became very popular in Beijing and nearby cities. Su Jingyan gave him a 10% discount on all seafood and made a lot of money. Her small stockpile now had 35,000 yuan in savings. With money, everything felt more powerful. Su Jingyan directly gave 5,000 yuan to the renovation team, asking them to make her courtyard the best it could be. It didn't need to be overly luxurious, but it should be low-key, elegant, comfortable, and warm. And with the reform and opening up, all kinds of furniture like rosewood and red sandalwood, beauty beds, platform beds, and 8 immortal tables were used. That day, after waking up and washing up, a small truck stopped at her door. Soon after, Su Jinshu arrived. Your fabrics have arrived. Where should I put them? Su Jingyan happily asked Su Jinshu to help place the fabrics in her west room. Now, only the west room was empty and tidy, and the fabrics were stacked neatly on the bed. There were 4 young soldiers on the truck. It took about 5 or 6 minutes to unload the fabrics. After unloading, they were about to leave, but Su Jingyan persuaded them to stay for a meal. Although the troops could eat enough, life wasn't very good. Large pots of food were served, and meat dishes appeared only twice a week. There was a small kitchen every day, but it was mainly for the leaders. She asked Sun to knead the dough and cook rice porridge. Then she went out and returned with 5 jin of pork belly and 4 large chicken legs. She sliced the chicken legs into strips for vegetable and meat porridge, Chop the pork belly into filling, half for braised pork, half mixed with scallions and peppers to make meat patties. Finally, she boiled 10 duck eggs, prepared a cold dish of shredded potatoes and vermicelli, and made cucumber salad. The 4 20-year-old soldiers ate happily, praising her cooking skills. After the meal, Su Jinshu drove her and Zhao Qi to school. Zhao Qi, the young girl, opened the car door and ran into the school herself. Su Jinshu handed her a stack of various tickets, a receipt, an introduction letter, and a thick bundle of Great Unity notes. Your auntie said you want a TV.
Perfect.
There's stock at the department store. I already arranged it. Take this ticket, the introduction letter, and 2,688 yuan to pick it up. Their staff will deliver and install it. I have a task to do and can't go myself. This was such a wonderful surprise. Su Jinyan never expected her older brother to get her a TV ticket. She thought it would be exciting, but when she looked at the ticket, it said a Jinxing brand color TV, 20 inches, model C49-459, produced by Shanghai TV Factory on May 30th, 1978. A color TV, 20 inches. Su Jinyan giggled happily. Thank you, big brother. But I'll keep the ticket and introduction letter. Save the money well. I suggest you save up to buy a house. Now, Jingjing's been waiting half a year, and house prices have gone up again. She then stuffed the money into Su Jinshu's pocket. Su Jinshu looked at her affectionately. Big brother has a house. No need to worry. Su Jinyan rolled her eyes. Not making money when you can is foolish. Just give me all your savings and I'll manage it. Buy a house, not live in it. Leave it for 2 years. It'll definitely increase in value. Who would complain about having too much money? All right, I'll let you handle it, he said, taking the money out of his pocket and placing it on her lap. This money is from big brother, second brother, and third brother, your wedding gifts. When I return from the mission, I'll give you the passbook. Surprised, Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect her big brother to be so doting just because she casually mentioned it. Wait, was this money from her 3 cousins? She looked at the money in her hand, then casually put it into her bag. Your sister has money. You know that. I'm using this money to buy you a house. Looking at my older brother, who appears mature and steady with a stunning face but rarely shows a smile, I feel very worried. I try to speak gently, saying, Big brother, have you thought about getting a divorce? I want you to be happy and have a happy family. When I mention this, Su Jinshu narrows his eyes and takes a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Be good, just be happy. Divorce is not so easy, unless he doesn't want to wear this suit anymore. Although the woman at home has bad intentions and many little schemes, she thinks about supporting her family with money and often brings her family to stay and eat at our house. These are not major problems. Getting a divorce is not so simple. Big brother, I heard that the child was born prematurely, but I see the baby's healthy, and it doesn't seem like a preemie. Have you ever thought that maybe the child isn't yours? Moreover, my dad said that night, you were drugged with a special potion, not the usual medicine. Even if you didn't realize it at the time, when you woke up, you might not have known what you did. I strongly suspect that woman used him as a scapegoat. Su Jinshu, being so smart, must have thought about these things. Not only he, but the whole Su family has considered it. When I woke up, there were already many people around. I was naked, and I couldn't deny what happened. Besides, everyone in that village is from the same family, very united. They're afraid I might seek revenge, so their story is very consistent with no loopholes. As for the child, we can't confirm anything yet. I pause for a moment and say, Big brother, I heard that abroad there is a new method called DNA testing for paternity. It only needs a little blood or even a hair to test, with about 99% accuracy. I don't know if our country has it now. If not, you need to find a way to get blood or hair from that child. Then, send me your blood and hair. I will find a way for my Uncle Ming and Uncle Air to get tested in the US. Another way is to take some blood from the child and the woman and have the military hospital check their blood types. If the child's blood type is different from yours, ask the doctor if your blood type and her blood type can produce that child's blood type. If not, then no need for DNA testing. If yes, I will have my Uncle Ming go to the US for testing. Big brother, I can't let such a woman ruin you. Su Jinshu looks ahead, pondering for a long time before nodding. All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go back and have someone trustworthy take their blood samples. He certainly doesn't want to be manipulated like this. He doesn't ask his wife to have a great family background or education, but he definitely doesn't want someone around him who plans and schemes against him, especially behind his back with the title of his wife. The car started, and Su Jingyan asked her older brother to take her to the renovated courtyard. He went inside to take a quick look, discussed a few points with the master, then hurriedly left. When Su Jingyan got home, she unpacked the 70 bolts of fabric that Zhao Yuani had shipped by train. Seeing the denim fabric she longed for, she was so happy her mouth almost couldn't close. She quickly found some denim jeans in her space, drew 2 styles of overalls and 2 long skirts. She asked Chi Kaifeng to make complex small-foot pants, overalls, and denim skirts, and Lu Zhizhi to make straight-leg pants, capris, and shirts in various colors. Each person made a few styles, more sets, and became more skilled, working faster. While they worked hard, Yang Zhenxuan was busy selling goods. The profit from Su Jingyan was high, and within a few days, he became a 1,000 yuan earner, eating well, living comfortably, and feeling even more motivated. Not only Yang Zhenxuan but Fang Jinghua in Zhejiang province also had very good business. When he heard Su Jingyan had new goods, he immediately asked her to send them by mail. Su Jingyan felt the mailing was too slow, so she sent a batch of goods via her railway friends for faster shipping. In this era, unless someone watched over the railway, lost shipments often went unnoticed. The clothing business was thriving not only for the 2 young male workers, but also for Chen Meijuan's colleagues. The female workers at the textile factory, mostly under 40, almost all had a pair of jeans and white shirts. After work, everyone was dressed in jeans and white or military green shirts, creating a bright scene, almost rivaling the factory's blue uniforms. Although the reform and opening up policy was in place, the leaders still noticed this. When asked, everyone said they made the clothes at tailor shops. But was it really a tailor shop? No one was fools. If it was a tailor shop, it would be incredible, almost selling clothes to every household. The director, who was originally doing market research, reported this situation to his superiors, shared his thoughts, and suggested that small private businesses could better promote social and economic development. Because of this small idea, a draft that had been put aside for a while was brought back to the table. After a month of discussion, a final decision was made to allow private businesses. The draft was circulated among various departments, and the people soon learned that the country was reforming and allowing individuals to trade. Beijing was the first to feel this change. While Su Jingyan was busy secretly selling clothes, seafood, and poultry, she saw a leader's speech on TV and almost fainted from excitement. It seemed to happen earlier than she remembered. In her memory, the reform and opening up took about 2 years, and private businesses only started around 1979. But she didn't care. Almost immediately, Su Jingyan thought of Shidong. Shidong Commercial Street hadn't been built yet, only an old building remained. But if she remembered correctly, this was the first large clothing and carpet market in Beijing. So, Su Jingyan made a special trip to the old Shidong building in Xiqing district. Looking around, there was nothing nearby. She stood in front of the old building, across the street, and looked carefully for a long time. If there was any sign of opportunity, she wanted to rent a large number of stalls there before others caught on. When she got home, she gave each of the 2 tailors 50 yuan extra for overtime and bonuses, plus 5 jin of rice and 2 jin of pork. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Chi Kaifeng was calmer, but her eyes were full of joy and determination. As the school start date drew closer, Zhao Yuani still had no news, and she couldn't help but worry. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked her aunt for her second brother's phone number, then called him. On the phone, her second brother first asked about her health, then, with some annoyance, told her that Zhao Yuani was doing well and would return before school started. Seeing how quickly Zhao Yuani and the others were earning money, Su Jingyan's face turned pale. Looking at the bags of money, if it weren't for his help in sourcing the goods, he would suspect they had robbed a bank. When Su Jinyan learned that Zhao Yuani was safe and asked about her second brother, she told him to come back for the new year, then hung up. But as soon as she got home, she saw someone who said they would return in a few days, but had only just arrived. Mom. Although her heart tightened, she still forced a happy smile. She knew this woman only looked serious and calm on the surface, but inside, she was very soft and deeply loved her. She wondered if Shin Huimin would be angry about her serious symptoms. Xin Huimin carefully looked at Su Jinyan, noticing her rosy face, fair skin, and slight weight gain. She felt pleased and then glanced at her enlarged belly, asking with concern, "When are you planning to give birth?" "Have you scheduled a doctor's appointment?" Son, standing nearby, looked surprised. Having a baby requires an appointment with a doctor? That seemed a bit exaggerated. If she couldn't give birth at home, going to the hospital should be fine. Such a large hospital should be able to accommodate a pregnant woman easily. Besides, there are many hospitals in Beijing. But in front of Xin Huimin, she didn't dare say anything. "I already asked my sister-in-law to help find a doctor. The baby is still a while away. I've been getting checkups regularly. When the time comes, I'll see Director Zhang. I've already made arrangements with her," Su Jinyan explained. "Mom, why are you only just coming back?" Su Jinyan playfully took her hand. Xin Huimin affectionately patted her hand, feeling guilty. Her daughter's belly was so big, yet she hadn't taken care of her even for a day. "Everything is settled now. If there are no special issues, I can rest for 2 months." Su Jinyan pouted, unhappy. "If I rest for 2 months, won't I be away from home during the new year?" Xin Huimin pressed her lips without speaking. After a moment, she said softly, "I'll try to come back, but maybe for a shorter time." Su Jinyan finally smiled. "Yes, Mom. We'll eat here at noon. I'll cook something delicious for you." This summer, I learned a lot of dishes from Aunt Yang. More importantly, after sharing her idea of making boiled fish and spicy blood tofu with Aunt Yang, Grandma Su specially arranged for someone to bring small chili peppers from Chongqing. Aunt Yang then cooked authentic boiled fish and spicy blood tofu. She almost cried from craving. Xin Huimin nodded, then looked at Sun with a gentle and calm tone, saying, "Yuan Inyang, Jinyan, and I will go inside to talk." After they entered the house, Xin Huimin looked at the TV in the main hall, raising her eyebrows slightly. Then she pulled Sun to sit on the sofa and asked directly, "Jinyan, are you unhappy living with Yuan Inyang?" Su Jinyan was surprised. She didn't understand why Xin Huimin asked this, but to avoid worrying her, she smiled and said, "No, my mother-in-law treats me very well. She takes care of 3 meals a day. I don't have to coax the baby, and she washes my clothes. I'm not unhappy." Xin Huimin stared at her for a moment, thinking that if she was truly happy, she wouldn't be planning to move out. If they got along well, she wouldn't have stopped talking to Sun since entering the yard. Su Jinyan realized her oversight. However, Xin Huimin supported them living separately. Young people and elders sometimes have disagreements, especially since her daughter is very proud. Sun's family has some bad habits, and her heart isn't very broad. Living together, it's natural to feel a bit unhappy. TV? Su Jinyan looked at Xin Huimin, who wasn't talking about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. She quickly smiled and said, "My older brother got me tickets and an invitation letter. He also gave me money, saying it was a wedding gift for my brothers. I've been married for 4 years, so I don't need anything. I took all of my older brother's savings and added a bit more to buy him a 2-entry courtyard house." "How much did you add?" Su Jinyan squinted and smiled. "For 1,000. In total, I spent 13,000, which is just a little more than my small 2-entry house. But it's cleaner. For 1,000 isn't much for her, just a small part of her seafood and clothing earnings. She really doesn't care much about it. During this holiday, she almost made a fortune from seafood and clothes. The money in her space was all exchanged into large bills and stacked into 4 big boxes." Xin Huimin nodded, then looked at her sideways. "Why did you decide to open a small clothing workshop?" Su Jinyan chuckled. "To make money." Then she whispered mysteriously, "Mom, I bought another big house, 950,000 yuan. It's huge over in Hohai, covering about 1,400 square meters. I plan to decorate it nicely." When you retire, you can move in. Would that be good? Because of this house, she even considered having more children. Without such a big yard, it feels too lonely to live alone. A 4-entry house? 1,400 square meters? No, it was 95,000 yuan. Xian Huimin was truly shocked. Jingyan, where did you get so much money? So, you earned 11,000 this summer? From selling seafood and clothes? Xian Huimin, usually calm, was now visibly shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Su Jingyan. 11,000. As a senior research engineer, her monthly salary was only about 160 yuan. To earn 10,000 yuan, she would have to work for 52 years without eating or drinking. Su Jingyan pursed her lips, blinked, and smiled. Seafood and clothes are the main sources. I also sold some small things. Mom, are you upset that your daughter is making more money? Based on current policy trends, the risks are quite low. After all, everything has some danger, doesn't it? For example, you, as a senior engineer and a key talent for the country, also face risks. It's just that each industry has different dangers. Recently, the situation has been improving. The black market might be more strictly controlled, but each black market has connections above, making it hard to manage. In other provinces, things might be different, perhaps because they are far away and unaware of the higher-ups' intentions, so they might tighten controls. Anyway, in Beijing, they hardly arrest small vendors anymore. Many people are secretly walking around the streets. I haven't heard of anyone being caught for private trading lately. Xin Huimin gave her a small, knowing look and silently thought she hadn't spent enough time with her daughter. Her daughter was growing up so fast, yet she was completely unaware. Where is Zhao Yuani? Did he get involved in what you're doing? Su Jinyan's heart tightened slightly, but she quickly smiled and linked her arm with Xin Huimin's, acting spoiled. Zhao Yuani has his own career. Also, I wanted some fabrics from Yangcheng and styles from Shanghai, so I sent him south. He brought back a whole room of good fabrics from the West House. Who did he go with? You're about to give birth, and he didn't accompany you? Mom, I haven't given birth yet. Besides, fabrics in Beijing are limited and not as good as those in Yangcheng. They can't meet my needs, so I asked him to go there. He went with a few friends to check out electronics over there. Xin Huimin kept a calm face, but didn't say anything in front of her daughter. Instead, she asked, have you visited your maternal grandparents recently? How are they? Did your eldest uncle stay for a few days? Su Jinyan wiped a bit of sweat from her brow and replied, yes, I went the day before yesterday to bring some meat, eggs, fish, and shrimp. They are all in good health. Why was she so nervous inside? Oh, Mom, my grandma gave me some small yellow fish. Yes, keep them. Gold isn't worth much now. If you don't need money urgently, save them. When the market value of gold improves, you can sell them. Su Jinyan nodded. She didn't plan to sell. After taking back the small yellow fish, she saw the official seal. This kind of gold will be valuable in the future. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Mom, over the past half year, many houses that were previously confiscated have been returned one after another. Do you know what's happening with those houses in my grandma's family? It can't be that they're giving them away cheaply to outsiders, right? Xin Huimin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'll find out what's going on. Some other houses don't matter, but Xian's ancestral home and a 2-courtyard house still have many good things. Over the years, they've been occupied by government agencies, so no one knows if the items are still there. Su Jingyan looks at Xian Huimin's dark circles and feels a bit sorry for her. You just got back, right? Go rest for a bit. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. Oh, does my dad know you're back? If not, I can call him and tell him to come over at noon. He's been thinking about you for a long time. Xian Huimin feels like her daughter is teasing her. She rolls her eyes and says, yes, I know I'm back, but I didn't know you were coming today. Just call him and tell him. Tonight, we'll have a meal with your grandparents, uncle, and aunt. He doesn't have time at noon, but he can come home in the evening. The Su family gets along very well. Every time Xian Huimin returns, she always gathers everyone for a meal to catch up and see how things are going while she was away. Su Jingyan thinks about her current situation and suggests, Mom, why don't we have dinner here tonight? Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qi mostly stay at my place now. They're busy with photography and usually come back after 8 p.m. It's too late to go to the big courtyard. Besides, my place is bigger and the weather is nice. We can have a small barbecue in the yard, drink some beer, and have a good time. Barbecue? Eat grilled food? Xian Huimin is hearing about this for the first time and feels curious. Yes, it's very tasty. I'll see if I can get a lamb leg later. Tonight, we'll grill lamb and seafood. When she hears about grilling lamb, Xian Huimin raises her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect her daughter to know how to make Mongolian food. Suddenly, she remembers what Su Jingyan just said and looks at her with doubt. Photography? What are Xiao Qi and Xiao Yuan taking pictures of? Do they need to stay here for a long time? She also thinks about Su Jingyan's in-laws. If her cousin from her maiden family stays here every day and is served food and drinks, wouldn't that cause more complaints? Su Jingyan, no. Although Sons has some small quirks, she loves Xiao Yuan very much. She's happy to stay at home and earn some income every day. Moreover, Sun's little jealousy doesn't bother her. For example, recently, Sons has been selling eggs, chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and some fish and shrimp. But Sons only takes things from home to sell, and she doesn't even give her the money. She wants to see how long this situation will last. After her son comes back, will it still be the same? Seeing Xian Huimin squinting with a puzzled look, she quickly forced a smile and said, "It's just that everyone's lives are getting better. Recently, many people have started enjoying life and traveling to Beijing. I've been out for several days and noticed that places like the Forbidden City, Tiananmen Square, Badaling, and the museums are always crowded. I thought most people visiting the capital want to leave a keepsake, right? Or after a trip, they want to show off to neighbors and friends. Without proof, how can they do that? So I arranged for 2 cameras and asked Xiao Yuan, Xiao Qi, and a classmate of mine to run around taking photos for people. We split the profits equally." Xian Huimin listened quietly, feeling impressed by her daughter's clever way of making money. She asked curiously, "Is it really profitable?" With her cousin Yakin present, she couldn't hide the truth from Xian Huimin, so she told the whole story honestly. She looked outside and whispered, "These days, each person can earn nearly 400 yuan a day. Once school starts again, it might be even more." Xian Huimin took a deep breath in shock. 400 yuan. Every day. Just sitting at home and earning it? Is money really that easy to make? Xian Huimin looked at Su Jingyan with a frown and asked, "Don't your in-laws know?" Su Jingyan nodded and hesitated before saying, "At first, my in-laws thought I was making money and wanted Brother Yuan to do it, but I refused. I don't get along well with Brother Yuan and the others." Not only that, when Brother Yuan was having a hard time in their family, he proposed splitting the family assets, taking half of the compensation for himself, which caused his father to be unable to get proper treatment and become disabled. Over the years, they haven't helped us even a little, and they've been ruining my reputation in the village. I'm not in debt, and after all the insults, I still have to help them. Enough, Mom. Stop worrying about all this nonsense. Zhao Yuani is clever. He wouldn't bother with that family. If they ask their eldest son to come, I'll just tell them to wait until Zhao Yuani returns. I already said, Beijing is so big, and it's not all my family. They can come if they want. As long as they don't eat my food or stay in my house, it's fine. If Zhao Yuani's parents are using the money I give them to support their eldest son's family, I wouldn't mind sending them back to the countryside to be with their son's family. Although this grudge belongs to the original owner, she inherited her body and naturally inherited her feelings of resentment. Whether she is selfish or vengeful, she will not get along peacefully with her eldest uncle's family. Xin Huimin hesitated for a moment and said firmly, "Don't decide this matter on your own. Everything should go through Yuan Yi. Let him make the decision. Also, don't complain about your in-laws in front of him, and don't mention his older brother's family. If he asks your opinion, it means he wants to help. Just be clear about your own stance. All right, go ahead and do your work. When Yuan Yi comes back, I will see what she thinks." To Xin Huimin, Su Jingyan was always a child with simple thoughts. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm not stupid." Then she left the main hall. As soon as she stepped out, Sun sure came out from the kitchen. Yen Yen, will your mom eat here at noon? She leaned her body inside the house, with her neck and head sticking out of the door, which made Su Jingyan want to smile. It seemed she wasn't the only one afraid of Xin Hui Min. Mom, are you going to make dough? Just steam some buns, then wash some tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, and cilantro.
Peel some garlic.
I'll come back later to cook. Sun sure nodded and went back into the kitchen. Su Jingyan smiled, pushed her bicycle out of the yard, and headed out. First, she called Su Chenghua and her older brother Su Jinshu at the post office to tell them that Xin Hui Min was back and invited them to her house for dinner that evening. Then she pedaled around, took a detour, and bought some bean curd sheets at the supply and marketing cooperative. She found a quiet spot and took out from her space 2 fresh lamb hind legs, 2 4-pound yellow croaker fish, 50 shrimp longer than an adult's palm, 2 lamb chops, 3 gene of lamb meat, 2 gene of beef, 20 chicken wings, 50 chicken gizzards, 20 chicken feet, 20 duck paws, and a large bag of barbecue marinade, seasonings, and dipping sauces. As for crabs, clams, and oysters, there were plenty at home, enough to eat. The fresh lamb legs also came from her space. At first, she was afraid to slaughter cows and sheep, and even chickens, ducks, and geese. But eventually, she realized she could control slaughter with her mind, no need to do it by hand. The slaughtered cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were very clean. Their fur, blood, and organs automatically sorted and could be separated easily. Since then, she sold her chickens, ducks, and geese separately, just like in later generations. Chicken legs, chicken breasts, chicken racks, and even the organs could be sold. This way, each piece was sold at a higher price, about 7 or 8 cents more. After returning home, Su Jinyan simply prepared some dishes: tomato beef, garlic eggplant, tiger skin peppers, stir-fried shrimp with greens, and tofu seaweed soup. After cooking, she marinated the lamb leg and fish, which needed long preparation, then called Xian Huimin to eat. Xian Huimin had been in the car for 6 or 7 days and hadn't slept well, almost too tired to keep her eyes open. But thinking of her daughter's home and her daughter's in-laws, she got up. For many days, she ate dry food. When she smelled the delicious aroma, her stomach immediately growled. Still, she first picked up Zhao Hua, played with her for a while, then placed Zhao Hua in the car so she could eat together. Sun's family greeted Xian Huimin carefully and warmly. As a man, Zhenjuan was a bit reserved, but he also placed the good beef and shrimp in front of Xian Huimin, encouraging her to eat while hot. They had a happy meal together. After eating, Su Jinyan quickly told Xian Huimin to rest. She and Sun's family cleaned up the table, then started preparing the lamb for grilling, marinating it, along with chicken gizzards, chicken feet, chicken wings, and duck paws in a big basin. The Su family was large, and she had bought a big barbecue grill, 2 small ones, and 200 large skewers and 300 small skewers about half a month ago for barbecue. It took an hour to set everything up. Afterward, she and Sun's family went back to their rooms to sleep. In the afternoon, Su Jinyan got up after only an hour of sleep and started working. She first used smokeless coal to roast 2 lamb legs, then called the post office to contact her grandparents, her aunt, and her little sister's office. There was quite a lot of stuff, so Sun's family could only wash and cut things. She also needed Grandma's helper, Aunt Yang, to come early to help. Because Xian Huimin had returned, her grandparents, Aunt Yang, her aunt Zhang Fingxia, her little sister Su Yakin, her brother-in-law Qin Qirong, and her older cousin Qin Bingnian all arrived early, around 4 o'clock. Su Jinyan called Xian Huimin to wake her up. Her aunt and little sister sat in the yard, chatting and joking while threading skewers, creating a lively scene. Su Jinyan was pulled by Aunt Yang to learn how to make small dishes and pickle vegetables. At first, she didn't realize how complex simple pickling could be. She understood now why Sun's pickled vegetables and radishes turned soft and wilted, and why they spoiled easily. For over an hour, Aunt Yang taught Su Jinyan how to make spicy and sour cucumber sticks, pickled radish, spicy radish sticks, crispy radish sticks, fermented cabbage, pickled peppers, and bitter greens. While learning, Aunt Yang also prepared a jar of crispy radish, a jar of spicy cabbage, and a jar of sour and spicy cucumbers for her. The ingredients were brought by Grandma Sue. Since it was autumn, she wanted to make some small dishes for her granddaughter, so she asked the logistics department to send lots of cucumbers, radishes, and cabbage. After pickling the fermented cabbage, Su Jinyan felt uncomfortable just eating barbecue, so she cooked a big pot of fish, shrimp, and vegetable porridge. Once the porridge was ready, everyone outside saw Su Yakin starting a barbecue. Yen Yen, come, have some grilled shrimp. Okay, wait, I'll put the grilled fish on first. Without an oven, grilled fish never quite had the right flavor. After frying the yellow croaker, she added various sauces and side dishes, then grilled them on the barbecue. She had tried it once before and thought the taste was average, but everyone enjoyed it and found it fresh and tasty. Yes, in a world full of typical braised and sweet and sour fish, this spicy grilled fish was quite unique. Around 7 o'clock, Su Qinghua, Uncle Su Qingyun, and elder brother Su Jingshu arrived in 3 cars at the same time. The 3 military green SUVs stopped at the entrance, startling the elders sitting outside to cool off. But it only took less than a minute before the drivers of Uncle Su and Su's father's cars drove away. They didn't want to cause trouble for their daughters or nieces. By around 8:30, when Chen Bingqi, Chen Bingyuan, and Chen Meijun returned, everyone had already started eating. However, everyone was tacitly silent about their affairs. The 3 greeted everyone one by one, seeing so many people. Chen Meijun was more familiar with Zhang Fingxia and Su Yakin. After greeting them and exchanging a few words, she quietly stepped back to be an invisible barbecue person. She caught a glimpse of Jingshu's face turning red again and her heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. She despised herself for having inappropriate feelings. Since the new year, this was the largest gathering, and everyone was happy, often drinking a little wine. Su Jingshu had specially brought back a barrel of beer. Since more people were eating than grilling, it was hard to keep up. Concerned about Jinyan's big belly, Su Jingshu pushed her back into the house and sat by the barbecue grill. Only Chen Meijun, the outsider, and Su Jingshu, who didn't drink, were beside the grill. Oh, and Aunt Yang, who was like a big light bulb. Rows of lamb skewers, chicken gizzards, and duck feet were served one after another. Su Jingshu glanced at the girl beside him, watching her focus on grilling. He handed her a skewer of duck feet, a lamb skewer, and a toasted bun slice. You've been busy all day. Eat less to fill your stomach. There are fresh seafood in the kitchen, he said. Seeing what he handed her, Chen Meijun's face turned red instantly, her heart pounding loudly, unsure how to respond. After a moment, she quickly looked up at Su Jingshu's charming face, reached out to take the food, and softly said, "Thank you." Her voice was shy and soft, like a whisper.
Su Jingshu's throat tightened briefly.
He nodded gently and continued grilling chicken gizzards. Aunt Yang, who had served many people over the years, was very good at reading people's expressions. Though she lowered her head, she noticed the atmosphere between the two. She cleared her throat and smiled warmly. Meijun, right? Come sit here and help with grilling. I'm getting old. Sitting for a while makes my back and legs ache, and I'm hungry too. I'll go inside and rest for a bit, have something to eat. Then she stood up and slipped away. At the same time, she felt sorry for Su Jingshu. If only she could get rid of that scheming woman who married into the Su family through tricks, that would be great. Chen Meijun watched Aunt Yang leave, feeling a bit overwhelmed and anxious, yet also a little excited. She couldn't hide. She got up and sat in Aunt Yang's seat, just opposite Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu had set up the grill this way originally, so they could chat easily while grilling. After Aunt Yang left, the atmosphere between them became more awkward and silent. Both quietly focused on grilling their food. Listening to the lively chatter in the house, Chen Meijun squinted slightly, trying to calm her nerves. She thought about her words carefully, repeating them in her mind several times, then softly smiled and asked, "Brother Su, haven't you been on a mission recently?" Maybe she didn't expect Chen Meijun to speak, so Su Jingshu paused his grilling, looked at her, and calmly nodded. "Yes, I just finished a mission a few days ago. I probably won't go out for a while." "Oh, I see. I've liked army life since I was young, but I never got the chance. Brother Sue, can you tell me about life in the army? Do you get up at 4 or 5 in the morning for exercises? Do you run dozens of kilometers during training? Wanting to get closer to Soo Jin-shu, Chin Meijun suddenly felt her questions were too many. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry if I've asked too much. If there are things you want to keep private, just ignore me. I just want to know about your life." But she didn't dare to finish the sentence. Soo Jin-shu paused for a moment, then looked up through the lights in the courtyard at the pretty face of the girl across from him. He then lowered his head and said while grilling skewers, "It's okay. That's not private. The team trains every morning at 5 and 3 nights a week we have competitions. During outdoor training, we walk or run 5 to 20 kilometers. Jinshu are the lamb chops, chicken gizzards, and duck feet ready." Zhang Fingxia suddenly appeared at the door of the main hall, startling Chen Meijun. She felt as if she had done something wrong, and her heart pounded loudly. She hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks red and hot. That night, more than 10 people in the big group finished off 2 roasted lamb legs, 2 grilled fish, a tray of lamb skewers weighing 3 jin, chicken feet, duck feet, chicken gizzards, corn, grilled eggplant, grilled peppers, grilled chives, sliced steamed buns, boiled edamame, some cold dishes, and a barrel of beer. After the meal, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The 2 children had long been exhausted and asleep. Everyone left, and Su Jinyan and Sun Shi simply threw their bowls and plates into the kitchen before going back to their room. The next morning, after breakfast, Xia and Huimin sent a car to pick her up. Su Jinyan finished planning her outfit for the day and waited for her colleagues, Zhang Xinyue and Qin Jinjin, to come pick up their clothes. Then she took the 2 children and headed to her grandmother's house. She also brought 3 sets of casual homeware, 2 pajamas and nightgown, 2 bras, 5 modal underwear, and some seafood, duck eggs, and goose eggs. These clothes were stored in the space. The homeware was sporty, and in this era, she hadn't yet discovered such fabrics. The pajamas and nightgown were both comfortable and stylish. When Zhao Qi heard they were going to her grandmother's, she was very excited and asked if her grandfather was at home. After asking further, she learned that the boy was thinking about her grandfather's pistol and wanted him to teach him how to shoot. She wondered if boys generally liked knives and guns, or if it was inherited. At the entrance of the big yard, while registering, she was surprised to see Su Miao Miao and Xie Xinghua. Wow, what luck! She had forgotten about these 2 after not seeing them for a while. Suddenly, with a gust of wind, she saw something unbelievable. Su Miao Miao's belly was bulging. It couldn't be more than 3 months now. This discovery shocked her greatly. Weren't people in this era very conservative? Suddenly, she remembered Xiao Miao Miao's small actions before the holiday. Not only did they annoy her, but she also dared to have ideas about Zhao Yuani. Is it wrong not to respond? Maybe she should do a good deed to help create a happy marriage. Xiao Miao Miao and Xie Xinghua seem to be having a disagreement. Xie Xinghua is walking ahead confidently, while Xiao Miao Miao looks a bit angry and worried, jogging behind her. She stands inside the guardhouse. Neither of them notices her. They stride out of the yard. It's funny, perhaps because the male lead's charm is strong, Xie Xinghua isn't from this big yard, and he's not part of this circle. Yet, he often comes and goes into this highly private and strictly guarded yard, as if it were just an ordinary street, able to enter and leave freely. After registering at the gate, Su Jinyan gets in the car and goes straight home. Only Xia and Huimin is at home. She carries clothes, and the housekeeper driver brings in a bucket of seafood and a large plastic bag of crabs. "Mom, is Dad at the army?" Xia and Huimin nods softly, then goes to pick up Zhao Hua, gently kisses her, and asks warmly, "Do you remember Grandma?" They hadn't seen each other for over half a year, and she thought the little girl might be shy after just one day. But surprisingly, the girl wasn't shy at all. She hugged Xia and Huimin's neck and kissed her, saying, "Grandma." Su Jinyan smiles in surprise. "Oh, she calls you Grandma now. Although her pronunciation isn't very clear, it's understandable that she called her Grandma." Xia and Huimin is very happy. She hugs Zhao Hua, shakes her, and kisses her a few times. She didn't expect her niece, whom she hadn't seen in half a year, to be so willing to get close. Come on, let's go inside. Grandma bought you lots of toys. Su Jinyan changes her shoes and enters the house. She sees two large boxes on the floor. One is filled mostly with fluffy toys and two beautiful dolls dressed in pretty clothes. The other contains military-green toy cars, off-road vehicles, tanks, plastic knives, black plastic guns, and long sniper rifles. She picks up a few and asks in surprise, "Mom, where did you buy these?" She hasn't seen these in the department stores in Beijing, and the toys in Friendship Mall are less detailed. Xian Huimin smiles and says, "They were brought over from Hong Kong and Taiwan. These small cars, off-road vehicles, and tanks are models made from recycled parts of old cars by a toy factory." Su Jinyan carefully examined the item. First, its weight was far beyond that of typical car models. Inside, the seats were covered with real leather, and the steering wheel, handbrake, and gear shift were all complete. The vehicle had 4 doors and a trunk, all operable. Zhaoqi was fascinated by both the off-road vehicle and the tank, but she still remembered to thank. She lifted her cute little head and sweetly said, "Thank you, Grandma. I like it very much." Xian Huimin was truly touched by the sweetness. She hugged Zhaoqi and gave her a kiss. Seeing Xian Huimin like this, Su Jinyan felt a bit uncomfortable. Could this be grandparent-grandchild affection? According to the original owner's memories, Xian Huimin had never even kissed her own children or grandchildren. While they were chatting, the diligent service worker and driver brought in a woman in her 30s. "Xian Gong, this is Comrade Fan Xia. She'll take care of your daily life from now on." The service staff assigned to important national figures are carefully selected and checked before being assigned, so they can be trusted. Likely, there are few like Aunt Lu, the previous caregiver, who secretly had feelings for the male head of the family. Xian Huimin asked a few simple questions. Su Jinyan then made a few requests, mentioning some favorite foods and habits of Xian Huimin and Su Qinghua. After that, she asked her to start cleaning. Since Xian Huimin had just arrived, she probably only cleaned the living room and bedroom. Fan Xia was skilled. For lunch, she steamed crabs, shelled large prawns, stir-fried vegetables with shrimp, steamed shrimp and goose eggs for the children, made squirrel fish, braised eggplant, and prepared pork and celery dumplings as the main dish. The dishes were all ordered by Xian Huimin from the logistics department over the phone. After dinner, Su Jinyan soothed the 2 children to sleep, then wrote 2 letters. When they woke up, she left the children with Xian Huimin and went out. First, she went to the post office to anonymously mail letters to the Su and Xia families. Then she headed to the courtyard on Chang'an Street. As for why she didn't report Su Miaomiao's premarital pregnancy, the reason was simple. She didn't want to be so unkind. In this era, women were treated very unfairly. If she sent the letter to the street office or school, Su Miaomiao's life would be ruined forever. She and the female lead didn't have such deep hatred or grudges. Using some small tricks, she could tie the 2 of them up, so the male lead wouldn't bother her anymore. Thinking about what the male lead did a few days before the holiday, she felt disgusted enough to want to vomit. No, she still had to complain to Su Qinghua and her sister-in-law about the Su family. During those chaotic years, the Su family had caused many problems, which is why they managed to rise so quickly. But despite doing so many bad things, after the revolution, this family remained safe and sound? It's truly unfair. Tomorrow is the day Zhou Xingdong comes to pick up the goods. Su Jinyan has prepared a large batch of clothes she made these days, along with 300 crabs, 1,000 large prawns, 500 jin of clams, 100 jin of oysters, and various fish, yellow croaker, black fish, bass, each 100 fish, and carp, grass carp, crucian carp, each 300 fish. She also packed 500 goose eggs, 1,000 duck eggs, and 1,000 chicken eggs. After settling the bill, she earned 15,000 yuan. Just thinking about it makes her very happy. If she finds a suitable house, she plans to invest in property. Over the 10 years of reform and opening up, housing prices have risen rapidly, especially in the capital city. With young people returning to the countryside, and students coming from other places, the population is growing. Not only are houses in short supply, but prices are also high. Before leaving the courtyard, she carried a basket, planning to take out a few fish, some prawns, vegetables, and fruits when she entered the compound. Recently, the market has a good variety of fruits, though they are hard to buy. Still, some are available, like watermelons, strawberries, bananas, and pears. She has been staying in the courtyard these days, so she prepared extra fruits. When she reached the gate of the courtyard, she transferred her prepared items from the space into a large backpack. Hey, comrade, please help me. I can't carry this much longer. The items were really heavy. If she hadn't prepared in advance, she might have fallen backward under the weight. As soon as Su Jinyan appeared with a large basket almost as tall as her, the guard noticed her. When she spoke, he hurried over. People in this era are very honest and straightforward, especially soldiers, who have a strong sense of responsibility. Stand still and don't move. The young guard quickly took the large basket off Su Jinyan's shoulders. Without considering its weight, he dropped it with a loud thud on the ground. Sorry, I didn't expect. It's okay. The basket is indeed heavy. I almost dropped it myself. The young guard. You're really strong. He struggled to lift the basket onto his back, still trying to remember to register Su Jinyan at the guardhouse. Back home, Su Jinyan quickly grabbed the young guard and put 2 green pears into his pocket, then handed him a watermelon. Eat this watermelon with your comrades. It's so hot and you've worked hard. The guard tried to refuse, but then tried to run away. Su Jinyan grabbed his clothes and smiled. You're pregnant, so you can't exert yourself. I think your surname is Li, right? Comrade Li, if you don't take it, I will be too embarrassed to ask you to deliver it next time. It's just a watermelon. Look, I still have 3 more. Someone carried over 100 jin of items from the door. This has happened more than once. There's no reason to waste people's effort. Comrade Su, helping comrades in the courtyard is our duty. Refusing to accept is against the rules. She placed the watermelon and pears on the ground and ran off. Su Jingyan smiled, but didn't chase after her. She planned to deliver the items to the security guard later. The team has strict rules, but bringing things from her home and delivering condolence gifts are 2 different things. At this moment, the 2 children and Xian Huimin came over. Xian Huimin was pleased that her daughter was sensible. Later, Aunt Fan will cut it and deliver it to them. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile, surprised that mother and daughter wanted to do it together. Okay, then let's cut one and eat first. She peeled a banana for each of the 2 children, then carried a watermelon in one arm and 2 pears in her hand into the kitchen. Fan Xia was preparing dinner. Seeing Su Jingyan come in with the items, she quickly put down her work and took the watermelon, saying, Xiao Yan, let me do it. Su Jingyan nodded, placing the pears on the table. Sister Fan, prepare a platter with the watermelon and pears. There are strawberries in the basket outside. Take some out and wash them. You should eat some too. There's plenty. Fan Xia smiled and nodded. Got it. You go out and rest for a bit. By the way, Xiao Yan, what do you want to eat tonight? I think we had greasy food at noon and tonight's food is too oily, which can cause heat. Your baby bump is growing, so it's better to eat light in the evening. Do you have anything you want? Su Jingyan looked at the ingredients Fan Xia was preparing and smiled. Sister Fan, just arrange it as you see fit. There are some vegetables in the basket. Seeing the ingredients Fan Xia prepared, although light, there was still meat and eggs. While everyone was eating fruit, Su Chengguo returned. As soon as he entered, he said, Yan, Yuani called me today. She has a car tonight. With Xian Huimin and Su Chengguo present, Su Jingyan remained calm and nodded. Oh, as long as it doesn't delay the start of school. Su Chengguo put away his clothes and shoes, sat on the sofa, looked toward the kitchen and whispered, Be honest with me. What did Zhao Yuan go to Yangqing for? Su Jingyan secretly rolled her eyes at him. Really? He had to ask in front of Xian Huimin. Doesn't he know she's afraid of her mother? Sure enough, Xian Huimin, who was feeding Zhao Hua fruit, squinted and looked over. She quickly squinted and smiled. I don't know. Just show me the cloth and clothes. Su Chengguo snorted coldly. I think you all want to go to heaven. It's really lawless now. daring to mess with TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines. Wow, you're playing so big. Su Jingyan was truly surprised. She thought they were just messing around with small electronic watches worth a few dollars. Su Chunghwa kept a stern face. So, you look pretty happy about this, huh? It's not fair. Dad, I really didn't know about these. She quickly shifted the blame. Xi and Huimin asked seriously, where did you hear this from? Su Chunghwa hummed twice. I just found out. That brat actually knows that troublemaker from the Hu family. Recently, a document came down from above, encouraging private enterprise. The third floor of the department store was divided into 8 shops for private rent. When this news came out, many people rushed to get in, but Hu Xingyuan managed to grab 5 shops. Many people were unhappy about it. I only learned today after sitting with Hu Zhaneng that the shops Hu Xingyuan took include 2 that Zhao Yuanyi grabbed. Hu Zhaneng was surprised. Their family's kid was willing to fight for shops for my son-in-law. That shows how close their relationship is. It made me so annoyed. How was I supposed to know? Today, I received a call and I asked what he wanted the shops for. He said one was for selling home appliances like refrigerators and washing machines, and another was for selling clothes for yen. Su Chunghwa didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The Su family are all former soldiers. They originally planned to train Zhao Yuanyi for a career in politics, but unexpectedly, this kid is all about money now. Recently, Su Jingyan was running between the Sihiyuan and the main courtyard every day. She entrusted the 2 children entirely to Su Chunghwa, Xi and Huimin and Fan Xia. Thinking about how Su Chunghwa brought a little pudding to the team every day, nurturing him properly, and he was learning well, she couldn't help but smile even in her sleep. However, she always liked soldiers. If her son could become a soldier in the future, she would be happy. Meanwhile, as her clothes sold again and again through the little agents, Zhao Yuanyi returned. Early in the morning, he came to the main courtyard to find her, which was a bit of a surprise. Zhao Yuanyi. She was still sleeping when Fan Xia woke her up. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw Zhao Yuanyi standing in the living room, suntanned and 10 pounds thinner.
Su Jingyan felt heartbroken.
Zhao Yuanyi saw Su Jingyan hurriedly coming downstairs with her big belly, looking worried. He quickly ran to the staircase and said nervously, "Be careful." Her black eyes were full of longing, love, and concern. Su Jingyan smiled foolishly. At that moment, she finally realized how much she truly missed this man. She decided to act on her feelings. Standing on the stairs, she directly hugged Zhao Yuanyi. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Her words were full of affection, slight grievance, and longing. Zhao Yuanyi carefully avoided her belly, holding her waist gently, and softly said, "Sorry, I came back late. You've been through a lot." Xi and Huimin. Fan Xia escaped. She didn't see anything.
Cough.
"Come sit down, everyone." Su Jingyan let go of Zhao Yuanyi, showing no embarrassment. She linked her arm with his, smiling sweetly, and said as they headed toward the sofa, "Why are you so dark? Is the food over there not good? Why do you look so thin?" Zhao Yuanyi looked down at the person he missed so much and softly said, "The food is fine, but I've been too busy. Sometimes I don't have time to eat. It's very hot outside, and I've been running around every day, so I got tanned." Thinking of his wife's picky nature, he added, "I'll take good care of myself these days. In less than half a month, I'll be back to normal." Su Jingyan giggled and said, Yes, I'll make you some homemade whitening masks to hydrate your skin and whiten it. Look, your skin's rough now." Xi and Huimin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Men whitening and hydrating? Is this a joke? But thinking about how the couple's little separation made their reunion sweeter, she didn't say anything. Seeing them sitting on the sofa, still close together, Xi and Huimin softly said, "Yuanyi, did you run a shop at the department store from the Hu family's young guy?" Zhao Yuanyi looked at Xi and Huimin with some surprise, then nodded. "Yes, I think this big change is a good opportunity. Beijing is just starting to open department stores, and many factories in the south are already allowing people to buy supplies. Even if the prices are higher without official tickets, the sales can be better. Electronics are a bit expensive but rare, especially for young couples getting married, who usually prepare a few items. Do you have a way to get supplies?" Zhao Yuani nodded lightly. My second brother helped me find someone. How do you know Huisheng Yuan? He once got into a fight and I helped him out. His school is not far from mine, and we gradually became friends. Xian Huimin glanced at him and thought that letting Huisheng Yuan compete with so many people for the shop was not just about familiarity. That child lost his mother at a young age and was spoiled by his family. Although a bit reckless, he is clever and values feelings. Everyone in the big courtyard knows this. At this moment, Su Jian thought of something and asked with curiosity, Mom, Huisheng Yuan? The little troublemaker from the Hor family? The youngest master at the back of the Su estate. If he was that troublemaker, she truly had to admire Zhao Yuan Yi. Xian Huimin looked at her sideways and said, How, after a few years, you've even forgotten him. Back then, old Master Su wanted to match Su Jian with Huisheng Yuan. But before anything happened, Su Jian went to the countryside, and when she returned, she was married with a child. Su Jian smiled and said, That's a bit surprising, isn't it? Then she turned to Zhao Yuan Yi and gave a thumbs up. Zhao Yuan Yi, you can be friends with that troublemaker Hua. You're really impressive. As far as I know, he only has one friend, my brother. Back then, they were called the troublemakers of the courtyard. No one dared to mess with them. Zhao Yuani didn't know this at all. Shen Yuan is a good person. His personality is a bit colorful, but once he trusts someone, he's all in. When dealing with such people, be sincere. No need to worry about betrayal. Xian Huimin looked at Zhao Yuan Yi and couldn't help but admire her son-in-law. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Jian went over and answered. Hello, is this Su Jian's parents' house? Hearing a familiar voice on the phone, Su Jian smiled in surprise. Ting Ting? Why did you call me today? You've been missing for over 20 days. Over 20 days ago, Lu Tingting came to her house to visit, had lunch, and then didn't contact her again. She was busy earning money and had forgotten about her old friends. Lu Tingting on the phone smiled and said, You're so busy. I wouldn't dare bother you. I came to find you yesterday afternoon. Your mother-in-law said you were at your mom's place. I had to ask my dad for your number. Oh, I see. My mom is back. I'll stay there for a few days. Tingting, do you need anything? Yes, aren't you dealing with seafood? My dad's comrade's son is getting married, and they're setting up 30 or 40 tables. I just asked if they needed seafood. I didn't expect him to say yes. Now I'm wondering where to get so much seafood. Jian, do you have that much seafood? Su Jian smiled with a tilt of her eyes. 30 or 40 tables. There's definitely money to be made. However, she didn't agree directly. Instead, she said, When do you need it exactly? The quantity is large, so you have to order in advance and arrange transportation from out of town. Oh, no rush. She's getting married in 10 days. If you can place an order, you can go ahead and arrange it for them. All right, give me the number. Okay. By the way, what kind of fish do you have? We have many types like yellow croaker, bass, blackfish. These are a bit more expensive. Then there are carp, grass carp, and crucian carp, which are cheaper. I can get these at cost price plus a little for shipping for your dad's comrades. Yellow croaker, bass, and blackfish can be priced at 70 cents per jean. Carp, grass carp, and crucian carp at 30 cents per jean. Crabs and shrimps are priced by size. Big crabs at 9 yuan each. Large shrimps at 1 yuan 20 each. Oysters and clams are also at 7 yuan 50 per jean. You're welcome to come to my place to pick up some samples so they can see the quality, then place an order. Since her crabs were large, they were already selling for 12 yuan per jean in the market. Large shrimps were 1 yuan 50 each, and oysters and clams were 9 yuan per jean. She could offer a lower price, but not too much below market value. Otherwise, Zhou Xingdong, who sold at a high price, would definitely face trouble. All right, if you have time this afternoon, I'll come to pick up the goods at 4 o'clock. Sure, no problem. After confirming the order, Lu Tingting said, Jian, I heard from my grandfather that they plan to send a batch of students abroad to study for a year. Each department at our school has 1 or 2 spots. Are you planning to go? This sudden news made Su Jian fall into deep thought. After a moment, she asked, when, since she was pregnant, it was definitely not possible now. Also, in her memory, after the reform and opening up, the first batch of students going abroad was probably after next year. Sure enough, Lu Tingting gave her the answer. maybe before or after the new year. After school starts, they will gradually go through various tests and competitions to decide who gets the spots. Su Jian pursed her lips and asked, "Do you know what they will compare?" "They are discussing it now. It seems it's not just about academic performance. Some suggested that studying abroad is mainly to benefit the country, so they also want to assess the person's character, loyalty to the country, and adaptability abroad like English skills. If you want to go, start preparing now. Don't let others find out you're involved in trading things. Also, read more newspapers to understand the country's policies. Your English is pretty good, so it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, one more thing. You should prepare some US dollars in advance. Although the country offers subsidies, they probably won't be much." "Yes, thank you, Ting Ting. By the way, are you planning to go out?" "I want to go out." "All right then. We'll meet this afternoon to talk." After a few words, they hung up. Xian Huimin then frowned and asked, "Is the school organizing to study abroad?" That afternoon, Su Jingyan left Zhao Hua at the Su family home and went back to the courtyard with Zhao Yuani. She told Xian Huimin she would come over tomorrow. As for Zhao Qi, she stayed glued to Su Qinghua every day, hardly ever leaving the house. Back at the courtyard, Su Jingyan found that Zhao Yuani had filled 2 rooms with fabric. Even their bedroom had 3 large TVs, 2 refrigerators, various radios, some small tape recorders, and 2 big boxes of hard drives and tapes. Su Jingyan was surprised to see tapes in this era. Curious, she picked one up and asked, "Where did you get this?" She remembered that tapes became popular in the 1980s. Could they really have them now? Zhao Yuani smiled and said, "These are the latest from Shanghai. These tapes are all songs sung by popular stars." He then took her hand gently and said affectionately, "Yan Yan, I rented a shop in the department store. 1 room is for you. You can finish your design sketches and think about how to decorate. I'll start working on the renovation. Since it's fall, it's perfect for a new look. Once it's done, we can open for business. You just need to stay at home, come up with clothing styles, and control the products. I'll find people to handle the shop." "How does that sound? The shop costs a lot, so it's best to open as soon as possible." Su Jingyan smiled and tiptoed to kiss him. "Thank you, husband. Even from so far away, you're still thinking of me. You say whatever you want. Let's renovate quickly. I'll find some new styles and try to make a big batch of clothes before opening. By the way, did you find denim fabric for me?" "Yes, I did. Several thick fabrics suitable for pants. I've brought some. There are also a few bright-colored velvets and some colorful taffeta, as well as pretty yarns." "Yarns?" Su Jingyan raised her eyebrows in surprise and happily exclaimed. She really liked sweaters, but it's hard to buy good yarn these days. Not only do you need a yarn ticket, but supplies are often out of stock. In her space, Chung Jingwen has collected some various sweaters, but each style only has 2 or 3 pieces, with no large stockpile. "Where are they? Take me to see." Autumn has arrived, and knitting high-neck, long sweaters or loose, round-neck cardigans, both outerwear and inner layers, look very nice. Zhao Yuan took her to the West Room, where her second cousin Chen Bingyuan and another cousin live. He pointed to more than 10 large sacks and said, "These are samples. Which one do you like? I'll call the factory to send more." He then moved a few bags and opened them one by one. Su Jingyan looked through them and saw that the yarn quality was very good and the colors were quite true. There were white, off-white, black, light gray, sky blue, navy blue, army green, grass green, bright red, wine red, pink, light yellow, ginger yellow, and more, over 10 colors in total. Looks like I need to find some people to knit sweaters. Before opening, I want to knit a batch. Zhao Yuan rubbed Su Jingyan's head and smiled. "Just do what you think is best. Don't overwork yourself. If you want to knit sweaters, you can look for some women nearby who aren't working." Su Jingyan suddenly thought of a few women she recently met, especially Lu Zhizhi, who is considerate and keeps her mouth shut. "Okay, I got it. All right, you rest first. I'll go find Hua Xingyuan to handle the shop's paperwork and pay the rent." When it came to paying, Zhao Yuan took Su Jingyan back to the bedroom, smiling with a twist of his lips. "It's been so long, and you haven't asked how much money your man made." Su Jingyan blinked. "You bought so much fabric, yarn, and even a TV. Do you have money?" Zhao Yuan reached out and playfully ruffled her head. After being out so long, if that's all you earned, it's not worth it.
Wow.
Such a big attitude. While speaking, Zhao Yuan also gave her an answer. With two large, bulging bags, he unzipped them with a rip and took out two pieces of clothing wrapped on top, revealing a full bundle of money inside, mostly rolled into 10 yuan bundles. Su Jingyan was a bit stunned, swallowed hard, and nervously asked, "How much money is this?" It's not that she's inexperienced or surprised easily. She earned quite a bit during this holiday and even bought a 4-courtyard compound. But Zhao Yuan, with just 50 days of holiday and half a month spent on the road, still managed to earn so much? Zhao Yuan whispered, 20,000 yuan. We secretly went to Port City in the middle of the night. There, we traded some imported cars, household appliances, radios, and tape recorders, which earned us a lot of money. Later, we bought more tape recorders and tapes from there and sold them in Zhejiang province. Then, we bought some electronic watches and sold them for a few days. When we returned, we brought back tens of thousands of yuan. Su Jinyan, oh. I don't want to say anything anymore. She was still selling clothes, earning just a few yuan at a time, while others were trading cars and making thousands of yuan. As the old saying goes, comparing oneself to others can be very frustrating. However, she was still curious and asked, "The three of you went out and each of you got so much money." Zhao Yuani pursed his lips and said, "They had more money when they left, and they invested a lot. Each of them got 10,000 yuan more than me. After I bought fabric, there wasn't much left, but they shared so much because they are loyal friends." Also, second brother helped find suppliers and did a lot of running around. This time, second brother helped a lot. I plan to open an electronics store and bring back big items, like a refrigerator for your uncle's family and your little aunt's family. Su Jinyan felt a bit dizzy. The two of them stored the money carefully. Zhao Yuani specifically advised that it was best not to let Zhao Jingjun and Sun Shi know about it. After they left the house, Zhao Yuani went to the East Wing room and told Zhao Jingjun and Sun Shi a few words before hurrying away. After Zhao Yuani left, Su Jinyan went to the spare room to look at the crabs, prawns, and fish. Later, for convenience, she cleared out another storage room in the south wing. Inside, she placed 10 large tanks filled with crabs, prawns, clams, oysters, and various fish. She also stored some eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese. Only she and Sun Shi had the keys. Seeing that each seafood was alive and well, she added a drop of well water from the space into each tank and supplemented each with a small amount of seafood. If she added too much, Sun Shi would notice. When the crabs and fish were just placed into the tanks, Sun Shi pushed the door open. Yen, just looking at the fish. Su Jinyan subtly raised an eyebrow. This kind of small talk usually meant there was something else going on. She turned around and smiled, saying, "Yes, just checking if they're all alive." Sun Shi smiled and hesitated before saying, Yen, I want to talk to you about something." "Yes, Mom. Just tell me what you want." Her son had just come back and she was asking me about something? She thought just now talking to your son was so good. Su Jinyan's first thought was that Sun Shi's recent jealous looks at Chen Meijun made her clueless about what to say. Now, hearing her want to discuss something, her heart was pounding. Sun felt a bit embarrassed and smiled, thinking about the conversation she had with her husband. She was actually quite worried that Su Jingyan might oppose the idea. After all, collecting scrap metal might be a bit shameful to say out loud. Their son and daughter-in-law are both college students, and their in-laws are high officials. It wouldn't sound good or be easy to explain if they went out in public. What if the daughter-in-law looked down on them and disagreed? But besides this, they don't have any other skills, and they don't really know what else to do. They can't just rely on their son and daughter-in-law to support them forever. They're not old enough to be unable to work. It's like this. A few days ago, your father and I went shopping and saw someone collecting scrap, old newspapers, useless books and paper, broken tables and benches. They sell these at the scrapyard, and I found out they can make good money. Your father's leg is better now, so he thought about collecting scrap too, to avoid just sitting at home with nothing to do. Mom wants to ask if you agree. When collecting scrap, we'll need to pile things in the yard. Your dad and I also want to help sell your clothes, but we don't have any contacts, and we're not good at talking. We really don't know how to do it. Su Jingyan thought for a moment and realized that this industry is quite profitable at the start. Also, in this era, they might even find some good items. Mom, Dad, I support whatever you want to do, but you should ask Yuani first. Also, I suggest that if you really want to collect scrap, you could gather old TVs, radios, and scrap metal. These can bring in more profit. You can just leave the collected items in the yard. School is about to start, and my two brothers and Meijun definitely won't stay here. When the time comes, you can store good items inside the house, and for paper and other recyclables, build a small shed in the backyard. Please discuss the details with Yuan when you get back. If you're going to collect scrap here, I'll move into my second courtyard house. Then I'll have an excuse when I give birth. Today, Xian Huimin also said that after the baby is born, she will ask Fan Xia to take care of her. Son's cooking skills, Xian Huimin doesn't trust them either. Plus, the second courtyard is big enough, so she can expand her small clothing workshop later. Listening to the sewing machine next door making clack-clack sounds, she thought, I need to start working on it soon. Renovations will be quick, and there are many things to do. She needs to expand as soon as possible. Mother, I also want to talk to you about something. Yuan Yi set up a shop for me to sell clothes. Aunt Chi and Aunt Lu are working there, but they are a bit overwhelmed. My second courtyard has been renovated, and I want to move there. I plan to set up a small clothing workshop and move everything over, making the space bigger. Then I can hire a few more people. If you and Dad want to collect scrap, you can stay here. If not, you can move to the new house, which is larger and has a place for you to live. Are you planning to move out? Sun was a little surprised and quickly said, Yen, if you don't want your parents to collect scrap and feel embarrassed, we won't do it. We can think of other ways to make money. Su Jingyan quickly shook her head. No, Mother, where are you getting that idea? You saw how Aunt Chi and Aunt Lu are working hard every day, and the clothes aren't enough to sell. If we open another shop, it definitely won't be enough. So, we need to expand the small clothing factory right away. This place is a bit small. Actually, it's not that small. After Chen Meijun and Chen Bingyuan left, the space became larger. She really wanted to live alone now. Living with her in-laws, her sister-in-law, and her aunt-in-law, sometimes they want to visit her, but she has to think about it. Sun nodded. As long as you don't mind your dad and mom collecting scrap and feeling ashamed, how could she mind? You and Dad are trying to earn money, isn't it for the family? Although she always thought about her eldest son, that ungrateful son, her main concern was always Zhao Yuan Yi. Sun smiled and nodded. Hey, don't you like the yard? Your dad, and I will earn more money, and buy you a yard. Su Jingyan smiled softly. Yes, okay. Let's go out. I just brought back a watermelon and some strawberries. You can hang the watermelon in the water well. My classmate is coming over later. They left the small house. Sun went into the kitchen, and Su Jingyan went to the clothing workshop. She watched Aunt Chi Kai Feng making clothes for a while, then took out 5 big notes, clapped her hands to get their attention, and said, Aunt Chi, Aunt Lu, thank you for your hard work these days. Here's 50 yuan, 30 for Aunt Chi, and 20 for Aunt Lu. This is your bonus for this period. When you leave later, each of you can take a yellow croaker to cook for your family tonight. Both women were very happy. Aunt Chi Kai Feng smiled and nodded. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Lu Zhizhi also quickly said, Thank you, Xiaoyan. Thinking about the big yellow croaker Su Jingyan made for them last time, she couldn't help but salivate. That was a yellow croaker. She had only eaten it once. Su Jingyan smiled and said, You're welcome. All of this is thanks to both of you working hard and putting in long hours. I really appreciate your effort. There's one more thing. I want to expand our small workshop. Do you know anyone skilled in making patterns, cutting, sewing, and other hands-on work? Ideally, about 7 or 8 people. That many? Chi Kaifeng asked in surprise. Su Jingyan nodded and said, Yes, the clothing market is getting better. I have some friends who can sell to other places, so the demand is growing. If we hire more people, your base salary will increase by 10 yuan each month. Aunt Chi will be promoted to the small factory manager, and Aunt Lu will be a team leader. I hope you both keep working hard, making sure each piece of clothing is done well, supervising the workers, and controlling the quality. Only when our clothes are good will they sell well. If sales improve in the future, I hope one day you can become factory managers, earning hundreds or even over 1,000 yuan a day. Lu Zhizhi listened excitedly, unsure where to put her hands, and happily said, Xiao Yan, don't worry. I will do my best and take good care of the new workers, making sure every piece of clothing is finished properly. Chi Kaifeng remained calm and said, Don't worry. If we really expand, I will ensure the quality of the clothes. After finishing these few pieces, I'll go and contact some friends I know to see if they want to come. I also have 2 nieces in Beiji village. They've loved sewing, embroidery, and patchwork since they were young. They often make creative clothes, and their work looks great, but they need a place to stay if they come. Su Jingyan listened and said, As long as they have good character, there's no problem. Ask if they're willing to come. As for accommodation, I have plenty of space in my new house. However, when you find people, make sure to tell them in advance. The styles of the clothes made here must be kept secret, and they can't make clothes for others. Everything in our small factory must stay confidential. Also, if they decide to leave, they need to give a week's notice. Of course, the pay and benefits are better than elsewhere. If they work on a piece-by-piece basis, they'll earn at least 30 yuan a month, plus benefits like rice and meat during holidays like the New Year and the Mid-Autumn Festival. The internship lasts 1 month. If they do well and improve their skills, their wages can increase further. Both women nodded happily. All right, we understand. By the way, Aunt Chi, Aunt Lu, if you know anyone who can knit sweaters and is good at handwork, please introduce them to me. I want to knit a batch of sweaters. Knitting sweaters is a slow process, so it's fine to have more people involved. Both women nodded to show they understood. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, followed by Ling Tingting's voice. She pushed the door open, smiling and waving, Come in quickly. Then she stepped out of the room and closed the door. Ling Tingting arrived riding her bicycle, with 2 bags hanging on the handlebars, 1 cloth bag that looked like a big watermelon.
Wow, so polite.
Just come in. Why are you bringing these things? These are freshly picked watermelons, very tasty, she said as she walked inside, glancing at the clothing room and smiling. You're really busy. Hee, yes, I have to be, she replied. Su Jingyan brought Ling Tingting into the living room. When Sun Shi saw someone coming, she quickly took out the watermelon hanging in the well earlier. Su Jingyan cut some watermelon and washed some strawberries.
Try some.
These strawberries are very delicious. Ling Tingting was surprised to see such large strawberries. Big strawberries? This is the first time I've seen such big ones. She happily picked one and ate it, and the taste made her very happy. Where did you buy these? Why are they so tasty? Su Jingyan squinted and smiled. If you like them, take some when you leave. There are still quite a few. Ling Tingting nodded with a smile. How much? Help me buy more. I want to share some with my relatives and neighbors. Maybe they can sell well. She thought to herself that Su Jingyan was really good at trading and the things she got were top quality. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled and said, Better not. Just bring some for your family and friends to try. These are from my space, and I sell them to Zhou Xingdong at 3 times the market price. Zhou sells them at an even higher price, selling through special channels to very wealthy and important people.
Why?
Ling Tingting asked curiously. Not many goods? Su Jingyan shook her head and smiled. It's not that. These strawberries are called cream strawberries. They're rare and very expensive. Not many people can afford them. How much? Ling Tingting asked curiously, picking one and putting it in her mouth to see if it tasted like cream. 2 yuan each, at the purchase price. Su Jingyan emphasized the cost price. Lu Tingting bit into her strawberry, but her teeth suddenly froze with surprise, and she didn't dare to chew anymore. After a while, she carefully bit it apart and swallowed. You, don't take it away from me. I'm afraid you'll break your teeth. Su Jingyan burst out laughing, wiping away tears of laughter, and said, I only eat it occasionally. Life is short, so why not indulge a little? Work hard to earn money. Isn't it just to be able to eat what you want and do what you like? Yes, you're right. Lu Tingting felt a bit envious hearing this, but unfortunately, her strict parents kept her focused on studying. By the way, have you decided? Do you want to study abroad? Su Jingyan paused, thinking of the original owner's older brother. In her memories, that rebellious brother was very caring toward her, almost to the point of spoiling her completely. He was always ready to help whenever she needed. After the new year, she also had her baby and finished her confinement period. Do you know where you want to study abroad? I heard there are several places, like the capital of Eagle Country, California in the US, and a few others, but I'm not very clear. California in the US? Maybe Los Angeles would be convenient? Perhaps even at the University of Los Angeles? Yes, I want to go. Maybe we can go together? I want to attend a university in California. My second uncle and third uncle are there, so they can take care of me. Lu Tingting smiled and said, if you go, we'll choose a school together. They talked for over an hour. It was getting late, so Lu Tingting took her seafood samples and left. Before leaving, Su Jingyan still handed her some cream strawberries. In the evening, Zhao Yuanli returned around 8 p.m., and after another hour or so, the Chun brothers and Chun Meijun also came back. Since school was starting soon, many early arriving students and their families were out having fun. Photography was very popular, so these days, the three of them left at 4:30 a.m. and only returned around 9 or 10 p.m. As they became more skilled, their business improved. Each person would carry 2 or 3 outfits daily, and customers dressed in beautiful new clothes liked to take more photos. Many others, seeing their success, also started taking photos for others. Unfortunately, they didn't have instant photo cameras, and the picture quality was poor, which limited their business somewhat. Seeing Su Jingyan return, the three of them were all happily smiling. Thinking about the money on the Kong table, they couldn't stop laughing while eating. They had already discussed using that money to buy a 2 and 4 courtyard house. If it wasn't enough, they would ask their family to help cover the rest. Their small house of over 80 square meters is no longer enough for their family, especially since their older brother is now of marriage age. Without a house, who will marry him? They also envy the 2-courtyard house that Su Jingyan renovated. After everyone finished eating with different thoughts, Sun Shi took her son into the East Wing room, while Chun Bingyuan took Su Jingyan to the West Wing room. Chun Bingyuan took out 2 cloth bags of money from the Kong table and said excitedly and boldly, "Count the money." Su Jingyan smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you guys divided the money these past few days? Including today, it's been 3 days. Ah, what are we dividing? You're just teasing us. We're just counting the money these days. Actually, they are behind." The brothers' biggest fun every night is counting money. They count the money over and over, imagining whether to buy a 3-courtyard, 4-courtyard, or a 3-in-1 courtyard. Although they really want a yard like Su Jingyan's, they worry that it might cause a rift with their older brother over such matters. They are earning money, but their older brother still doesn't have a house. If they buy a house for him directly, he probably wouldn't want it. Forget it, they'll buy a big house first. If they earn more money later, they can buy another. They have enough money anyway. The brothers are full of enthusiasm every day. Chun Bingyuan and his brother, along with Chun Meijun, have counted and organized the 2 large cloth bags of money several times. But counting money never gets tiring, right? The 4 of them counted all the money twice more, totaling 5,468 yuan. Each person gets 1,367 yuan. Although they had already calculated this, holding bundles of money in their hands feels completely different. Jingyan, Xiaoqi, Xiao Yuan, you guys have good connections. Can you help me find out about houses? I want to buy a 1-courtyard 4-connection house. Jingyan, preferably not too far from your home. If there's no suitable one, then buy a 2-courtyard one. It's too big for her to live alone, so she prefers a 1-courtyard house or a 1-in-1 house. Okay, I'll help look into it. The school starts in 2 days. You guys should settle down. If not, just stop for now and relax for a couple of days. Relax? The day school starts, just go to school. Anyway, the first day is just for fun. Chun Bingyuan opposed first. In the past 2 days, they earn nearly 500 yuan a day, which is more than a year's living expenses in just 1 day. His mother and father together only earn a little over 100 a month, which is hardly comparable. Su Jingyan pursed his lips and nodded. You can see for yourselves, but you also need your family's approval. Also, Xiaoyuan, you have the college entrance exam next year. This summer, while you're earning money from the house, you're also saving enough for your pocket money. You should understand that nothing is easy. Once you start school, you need to focus. Your main task now is studying. If you want to earn money, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Chen Bingyuan scratched his head. I know. I'm good at studying. Getting into a university isn't a problem. Don't be careless. I worry you might be blinded by money. If you earn too much this summer and neglect your studies, it will be a loss. You might gain a little but lose a lot. Chen Bingyuan thought, that's a small gain and I'm happy to take it. But he also knew the importance of studying. For example, Su Jingyan used to have a personality that everyone disliked, but because he was good at studying and also good-looking, even his bad temper was praised sky-high. This time, he even became the city's top scorer. His mother kept bragging at work, and at home, she would show off her nephew, the city's top scorer. One more thing, Meijun Chichi. Today I heard that the country might send a batch of university students abroad to study. Each school should have some spots. Chichi, if you want to go, you need to work hard this semester. Meijun, I think each department in our school should have 1 or 2 spots. From what I know, studying abroad isn't just about good grades, it also tests a student's loyalty to the country. The government invests in sending students abroad, hoping they will serve the motherland in the future. If they see the prosperity abroad and don't want to come back, the school will consider it. After thinking for a moment, Meijun shook her head. I don't want to go. I don't have big ambitions. I just want to live peacefully, earn a little money, and find a loving man to settle down with. Chen Bingqi looked at Meijun and thought for a moment before saying, I'll see how things go. If my parents want me to go, I'll go. Su Jingyan nodded and stood up, saying, all right, get some rest.
You only need to know about this.
Don't tell anyone else. Wait for the school to notify you. After Su Jingyan and Meijun left Chen Bingqi's room, they each went back to their own. As soon as she entered her room, Zhao Yuani had already poured her face wash and mouthwash. Enjoying this rare treatment made Su Jingyan smile brightly. It's still good to have my husband at home. Zhao Yuani chuckled softly, stood up, and wrung out a warm towel to wipe her face and hands. Has your mother been giving you trouble lately? Su Jingyan was not someone who easily swallowed grievances, but she didn't complain. She simply told the truth. She hasn't caused trouble, but there are some things you need to decide. Zhao Yuani took her to sit on the sofa, then placed a basin on the floor, took off her shoes and socks, and gently put her feet into warm water. As he did so, he asked, what's the matter? Is it about your parents collecting recyclables? Yes, I don't really mind about collecting recyclables, based on what you said. Su Jingyan relaxed and spoke softly as she soaked her feet. Her belly was now big, so bending down to wash her feet was no longer easy. But she couldn't let her mother-in-law do it for her either, so she just rinsed her feet with warm water every day. Zhao Yuani thought for a moment and said, I think we should let them try. My parents aren't educated, so working in a factory probably isn't suitable. They sit at home for long periods and can't really stay still. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. They aren't just sitting around, right? Recently, your mother has been selling seafood, eggs, and other things she took from home. She's sold quite a bit, and I give her 10 yuan a week for living expenses. They're not short of money, but what annoyed her most was that they took the money from selling things without even contributing any of their own. She didn't like being shortchanged like that. If she directly pointed it out, Zhao Yuani would lose face, and it would be even worse if it reached Sun's family. As long as enough time passed, Zhao Yuani would surely notice. However, the only thing she found strange was that her father-in-law, Zhao Jingjun, was not the kind of person to ignore such matters. If Sun's family took things and sold them without paying, Zhao Jingjun didn't react at all. She simply couldn't believe Zhao Jingjun was that kind of person. Zhao Yuani massaged Su Jingyan's feet, carefully handling her soft skin with his rough fingers. He was cautious, afraid that any careless move might hurt her delicate feet. He thanked her softly. Thank you, my wife. You've been working hard these days. Thank you for becoming so good, for allowing me to live a different life, and for tolerating my parents. Actually, just now, Sun's family and Zhao Jingjun not only talked about collecting recyclables, but also mentioned wanting his eldest brother to come over for a photo session. Su Jinyan didn't agree to that. Her tone carried some displeasure and a hint of blame. He immediately rejected it, clearly stating that his older brother and his family were not allowed to come to the capital. He also emphasized that they could earn their own money and give it to whoever they wanted, but taking their money to support his brother was not acceptable. This made him feel uncomfortable, and it's easy to imagine how Su Jinyan felt inside at that moment. She was such a proud person, yet now she was enduring her in-laws' unreasonable demands for his sake. For a moment, he didn't know whether bringing his parents to the capital was right or wrong. His older brother? Thinking about all those years, his family's coldness and indifference made him feel heartbroken. At first, when he wasn't involved in black market dealings, there was a time when his family was struggling, and he asked to borrow some grains. Not only did they refuse, but they also humiliated him in front of the whole village, saying that splitting the family meant cutting ties. They told him that beggars who came to ask for food would be given some, but if he came asking, he shouldn't expect anything. Sun Shi and Zhao Jingjun knew about this, but now they seemed to choose to forget it. Seeing Zhao Yuani looking sad and confused, Su Jinyan reached out and gently tousled his hair, saying, "What are you saying? No matter how hard it is, it's not as hard as what you're going through." And she was happy doing it. Zhao Yuani looked up at her and smiled. "That's what I think. If my parents want to collect scrap, let them stay here and do that. You said the 2-entry courtyard was renovated, right? We can move there. It's not far, just a 10-minute bike ride, and it's easy to take care of." He knew that, since ancient times, even the best mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could have conflicts. He also clearly felt that since Su Jinyan had improved, his mother's attitude towards her had become more and more lenient. At the same time, from their conversations overnight, he could tell that the past few weeks hadn't been happy for them. Being apart was good for everyone. Su Jinyan looked at Zhao Yuani in surprise, then smiled softly and sincerely said, "Thank you, husband. I'm very happy that our small family can live alone. But at the new house, I'll leave rooms for your parents and mine. When they come, they can stay anytime." Zhao Yuani stood up and gently hugged Su Jinyan, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you." With such a considerate wife, he couldn't find any fault. "Just Yan, this courtyard is your dowry. You should ask your parents and grandparents about it." "All right, I'll talk to them tomorrow. It's not a big deal." Su Jian originally had many things she wanted to say to Zhao Yuani about how Sun's family had pressured and mistreated her. Zhao Jingjun didn't seem as understanding as he appeared on the surface. But when she saw Zhao Yuani's eyes full of love and devotion for her, all her words vanished. The small grievances she had suffered from Sun's family and Zhao Jingjun were completely dissolved by Zhao Yuani's endless affection. She also felt that Sun's family and Zhao Jingjun were afraid of Zhao Yuani. When Zhao Yuani was present, they dared not make any demands on her, nor did they dare show any displeasure when her family's people came to visit and enjoyed good food. It was as if his return solved all problems. When Zhao Yuani just came back, the two of them inevitably shared some intimacy at night. But out of concern for her pregnancy, they stopped at the last step. After being intimate, Zhao Yuani and she lay on her belly for a while listening. Suddenly, her belly bulged here and there, and the baby inside interacted with them with surprise. "Wife, this is a hand. This part is so strong it must be a foot. Look, it's so hard, and it's got a temper, must be a boy." Su Jian also noticed that Zhao Yuani gently touched a bump on her belly, and the little one inside suddenly kicked her, or gave her a punch. It didn't hurt, but it made her jump. This little one had been very active lately, but always gentle. Today, it seemed to have a temper. They played with the baby for a while, then talked about their shop. Zhao Yuani fell into a deep sleep. After traveling by train for 7 or 8 days and arriving home late last night, she had gotten up early today and rushed to the Su family. Her persistence was impressive. She wasn't exhausted at all. After Zhao Yuani fell asleep, Su Jian still fought off her drowsiness, entered her spiritual space, and tidied up the seafood. She stored away the watermelons from the field and planted some millet. It was the season for watermelons and strawberries, and she planned to stop after this batch. Next time, it would be millet. In this era, millet was more expensive than rice. Black market rice was about 4 mao per jean, but millet was at least 9 mao, and it was scarce. The black market often ran out of stock. After finishing planting, she used her spiritual power to slaughter 3 pigs, divided them up, and then left her space to sleep heavily. The next morning, after Su Jian woke up, Zhao Yuani had already gone out. Only Sun's family and she were at home. Sun's family told her that Zhao Yuani had gone to handle some business matters. Sun prepared tomato and egg noodles for her. Just after finishing the meal, Chi Kaifeng arrived with a girl and 4 women. Su Jingyan looked at them briefly and said, "Aunt Chi, come sit quickly. These ladies and the young girl can also sit." Chi Kaifeng knew Su Jingyan's personality, smiled and nodded, invited the others to sit, and took the seat next to Su Jingyan. "Xiao Yan, these ladies are tailors I brought here. The girl is my distant niece. This is Aunt Wang. She used to work at a textile factory but handed her job to her daughter-in-law. She is very good at making clothes and is very careful. This is Aunt Ning. Her sewing skills are inherited. Her grandmother once ran a tailor shop. She learned from a young age, can make simple styles, cut patterns, sew, and attach buttons well. She is quick and used to do some small jobs in the village. This is Aunt Zhang. She is also skilled, often helping neighbors with clothes to earn some extra money. She is very good at knitting sweaters, can make many patterns, and works fast. She can finish an adult sweater in 3 days and nights. You can try her out first. This is Ning Xiao Xiao, Aunt Ning's niece. She is not very experienced with pattern cutting but loves designing various small styles. Her designs are okay, and she is quick at sewing and attaching buttons. She can also knit sweaters but not as fast as Aunt Zhang, about 1 adult sweater in 4 days. In this era, there were no knitting machines, so sweaters were not mass-produced. Unfortunately, the space didn't have such machines either. Silently, she made a mental note. Once these machines are available, she must stock some. Su Jingyan smiled and greeted everyone, then turned to Chi Kaifeng and asked, "Your people are here. Has Aunt Lu's person arrived?" Chi Kaifeng replied, "Probably still a little while. She's waiting because you are now pregnant and wants you to rest more, so she asked them to come after 9 o'clock. Su Jingyan nodded and looked at the others, smiling gently. "Hello everyone, I'll introduce myself briefly now. My name is Su Jingyan. You can call me Xiao Yan or Jingyan. I am quite casual and don't have many strict rules. There are no complicated customs here. I'll just mention a few simple things. If you think it's okay, you can stay and help out. The first and most important point is confidentiality. You all know that the country's policies are not very clear yet, so you cannot tell your friends and family where you work, what kind of work you do, or how much you earn. If someone asks, you can say you do some odd jobs or help with sewing clothes, but you should not share this information publicly. The second point is about the clothing styles here. You are not allowed to secretly take on jobs for others or make clothes for friends. If your friends want the styles we make, I can sell them at the fabric cost plus a small fee for your labor. The third point concerns wages. Aunt Chi has already explained this to you. There are 2 options. One is a fixed salary of 30 yuan per month, working from 8:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the morning and 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in the afternoon. If you need to work overtime, you'll get extra pay, which is 0.25 yuan per hour. The other option is piecework pay, where you earn more if you make more clothes. Clothes cannot be taken home to work on. You can choose how many hours to work each day. The pay per piece will be explained later by Aunt Chi. For sweaters, more complicated designs cost 5 yuan each. Simpler ones cost 3 yuan each. If you agree, I will prepare a simple contract now. Once you sign it, you can start working today. Ning Xiao Xiao looked worried. Comrade Su, do we really need to sign a contract? What kind of contract? Su Jingyan smiled and said, "It's a simple employment contract. It not only protects my rights, but also your rights. The contract will include the 3 points I just mentioned. If you don't keep the confidentiality, I can report you to the police. But mainly, it's for your benefit. If I don't pay you on time or according to the rules after you finish your work, you can also report me. She knew this was just a scare tactic for those who didn't understand the law. If she dared to report her, she would be risking a few days in jail. Take some time to think carefully. Decide whether you want to work here and which wage option to choose. Then I will prepare the contract. At this moment, Lu Jing, niece of Chi Kaifeng, whispered, I want to work. I choose piecework pay. As soon as she spoke, Aunt Zhang also said she wanted to work and preferred piecework pay. After they finished, Aunt Ning was silent for a few seconds and asked, I used to have quite a few clients. If I work here, can they still come to me to make clothes? Don't worry, I took on the work and it won't affect the tasks here. I don't need to make clothing styles here either. I will work overtime at night. After all these years, I am just a neighbor, and suddenly leaving is not easy. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. Of course, as long as it doesn't interfere with our workshop's work and you're not too tired, you can take on the job. However, I have a better idea. Since our workshop makes clothes, and the styles are nice, if your friends want you to make clothes, you could sell ours. I can give you the wholesale price, and you can earn the difference. That way, you could make more money. But I need to warn you, since our clothes will soon be sold in department stores, the selling price can't be lower than the store prices. Ning Auntie nodded gently. I understand. I just looked at our clothes. The fabric is good and the styles are nice. My clients usually don't have much money and they wear simple, rough cloth clothes. They probably won't buy high-quality clothes. Su Jingyan smiled and nodded. All right, whatever you decide. After they finished talking, Ning Xiao hesitated and said, I want to try sewing a sweater. I also want to earn some wages first because I really need money for food. If I can sew a sweater first, I can get paid early or I might not have enough to eat. Of course, I'll get you some yarn and samples later. You can see if you can sew. Aunt Zhang, you're experienced, so try sewing 2 sweaters first. I want to see how they turn out. Zhao Yuan brought back a lot of yarn, along with bamboo and iron needles for knitting sweaters. Aunt Zhang nodded and continued. All right, I'm glad everyone is willing to stay. I hope we all work hard together, improve together, and prosper together. Let's help each other and live in harmony. I believe our small workshop will get better and better, and our lives will improve. From now on, Chi Kaifeng will be the manager of our production workshop and Lu Zhizhi will be the team leader. If you have any questions, you can ask them. If I'm at home, you can also talk to me. Of course, if you face difficulties, you can come to me. I will do my best to help everyone. Today at noon, everyone will stay for a meal. It's my way of welcoming you. Go to the south room and get familiar with Leader Lu first. Chi will stay behind. Due to new members joining, Su Jingyan discussed a few requests with Chi Kaifeng. First, she emphasized the importance of keeping proper records. Every day, the amount of fabric taken from the warehouse, the finished garment stored, and the details of each worker's fabric use, such as the type of fabric, the style of clothing made, and the quantity, must be carefully recorded. This is important because it relates to their income, so no details should be overlooked. Next, she stressed that fabric should be cut reasonably to avoid waste. Leftover fabric pieces can be made into checkered quilt covers during free time, and larger scraps can be used for decorative purposes on clothing. Of course, she also mentioned that if anyone has leftover fabric at home, they can take a small amount. Since we will be colleagues in the future, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. For example, if there's an urgent situation at home requiring an advance on wages or if you need receipts, just let me know. I can help you exchange or handle those. She added, there are many rooms in the new house. I plan to clear out 2 rooms to serve as staff dormitories. The dorms will have cooking facilities. Talk to them. Besides your niece needing a place to stay, see if anyone else needs accommodation. Chi Kaifeng paused for a moment before speaking. I think Ning Auntie's niece, Ning Xiao, might need a place. She's from out of town. Her husband got into a college, but her in-laws think she only has 2 daughters and isn't suitable for their son, so they kicked her out. Xiao just got divorced and is staying at Ning Auntie's house, but their home isn't very spacious. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay there long-term, especially since she has 2 children. Would it be okay for her to move into the dorms? Ning Xiao looked to be about 26 or 27. She seemed to have poor nutrition over time, was thin, with rough, yellowish skin, making her look a bit older. How old are her children? The older one is 9, the younger 7. They are girls. I saw her once. She's very sensible and doesn't cause trouble, Su Jinyan thought for a moment. How well do you know Ning Xiaoxiao? What's her character like? She didn't wait for Chi Kaifeng to answer and continued. Don't mention the dormitory arrangement for now. Observe her for the next couple of days. Try to interact more, ask questions about her character, and see how she behaves. If she seems trustworthy, then we can let her move in. She added, I'll organize the new house over the next couple of days and buy some sewing machines to take over. Chi Kaifeng nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She said, Xiao Yan, yesterday I heard from my family that the second clothing factory in Beijing changed its manager. They brought back some new machines from Ho Hot, and some old machines were replaced. Do you want to consider buying them? These machines are much faster for making clothes than the sewing machines we buy in stores. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up and she smiled. Thank you, Aunt Chi. I'll practice right away. But we don't understand these machines. What if they break? How do we fix them? Chi Kaifeng smiled gently. I've thought about that too. My eldest uncle can repair these machines. I'll ask him to come and fix them when needed. That's great. I'll try to find a way to buy them now. Chi Kaifeng nodded with a smile. All right, you go arrange the workers. By the way, aren't you going to knit sweaters? Bring out the samples and yarn so I can let them practice. Su Jingyan nodded happily. Okay. After Chi Kaifeng left, Su Jingyan searched her space for 3 sweater samples. One long, loose, high neck in creamy white, one short, high neck in black, and one short, collarless in red and white. Considering that the yarn from this era tends to fade, she chose mostly solid colors. She planned to test different yarns later to see if they fade or have dye issues, then decide whether to make color-blocked sweaters. She took the sweater samples to the West Wing, grabbed yarn and knitting needles, and handed everything to Chi Kaifeng before leaving her to it. The children weren't home. Zhao Jingjun had gone out for a walk, and Sun's wife was washing clothes. Su Jingyan told her about inviting the workers to lunch, asking her to steam more rice. She put on a coat and left. First, she delivered 50 big watermelons, 500 strawberries, 500 goose eggs, 1,000 duck eggs, 2,000 chicken eggs, and 3 slaughtered pigs to the Sihiyuan on Chang'an Street. The watermelons grown in her space were especially sweet and delicious. Even though they were expensive, Zhou Xingdong sold them quickly. The strawberries were the same, but she didn't plan to increase her supply. She wasn't sure if Zhou Xingdong had checked out the local watermelon growers, but she thought, after selling so many watermelons, someone must have gone to nearby villages to buy them. If they couldn't find her big, tasty watermelons, they'd probably try to find out where she got them from. Even her seafood business was arranged in advance with Zhou Xingdong. The crab season had ended. The last batch was the day before yesterday. The supply of large shrimp and scallops had also stopped after 2 more deliveries. Various fish, meat, eggs, and other supplies have been continuously delivered to her after she started production. After dropping off the supplies, she went directly to the first department store. Sure enough, the staircase to the 3rd floor was already blocked. On the 2nd floor, she found a sewing machine shop, bought 2 sewing machines along with needles, various threads, and 300 large and small buttons each. Buying so many buttons at once made the shopkeeper look at her differently, but she forced a smile and paid, giving her address for delivery at 5 in the afternoon. After leaving the first department store, she took a bus to 2 supply cooperatives and another department store, buying 2 sewing machines, threads, buttons, and other items at each. The deliveries were scheduled for the next day, with times arranged to avoid overlap. At the last department store, she bought 30 feet of army green coarse cloth and 25 pounds of cotton. Because she had so many items, she directly asked the manager to include the cloth and cotton with the sewing machine delivery to her home. It was harvest season, and there was still enough cotton in the store. She used grain coupons and secretly exchanged them with the shopkeeper for additional cotton. Since she planned to set up a workers' dormitory, she wanted everything to be ready. Most of the workers were children from poor families, and buying these supplies was a significant expense. On the 1st floor of the department store, she saw some adults with children buying pencils, pinyin books, grid notebooks, and other school supplies. Suddenly, She remembered her promise to the village team leader to help children go to school. Without much hesitation, she bought 50 pinyin books, 50 grid notebooks, and 100 pencils, along with 100 erasers and small knives for pencils. Finally, she bought 30 notebooks used by middle and high school students and 10 fountain pens. After purchasing the school supplies, she carried them out of the store. She was often impulsive in her actions, and at this moment, she felt a surge of emotion. Now that her life was better, she thought of the children in the village who wanted to go to school but lacked money, who wore tattered clothes and thin cotton shoes, shivering in winter. She also forgot the harsh words villagers once said about her laziness and idleness. Of course, she didn't remember these criticisms deeply, as they weren't very meaningful. Carrying a large bag of school supplies, Su Jinyan then went to the post office and called the village team leader. "Oh, is Yuani's wife? You all are doing well in the capital, right?" Su Jingyan smiled and said, "Yes, we're doing well. You look healthy too. That's good, that's good. It's been over half a year since you left. When you have free time during the holidays, come back to visit. Yes, when I have time, I'll take my parents to see you. By the way, Uncle, I bought some school supplies for the children in the village, including pens and notebooks for the middle and high school students. I planned to mail them to you today, but I suddenly thought that the weather is getting cold soon, so I want to make each child a warm piece of clothing. Today, please check the sizes of the children in the village who are in school, including middle and high school students. They go to town every day, so they should wear better clothes," she roughly calculated in her mind. There aren't many children in the village who go to school. In grades 1 to 6, each class has about 10 students. In the entire village, there are fewer than 10 middle and high school students. She bought good cotton fabric wholesale, costing less than a yuan per yard. Making a full set of clothes costs less than 10 yuan. For about 80 people, including labor, it would be less than 1,000 yuan. It's just a small amount of money, like a few crabs. She used to not feel much, but now she feels excited that she can do some good deeds with her efforts and help those in need. Su Jingyan's words clearly surprised the team leader.
What?
You're going to make clothes for all the children in the school. No, Yuani's wife, you two are still in school. There's no need to make clothes for them. Just mail the school supplies back. The children all have clothes. Su Jingyan thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, don't worry. It won't cost much. My aunt knows people in a textile factory. Recently, the factory had machine problems and damaged a lot of fabric, including some with flaws and leftover pieces. I've managed to buy some of these. I'll find a tailor to make the clothes, and I'll send the fabric scraps along with the clothes and supplies. You can distribute them to families in need and the children at school, maybe even make some shoes." When Zhao Chongqing heard about the flawed fabric, he was curious. "Flawed fabric? Does that also cost a lot?" Su Jingyan smiled and said, "Uncle, it doesn't cost much. I've also arranged some connections to keep the costs low. Rest assured. Today, please check the sizes of the children's clothes. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon." All right. Yuani's wife, thank you so much." After hanging up the phone, Su Jinyan called Xi and Huimin again to discuss the new arrivals today. They planned to go either this afternoon or tomorrow. After the call, she quickly went home. At the door, she took out a roasted chicken, 5 jin of pork belly, and 5 jin of ribs from her space. The small workshop was busy and lively. The workers introduced by Lu Zhizhi had arrived, and they had already started working. Outside the door, all she could hear was the sewing machine's rhythmic sound and quiet conversations. She didn't want to disturb them, so she went straight into the kitchen. As for the new employees, she could see them during mealtime later. Sun's family should be resting. Hearing the noise, she quickly came out. "Yan, what are you going to do?"
"Let me help you," she said.
"Okay. Please start the fire first." "Later, I'll wash some vegetables," Su Jinyan replied. She was sitting on a small stool and found it very tiring, so she couldn't easily start the fire. At noon, she cooked braised ribs, braised pork, sweet and sour fish, dry pot pork with green beans and potatoes, mapo tofu, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The main rice was cooked by Sun's family. By around 12 o'clock, Zhao Yuani hadn't returned yet. She saved some food for him and ate with the workers from the small workshop. There was a big table of women, but Zhao Jingjun didn't join them. He ate alone in the kitchen. Before the meal, Chi Kaifeng introduced the new workers brought by Lu Zhizhi. She didn't say much and just invited everyone to eat first. After eating, she followed a group of people to the south room to see everyone's work for the morning. She gave some simple instructions and encouragement to the newcomers before returning to her room. Back in her room, Su Jinyan took out paper and a pen to write the contract. She included everything that could be arranged early, such as protecting the workers' rights and confidentiality requirements. She copied 30 copies. After Chi Kaifeng read them aloud to everyone, they signed and stamped their fingerprints once they understood. After signing the contracts, she told everyone to rest for an hour before continuing work. It seemed that the new house needed a dormitory for workers to take their lunch breaks. In the afternoon, after waking up from a nap, Zhao Yuanyi had already returned, smelling of alcohol. He quickly explained himself. At noon, Hua Xingyuan arranged a line, and Zhao Yuanyi invited the leaders of the department store to a private restaurant for a meal. He told her the bill was over 880 yuan, which truly shocked Su Jinyan. In this era, spending over 800 yuan on a meal was like eating gold. However, in every era, there are some hidden wealthy people. Private restaurant rooms are often hard to get into, and Zhao Yuanyi said if Hua Xingyuan wasn't a member there, regular customers might not be able to get in. Su Jinyan curiously asked about the location and the name of the restaurant. She couldn't believe such places still existed these days. She was so uninformed. Zhao Yuanyi said the restaurant was a four-entry, four-courtyard mansion like a royal residence, with artificial mountains, ponds, and everything else you could imagine. It was a new place open this spring, and the chefs were direct disciples of imperial cooks. The food was very delicate and delicious. Zhao Yuanyi also told her that each person ordered a large crab, 2 big prawns, and a big plate with 3 items, decorated with cauliflower, cucumber, and tomatoes, costing 58 yuan. Su Jinyan was stunned by the large crab. She wondered if it was her own crab. To check, she took Zhao Yuanyi to the south room to look at the crab. Zhao Yuanyi chuckled. That's how big the crab is. How much did you sell it to Zhou Xingdong for? 8 yuan, she replied. Cheater. All big cheats. Ha, just wait. In a year, I'll open a big restaurant too. Unless they have a powerful backing, no one dares to mess around with such a big place, right? And a 4-entry, 4-courtyard mansion. No matter how much Su Jinyan envied and resented, she dared not secretly open a private restaurant now. Instead, she planned to turn her 4-entry, 4-courtyard mansion into a quiet, lively leisure club for eating, drinking, and entertainment. After renovating these small courtyards, she could finally open them. While Su Jinyan and Zhao Yuanyi worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk every day, school started. Chun Meijun also successfully bought a 1-entry, 4-courtyard mansion. On Su Jinyan's advice, she bought another 5-room brick house facing the street. Her 2 cousins also earned a lot. Su Yuting directly bought each of the brothers a 1-entry, 4-courtyard house. After some discussion, each brother contributed a little money, and with savings from Su Yuting and Qin Bingnian, they bought a 1-entry courtyard for Qin Bingnian. Qin Bingnian felt guilty for not helping his brothers more and instead making them worry about him. He didn't hesitate to write IOUs to them, promising to use most of his monthly salary to pay back the debt. Su Yuting was happy to see her brothers close and supportive, but she believed that family bonds and feelings should be kept separate from money. Before school started, Su Jinyan, Zhao Yuanyi, and the small workshop moved to a 2nd-entry, 4-courtyard mansion. After a week of classes, she took maternity leave and stayed at home, busy watching the renovation of her shop and the small workshop. The Sun family and Zhao Jingjun also started their small business. Every day, they used a bicycle to pull a cart collecting old appliances and furniture. They actually found some good items, like a yellow rosewood table missing a leg, a few smelly pickling jars that looked old, and some old appliances. Su Jinyan couldn't tell much about the antiques but asked Sun to keep them for her. They also collected some broken appliances that couldn't be repaired. Zhao Yuan found a physics student who managed to fix a bunch of broken items, including a second-hand black-and-white TV and 6 radios. When they sold these items, their value increased more than 10 times. Autumn had arrived. She bought many fall clothes, hats, and thought about getting sweaters. She even called her second brother in Yangcheng to help find some shiny beads. Back then, most bags were either military canvas or black leather. She hurriedly asked her second brother to find many white, red, black, brown, and blue leather or fake leather materials. She also hired a skilled bag maker in Beijing through Chi Kaifeng, paying a high price to make her small workshop. She brought some samples and designed new styles like water bucket bags, mail carrier bags, Princess Diana small bags, wallets, and card holders. With these new items, her shop would be more unique. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, both shops were finished thanks to extra work from the builders. Su Jinyan decorated the shop with some green plants. Zhao Yuan ordered all the appliances, which were delivered by a big truck. The appliance store held a grand opening on a Saturday. Zhao combined her suggestions and hired people to hand out flyers at factory gates, residential buildings, and on the streets. Soon, most people in Beijing knew that the third floor of the department store was opening a new store called Su's Electronics. 3 days before the opening, they held a big sale. Customers received small gifts just for entering, and those who spent over 300 yuan could enter a prize draw. The flyers boldly listed the prizes. First place, a 20-inch color TV. Second place, a new radio. Third place, a Phoenix brand bicycle. A color TV. In an era when even a black and white TV was considered impressive, a color TV was incredibly attractive. Especially since the store also had refrigerators, freezers, and washing machines, things they had only heard of but never seen before. These appliances suddenly seemed to appear in their lives all at once. Whether it's excitement about wanting to show off and take home the big colorful TV or just coming to watch for fun, the day of the store opening, even before the doors opened, was crowded outside with people. Su Jinyan knew she wasn't very good at talking or convincing others, and she couldn't get people to buy things wildly like some others. So she stayed quiet and didn't try to show off. But she never expected Zhao Yuani to influence her father-in-law and find a beautiful female host for the military art troupe. The host's last name is Feng, a very beautiful woman. After memorizing the script Su Jinyan gave her, she went on stage and spoke quickly and confidently, making the older men and women in the crowd cheer loudly. Even from a distance, Su Jinyan felt excited and wanted to rush in and buy a TV. When the time came and the doors opened, the crowd rushed in. Once inside, if you didn't buy anything, you could still get a towel. Only a fool would refuse. And everyone wanted to see the big TV, refrigerator, and washing machine. Not buying but still wanting to look? Today, Zhao Yuani called many friends to help. Seeing the crowd disperse, she let Sun Shi go home alone. She took a car to the courtyard. Xi and Huimin was still waiting for news. She also saw 2 foreign women taking pictures with their cameras and suddenly had a great idea. She could go out shopping too, relax a bit, and not be recognized. Thinking of Xi and Huimin, she felt a little sorry for her. Since working in a special profession, she was either in a closed office or back in the courtyard, always reading reports or newspapers. Wanting to go out, she was always accompanied by several armed guards. Now, she probably didn't even know where the mall's entrance was. Before entering the store, she took out a white dress, a dark blue long coat, 2 black leggings, flat boots, a light purple scarf, a matching sun hat, some makeup, a curling iron, and earrings from her space. As soon as she entered, she saw Xi and Huimin sitting on a carpet, wearing the home clothes she gave her, playing with Zhao Hua. "What's going on inside?" she asked immediately, showing she had been thinking about this all morning. Xi and Huimin smiled and said, "It's packed. The host I found is not only beautiful but also very good at talking." She kept chatting and making the crowd of older men and women go crazy, almost fighting to grab things from the store. Xin Huimin smiled and nodded. The results are still uncertain. Most people are probably just here to watch the fun. However, some are genuinely not short of money, especially those with weddings coming up. Since there's a discount now, they might buy a good TV or refrigerator to impress everyone. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Mom, do you want to go see? It's pretty lively today. Xin Huimin shook her head with a smile. No, I'm not going. I'd only cause trouble. Don't worry. We're sneaking out today. I'll take you shopping and show you my store. No one will recognize you. She helped Xin Huimin up from the ground, while Fan Xia watched the kids and excitedly pulled Xin Huimin upstairs. Xin Huimin sighed helplessly. No need to bother. I have to report before I go out. Oh, just try it. You stay at home all the time, never even see the sunlight, she said as she pushed her into the bathroom to wash her face. But seriously, I think you should just come stay with me since I'm about to give birth. Don't worry. I promise to dress you up so well that even if you stand next to my grandma, she won't recognize you. Listening to Su Jingyan, Xin Huimin felt a bit sad. She spent too little time with her children, especially her son. She felt she hadn't seen him much. He was already grown up. Now that she knew he was still around, her worries eased a little. But thinking of her two children still made her feel guilty. Her daughter wanted to do her own thing, so Xin Huimin nodded in agreement. Maybe because she was getting older, she cared more about her children and wanted to let go a little. She couldn't keep focusing only on her experiments and data, or she would regret it later. While Xin Huimin washed her face, Su Jingyan went downstairs. She asked Fan Xia to hold the kids upstairs and quickly packed a few clothes. She took some leftover meat and vegetables to her home. Later, she and Xin Huimin would take the kids out for a walk and then go back home. After Fan Xia left, Xin Huimin made a quick call to report, then called Su Qinghua to come back and join them shopping. Then she let Su Jingyan do as she pleased. Su Qinghua, a former soldier, was older but could handle sudden situations well. She styled her hair in loose waves, applied light makeup, wore bright red lipstick, used contouring to enhance her nose and sharpen her chin, shaped her eyebrows into willow leaf style, added a charming tear mole at the corner of her eye, and put on a pair of shiny shell earrings. After finishing her makeup, she put on her clothes, a light purple scarf, and a large light purple sun hat. She looked like a foreign visitor returning from abroad. Xin Huimin saw herself in the mirror and could hardly believe it. Not only did her mother not recognize her, but she herself hardly recognized who she had become. Xin Huimin said she wanted to go shopping, and surprisingly, Su Qinghua was shocked. She was back home in less than 40 minutes. Before that, the bodyguards protecting Xin Huimin also arrived. When they saw her dramatically changed appearance, they all stared in disbelief, completely stunned. Su Jingyan joked, Dad, does my mom look good like this? Can you recognize her? Su Qinghua cleared his throat and gave her a sidelong look. I wouldn't mistake my wife for anyone else. At first, no one could recognize her. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't know who this fashionable and beautiful woman was. Su Jingyan quickly smiled and said, Yes, you can recognize my mom no matter what she looks like. Look, I'm about to have my baby soon. I want my mom to come and stay with me. Do you think that's okay? The guards exchanged glances, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Xin Gong, for your safety, I advise you to be very careful. She was a talented person important to the country. Although young, Xin Huimin had made significant contributions, solving many difficult problems. Such a talented person must not have any accidents, especially since the outside world isn't as safe as it seems. Xin Huimin calmly said, This long leave of mine was to stay with my daughter during her postpartum period. I didn't take care of her first two children, so I must be there this time. It's my duty as a mother. Besides, only a few people know I'm on leave. Unless someone inside leaks the information, most people wouldn't know. I've already applied to the higher-ups. And as you saw after makeup, even you wouldn't recognize me, right? This is how I look now. Outside, no one has seen me like this, so it's very safe. When we get there, you can all disguise yourselves and follow me. There's a house there where you can pretend to be my relatives living. My husband is also there. Go ahead and apply, she said in a calm but commanding tone, not allowing any refusal. Su Jingyan watched, feeling tense. The The team leader among the five went to make a call. Xian Huimin had already dressed Zhao Hua and placed her in the small car. The team leader briefly explained Xian Huimin's request and described the effect of her costume change. The leader on the other end of the phone discussed for a while and agreed. He also specifically asked the team leader to protect Xian Huimin and told other team members to be ready at any time. They could call if needed. After everything was arranged, Su Chunghua went upstairs to change into casual clothes. Team leader Lu Feng and Su Jinyan found her a light gray home outfit that she had previously brought for Su Chunghua. Since it was new, Lu Feng just changed into it. Su Chunghua asked the driver to return to the team base while she drove herself. The group headed straight to the department store. When Su Chunghua saw the sign, Su's Electronics, she paused to look at it for a while, feeling quite emotional. She thought to herself how her son-in-law truly cared for her daughter. She also thought about how she didn't like the military, but if he had joined, he would have been a good soldier. Su Jinyan, unaware of her father's thoughts, directly pulled Xian Huimin into the store. The 150-square-meter shop was still crowded, mostly with people in their 40s or 50s, but there were also some young people in their 20s. What made Su Jinyan frown was that Zhao Yuani was currently standing very close to two girls. One girl was wearing a pretty blouse, with a fresh and bright face, smiling sweetly and looking at Zhao Yuani with love. When the girl reached out to take the recorder from Zhao Yuani's hand, he dodged slightly, placing it on a shelf and stepping back a bit. He frowned slightly in displeasure, but continued explaining another model of recorder to some elderly customers in front. Xian Huimin also noticed this and said nothing. She simply stepped forward and approached Zhao Yuani. Su Jinyan, holding Xian Huimin's hand, slowly followed. As they got closer, Zhao Yuani saw them. After glancing at Xian Huimin, she slightly raised her eyebrows and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Su Jinyan's hand tightly and saying, "Yan Yan, why are you here? It's crowded. What if you bump into someone?" Su Jinyan shot a quick sideways glance at him. "I just came to see you. You should get back to your work. Don't worry about us." There were many people in the store. Zhao Yuani nodded at Xian Huimin, then looked at her father-in-law and nodded again. She then said to Su Jinyan, "Bauer, it's too noisy here. You should go back first." Behind her, some elderly customers saw Su Jinyan with her pregnant belly and also looked at the girl who had been so eager to flirt with the young man earlier. Their expressions immediately turned unfriendly. They thought how shameless. Flirting openly with a married man in public. The girl wearing a peach-pink blouse looked embarrassed as everyone stared at her, but looking at the handsome Zhao Yuan, she felt a strong sense of frustration. She originally thought Zhao Yuan was not only good-looking, well-dressed, and well-fed, but she was completely drawn to him. However, after hearing he was from the countryside, poor and already married, she lost interest. Today, while shopping, she suddenly saw this poor rural man opening an electronics store in a department store. The store had so many appliances, it must have cost a lot of money. In that moment, her curiosity was piqued. She impulsively went inside to help out, busying herself around. She came from a good family, was beautiful, and a university student. Was she not better than the village girl Zhao Yuani married? But now, seeing this village girl, her head felt dizzy, as if struck by lightning. This man was a liar, who said his wife was a village girl, who said that rural men, once they move to the city, abandon their old wives and find like-minded partners to grow with. Brother Yuan, who is this? She wanted to ask about the village girl, but seeing her face so white and delicate, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Who's your brother? Zhao Yuan retorted directly. Do I know you? Are we close? You're a grown girl, a university student. Shouldn't you be more careful about your reputation? Even if you don't care about reputation, I do. You're a big girl, yet you go around calling every man brother. Aren't you ashamed? Just now, I saw so many elders here, and you're my classmate's cousin. I tried to give you some face, didn't chase you out openly. But now you don't care about my reputation and even dare to run up to my wife and ruin my name? Leave quickly. My store is small, it can't hold you. After saying this, he turned to Su Jingyan nervously and said, "Wife, I don't know her. Really, I've only had a few meals with my classmates in the cafeteria. This girl was looking for her cousin. I don't even know her name.
Who knows what kind of mood she's in today?"
The girl in the blouse looked stunned and finally cried out loud, running away. Xian Huimin's eyes flickered with amusement. Her son-in-law was quite interesting. She couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, alright, I already knew you, didn't I?" Su Jingyan said sweetly, then added, "It's okay. Being good-looking and capable means people will pay attention. We just need to act honestly and properly. Hurry up and get things done. The older folks are waiting. I'll go back now, so I won't bother you. If they stayed longer, it would really slow down the progress of making money." Immediately, under the eager gazes of shop staff, she pulled Xian Huimin away and ran off. Quickly, Su Jingyan took Xian Huimin to see her shop. Her clothing store was already decorated. The most expensive part was the large glass door at the entrance. The floor was wooden and painted in a warm yellow color. The walls were still plain white. Inside, there were 3 fitting rooms separated by wooden partitions, each with a big mirror on the door. The shelves were custom-made iron racks ordered from a factory by Zhao Yuan. She had them painted black. She planned to put wallpaper on the white walls, but after searching everywhere, she couldn't find any. So, she decided to be a bit fancy and use glue to attach a layer of light pink fabric, then add some green plants for simple decoration. She also planned to hang clothes on the walls, but the paint used nowadays easily stains, so that was not a good idea. Hearing her ideas, Su Qinghua felt a bit distressed. Using fabric to cover the walls was truly a rare luxury. But he still said, "Give the store keys to Dad, and the fabric you want to use to me. I'll find someone to handle it." This daughter of his needed to be spoiled no matter what. After leaving the shop, Su Jingyan took Xian Huimin for a walk around. They strolled along the busy street, bought some roasted ducks, and enjoyed the fashionable, beautiful Xian Huimin, who stood out among the green, blue, and black colors everywhere. Her presence drew a lot of attention. Everyone turned to look. At first, she was a bit uncomfortable, which made security captain Lu Feng nervous. But once he noticed that people admired her appearance, he gradually relaxed. Being able to walk openly and confidently on the street made her very excited. They even drove to Tiananmen Square for a walk. Xian Huimin pushed Zhao Hua, held her head high, and smiled more often. By the time they returned home, it was already 1 p.m. Fan Xia had prepared the meal and was waiting. After eating, Xian Huimin hugged Zhao Hua and went to sleep. Su Qinghua returned to the army, and Lu Feng was assigned a room to rest. As for Zhao Qi, he was simply left to grow on his own. Su Qinghua entrusted him to a reconnaissance battalion commander under his command, and he had been eating and staying with that officer for the past few days. Grandpa Su was determined to train his granddaughter in this area. At 4 years old, she started to grasp it. Su Qinghua worked quickly, finishing all the walls of the shop in 2 days. He then arranged a special vehicle for her, and Xian Huimin and Qi Kaifeng helped move all the clothes inside the store. While Su Jingyan was busy with the women's clothing shop, loud cheers and firecracker sounds often rang out at the entrance of the department store. There was 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, 3 third prizes, and 10 participation prizes. The participation prizes were electronic watches specially reserved by Zhao Yuani. Su Jingyan and Zhao Yuani suggested a plan. On the first day, put 1 second prize, 1 third prize, and 3 participation prizes in the lottery box. On the second day, again 1 second prize, 1 third prize, and 3 participation prizes. On the third day, add the first prize, the remaining third prizes, and the rest of the participation prizes. On the first day in the morning, a woman in her 50s bought a tape recorder and drew a bicycle as a prize. Around 1 p.m., an elderly man bought a freezer and drew a tape recorder. Everyone saw these real rewards and went crazy. They no longer cared about money, fighting to pay quickly, worried that if they waited even a minute, someone else might win the big prize. That day, 3 freezers, 2 refrigerators, 1 TV, 11 tape recorders, and over 30 tapes were sold. When the store closed, people still wanted more, discussing what to buy next. Early the next morning, before the store opened, a long line had formed outside, making the store's sales manager envious. He had never seen people line up to buy items worth just a few thousand yuan. Unfortunately, this had nothing to do with him. While the electronics store was busy with a rush of customers buying and reserving dozens of units, Su Jingyan, after a few days of effort, officially opened Meishangge. Meishangge was the name Su Jingyan gave to her women's clothing shop, meaning beautiful and fashionable, simple and straightforward. She originally planned to call it Meishang Ready to Wear, but everyone would immediately know it was a clothing store. She thought that if it became popular in the future, ready to wear sounded too plain, so she chose Meishangge. She didn't hold a grand opening for the clothing store. Instead, after 3 days, she handed out flyers at the entrances of various factories and posted a notice on the department store's door. The notice was simple: grand opening of the fashion women's wear on the 3rd floor of the department store. The first 3 days, everything is 12% off. The store hired 2 female employees who had just finished middle school. They were paid well and received 2 days of special training from Su Jingyan, making them barely qualified. To improve sales efficiency and service attitude, she works on commission. With a minimum of 20 yuan and a 2% commission, both young girls' faces light up with smiles. Customers no longer get impatient trying on clothes, and some even enthusiastically recommend outfits to others. After work, she studies sales techniques and after-sales service guidelines late into the night, memorizing them carefully. On the first day of opening, which happened to be Saturday, Su Yakin and her aunt Zhang Fingxia both came, bringing many customers with them. Her store's clothes suit everyone from teenage girls to middle-aged women in their 40s. The young women look fashionable and beautiful, while middle-aged women dress in a way that makes them look younger and stylish. All the clothes in her shop are specially made by her after working overtime. She doesn't give these clothes to her assistants, so these are unique in the city. Almost every customer leaves with at least 1 or 2 pieces, some take 5 or 6, and then go around promoting her store's clothes, saving her advertising costs. On the second day of opening, Chen Meijun, Lu Tingting, and others from her dormitory, including Wang Shuhui, came to visit. When they entered, Su Jingyan was busy recommending clothes to customers. Seeing her friends' surprised and happy faces, she smiled and waved to them, asking them to sit and wait while she continued helping customers. Although she didn't put much effort into advertising, many people came. It was already morning, and she was so busy she hadn't even had a sip of water. Her roommates also looked at the clothes in the store. Chen Meijun, Lu Tingting, Guo Lanning, and Bai Xiaoyan all had some extra money, especially Chen Meijun and Lu Tingting, who each picked 4 or 5 pieces at once. After finishing her work, Su Jingyan saw her friends happily trying on clothes. "Haha, why are you all here today?" she asked. She hadn't told many people about her store opening. Guo Lanning pouted unhappily. "Jingyan, you're so inconsiderate. You didn't tell us about the store opening. I almost missed out on such beautiful clothes." She said this while holding a black, round-neck, puff-sleeve white shirt in front of the mirror. The white shirt had been turned into a black, large round-neck top. The edges of the collar and sleeves were decorated with lace, and the buttons were covered with black fabric, making small, cute buttons. Su Jingyan smiled and said, "You've been busy lately, so I didn't tell you." While speaking, she picked up a light blue, long denim skirt from the shelf. "Try this skirt with it. You look cute and pure, tall and elegant. You'll look great in this outfit." Guo Lanning's eyes widened when she saw the denim skirt. She happily nodded and eagerly took the skirt. "Wow, Jingyan, you're amazing. You even have denim skirts. I've only seen jeans where I come from, so expensive and hard to find. Your pants and skirts are stylish and so affordable." As soon as she finished speaking, customers in the store looked over. Recently, Su Jingyan only let Su Yakin sell jeans. Here, there was someone from Su Yakin's big courtyard who knew very well how much jeans cost. The answer was simple: they were very expensive. Seeing this young girl speak, she quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Little girl, where are you from? How much do jeans cost where you are?" Cheap jeans are around 60 yuan, better ones about 80, and the best about 100. The quality of this skirt I have here costs at least 80 or 90, maybe 100 yuan. What? Comma, that expensive. Comma, are you kidding? Comma, yeah, you and that young girl are in cahoots, right? Comma, exactly. A pair of pants costs over 100. Crazy. Guo Ning's words shocked not only her family members, but everyone in the store. After the shock, they started to doubt. Guo Ning was so angry she widened her eyes and said vaguely, "Who's lying to you? If you don't want to buy, then don't. I'm from Yangqing. Besides, if you don't know quality, don't say I'm lying. Look at this denim fabric, uniform dyeing, true color. It's worth more than 40 or 50 yuan fabric. Believe it or not." She turned and went into the fitting room. Su Jinyan covered her smile and said to everyone, "Ladies, don't listen to what others say. Our shop values quality and style. No matter how much others sell for, our jeans are fixed at 48 yuan. During the first 3 days of opening, we're offering 20% off store-wide. For purchases over 300 yuan, we give a beautiful silk scarf as a gift. Rest assured, our prices are honest. We use the best fabrics, so everyone can wear comfortably. We also hired top designers to create styles you won't find elsewhere. You'll look great wearing them. There are also sweaters available. Everyone can try them on. The yarn is made of high-quality sheep wool, so even when worn close to the skin, it won't cause itching. They are very comfortable to wear. Remember, during the first 3 days, there is a 20% discount. After that, the prices will return to normal, with no discounts. Here's a small tip. Sweaters tend to fade in color. Be sure to wash them separately from other clothes. Also, after washing, do not hang sweaters directly on clothes hooks, as this can cause deformation. Avoid exposing them to direct sunlight. Honestly, I didn't expect Guo Lanning to be such a helpful assistant. Her store's clothes are more expensive than those on the first and second floors, more than double the price. I thought that after these few days, customer flow would drop sharply. But with this promotion, she might attract some loyal customers. Her store focuses on mid to high-end fashion, so she emphasizes style and quality, not price wars. She believes in quality first. Soon, Guo Lanning changed into a new outfit and came out. Su Jingyan handed her a pair of white sneakers to match. Once she was dressed, she immediately attracted a group of customers. "Wow, you really look good in this style," someone said. Yes, this young lady has a good eye for matching clothes. Young lady, can you help me pick out an outfit? I'm getting married next month, so I want to dress nicely. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Annie, in just over a month, the weather will get colder. The coats in the store are all lightweight, so they're suitable for meeting your future in-laws now. If you want to buy something to wear in a month, come back in a few days. We'll have some red wool coats, which are perfect for young women. You can choose a bright red one, festive and suitable for daily wear. You can also pick a wedding dress for your daughter. A red wool coat? The woman asked excitedly. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. Yes, but you'll have to wait about 2 weeks because the fabric has been purchased but hasn't arrived yet. All right, you must save one for me. No. 2. One for my daughter too. Okay, take your time to look at other products in the store. There's a long, high-neck red sweater you might like. You have a good figure, tall, and with a long neck. Wearing this will look very stylish. When your daughter gets married, she can take off her coat and still look charming. Since it's your daughter's wedding, I can also give you a sweater chain as a gift. If you like it, you can try it on. No pressure if you decide not to buy. The woman nodded happily. Okay, you help me take it down. I just had my eye on that one. Su Jingyan asked someone to help her take it down, then picked out a pair of black ankle pants to match. She continued busying herself with helping others. A crowd of young women, wives, and aunts bustled around, and Su Jingyan was so busy she felt dizzy, even neglecting her roommates. Seeing how busy she was, Chen Meijun, Lu Tingting, and Guo Lanning chose a few clothes, paid, and left. The other roommates didn't buy anything. At first, Chen Meijun mentioned that Su Jingyan's style was high-end, but when they saw the prices in the store, they were surprised. Usually, they bought ready-made clothes for about 10 yuan each. Now, the prices were 50 or 60 yuan. They really didn't have that much money. Especially Wang Shuhui, who saw how expensive the clothes were, didn't even dare to try them on. Su Jingyan thought the store's business would slow down, but surprisingly, the first day's sales reached over 2,300 yuan. The second day, it jumped to 3,500 yuan. On the third day, everyone was working or studying as usual, but sales kept rising. When counting money at night, even Zhao Yuani was shocked. It was 5,136 yuan. In this era, that's enough for half a wealthy household. She couldn't believe she made that much in just one day. Every day, Su Jingyan counted money until her hands hurt. Zhao Yuani, Xian Huimin, Su Qinghua, Zhao Jingjun, and the Sun family kept reminding her to be careful. On the fourth day, Xian Huimin insisted Su Jingyan couldn't stay at the shop anymore. After all, money wasn't everything. Life was the most important. The electronic stores business had slowed down in the past few days. Only 2 salespeople stayed to watch the shop. Su Jingyan only needed to go by occasionally. All the stock in the warehouse was sold out. New goods hadn't arrived yet, but many orders were already lined up. Zhao Yuani was so busy with school she couldn't relax. Calling her every day didn't help. Production was slow, and not all the goods made could be sold to her. Even paying extra didn't help. Xian Huimin wouldn't let her run around freely. She followed her everywhere. When Zhao Yuani went to school, she slept in the same room, worried she might go into labor suddenly and have no one around. Because of this, she had to stop working with Zhou Xingdong on seafood, meat, and eggs. She couldn't go to the shop. Su Jingyan could only focus on production and spend time with Qi Kaifeng, who was busy designing new clothing styles. They worked like this for 8 days. One morning, just as she woke up and was about to get out of bed, she felt sharp stomach pains. Having never given birth before, she was instantly overwhelmed by the pain, her face turning pale. "Mom," a group of people hurriedly rushed to the hospital. Su Jingyan was already sweating profusely from the pain. The original owner had given birth twice before, so she only remembered the pain vaguely. She was mentally prepared, but it still felt like it was beyond her limits. "Mom, it hurts so much. I don't want to give birth anymore." "Boo-hoo, it hurts." When they entered the delivery room, the doctor looked at her and said it wasn't time yet. The doctor taught her some ways to reduce the pain, advised her to walk around more, and asked Xian Huimin to prepare some food for her so she wouldn't be too weak when it was time to deliver. After that, the doctor left. The hospital and the doctor had been arranged in advance by Auntie. The prenatal checkups had always been done by the same doctor, which gave her some peace of mind. Xian Huimin held Su Jingyan's hand and said tenderly, Okay, after this one, don't have any more children. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon." Su Jingyan wiped away the tears caused by the pain. Following the doctor's advice, she took deep breaths regularly. After a while, the contractions subsided. Today is Friday. Zhao Yuani was still at school, and Sunday was coming soon. Su Jingyan didn't ask her parents to call him. In this era, cesarean sections were not very common. The surgery often left unsightly scars. Even if she was in terrible pain, she didn't want to have a C-section unless there was a special reason. The contractions became more frequent. Su Jingyan felt as if she had been washed clean, her clothes were soaked through, and she had no more strength to cry out. After more than an hour, Su Qinghua came over carrying a big bag of food containers. "Yen, eat more. There's braised beef noodles, red braised pork, eggs, stir-fried greens, buns, and lean meat porridge. You can still eat meat now. Eat more, because after the baby is born, you won't be able to eat these." Just as the pain subsided, she knew she couldn't be careless about childbirth. She was worried she might run out of strength later, so she sat up with her head numb from the pain and quickly started eating. "Xiaomin, you should eat some too." "I brought plenty," Su Qinghua said, opening another container and passing it to Xian Huimin. "You eat first." "I'll just have some porridge and a bun," Xian Huimin replied, seeing Su Jingyan's pale face. Her heart was tight with worry. Although she had 2 children herself, Seeing Su Jinyan like this made her feel anxious, scared, and heartbroken. Su Jinyan quickly ate a bowl of noodles, drank some porridge, and had a piece of red braised pork, then stopped. The pain hit again. She suddenly remembered the well water in the space, unsure if it had any effect. Enduring the pain, she quickly picked up the cup and secretly poured some of the space well water into it, then drank it in a few gulps. As soon as she finished the water, her stomach pain disappeared instantly. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. So it really could stop the pain. Why didn't she think of this earlier? She felt so stupid. About 2 more hours passed, and the doctor finally said, "The cervix has opened 9 centimeters. You can go to the delivery room now. Family members, bring the baby's clothes and small blanket and wait outside. Spread an old blanket on the bed, and don't stain the hospital mattress with blood or other fluids." There were no pre-delivery red envelopes in this era, but Xian Huimin still gave the lead doctor a jar of tea leaves and 2 jean of brown sugar for peace of mind. Su Jingyan felt that giving birth was a very long process. Her cervix had opened 10 centimeters, and she stayed in the delivery room for over an hour. It was early autumn, and the delivery room was not heated. She was completely undressed and freezing, trembling all over. The nurse covered her with a blanket, which made her feel a little better. Those nurses were really... They looked down their noses at her, lying there trembling without clothes. Could they not give her a blanket? Did they have to wait for the doctor's instructions? During this long process, she had to pretend she was in a lot of pain, groaning and crying out every now and then. Now she realized that pretending to be in pain was also exhausting. After drinking the spiritual spring water, her labor went smoothly. Once she received anesthesia, she hardly felt anything. She only heard the doctor call out, "It's out." A little while later, the doctor announced, "It's a boy, weighing 7 jin and 8 liang, born at 10:15 a.m. on September 28, 1978. Mother and baby are safe." Hearing this, Su Jingyan smiled. Whether it was the effect of the anesthesia or exhaustion, she unconsciously closed her eyes. When she woke up again, she was already in the ward, which was crowded with people. Everyone was gathered around the baby, teasing and playing with him. "Looks just like Jingyan, with those big eyes. He'll definitely be a handsome young man in the future. Hey, look at our baby, strong with clear, fair skin and quite big." He opened his eyes right after birth. He looks like he's 2 or 3 months old. Compared to other babies, who look wrinkled and scruffy, he's so lively. Yes, this baby will be extraordinary. Who has ever seen a newborn open his eyes right after birth? When everyone saw Su Jingyan wake up, they all gathered around her, smiling happily. Her eldest uncle, aunt, younger sister, brother-in-law, and her mother-in-law, son, also came to see her. Zhao Jingjun is at home with his 2 children. "Yan Yan, how do you feel? Are you hungry? Auntie brought some brown sugar porridge. Would you like to drink some? Are you feeling unwell? Should I call the doctor?" Su Jingyan didn't say anything. Su Qinghua had already run out to call the doctor. Seeing everyone's worried and anxious faces, she smiled and said, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anywhere. I'll eat later. Yan Yan, can you check on the baby? This little guy is strong and looks good. Look at his eyes, just like yours when you were little." Annie held the baby and placed him beside Su Jingyan. Sun Sure stood across the bed, watching with envy. She hadn't even held her grandson since he was born. Having a chubby grandson made Sun Sure feel like she was floating. She felt more satisfied with Su Jingyan. All those small worries and troubles had long been forgotten. Having a grandson is enough for Sun Sure. Su Jingyan turned her head and looked at the little guy with big, curious eyes, feeling a wave of tenderness in her heart. It was her first time being a mother. "Yan Yan, hurry up and let the baby suck some milk. Once he sucks, he'll feel better." Sun Sure smiled and said from the side. Su Jingyan was stunned. Milk? With so many people here? Was her mother-in-law joking? Seeing Sun Sure's serious look, she smiled and said, "Let's go home. The doctor will arrive soon. Oh, the sooner he drinks milk, the better. If not, it might be hard for him to get enough." Xian Huimin looked at Sun Sure with displeasure. "Yuan Yinyang, Yan Yan just gave birth and is still weak. It's not good for her to breastfeed right now. Her calm words made Sunshur feel awkward and frozen in place. A sudden fear of Xian Huimin rose in her heart. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, standing there feeling a bit helpless. Luckily, the doctor arrived, easing the awkward atmosphere in the room. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Su Jingyan shook her head with a smile. Just some pain downstairs, a feeling of heaviness in my belly. The doctor nodded. That's normal. He lifted the blanket and began pressing on her stomach. Ugh, the pain was intense. Tears welled up in Su Jingyan's eyes, and she wanted to curse. She forgot her shame. Bare from the waist up, overwhelmed by the pain. Fortunately, the men in the room had already quietly left. The ward was a private room booked in advance by Auntie. Otherwise, with more people, Su Jingyan wouldn't feel comfortable. As the doctor pressed, Su Jingyan could feel fluids flowing out from her body, and the pain made her moan aloud. Hold on. The remaining blood inside your stomach can't come out easily, which isn't good for your health. Su Jingyan nodded, feeling so much pain that she couldn't speak. After a while, the doctor stopped pressing. At first, it will be a bit painful. The nurse will come every hour to press on the wound. Family members go buy some salt and put it in small bags to press on her belly. Many people say that after giving birth, women should only drink porridge with red sugar, eat some steamed buns, and drink chicken soup or pig's trotter soup. That is not right. Also, drinking too much is not good, and the pregnant woman won't want to drink it after a while. In the first 20 days, she should drink red sugar water, then gradually reduce. Too much sweet water isn't good for health. Today, she can have some porridge. Starting tomorrow, she can eat light noodles like tomato and egg noodles. Family members can also prepare some cold cucumber strips or green vegetables like spinach. She can also drink pig's trotter soup or crucian carp soup and eat more eggs. After 10 days, she can eat some richer foods like braised pork, which is good for milk production, along with pork ribs. Light fish dishes can be eaten more. Salt should be used sparingly but not omitted. Clear broth and plain water are not liked by pregnant women, but a little is good for recovery. The pregnant woman is in good condition. After a day or two of observation, if she recovers well, she can leave the hospital tomorrow or the day after. The doctor finished giving instructions to Xian Huimin and Annie Da and then left to attend to other patients. Sunshur listened to the doctor's advice, her eyes wide with shock. This doctor was talking nonsense. Who would eat tomato and egg noodles the day after giving birth? And cucumber salad and not adding salt? This doctor is from a big hospital. If they were in their county, they would have been scolded to death. But she only dared to stew in her own frustration. The entire Su family in the room were officials, and they didn't have the courage to argue. After giving birth, Su Jingyan sat up and unknowingly drank a large jar of porridge and ate half a steamed bun, then fell into a dazed sleep. When she woke up again, it was almost evening, and it was getting dark outside. Her watch had been taken off, so she didn't know the exact time. In the ward, Xian Huimin and Sunshur were both there. Somehow, they had brought a folding bed. Xian Huimin was lying on the folding bed, and Sunshur was on the bedside. Both seemed to be asleep. The baby was sleeping in the stroller. Su Jingyan felt very thirsty. She looked at the bedside table, saw her water cup, and gently leaned over. After taking the cup, she looked at the two people who were still resting. She pulled the quilt back into her space, poured some hot water, and quickly took it out. The hot water in her space was boiled with well water. After drinking a big jar, she instantly felt her whole body relax, and the pain in her body disappeared. As soon as she put down the water cup, the hospital room door creaked open. Su Jingyan turned her head and saw the visitor, smiling sweetly. Zhao Yuan looked at the lovely smile and felt a pang of sadness in his eyes. His wife had suffered so much, and he wasn't by her side. Behind him, Su Qinghua saw the person standing still at the door and pushed him. Why are you just standing there blocking the door? Zhao Yuan finally remembered he was blocking the door and quickly stepped inside. The noise at the door woke Xian Huimin. She turned over and sat up, seeing Zhao Yuan and Su Qinghua, and softly said, "You're here?" Zhao Yuan nodded slowly. Mom, it's been hard on you. Let's eat quickly. Xi and Huimin smiled a little. This son-in-law was quite good. She went to Su Jingyan, took out the coral fleece pajamas and warm undershirt she prepared from the bedside cabinet, and said, Here, put on the top first before eating. Su Jingyan drank some water from the space and felt almost recovered. She took the warm undershirt, put it on inside the blanket, then sat up and put on the thick pajamas. The food brought by Su Qinghua and Zhao Yuan was plentiful: red sugar, red date, goji berry, millet porridge, steamed buns from Xi and Huimin and Sons, stir-fried dishes, braised pork, and fish porridge. Zhao Yuan pointed to the thermos and said, Aunt Fan said that when having a baby, you should eat small meals often. It's easy to be hungry at night, so I packed a thermos of porridge for you. Drink it if you're hungry tonight. Su Jingyan smiled and nodded, picked up the freshly poured porridge, and started drinking. After the meal, Zhao Yuan told Su Qinghua to take Sun and Xi and Huimin home, saying he would stay to care for her. Xi and Huimin, worried, insisted that Su Qinghua just take Sun home. Sun hesitated, but didn't dare to stay. She thought the doctor was unreliable, and she worried that the family didn't understand anything about health. She feared they might listen to the doctor and eat something harmful, which could ruin her body or even affect her milk supply. Would her grandson have no breast milk? And if they only use formula, how expensive would that be? Yan, when the baby wakes up hungry later, just let him suckle your milk. The more he sucks, the easier it is for him to feed. This is your third child, so he should latch on easily. The initial milk is colostrum, which makes the baby strong and smart. Su Jingyan recalled her memories. During her first and second pregnancies, Sun was like this. She had almost begged her to breastfeed the baby. Sun pursed her lips and smiled. All right, I understand. When the baby wakes up, I'll feed him. Are you worried I'll let your grandson go hungry? Go home quickly and take good care of Xiao Qi and Xiao Hua. After speaking, he turned to Su Qinghua and said, Dad, don't run tomorrow. When I get home, please bring Xiao Qi back. He's grown up now and is at a sensitive age. If he thinks you have a little brother and doesn't like him, that would be bad. Okay, I understand. When you are discharged tomorrow, have Yuani call ahead. He can't come back alone right after giving birth. Don't let him get exposed to the wind. All right, I got it. Hurry and leave now, or it will be too late to return to the army. After Su Qinghua and Sun Shi left, the hospital room became quiet. Xi and Huimin and Zhao Yuan talked for a while about the electronics store and sources of goods. Then she said to her, Yan, I heard you plan to buy those second-hand machines for the clothing factory. Su Jingyan nodded. She had been busy with this for a while and then put it aside. Buying second-hand machines wasn't simple. Many small city and county clothing factories were eyeing these machines. Buyers had to be government units. As a private individual like her, no one paid attention. You needed connections, and even if your connections weren't strong, it was still difficult. But how did Xi and Huimin know? How do you know? Xi and Huimin spoke calmly. I heard from Yuani's mother. She mentioned it briefly. If you want to buy machines, you should talk to your family first. With so many people at home, can't you just find someone to buy the machines for you? Su Jingyan smiled slightly. I don't even have a license, so I won't bother my family. If I had a full license and was competing with others, I could tell my family and ask for their help. With a license, there's no need to compete. Your brother-in-law said he would check if the machines are still available and see if he can negotiate. You should prepare the money first. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Thank you so much, uncle. With these machines, our production speed can increase several times. I wonder when I can start my own factory. Mom, do you want to ask around and see when I can set up a personal factory? Xi and Huimin thought for a moment and replied, Your eldest aunt and uncle-in-law are in that position. If they have any news, they will definitely tell you. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Your big brother is divorced. Over these years, our Su family has been deceived by that woman. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow, squinting as she asked, Is that child not my big brother's? How did you find out? This was expected, but the speed was surprising. After all, she had suggested DNA paternity testing to her big brother, but that technology wasn't available in the country yet. Over the past 6 months, her uncles hadn't come back, so it couldn't be tested. Your aunt said that the child's father asked the woman for money. Your older brother is very strict and always sends food back home. He almost never gives her money or bills. After asking several times and not being satisfied, they argued. One time, a neighbor from the community heard the noise and quickly told your older brother. When your brother got home, the man was still causing trouble. Your brother then took the man to the authorities. After this incident, the leaders were very angry. The soldiers who helped also got falsely accused. Several military districts paid close attention. The higher-ups decided to separate them. Your brother not only successfully divorced but also faced no negative effects and was promoted by one level. She has been busy lately and hasn't seen your aunt or older brother for about half a month. She didn't expect so many things to happen. When did this happen? Just a few days ago. Thinking about your brother's divorce, she suddenly remembered Chun Mei-jun. From her observation, it seems there might really be a chance for them. Chun Mei-jun doesn't look as good as your brother, and although she doesn't come from a wealthy family now, she was raised in a big family. She is polite, elegant, smart, well-educated, and has good character.
Mom.
My older brother is already grown up. We can't let that woman waste more of his time. Shin Hue-min glanced at her. Do you have someone in mind? Su Jingyan chuckled. Chun Mei-jun, you know her, right? She's my roommate. She stayed at my house this summer and helps with taking photos with Xiao Qi and Xiao Yuan. I've seen her, but it doesn't matter. Your brother has to like her. This time, he also needs to pass your aunt and uncle's approval. Xiao Yuan helped Su Jingyan lie down. Be careful not to catch a cold. After lying down, Su Jingyan briefly described Chun Mei-jun. My brother has met her a few times. I've been seeing her for over half a year. She seems to have good character, a nice personality, and she can make money. She bought a 2-entry, 4-courtyard house at a young age, which many people can't do now. Shin Hue-min shot her a sidelong glance, thinking how she couldn't understand. A good girl, but after a few years in the countryside, she became obsessed with money. Then she looked at Zhao Yuan and suddenly understood the reason. Growing up around money and staying with a man obsessed with it every day, it's hard not to become interested in money. Your aunt's family doesn't really care whether she can make money. If she likes someone, it doesn't matter. Your brother has to like her. Su Jingyan smiled happily. I think there's a sign. On Sunday, I'll invite both of them to my house to get to know each other better. My older brother is already grown up. As his sister, I have to worry a little, right? After the reform and opening up, the country focused on the economy. Look at the housing prices, changing every day. I feel that in less than 2 years, society will change dramatically. So, this money really can't be spared. At least it can create good conditions for future generations, right? Yes. We can't delay this. Yuan Yi, call our dormitory building tomorrow and tell Chun Mei-jun and Lu Tingting to come over the day after tomorrow. Just say I've given birth. On Sunday, I'll wash 3, and also call my older brother to come see the little nephew. Sin Hu Min. This isn't her daughter. Her daughter isn't that caring. But even if she doesn't want to admit it, she knows her own child well enough to recognize her. Zhao Yuan put a clean 4 tube into her water cup and placed it near her head, with one end near her mouth. He said, drink more water. I don't think you need to call your older brother. Since you gave birth today, your uncle and aunt will probably call him. If he's free tomorrow, he'll come over. When she saw her older brother, she could ask him what he thought. He had been through a lot in love, so he might find it hard to accept right away. If he's okay with it, you can talk to your roommate and let them get to know each other slowly. If it works out, that's great. If not, no one is forcing you to matchmake. After hearing Zhao Yuan, Xian Huimin smiled slightly and said, Yuan is right. You're worried about your older brother, but you can't do things the wrong way. If your brother or your classmate doesn't have that kind of idea, bringing them together might make things awkward. Su Jingyan thought about it several times and imagined how the two might get along, feeling there might be some signs. But she felt it was useless. Her mother and husband's advice made sense. She thought compatibility doesn't matter. She pursed her lips and said, My older brother isn't hurt by love. That woman, does he really care for her? At most, it's just a marriage that didn't go well, life setbacks. The three of them talked for a while, and suddenly the child cried out loud. They all thought the noise had woken the baby, but once things quieted down, the little one cried even louder. "I'll check if he's wet or needs a diaper change," she said, standing up and lifting the small quilt. Zhao Yuan, experienced with caring for children, handled it smoothly. He lifted the small blanket and saw some mess on the diaper, then said, "He's had a bowel movement." Xian Huimin stood up to help, but Zhao Yuan quickly said he could manage himself. Mother-in-law clearly didn't know much about taking care of children. She then took a basin from under the bed, filled it with some cool water from the bathroom, and added hot water from the thermos. After mixing the water, he picked up the baby, washed its bottom, dried it, and placed it on the nursing bed, covering it well. He then laid a soft cotton cloth on the bed, put a diaper underneath, wrapped the baby, and added a blanket. At this point, the baby stopped crying and looked around with big eyes at Zhao Yuan. After finishing with the baby, Zhao Yuan took the dirty diaper from the crib and put it in the basin. He changed one side of the small mattress on the stroller. This busy work made Xian Huimin stare in surprise. She thought she definitely couldn't do as well as Zhao Yuan. No, she was far behind. After all, she had help from a maid when she gave birth to her first two children. She only took care of feeding. Seeing the baby wake up, Xian Huimin said, "Yan Yan, let the baby suck a bit to see if there's milk." She stepped forward, helped Su Jinyan sit up, and then handed the baby to her. Su Jinyan wasn't shy. Since she was the mother and her own husband was there, she simply lifted her clothes and put the baby's mouth to her nipple. Looking at the small, fair baby, a feeling called maternal love suddenly filled her heart. Breastfeeding is natural for a baby. Almost instantly, when the baby's mouth touched the nipple, it latched on tightly and started sucking hard. Su Jinyan felt her chest was swelling with milk. Sure enough, after a while, the baby started swallowing loudly. Her body had already given birth twice before, and her previous children had been fed well. This time, milk came quickly. Xian Huimin sat beside her, watching curiously. When she had her first child at 17 and Su Jinyan was only in her early 20s, she felt she knew nothing. After the baby finished feeding, a maid took it away. 3 months later, Su Jinyan started working, and when they met again, her child was 2 years old and didn't recognize her. Thinking about this, her eyes became teary. She looked at her daughter, now a mother herself, and gently stroked her hair.
"Yan Yan, I'm sorry.
You grew up, and I didn't spend enough time with you." Su Jinyan was momentarily confused. What was her mother doing? Why was she suddenly feeling so emotional? Why are you saying all this now? You are an important national talent, someone who will leave a mark in history. I'm very proud to have a mother like you. Every gain has its loss. Since ancient times, loyalty to the country and loyalty to the family can't both be perfect, right? Moreover, my brother, father, and I have never blamed you, have we? Xin Huimin smiled slightly, but she actually felt regret for choosing this path. She is not a career-focused woman. When she was interested in this field, she studied diligently with a teacher's guidance. But now, she feels it's too late to quit. In this life, she feels she has let down her children, her husband, and her small family. She looked down at the little one happily eating and said, "Let him eat from another bowl too, or you might feel uncomfortable later." Su Jingyan nodded and turned the baby in a different direction. After feeding the baby, she felt sleepy again. Zhao Yuani poured her half a bowl of porridge to drink, then some water before she went to sleep. Although the space spirit water nourished her, giving birth was still exhausting, draining blood and energy, so she was very weak. She slept straight through until the next day. When she woke up, Zhao Yuani was preparing formula for the baby. "I'll feed him," she said. Zhao Yuani saw that Su Jingyan was awake and nodded. "Drink some water first." He poured her some hot water, mixed with cooled boiled water, at the right temperature. After drinking, she remembered that Xin Huimin was not there. "Where is my mom?" "She went out, probably for a walk outside," Zhao Yuani replied. While feeding the baby, She asked, "How many times does the baby wake up at night? Does he drink milk?" "You didn't wake me." Zhao Yuani sat nearby, watching the baby nurse, smiling and saying, "He wakes up twice. After you feed him, he sleeps until more than 11 o'clock, pees, and drinks half a bottle of milk. The second time he wakes up is after 3 o'clock. This kid can eat. One meal lasts 3 or 4 hours. When Xiaohua was little, she had to eat every 2 hours after birth, and she only ate a little each time." They chatted softly while Su Jingyan fed the baby. The room was filled with warmth and happiness. After feeding the baby, Zhao Yuani wanted to redo Su Jingyan's hair, but she refused and instead tied her hair into a high bun. Yesterday, during childbirth, she sweated a lot, and her hair smelled of sweat. Now, she tends to sweat easily, and her hair was always damp. Tying it into a bun made it neater. After a while, Xinhui Min and Sun Shi entered the room together. Sun Shi carried 2 big bags of breakfast. Su Jingyan's breakfast was millet porridge with crucian carp, a large goose egg, cold cucumber strips, and 2 steamed buns with brown sugar filling. Zhao Yuani and Xinhui Min also had crucian carp porridge, goose eggs, and buns filled with pork and celery. During mealtime, her chief doctor came in, asked a few questions, looked at the child, and then left. After the doctor left, the nurse came in shortly after, holding 3 bottles of fluids to give her in 4, saying they contained anti-inflammatory, uterine contraction, and pain relief medicines, among others. Mrs. Sun stayed until 9:30 and then left, saying she would come back at noon to deliver food. Around 10 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. Su Jingyan saw it was Zhou Xingdong. He smiled and nodded at him, then waved to Zhao Yuan to go out. Zhao Yuan left and only returned half an hour later, carrying a large pile of things in both hands. She showed them to her: fruit, canned food, pastries, milk powder, malt extract, baby clothes, and a jumble of other items. A generous gift. Zhou Xingdong asked me to see if I could get a few sets of clothes for him, especially for children. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. That guy has a nose sharper than a dog's. I was planning to open a kid's clothing store myself. Tell him it's okay. If he has money, he should earn it. Since our shop can't supply the style he wants, let Chi Kaifeng design 10 sets for him. If he's satisfied, we can produce more. Zhao Yuan nodded slowly. Yes, that works. But there's no rush. Just talk to Chi Ai when you get home. At noon, Mrs. Sun and Su Qinghua came together, along with Xiao Zhaoqi. Su Qinghua went specifically to pick up food for Su Jingyan, Xian Huimin, and others. Mrs. Sun also came along. As soon as the little one saw the stroller, he ran over and leaned on it, looking at the tiny person inside with excitement and curiosity, poking at his face. Little brother, so pretty. Little brother, wake up quickly. Grandpa made me a wooden gun and Uncle gave me a bullet gun. When I grow up and join the army, I'll give you a real gun. No fake guns. Everyone burst into laughter at his words, but the baby in the stroller was sleeping soundly, unaffected. Chi, are you just watching your little brother? Haven't seen Mom in so long. Do you miss her? Su Jingyan looked at the little one touching and poking his brother, smiling and asking. Zhao Qi looked up at Su Jingyan and happily said, I do. Then she ran over to him. Mom, does it hurt? Recently, the little one had probably been outside every day, his fair face tanned to a wheat color and a bit rough. The little one is so adorable, immediately asking if she's in pain. I gently touched his head and smiled. Mom doesn't hurt anymore. What have you been learning in the army? I've learned a lot. Uncle Lu wakes me up early every day for running, boxing, practicing on the pull-up bar, and even teaching me tracking. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the little one was learning so much. Do you like it? Is it tiring? If you don't want to learn, you don't have to. The little one quickly said, I want to learn. I want to get stronger, so I can protect Mom. Su Jingyan was surprised by this reason. She gently hugged the little one. My Chi baby is so wonderful. From now on, I will rely on you to protect me. Zhao Qi smiled happily. After everyone finished eating, Su Jingyan said, Dad, Mom, Yuan Yi, I want to go home. I feel like I've recovered. The hospital is uncomfortable. She has space and water in her body, so she has already recovered. The only thing left is to rest and take care. Staying in the hospital isn't necessary, and it's uncomfortable for Xi and Huimin and Zhao Yuan to stay there. Stay for 2 more days, get some anti-inflammatory medicine, and the doctor can observe you more. When she mentioned going home, Zhao Yuan looked nervous. No need. The doctor said, I am recovering well. Besides, the baby is breastfeeding, and using too much medicine isn't good for the baby. Just come back for a checkup after the month is over. Don't worry, I know my body. Just ask the doctor what I should pay attention to. Xi and Huimin was also unsure about this. Mom, ask the doctor. If she says you can go, then you can go. She then left the hospital room. Soon, the doctor arrived, checked her, asked a few questions, looked at the baby, and nodded in approval. If you feel unwell, come to the hospital. Come back for a checkup in 40 days. Family members, please handle the discharge procedures. After saying this, the doctor left. Currently, there is a serious shortage of doctors in the hospital. One good doctor is responsible for at least 20 patients, so they are very busy. Everyone was packing up when Su Jinshu came in carrying a bunch of things. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Big brother, you're being so polite to visit your sister. I just had a baby, and I can't eat anything right now. I don't eat canned food, and the baby is breastfed, so I don't need formula. I also can't eat fruit now. Su Jinshu greeted everyone in the room before saying, I'll give you some formula. You're weak now, so drinking more is good for you. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. That's right. You came just in time. I think if you'd arrived 10 minutes later, we'd already be home. While she was speaking, Zhao Yuani finished the paperwork and came back. He took out a long cotton coat, a wool hat, a scarf, and gloves from the bedside table, and helped her put them on. He also took a ball of cotton from his pocket, split it in 2, and stuffed it into her ears. Now, only her eyes were visible. Be good. Today the wind is strong, so you can't face the wind now. Su Jingyan rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. Her ears were blocked, and she felt like she couldn't hear anyone talking. When they got home, the house was already warm from the fire. Fan Xia knew she had been home these past 2 days, and the house had been kept warm. In the 2-room courtyard, the expert who renovated the house had installed a heated brick bed and a fireplace. As soon as you entered, you had to wear short sleeves. Once home, Su Jingyan officially started her postpartum rest. Su Jinshu, a man, didn't go into his sister's room. He just sat in the living room chatting with his uncle and aunt. But Su Jingyan was anxious. After breastfeeding the baby, she ran out of the room immediately. Big brother, I heard you got divorced. Su Qinghua rolled his eyes. What kind of words are those? Only you, big brother. If others hear your tone, they might think you're happy about it. Su Jingyan couldn't stop smiling and grinned. Big brother, are you unhappy about divorcing someone like that? She sat next to Su Jinshu. Big brother, are you 29 this year? Su Jinshu raised an eyebrow. He immediately saw that this girl had something on her mind but still nodded. Well, a good man needs to go through some storms to see the rainbow. The right person also needs to be tested to find them, Su Jingyan said, patting his shoulder. Big brother, you've been through storms and emotional trials. It's time to find someone special. Don't let a bad girl ruin your happiness for a lifetime. Su Jinshu shot her glance. Speak properly. If you have something to say, say it. Do you already have someone in mind? Su Jingyan grinned. Big brother, don't look at me like that. It makes it seem like I'm scheming against you. I just want you to find happiness sooner. Actually, I want to introduce my classmate Chen Meijun to you. Have you met her? What do you think? I've seen her secretly admiring you several times. Now that you're divorced, do you want to try dating her? It turns out that Meijun is the daughter of Mayor Chen. She is well-educated, cultured, and has good character. However, there is a sad story. A year ago, the Chen family discovered that after Mr. Chen's wife gave birth, the nurse accidentally swapped the baby. Meijun was exchanged with another child. Now that the real daughter has returned, Meijun has moved out of the Chen family home. But none of that really matters. Our family isn't the kind to care about social status. Just tell me, have you met Meijun many times? Do you feel anything? Su Jinshu looked at her and said calmly, "She is your age and still in school. Does that mean he looks down on her?" Su Jingyan rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, you sound like an old man." She smiled and said, "Big brother, haven't you looked in the mirror for a long time? You've forgotten you have a face that everyone hates. I dare say, even if you're 39, not just 29, once the news of your divorce spreads, the door of the eldest uncle's house will be overwhelmed. All young girls in their teens or 20s will be lining up. We have education, experience, good looks, and ability. Why worry about not having girls interested? Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, mature and steady, a bossy style. When you walk on the street, girls pretend to faint and rush into your arms. Why aren't you confident?" All right, stop with these random words." Su Qinghua couldn't listen anymore. Still, he hoped his talented nephew would find a good wife soon. "Xiao Shu, your sister is right. You're good-looking, already a deputy division commander at a young age, with a lot of potential. You shouldn't just focus on the army now. You should think about your personal feelings. Your parents are worried too. They don't want to pressure you, but marriage is a big matter. You need someone who understands and cares for you." Su Jinshu nodded silently. Su Jingyan quickly added, "Do you agree? Or should we ask Mei Jun what she thinks? Maybe you two can start seeing each other, whether it's suitable or not. Dating doesn't matter. People still need love and companionship." Su Jinshu thought about that beautiful, calm, and steady girl. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. "If she agrees and doesn't mind that I've been divorced, then we can try dating." Su Jingyan grinned happily and quickly said to Zhao Yuani, "Yuani, go call my dorm building and ask Mei Jun to come over. Just say it's about the bonus. Don't say I gave birth. Otherwise, she will think about shopping again when she comes over. I promised Mei Jun that she introduced me to a wholesale merchant. For each piece of clothing bought wholesale, she would get 1 yuan. Since school started, I haven't given her any profit share." Zhao Yuan glanced at his watch. It was a little past 1:30. The dorm supervisor should be on lunch break now. I'll wait until 2:30 to call and ask the Annie to inform her. Okay, sounds good. Su Jinshu, Su Qinghua, sons Zhao Jingjun, and others haven't eaten yet. Zhao Yuan helped Fan Xia prepare the meal before heading to the shop. Now both shops need him to oversee the work. During mealtime, Su Jian asked Xi and Huimin to call Qi Kaifeng and Lu Zhizhi for a small meeting. Qi Kaifeng is now fully in charge of the small workshop, and Lu Zhizhi handles production. When Qi Kaifeng and Lu Zhizhi arrived, they brought some clothes and sweaters for her to see. These two are clothes that Lu Jing modified herself. I recently designed these too. Take a look and see if they're okay. If they are, we can increase production. These sweaters were knitted by Aunt Zhang and a few others. Should we sell them in the store? All clothing modifications need Su Jian's approval, as agreed earlier. She looked at each piece and nodded. Yes, they're all pretty good. The sweaters can be hung for sale. Your 2 designs are quite nice. Lu Jing's 2 pieces, the waistline and underarm areas, need some adjustments. They look a bit fat and lack style. The color-blocked ones are pretty good. For this shirt, have her modify the cuffs and change the collar to a large black round neck with white lace on the edges. After the changes, try it on again. For this yellow dress, redesign it with a large white collar, white lace trim, add some pleats at the back, and a white belt made from silk fabric braided into a braid. It's been a while since we released new products. We should add 4 or 5 new styles in the next few days. Only by constantly updating can we keep customers coming back. After hearing Su Jian's suggestions, Qi Caifeng's eyes sparkled. Yan, you're such a talented designer. Just thinking about the changes you suggested makes these clothes look completely different. Su Jian smiled softly. Since I was a child, I like to think about how clothes look. The weather is getting colder quickly. We can increase production of thick wool coats, mainly in blue and white plaid and bright red. Research the short style of the blue and white plaid coat this afternoon. For the bright red, make one that reaches the thighs and another that falls below the knees. We can also have different styles, like loose-fitting or tight-fitting with a belt. The light-colored wool fabrics are also available. One reaches below the knees, and the other is waist-length. In the afternoon, when I have nothing to do, I think about the styles. Tomorrow morning, Let's discuss them again. If you have any questions, please share. Chi Kaifeng. Since the weather will get colder soon, should we make some thin, padded jackets? If we do, we need to start collecting cotton now and design some styles. Su Jingyan thought for a moment and said, our store's wool fabrics are all thick materials. If we add a sweater inside, it will be warmer than a thin, padded jacket. Let's try making one long and one short style in bright colors. If they sell well, we can increase production. Regarding the styles, Supervisor Chi, please stay later to discuss with me. Is there anything else? Chi Kaifeng took out a piece of paper. I checked our fabric stock. This is what we currently have left, and I've noted what needs to be restocked. Take a look. Although our clothing store is doing well now, I heard from some of the buyers that many people are secretly making clothes at home. They copy our best-selling styles and sell them at lower prices, about 10 yuan less per piece. This might affect our sales. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. So quickly, people are copying us. That's inevitable. When something is good, others will imitate it. Stay calm. Focus on maintaining high quality. Clothes must have neat stitching without loose threads, and finished garments should be pressed flat. We need to use good fabrics and regularly update our styles.
Just do your best.
If others follow the trend, let them. That's beyond our control. Another important point is to manage our staff well. Those with poor character should be dismissed early. We can't let them leak our new designs. If our new styles are sold outside before we sell them here, we'll suffer a big loss. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Yen Yen. I will watch over them. Both of them spoke in unison.
Su Jingyan nodded.
Aunt Chi, is your niece Lu Jing and Ning Xiaoxiao comfortable living here? Chi Kaifeng. Yes, they're doing well. Ning Xiaoxiao has saved enough money and sent her child to kindergarten. She also wants to thank you in person. Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your home. If you have any difficulties, feel free to bring them up. The food should not be saved. Let them eat well. I will give them some living supplies every month. She has been busy lately. Ning Xiaoxiao has been living here with the children for a while, but she hasn't visited yet. The small workshop where the workers work was built temporarily in her backyard. The backyard has 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and 2 small rooms on each side. All 3 main rooms are used as offices for clothing processing. To avoid conflicts, she gave Lu Jing and Ning Xiaoxiao each a room. There is a dedicated kitchen with cooking utensils, so they can cook their own meals. The backyard has a separate entrance, and the workers usually do not go into the inner yard. At this moment, Lu Zhizhi hesitantly said, Yen Yen, do you have any tickets? Can I exchange some tickets with you? Su Jingyan was surprised but quickly realized that it was still 1978. Although reforms had started, it was still a planned economy, and everything was bought with tickets. She only paid high wages, but without tickets, she couldn't buy anything. Sorry, Aunt Lu. I forgot about this. What tickets do you need? I want to exchange a bicycle ticket and some grain tickets. Sometimes, taking the bus to work takes too much time, and if I work overtime, there are no buses left. My family is large, and the little grain tickets my husband gets each month are not enough for us. Su Jingyan nodded. She had never seen Lu Zhizhi ride a bicycle before. She thought she took the bus. Please wait a moment. She went back to her bedroom and searched through a drawer full of tickets. Now she has plenty of food, and most of the tickets are about to expire, so she threw them away. She counted 3 bicycle tickets, 2 radio tickets, 2 watch tickets, 11 oil tickets, each 1 jean, various grain and industrial coupons, 23 jean of meat tickets, 5 fish tickets, 17 soap tickets, and some cloth tickets. She took out a 5 jean meat ticket, 1 fish ticket, 3 postage stamps, 1 radio ticket, 5 soap tickets, and the rest of the tickets. Aunt Lu, Aunt Chi, here are 3 bicycle tickets, 1 for each of you. The remaining 1 can be given to another worker or rewarded to a good employee. These 2 watch tickets, 1 for each of you. Grain tickets, each of you get 10 jean. Meat, each 2 jean. Oil, each 2 jean. The rest can be divided among other workers. This radio ticket can also be used as a reward for hardworking employees. These are additional allowances for everyone, not part of the salary. In the future, if you need anything, just tell me directly. I was careless with this receipt. I apologize. No, you've already been very kind to us. Our whole family is very grateful to you, Lu Zhizhi quickly said. Su Jinyan smiled and replied, Okay, you can go back and distribute the receipts. Don't cause any conflicts. If you don't have enough, just let me know. It's easy for me to handle these things. Supervisor Chi will come to see me later, and we'll discuss the clothing styles. The two nodded and left the room. Su Jinyan touched her forehead, thinking she needed to keep this in mind. She should bring back more receipts and include them with the monthly salary. There should also be some practical rewards, like rice, flour, oil, meat, or fabric. Better benefits help keep good employees longer. After lunch, Su Chenghua and Su Jinshu returned to the army. Su Chenghua also took Zhao Qi with him. Xian Huimin and Sun Shi stayed at Su Jinyan's house. Zhao Jingjun went home himself. He's been busy collecting scrap lately and doesn't want to waste a day, afraid that good items will be taken by others. Sun Shi is very hardworking at home. She not only washed the children's clothes and diapers, but also washed Su Jinyan's clothes. If Xian Huimin hadn't said she didn't need to wash, Sun Shi might have even washed Xian Huimin's clothes. With a new chubby grandson, Sun Shi couldn't stop smiling. Since her daughter-in-law's milk is good, she no longer worries about what can or can't be eaten. As long as Su Jinyan says she can eat it and wants to, she will buy it. If there are no receipts, Zhao Jingjun will find a way to exchange for them. Because Su Jinyan couldn't leave her confinement and go out, she gave all the receipts to Sun Shi to watch over the purchases. In the afternoon, she drew a few simple styles of shirts, wool coats, and diamond-check thin padded jackets. She discussed them repeatedly with Chi Kaifeng. Using her professional drawing skills, Chi Kaifeng quickly sketched the styles she described. They selected a few main designs and also chose some styles from agents, planning to produce and launch new items soon. At night, Zhao Yuani came home and showed her the accounts for the clothing and electronic stores. He also mentioned that the clothing shop still needs to hire someone to manage it. Su Jinyan didn't have a suitable candidate at hand and planned to ask Chi Kaifeng tomorrow. If there's someone suitable in the small workshop, she might transfer them there first. For dinner, we had chicken noodle soup, steamed fish, and Zhao Yuani refused to stay overnight with Xian Huimin, saying he had already asked for leave from the school. This month, he personally took care of Su Jinyan during her confinement. Only then did Xian Huimin truly realize how good her son-in-law was. No wonder her proud daughter wanted to marry someone from the countryside. He looks good, is capable, and treats her with great care. Even she, as a mother, thinks Zhao Yuani is better than her. He is truly a rare and excellent son-in-law. The child is very well behaved. Maybe because she secretly drinks water from the space while every day the child drinks her breast milk, looks fair and strong, and is very adorable. The next morning, Chen Meijun arrived early with many bags, bringing clothes for the baby, formula, apples, pears, and 2 pigs' feet, 2 fish, and 2 jean of pork. She said they all chipped in to buy these. Chen Meijun told her some news about the school and about the rumors of studying abroad. However, the school hadn't announced anything yet, so she didn't know the details. The roommates are all studying hard to get a spot. They talked for over an hour. After feeding and soothing the baby to sleep, Su Jinyan brought up Su Jinshu's matter. Meijun, I called you here today because there's something else. Chen Meijun raised an eyebrow. Curious. What is it? Do we need to beat around the bush? Su Jinyan smiled with a slight grin. What do you think of my eldest brother?
Huh?
What about him? Thinking of that handsome, almost divine man, she felt a mix of sourness and frustration. My eldest brother is divorced. He was accused after saving someone, but he's a responsible person. He thought that since he held someone in public, she lost her innocence. After the wedding banquet, he drank and somehow fainted, then woke up to find himself sleeping with that woman. Recently, he found out it was all a scheme by her family. My brother has been pure all these years, and the child isn't his. A pang of sympathy flashed through Chen Meijun's heart, and she asked unknowingly, How do you know the child isn't your brother's?
Su Jinyan smiled.
My family told me that my brother used to give money to that woman, but no matter how much he gave, it was gone within 2 days. We thought she was helping her family, but that wasn't the case. Part of the money was for the child's biological father. Later, my brother stopped giving her money. They buy food every few days, and when the man doesn't get money, he causes trouble. The family in the compound found out about it. The divorce was decided by the military district leader, and his future isn't affected at all. After speaking, she looked at Chen Meijun's expression and quietly asked, "You've met my older brother a few times. I know your personality and character, so I want to ask if you'd like to become my Su family's daughter-in-law. Don't be fooled by my brother being 29 this year. He still looks young and handsome, doesn't he?" Chen Meijun was a bit stunned and looked at Su Jinyan blankly. Me. She knew what kind of family Su Jingshu's family was. Even though Su Jingshu was divorced and a bit older, she didn't think such a good opportunity would come to her.
Su Jinyan nodded.
Since you're willing, how about you two get to know each other first? If you feel it's right, then consider marriage. I agree. Chen Meijun said almost without thinking. She liked this man from the first time she saw him. Unfortunately, he was already married then. Now that he's divorced, she doesn't want to miss the chance, or she might regret it forever. She didn't care if he had been married before or if the child was his. As long as he's willing, she would also be happy to raise his child. Chen Meijun looked indifferent, but was actually very emotional and a person who follows her heart. If she liked him, she would seize the opportunity. Su Jinyan seemed to expect this and took out Su Jingshu's contact information from her pocket, handing it to Chen Meijun. "This is my brother's phone number and address. I already told him. If you're willing, you can get to know each other first, or even date. Why don't you write him a letter first? Or call him on Sunday to plan a movie date?" Until this moment, Chen Meijun thought about dating Su Jingshu, and her face blushed shyly. She was glad he was willing to date her. From their few meetings, she thought he had a good impression of her. She took the note, a shy smile appearing on her face. "I'll write him a letter." Su Jinyan smiled warmly. Yes, girl chasing a boy is like a veil, after all. My brother has never been in love before. I really want to see what he's like when he's in love. You need to work hard. I hope you can win him over soon." Chen Meijun rolled her eyes at her and straightforwardly said, "Thank you, Jinyan. Actually, I liked your brother from the first time I saw him.
Sadly, he's already married. I
will definitely try my best." Chen Meijun returned to her dorm and wrote a letter to Su Jingshu. A proud man, she wanted to try hard and seize the opportunity, so she was not reserved. In her letter, she first introduced herself, then asked if he was willing to date with the purpose of marriage. After sending the letter, her heart was restless every day, feeling more anxious than ever before. Each day after school, she would rush back to her dorm to check with the dorm manager if there was any reply. 4 days passed, and she finally received a letter from Su Jingshu. The message was simple. If he had time on Saturday, they could meet at 10 a.m. at the entrance of park and have lunch together. The letter was less than 2 lines. Chen Meijun lost her usual calm and was so excited that she couldn't focus on reading all night. She even slept hugging the letter. Su Jinyan helped match the two, then let go. She really didn't realize how tiring it was to take care of a child. Although she only needed to feed the baby, Zhao Qi and Zhao Hua didn't require her to take care of them. Still, to study abroad, she had to learn day and night, which made her mentally exhausted. The newborn baby needed to eat every 2 to 3 hours. She didn't want the little child to drink formula, so she got up every night to feed him. Zhao Yuani was busy with both the children and the shop during the day, and he lost weight in just a few days. Not only did Sun's family worry and call her repeatedly, but she also felt sorry for him. So, when the baby made some noise at night, she would get up, usually without waking him. She found some suitable postpartum medicinal recipes online. Every day, Fan Xia made different dishes for her, and the maid from Su's household also brought her delicious food from time to time. She was truly the treasure of the family. 30 days passed quickly. On the day she finished her confinement, the Su family and her in-laws had a family reunion dinner. It's worth mentioning that Chen Meijun also came. Her aunt and the grandparents, Su Nai and Su Yi, all looked very happy. The aunt even bought an expensive watch worth over 800 yuan from a gift shop to give to Chin Meijun. Su Jinyan was no longer calm or indifferent. Even without smiling, people could feel that he was as refreshed as spring. Su Jinyan joked about how quickly their relationship was progressing and secretly asked when they would hold a wedding. Chun Meijun happily replied that she had already reported their relationship and the wedding should be coming soon. After the full moon banquet, the baby grew quickly. About 50 days after birth, Su Jinyan returned to school. The university had announced the study abroad program. Not every department had quotas. There were only 30 spots available across Peking University. Besides having good grades in her major, she must also pass the speaking test. Of course, the most important thing is to be an active member and to be loyal to the party and the country, along with good morals. The assessments are strict, and all teachers and students in the school are secretly competing. Since entering school, Su Jinyan has been studying intensely. Someone really doesn't want her to have a peaceful life. She honestly doesn't understand why having a child makes someone so popular. She often encounters confessions on the street, including from Xie Xinghua. Damn, she's almost forgotten who the male lead in the story is. She didn't expect this shameless person to block her every day on the way to the dormitory. At such a crucial time, how important is reputation? After being blocked 5 or 6 times, Su Jinyan directly wrote a report to their department, accusing him of harassing a married female student. A week later, Xie Xinghua once again blocked her in the library. He was angry and asked if she was the one who wrote the report and why she liked him so much but married a rural man. Many students in the library from different departments looked at her suspiciously, thinking she was a woman who abandoned her morals and her man. Su Jinyan was anxious but calmly said, "Senior Xie, we are just alumni from the same school, not even in the same grade. You're good at studying and look nice. Every female student admires and respects you. I used to see you as a role model in learning, but admiration isn't love or affection. Because of that, you can't expect me to be responsible for you. Besides, you've been dating classmate Sue for over a year? That day, I saw Sue looking like. I thought you two were married. Maybe I was mistaken. Senior, dating should be for marriage. Dating without the goal of marriage is just playing around. You don't want to be known as a scoundrel, do you? If you don't make things easy for me, don't be shameless. People like this shouldn't be beaten to death. They'll just keep causing trouble." Later, Su Jinyan was never blocked again. Xie Xinghua and Xiao Miao avoided her when they saw her. I heard that Xie Xinghua was reprimanded. She saw Xiao Miao twice, once with a slightly rounded belly, once flat. Maybe she had an abortion, since the Xiao family wouldn't allow their daughter to have an unwed pregnancy. Every day, Su Jinyan was either running to class or heading to the library. She was going crazy. You should know, in her previous life, she wasn't a bad student, but she wasn't a top student either. Her brain just wasn't enough. Fortunately, maybe because of the spiritual spring waters effect, or maybe her brain is more flexible in this body. Anyway, studying still comes easily to her. Learning is good, but at Peking University, the most common thing is top students. After several rounds of selection, when it was time to decide the final spots, Grandpa Su used his connections to help ensure Su Jingyan secured her place. In the same dorm, only she and Lu Tingting got spots, and both chose the University of California, Los Angeles. As for Chun Meijun, she didn't participate in the selection because she was in the middle of a happy romance. She didn't want to leave her wonderful boyfriend for a year. So, Su Jingyan handed her small workshop and clothing store in the department store, asking her to help Zhao Yuan manage them. The day to go abroad wasn't after the new year, but in early December. Xia and Huimin contacted her 2 uncles abroad, telling them about her study plans and departure date. Studying abroad is a big deal, so her 2 older brothers came back for a visit. A few days before leaving, Su Jinshu secretly gave her a small, delicate pistol and 50 bullets. Su Jingyan couldn't help but tell him about Su Jinyu. Her brother's matter was very important. Although she discussed it many times with Su Qinghua and Xia and Huimin, she still felt very anxious. She also felt that Su Jinshu was more reliable than Su Qinghua. Indeed, Su Jinshu's method made her feel more at ease and convinced. Su Chimhua and Xian Huimin didn't want her to touch the safe for her safety, but Su Jinshu said Su Jinyu was trustworthy. Since he dared to tell her about the safe, it meant it was safe. Moreover, Swiss bank safes are very secure and customer information is kept strictly confidential. After retrieving the items, it would be best to swap them for cash, gold bars, jade, or antiques. For this, Su Jinshu also gave her 5 gold bars and a pair of jade bangles. She already had these things, and it was normal for Su Jinshu, the eldest grandson of the Su family, to have them. Grandma gave her $5,000, all sent by her 2 uncles over the past half year in small amounts. She took a little advantage and gave Grandma a 10,000 yuan note. Along with the dollars exchanged by her family members, she prepared $10,000 for her trip abroad. It was quite a large sum. The week before going abroad, Su Jingyan was very busy. She looked for many clothing styles in her space, asking Chi Kaifeng to update 2 new pieces each month and do a major wardrobe change each quarter. Zhou Xingdong was also in a hurry. She secretly bought a large amount of seafood, duck eggs, and goose eggs, making a big profit. To prevent any accidents when going abroad, she stored all the money in her space. Additionally, she hired a few carpenters to make many large wooden boxes. Then, she kept a large supply of seafood in the main house and side rooms of the courtyard on Chang'an Street, giving the keys to Zhao Yuanyi. These supplies were specifically for Zhou Xingdong. During the busy days, Su Jinyan finally boarded the plane with her family watching reluctantly. There are no direct ships or flights from Beijing to Los Angeles. Travelers usually transfer in Haicheng and then take a cruise. On the cruise, most of the passengers were students sent abroad by their country, over 3,000 from all over the country. The crowd was huge. The students, who had been sad when they first boarded, now stood on the deck excitedly looking at the sea, shouting happily and singing the national anthem loudly. Su Jinyan only knew her roommate Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting introduced her to 3 classmates, 2 girls and 1 boy, whom they met at the library. All of them were studying abroad at the University of Los Angeles. The boy was named Zhou Guangshen. The taller girl was Hao Hao, and the shorter girl was Yang Jinlan. Yang Jinlan was about 21 or 22, less than 1.6 meters tall, always smiling with a bit of baby fat, speaking sweetly and crisply. She was in the English department. When asked, she said she and Lu Tingting weren't in the same class for their second major in English. She spoke English very well. Her parents were both English teachers. Hao Hao was a bit older, around 28 or 29. She had a delicate, gentle look and seemed very quiet. She didn't like to talk much. When asked, she responded briefly. However, Lu Tingting whispered that her husband didn't agree with her studying abroad, and they had already divorced. Su Jinyan didn't agree with that. She didn't judge her character, but she thought she was a tough person. Zhou Guangshen was from the computer science department, about 23 or 24 years old. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a handsome face. His clothes were worn out and faded, and his black cloth shoes were heavily patched. Even after going abroad, he hadn't replaced them. Was he really poor? Su Jinyan looked at him with mixed feelings and even wanted to buy him a new outfit. After all, abroad was not like China. There, gold was everywhere. His old clothes made him look out of place. Most students going abroad this time, even if their families weren't wealthy, managed to buy 2 sets of new clothes and shoes. But seeing him carry himself confidently without any shame, Su Jinyan decided to give up. Perhaps these people don't know what the situation is abroad right now. Once they see people in suits walking on the streets and after being teased by classmates from other countries, they will still wear these clothes confidently and proudly. Then they will truly admire them. I admire their courage. For students studying abroad, the country doesn't give much support, only about $1.20 a day, just enough for simple meals. The teachers might give a little more, about $2. When they set out, they had 3 life mentors with them at the University of Los Angeles. These mentors are responsible for helping with various problems during their studies abroad and also supervise them for the school. The country spends a lot to send students abroad. First, students need to learn their professional skills well so they can give back to their homeland in the future. Second, they must behave well and not cause trouble or embarrass the country. Nothing special happened on the ship. After the first few days of excitement, students started feeling tired. Many got seasick, vomiting and crying loudly. The ship's cook was Chinese. All expenses during this time were paid by the country. The food was okay. Every day they had different dishes, including plain steamed buns, braised pork, and braised fish. Su Jingyan brought 2 suitcases. One was full of snacks, beef jerky, milk candies, nougat, fruit candies, soda crackers, canned fruit, canned luncheon meat, various local pastries from Beijing, bread, and vacuum-packed roast duck, stuffed full. She brought so much to have more snacks later from her space to help cover her needs. A few people in one cabin saw the full suitcase of food and felt very envious. Su Jingyan didn't share much with them, just 2 candies and 2 pieces of beef jerky each, and then she ate with Lu Tingting. After 16 days, the ship docked several times, dropping off groups of students until finally arriving in Los Angeles. Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting each carried 2 large suitcases and a backpack. After the mentors called out their names, they followed them out, exhausted. Even after getting off the ship, she still felt the ground shaking beneath her. The world was spinning like an earthquake. She put her suitcase down and sat heavily on it. "Oh my, I feel like I'm going to vomit again." Lu Tingting smiled and said, "All right, hurry up and line up. It'll be hard to find your group later. When you get to school, you can sleep for a whole day and night." Su Jingyan nodded, stretched his muscles, and ignored his overall fatigue. He quickly stood up and followed Liu Tingting to stand in front of the mentor. "Teacher Li, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhao, are you tired? Here, some preserved plums to refresh your mind," he said, reaching into his pocket to take out a handful of preserved plums and handing some to each teacher. The 3 teachers happily accepted them. Teacher Zhao said, just holding one of these in your mouth can boost your energy. It also helps reduce seasickness. I relied on these candies to get through the trip. Su Jingyan smiled and said, "If you like, I can bring you more when I go back. I brought quite a few this time." "Hee, no need. These are enough. Keep the rest for yourself as snacks." Throughout the journey, Su Jingyan and Liu Tingting often chatted with the 3 teachers. Today they brought some candies. Tomorrow they might bring beef jerky. A few days ago, they even sent a roast duck to the 3 of them. Out here, these 3 hold quite a bit of power. If they want to leave a school, they need approval from these 3. The bustling students made everyone's head ache. Both Su Jingyan and Liu Tingting dared not stray far from the mentors. They stood close, waiting for their classmates to settle into formation, afraid of losing track if they looked away. Going to school costs money. There are 239 students going to the University of Los Angeles. Once the mentors gathered everyone, one of the teachers arrived to pick them up with the school bus. "All right, everyone quiet down. This place is not like our country. You now represent our nation. Your words and actions must be polite and civilized. Show the elegance of our 5,000-year culture. Don't embarrass us. Embarrassing ourselves at home makes others laugh at us, and it reflects on your parents. Embarrassing us here is a disgrace to our country." The leader of the Life Mentorship Group, Teacher Zhao, in his 50s and sharp-tongued, gave a stern talk before leading everyone to the bus. Los Angeles is not covered in white snow like winter in China. Instead, it remains lush and full of life, with various architectural styles that are very spectacular and eye-catching. The streets are busy with traffic, grand buildings, wide and smooth asphalt roads, and people of different races. Street performers and beggars add to the lively scene, captivating these international students. The school arranged for people to pick them up. Besides the driver, each vehicle also had a foreign teacher on board. A fluent English introduction describes each sightseeing spot, building, shopping street, food street, financial district, and the famous Chinatown, with a tone full of superiority over those considered lower. Since it is a foreign country, these proud students listen to the foreign teacher's explanation while looking outside, feeling curious, excited, and thrilled. However, they don't dare to chatter loudly or discuss as they would back home. Even if they don't understand, they quietly keep silent. The bus passes by and after more than an hour, arrives at UCLA. The beautiful and grand campus gate is surrounded by green plants. Even in winter, the lush lawns stay green and bright flowers bloom in the flower beds. Along the roadside, rows of nearly identical trees line up, with lawns, flower beds, artificial hills, and wooden benches behind them. Foreign students sit on the benches, reading or chatting and laughing. The bus stops in the parking lot. The lead teacher talks with the dormitory supervisor for a while. After all 4 buses students get off, the group first heads to the dormitory building. From the parking lot to the dormitory, it takes about 40 minutes with luggage. Thanks to the foreign teacher's explanation, the 3-story building with a triangular red-brown roof in front is the girls' dormitory, numbered 109. Next to it is a similar building, numbered 110, which is the boys' dormitory. These 2 buildings are reserved for the Chinese international students, and their dorm assignments are handled by the school's dormitory supervisor. One of the foreign male teachers gives Teacher Zhao a folder and tells them to settle in and get familiar with the environment. Classes start next Monday. Today is Friday, so they have 2 days to rest. Assigning dorms is simple. Teacher Zhao says freely, trying to match friends or classmates from the same major into the same dorm. They can choose any room they enter, and no one should fight or cause trouble, as it would shame the country. The dorm supervisor is only Teacher Zhang, a woman in her 40s, wearing glasses, speaking softly and kindly. She is a beautiful teacher from the English department. Su Jingyan has seen her before but isn't familiar. She isn't her teacher. The supervisor will also live in their dorm building. Since it's inconvenient for only one female teacher to live alone, Su Jingyan pulls Lu Tingting and points to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhao gives the command, and everyone chooses their dorms. Su Jingyan playfully links her arm with Teacher Zhang's and says with a smile, "Teacher Zhang, let's share a dorm. You live alone. It's too lonely. There is no fear of teachers among university students here." She doesn't find it inconvenient to share a dorm with a teacher and actually thinks swapping rooms with this gentle teacher will make her year smooth and trouble-free. Teacher Zhang hesitated briefly before agreeing. In the surprised looks of other girls, Su Jinyan and Teacher Lu said to Teacher Zhang, "First dorm on the 2nd floor, facing the sun." After saying that, she left a suitcase for Lu Tingting, carried another and rushed into the dorm building, leaving everyone stunned. Not choosing a good spot, how silly. With Su Jinyan leading, everyone else started rushing toward the dorms. Su Jinyan pushed open the door, looked inside at the facilities, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect that modern foreign university dorms would be so advanced, comparable to the environment of their Chinese universities decades from now. Each dorm has 4 beds, all bunk beds. Under each bed is a small desk with a bookshelf. The chairs aren't swivel chairs, but they are cushioned with sponge and covered in black leather, looking very comfortable. Next to each bed is a white metal wardrobe with a lock. She quickly glanced around, locked her backpack and suitcases with the locks hanging on the door, then went downstairs. The students rushed inside like crazy. Lu Tingting and Teacher Zhang stayed behind, mainly because they had too much luggage. Teacher Zhang carried 2 handbags, a suitcase, and a backpack. The 3 of them struggled to carry all the luggage upstairs. The whole dorm building was still noisy. Maybe because there was a teacher in their dorm, after returning, they finished packing their belongings, but no one else had moved in yet. "Teacher Zhang, I see everyone has already settled in. No one else is coming, right? Why don't we go explore the school and try some of the local food?" Since Teacher Zhang manages all the girls' lives, she thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Let's ask if any other students want to join us, so we can get familiar with the environment together." Su Jinyan followed Teacher Zhang, and dozens of students wandering around this foreign university, gradually appreciating the new environment. It was quite interesting. Some people even thought everything abroad was good, and the air was fragrant. They secretly thought it would be great to stay here forever. More than one person had such thoughts. Teacher Zhang asked several foreign students for the addresses of the cafeteria, library, and teaching building using fluent English. The students were not very friendly, but still provided the addresses. Their tone was dismissive, with a look of superiority that made the students angry. Many felt self-conscious because of their clothing and appearance. After asking for directions several times, everyone finally calmed down, feeling like a cold splash of water had been poured over them, exhausted, worried, and insecure. Teacher Zhang also felt very heavy-hearted. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they first looked around on the first floor, seeing mostly bread, milk, sandwiches, and some fruit and vegetable salads. They didn't ask about prices and went straight to the second floor, which looked better and at least had some meat. Many had done their homework before coming and knew that the grilled beef steak was about $1 for a medium-rare piece, with bread and milk, totaling about $1.30. There were also various meats, delicious-looking ribs, roasted lamb legs, roasted chicken, chicken legs, and duck. The chicken and chicken legs were surprisingly large. Most students didn't know what they were, so Teacher Zhang explained that they were turkey and turkey legs. Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting asked almost all the product names and prices. Due to regional differences, many grilled items here are made with honey, and the names include the words honey-made, like honey-made roasted lamb leg, honey-made roasted turkey, and honey-made ribs. There are also some grilled meats without honey, but they're less popular and sold in smaller amounts. After traveling for over 10 days, the group looked at the meats with watering mouths but hesitated. The smallest portion of honey-made ribs had only 2 small ribs about finger length, costing 8 cents. Most students came from ordinary families and didn't bring much money, relying on the school's subsidy to get by. Seeing these expensive foods and knowing their daily meal allowance was only $1, the proud students looked very unhappy. Su Jingyan really wanted to buy a big turkey or a roasted lamb leg and try the foreign black bread of this era, but she held back. There would be more days ahead, and she couldn't stand out too much. After viewing the second floor, everyone hurriedly went back downstairs. Some bought just a bread, some didn't want to appear poor and bought a bread and a milk, while others from wealthier families bought fruit or vegetable salads. Su Jingyan bought a bread, a milk, and a fruit salad. Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting did the same. The bread looked a bit like their city's large rye bread, but it was softer and sweeter. After dozens of students finished eating, they went straight to the supermarket next to the cafeteria. At first, they didn't understand what supermarket meant. Su Jingyan pretended to ask a vegetable vendor and then explained it to everyone. Although they felt a bit insecure about their money, they were curious about the cooperative store abroad. Everyone hurried into the supermarket. When they saw a roll of toilet paper costing 5 cents and a thermos bottle costing $12, they all trembled. Many felt lucky they brought enough paper, and some had brought thermoses, basins, rice containers, and other daily necessities. They didn't have enough money to buy those. Su Jingyan bought many household items, snacks, bread, a few bags of milk, some cola, and orange juice. Large items like basins, foot basins, and thermos bottles were stored in the space, but she only had 2 suitcases, so taking them out was not practical. After leaving the supermarket, only she and LV Tingting carried 2 big plastic bags. Teacher Zhang also had some money and bought some interesting snacks, bread, and drinks. At this moment, Yang Jinlan jumped to their side, holding a bottle of cola, and curiously asked, "Tingting, Jingyan, what is this? I saw you bought several bottles, but I only bought one." Su Jingyan smiled and said, "I asked the clerk. It's called Coca-Cola. They said it's very tasty, so I bought some to try." "Coca-Cola? Sounds good," she said, opening the cap and taking a sip. Suddenly, she choked and coughed several times, tears coming out. After a while, she frowned and said nothing. Su Jingyan chuckled. "I shook it earlier and saw lots of bubbles. It feels like our soda. Drink it slowly at first." Yang Jinlan frowned slightly, carefully took another sip, and kept it in her mouth for a while. Then her eyes lit up with surprise. "Yes, it's really good, but it's a bit expensive. 1 bottle costs about 8 cents.
Su Jingyan smiled.
It wasn't cheap. Their domestic orange soda only costs 50 cents. Based on the current exchange rate, this 250 milliliters bottle of cola costs about 1 yuan and 60 cents. 160, enough to eat 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles at a state-run restaurant. The The group discussed the foreign prices quietly and then returned to the dormitory with heavy hearts. Early the next morning, Teacher Zhao and Teacher Li came to find Teacher Zhang. The three teachers and the school staff held a meeting for most of the day. When Teacher Zhang returned to the dormitory, he briefly told Su Jingyan and LV Tingting about the meeting. The main task was to assign classes and give out the schedule. I handed them a stack of papers with school rules on them. The teachers kindly gave some advice, warning that the environment outside the school isn't as safe as it seems. Both day and night, there are frequent robberies, especially involving foreigners. If they want to explore Los Angeles, it's better to stay near the school or take a bus to Chinatown, since many people there are Chinese. They should return before dark. The school gates stay open at night, but the area outside becomes very chaotic after dark, with regular incidents of gun violence. If anything happens outside the school is not responsible. The teachers know that even if someone gets hurt inside the school, it's unlikely they will be held responsible. Before noon, Su Jinyan went to the cafeteria herself. She bought 2 large turkeys on the second floor and left one in the stairwell. She carried the other to the supermarket. There, she bought about a dozen packs of instant noodles, ham sausages, and pre-cooked foods. She also bought a small electric skillet. The skillet is flat, perfect for frying eggs and meat. After leaving the supermarket, she took out a small stainless steel electric pot, a spatula, a spoon, 3 plates, 3 bowls, and 2 pairs of chopsticks from her bag, similar to the ones in the store. She could reduce the amount of fruit she carries by using her luggage, since she's been eating a lot these days. Other items can be taken out gradually later. Back at the dorm, Lu Tingting was surprised and asked why she suddenly bought pots and bowls. The cafeteria food is expensive and not very good. In the future, we can buy rice, noodles, and vegetables outside and cook ourselves. If I eat milk bread and milk for a whole year, I might turn into a loaf myself. Just then, Teacher Zhang came in and saw the pots and bowls on the desk. She couldn't help but smile. Looks like student Su has ideas, she said. Su Jinyan didn't dare to spend money so extravagantly, even if she had some ideas. She only brought $2,000 this trip. She thought it was enough for a year's food and supplies, but after a day like this, she realized she was wrong. Su Jinyan smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, from now on, we'll be roommates. Just call me Jinyan, no need to be so formal. And call me Tingting. I bought a honey-glazed roasted turkey. I've already sliced it. Come try it and see if it's better than Peking duck, she said. Teacher Zhang was caught off guard. She didn't want to take advantage of her students, especially after learning that the honey-glazed roasted chicken cost $18 for a whole turkey. Based on the current exchange rate, it's about 28.8, nearly 29 yuan. It's just a chicken. Go ahead and eat. I've been in meetings all morning, and I'm not hungry at all. Su Jinyan immediately understood what was going on. She put the roasted chicken on the table, washed the cooking pot, boiled some milk, and took out some bread. Once everything was ready, she called Teacher Zhang over to sit on a stool. Teacher Zhang, don't be polite. It's our first day. Tian and I are treating you. We hope you can give us more advice in the future. Teacher Zhang smiled slightly, with a hint of a laugh and tears. What advice? Since coming here, we've had to keep a low profile. From now on, just focus on studying well. Then she talked about the meeting's content for today. The 3 of them enjoyed turkey bread and milk, joking about the eating habits of foreigners. Just as they finished eating and were about to tidy up, someone knocked on the door. They looked at the time, 1:30. Who would be knocking at this hour? With the smell of roasted meat filling the room, how could they open the door? Teacher Zhao? Teacher Li? You're looking for Teacher Zhang, right? Please come in. As the 2 teachers entered, they immediately smelled the strong aroma of roasted meat. Teacher Zhao smiled warmly. You're living quite well. After greeting Teacher Zhang and Tian, Teacher Zhang asked, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, is there something you need? Teacher Zhao nodded. The 3 of us are having a small meeting to discuss the issues from this morning's meeting. Su Jinyan and Tian exchanged glances quickly and said, We're about to go out for a walk. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Zhang, could you write us a note? We want to buy some rice and vegetables outside the school gate. We plan to cook ourselves from now on. Eating only milk and bread every day doesn't feel enough. Teacher Zhao smiled and nodded.
Sure.
Let Teacher Zhang write you a note. Don't go too far. There's a big supermarket right across from the school gate. They both nodded with smiles. Su Jinyan also said happily, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, please try some of this honey-glazed roasted turkey. You can eat while you're in the meeting. We haven't touched this half yet. Teacher Zhao chuckled and nodded. Okay, but he only said he'd try 1 or 2 slices. This stuff is very expensive. The kids buy it to eat, so they wouldn't take advantage of their teacher status to get free stuff. Su Jinyan and Tian took out the notes, each carrying a large backpack, and left the room. This school is so big. Should we buy bicycles? It took a full 45 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the school gate, and I was really exhausted. Lu Tingting nodded. I think it's okay. If we try to leave the school now, we would waste another hour and a half inside. Let's first walk around nearby, then go to the supermarket later. Lu Tingting had no objection, so the two of them started walking to the right. But after just 10 meters past the school wall, Su Jingyan suddenly saw a shop for rent, and her heart started pounding wildly. Such a good location, and it's still available for rent. Shouldn't it be snapped up? Seeing that the shop door was not locked, she grabbed Lu Tingting and they went inside. Lu Tingting looked a bit annoyed. Hello, excuse me? After entering, they saw no one inside. Su Jingyan glanced around the spacious shop and felt excited, then asked loudly. Soon, someone came out from inside. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Is that Chinese? The person coming out was a Chinese man in his 40s. The reason she was sure he was Chinese was because Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese still have obvious differences. Hello, Su Jingyan nodded politely and smiled. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, then smiled gently. Hello. Are you 2 new Chinese students here these days? Su Jingyan nodded with a smile.
Yes.
I saw the for rent sign on your shop door earlier, so I came to ask. Is this your shop? Hearing that, the man's eyebrows furrowed. Girl, you want to rent? Yes, I want to rent it. May I ask how much the rent is per month? Girl, since we are both Chinese, I advise you not to rent it. Most of the people around here are foreigners. These foreigners discriminate against us a lot. It's very hard for Chinese to open shops and make money. Besides, you're still studying, so you probably don't have much time. Su Jingyan nodded with pursed lips. Uncle, what did your shop used to do? The middle-aged man sighed. My ancestor was a chef. His cooking wasn't top-notch in China, but it was pretty good, much better than the milk bread here. But no one came.
He sighed.
Back then, I thought being near the school would bring big profits, so I rented this place for 10 years. Now, after just 1 year, I have to close. 10 years.
Su Jinyan smiled.
So, how much are you planning to rent it for now? I only want to rent it for a year, because I'll only be here that long. The middle-aged man was surprised. He didn't expect that, despite saying it's hard to make money, this girl still wanted to rent. It seems like a young lady who is unaware of the world's realities. If you want to rent, I will charge you the same price I paid when I first rented, $350 a month. $350? Su Jingyan was surprised, and Lu Tingting was also shocked. Not to mention $350, even 350 yuan is nearly a year's salary for many people in the country. It's still a high salary. The middle-aged man looked at the 2 surprised young women and did not look down on them. He chuckled. Are you surprised? This place is not like the country. The average monthly salary is only $20 or $30. Here, a normal full-time job for 8 hours a day pays about $3, so I usually hire hourly workers. 3 hours a day for $1. If there are no customers, I don't even hire anyone. So, if you want to rent a shop, you must think carefully. Think about what you want to do, and whether you can make money. Don't rush into it without thinking. The rent for a year isn't cheap. Su Jingyan thought for a moment, and then asked, Uncle, you're not opening a restaurant here. Are you planning to open one somewhere else? The middle-aged man shook his head. There are few Chinese people here. No matter where I open a restaurant, I won't make much money. In recent years, he had exchanged the things left by his ancestors for money. After trying for a while, he hadn't made any profit. It seems he either needs to change jobs or go back to his country. The market back home is good now, so there's no need to worry about marriage or separation issues. Su Jingyan paced back and forth with a frown. After a moment, she asked, Uncle, if you don't have a career plan and are willing, would you stay and help me? I'll pay you $6 a day, with overtime pay if needed. The middle-aged man frowned. You want to open a Chinese restaurant? Little girl, I'm not refusing to help you, nor am I trying to discourage you. But how many of your fellow students have enough money to eat out every day? Relying on them to come here, that's not easy. Lu Zhongbang thought Su Jingyan wanted to make money from these Chinese students abroad, and he was the first to disagree. These students are different from international students. They are poor and can't afford good food. Selling cheap. Ordinary meals won't make money. They can't even cover rent and wages. Su Jingyan smiled. Uncle, I don't plan to open a Chinese restaurant. The reason she wanted to keep this middle-aged man was first because he had good cooking skills and was quick to learn. Second, if he opened a restaurant, he would definitely have reliable suppliers. So, what kind of restaurant do you want to open? I only know how to make Chinese food. Su Jingyan smiled softly and said, Chinese food isn't very popular here. One reason might be that most people here are students and dating is not very romantic in this place. Another reason is that this is Los Angeles, where people usually split the bill. They don't want it to be like our country, where one person invites and the other pays, so they find Chinese food inconvenient. If you're willing to stay and help me, you'll see how things go. Once the shop opens and if it does well, you could take over in about a year. If you'd like, I can also teach you the skills for a fee. The restaurant itself is over 100 square meters, but it's simply decorated. White walls, small orange tables, plastic chairs. The shop has 12 tables but feels quite empty and lacks customers, which is understandable. She already had some initial ideas and was just waiting for a detailed plan. Los Angeles University has a winter break before Christmas, and they start classes again the week before they arrive. That means they just began their new semester a week ago, as Teacher Zhang mentioned during lunch. So, renting a shop now isn't a problem even during the holiday break. Lu Zhenbong hesitated for a moment but agreed, since he had nothing else to do now. Although he was wealthy and didn't need the $6 a day, he was interested in what this girl was planning. If it succeeded, taking over the shop in a year was very tempting. Even if it didn't, he could just pass the time. The rental agreement was quickly signed. Su Jingyan then discussed redecoration with Lu Zhenbong. Uncle Lu, you've been here a while. Do you know anyone good at decorating who isn't too expensive? Lu Zhenbong nodded. Actually, yes. He's Chinese too, but I haven't contacted him in a while. I'll reach out and see if he's still in Los Angeles. Su Jingyan nodded. Please do. Let's decorate as soon as possible, aiming to finish in about 10 days. Oh, there's an electronics store nearby. I want to check it out. If you want to go, I can drive you now. It's not close, and it's safer for two girls to go with someone. You could even get robbed on the street and have nowhere to turn. Su Jingyan quickly flattered him gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Lu. You're really a benefactor to me. Let's look around. If we find something suitable, we'll book it today so we don't have to come back. If the business goes well, she thought about giving Uncle Lu some shares since she had to focus on school and find her brother, leaving her little time to manage the shop herself. Lu Zhenbong's car is a very Yutong sedan. She has never seen this brand before, but even so, it costs $12,000. At this price, Su Jingyan felt a bit upset. When will she have her own car? Cars in the country are still tightly controlled. Getting a license plate is difficult, as you need to register with the company. Gasoline is expensive, and there are also restrictions on purchases. It took 15 minutes to drive, and Lu Zhenbong took the two of them to an electronics mall. The blue building has many floors, and Lu Tingting looked a little stunned. It's so beautiful. Inside, Su Jingyan was also very surprised. Is Los Angeles this developed already? It's almost the same as China in the year 2000. The first floor is full of home appliances, freezers, refrigerators, washing machines, and various kitchen appliances. Su Jingyan looked at several stores and finally found a large deep fryer that still worked. It could be plugged in and used for frying, no gas needed. She bought 3 of the biggest ones and also bought some small appliances, juicers, soy milk machines, ice makers, and finally a small refrigerator. One good thing about Los Angeles is that technology is advanced, so these appliances are cheaper than in China. For other things she needs, she can secretly take them from her space later. Money is really tight. Thinking of this, she realized she needs to earn money quickly and stock up on these foreign appliances. When she returns to China, they will be imported, and even if they are expensive, they will be more popular than domestic ones for a long time. Thinking about her $10,000, she suddenly felt very poor. Otherwise, when she returns to China, driving a big G-Wagon would be so impressive. The appliance store offers delivery. After paying a deposit, she also asked Lu Jinbong to take her to a wholesale market for ingredients and building materials. Now, foreign KFCs are popular, so there are chicken thighs, wings, and breasts available. Yes, Su Jinyan wants to open a fried chicken shop, selling various milk teas, coffees, colas, and small snacks. She saw one near the school gate yesterday, and further ahead, there's a big KFC. But she thought of the different kinds of fried chicken from later generations. She doesn't want to sell by pieces or boxes anymore. A box costs $3 or $5, which many students can't afford. She plans to sell by weight, buy 1 pound and get a free cola. Foreigners like to have afternoon tea here, drinking milk tea and eating small pastries. The prices are affordable, so people can still enjoy themselves. After browsing the entire ingredient market and feeling satisfied, she found most ingredients she needed. She can make pearls herself, and other seasonings are not difficult to get. This craft was something she learned in her past life while passing the time. Since she wasn't satisfied with the milk tea outside, she decided to make her own. She had put a lot of effort into it before, and now all that effort paid off. Having multiple skills and different ways to do things is definitely good. She collected a bunch of phone numbers and business cards, then thought about buying a simple phone later. Here, phones are no longer considered luxury items. As long as you're not very poor, most people have one, especially those doing business. Unlike in China, where phone cards need to be registered and connected to the network, which can be costly. After finishing at the food market, the three of them went to look at building materials. Su Jinyan and Lu Jinbong roughly discussed the style they wanted for the renovation. Lu Jinbong was trembling with worry. Xiaoyan, do we really need to make it look so fancy? Su Jinyan smiled and said, just a simple light green wallpaper, with fake flowers and climbing ivy around the ceiling, a table made of dark wood with long benches that look like sofas, padded with foam, and covered with brown leather to look high-end. The rest can be decorated with simple green plants. That will cost quite a bit. Su Jinyan also felt the pain, but to make money, she had to invest first. Let's ask about the prices. They didn't find tables and chairs at the material market, so Lu Jinbong took them to Chinatown to find a Chinese craftsman. This man in his 50s was named Zeng Changming. He was a carpenter with his own yard, working daily with his apprentice. The yard was full of wood, finished tables, cabinets, and other furniture. Lu Jinbong exchanged greetings with Zeng Changming, then introduced Su Jinyan and LV Tingting. She explained what she needed, and Zeng Changming agreed without hesitation. 8 long tables, 16 long benches, 3 small square tables, 12 small round chairs. All the chairs will have a layer of good foam, covered with leather, and the tables will be painted nicely.
Total will be
$150. Is that okay? Su Jinyan calculated that each long table and chair cost about $5. The price was reasonable, so she didn't bargain. Before she could speak, Lu Jinbong said, Old Zeng, these 2 girls just came from China. How much can they afford? They need money for school too. How about giving them a better deal? Say $140? Just to help out our own people. Zeng Changming understood and nodded. I don't usually give discounts to fellow countrymen. These items normally cost at least $300. Besides, you don't know? I use good materials here. Li Jinbong smiled and said, I know. I understand you're good to me. Let's make it a bit cheaper. These 2 young girls don't have it easy. Once their shop makes some money, I'll give you a proper reward. That's settled, okay? Zeng Changming snorted and said, Since it's my niece, I won't argue with you. Then he looked at Su Jinyan and said, Uncle won't ask for a profit from you. How about $145? I won't take any labor fee, so that's like a fee for having a student. Su Jinyan shook his head with a smile and said, Uncle, just 105. We're all far from home, and it's not easy for any of us. You're helping enough by not charging money. How can I let you earn even less? You use good materials, and that's a big help to me. Zhang Changming chuckled and said, My niece is very smart. Okay, just as you say. I'll make sure to give you good paint. If your shop needs anything, just ask me. They chatted for a while. Su Jinyan paid a deposit of 30 yuan, and the three of them left Zhang Changming's house. Worried they might be gone too long, the teachers suggested they go back to school. Before leaving, Su Jinyan asked Lu Zhenbong to help her buy a phone and get a SIM card. After sending Lu Zhenbong off, Su Jinyan and Lu Tingting went to the supermarket to buy some noodles, rice, vegetables, seasonings, and storage boxes. When they returned to the dorm, Lu Tingting was still stunned. How could they open the shop so quickly? Back in the dorm, Su Jinyan looked at the over $2,000 in her wallet and couldn't sleep. Money really disappears quickly. But thinking about her upcoming shop, she suddenly felt she was careless today. Although she hadn't done business in her past life, she watched short videos online every day. She knew plenty of restaurant and food business tricks, enough to run a shop easily. She felt confident the shop would make money. If it really did, she could just hand it over to Lu Zhenbong after a year. She considered renting the shop for a few more years or buying it, but her cash was too limited. Even if she exchanged her RMB savings into US dollars at the bank, it wouldn't be enough. 10 years of rent would be 42,000 US dollars. Even if she had that much, she didn't want to take such a big risk. Forget it. She decided to take it step by step. She had already planned her shop's business model and was ready to start. Lu Zhenbong's help today was really significant. Without him, she'd be completely in the dark. Even if she rented a shop, she'd need time to figure things out. Perhaps, when the shop first started making money, she should have given Lu Zhenbong some shares. That way, she could keep him around. A year later, if she wanted to leave, they could renegotiate the shares. If that was the case, since he controls the technology and the shop belongs to him, not buying your shares or technology wouldn't change much. Su Jinyan tossed and turned all night, feeling restless. Finally, unable to sleep, she entered her space. She first ate a sticky corn and then prepared a cold dish of fried goose egg with spinach. After eating, she divided 10 chicken pens, placing a hen and 20 eggs in each. In her space, poultry grow quickly, so she believed she could soon stock up on chicken legs, wings, and meat. After dealing with the chickens, she went to the kitchen, took out various appliances and ingredients from the storage, and started making milk tea. There was a large generator in the yard, so she could use the appliances. Her skill in making milk tea came from her college days, when she worked part-time at a milk tea shop out of curiosity. She thought if she learned to make it herself, she wouldn't need to buy expensive drinks. She didn't expect this skill to come in handy today. First, she brewed a pot of milk tea, then made tapioca pearls. It took her over an hour to finally finish a pot of milk tea. Su Jinyan couldn't wait and drank a big cup. Suddenly, a wave of old memories flooded her mind, bringing her back to her forgotten past life. After a while, she finished the milk tea in her cup and wiped away her tears. She felt useless, but since she was here, she might as well accept it. It's been over a year. She had a child, so why did she suddenly think of her past life? Looking at the small amount of tapioca starch she had, she frowned slightly. Many of her predecessors' storage books she hadn't read, so she wasn't sure if there were tapioca plants. She closed her eyes and focused her thoughts. Sure enough, a small arm-thick tapioca appeared in her hand. She knew that tapioca is grown the same way as sweet potatoes and potatoes. She then took out 30 jin, about 15 kilograms, of tapioca, cut it with a knife, and harvested the already mature wheat from the field. She planted the tapioca together with the wheat. All this took until 6 in the morning. It was about to dawn. Su Jinyan left her space and almost immediately fell asleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the smell of food. Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting had steamed small buns and cooked millet porridge. All the ingredients were bought yesterday by her and Lu Tingting, only 2 jin of meat, 10 jin of flour, 10 jin of rice, 2 jin of millet, 3 jin of eggs, 5 jin of oil, and some vegetables and seasonings. They filled another empty cabinet completely. Xiaoyan, get up quickly and eat. Pork and chive buns, Teacher Zhang said when she saw Su Jingyan open her eyes. Su Jingyan mumbled sleepily. It smells so good. Not having bread and milk every day is really nice. After washing up, she quickly joined the meal. After eating, Teacher Zhang said, Tingting, Xiaoyan, since we'll be eating together in the future, we should split the costs. How much did you spend yesterday on pots, bowls, plates, rice, flour, vegetables, and other groceries? Su Jingyan thought for a moment and said, The pots and bowls are on me. As for the rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, we can split the cost. That's not fair. I can't take advantage of you students. If you two can carry everything back yourselves, I'd be very grateful. Don't worry about the exact amount. I have some money. Su Jingyan still shook her head. Teacher Zhang, don't worry about the pots and bowls. If needed, I can bring them back when I return to my country. I can't just throw them away. If you really feel bad, then next time, let Tingting and me try more of your cooking. Teacher Zhang thought for a moment and smiled, nodding. My cooking is just okay, but it's better than eating bread and milk every day. It's not filling, and it's expensive. All three of them burst into laughter at his words. Their relationship also grew closer. After finishing the meal, Su Jingyan, tired and weak, pulled Tingting and went out again. The reason was to buy a bicycle. Neither of them told Teacher Zhang about renting a shop to start a business, nor about buying a phone. She didn't plan to hide it from Teacher Zhang, but she also didn't want to make it public. After all, they would still need to make calls from the dorm. As for showing off everywhere, she wasn't that foolish. International call charges are ridiculously high. If someone borrowed her phone, she'd have to pay for the calls. With the country's daily subsidy of $1, international calls were just too expensive. On the way, Tingting asked, Tingting, aren't you going to do something? Making money in Los Angeles is pretty quick. Tingting hesitated. My grandpa and parents don't allow it. When I came here, they warned me repeatedly. I'm not even allowed to leave campus. Worried about danger. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. Good girl. Tingting was truly obedient, smart, diligent, and eager to learn. She had always been called the perfect kid by her parents. But you're always holding a book. Doesn't that give you a headache? What do you plan to do after graduation? Work in an office. You lack experience in dealing with different people. When you start working, don't let yourself get tricked into helping count money. It's good to get some practice. It won't hurt to gain some experience. If you are willing, after my shop opens, you can come and help out. You will learn how to interact with different people and handle various unexpected situations. Lu Tingting, once your shop opens, I will definitely come to help. How else can you manage everything alone? Su Jingyan smiled, understanding Lu Tingting's intention to help. She gently touched her head and said, Good girl, following your sister means you'll get good food and won't be bullied. Lu Tingting rolled her eyes. Annoying. I'm a few months older than you. While joking around, the two arrived at the shop. Lu Zhenbong was waiting for them, and the renovation workers had already arrived. Lu Zhenbong took them and the foreman to see the renovation materials from yesterday. The foreman rejected the wallpaper Su Jingyan liked, saying it wouldn't look good after renovation. Instead, he recommended a beige wallpaper with large floral patterns. Su Jingyan thought it was also very pretty, so she agreed with the foreman and bought some spotlights and wooden picture frames. Once the renovation is finished, she plans to hang photos of food on the wall. Or she might find art students to paint oil paintings, which is a good idea and also inexpensive. After buying everything, Lu Zhenbong took the foreman back to the shop to wait for the materials. Then he took Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting to get their business license. Opening a shop is still quite simple now. Only a business license is needed, not health permits or other certificates. Lu Zhenbong found someone and paid them $100. It took less than an hour to complete. By the time they returned to the shop, it was already noon. Lu Zhenbong showed off his cooking skills in the kitchen, and Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting kept praising him. Lu Zhenbong happily joked that he would cook for them every day in the future. This year, with no customers, Lu Jinbang's confidence almost took a hit. After dinner, Su Jingyan left $100 as meal money, saying it was for the workers' meals during renovation. She didn't want her fellow villagers to feel neglected or left out. They didn't have a good shopping trip yesterday, so they continued today. Opposite the school, on the first floor of a shopping mall, there is a food and ingredient supermarket. The second floor has various daily necessities. The third floor sells cosmetics, bags, scarves, shoes, and similar items. The fourth, fifth, and sixth floors are all clothing stores, and above the sixth floor are office areas. All the items are very affordable. The two of them returned from shopping empty-handed, with only 2 pounds of meat, 10 pounds of potatoes, and some dried goods like wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, kelp, and cured meat. Lu Tingting bought a bottle of shampoo, Su Jingyan bought a bottle of body lotion, and when she saw Rose face masks, she bought a box. Women, no matter what, can't resist the temptation of skincare products. There are no bike shops here. The two people asked the waiter, carried their large and small bags, left the mall, and walked another 100 meters before finally buying a bicycle. The cheapest bicycle costs at least $80. They looked at a pink mountain bike priced at $118 and reluctantly bought it. Between transportation and their preferences, both chose what they liked. But thinking about how much money they had just spent, both felt a bitter taste in their hearts. After 2 days of fussing, Su Jingyan and the others finally started their classes. She didn't expect that the first lesson would be so heavy with knowledge. Although her foreign language skills were good, there were still many parts she didn't understand. The teachers all taught in English. After one class, Su Jingyan's mind was completely confused. There was only one class in the morning. After it ended, Su Jingyan and a few classmates, tired, walked back to their dorms. Their faces showed no trace of the excitement or happiness from earlier. "Hey, Jingyan, how do you feel?" "I didn't understand anything in that class." "I didn't understand much either." "From now on, we need to practice listening and speaking more. We should buy a specialized dictionary. There are many technical terms we've never heard or seen before. We also need to review the previous lessons. Maybe we can borrow some first-year textbooks from other students in our class. I feel it's so hard. I've never even touched a computer before. I don't understand anything. Boo-hoo, I want to cry." They thought studying abroad would be easy, but on the first day, they were hit hard. It wasn't just academic challenges. The disdainful looks from those foreign students, the insulting language, made them feel humiliated. Their modest clothes contrasted sharply with others, causing feelings of inferiority. Even worse, before the class started in the morning, one of the male classmates couldn't stand being called Asian cowards by the foreign students and got into a fight. He was expelled from the classroom without question. The other 2 classmates involved in the fight remained safely in the classroom, continuing to study. The reason was that their side had made the first move. This incident made the proud students angrier and more unwilling to accept it, but they felt helpless and couldn't speak out. When Su Jingyan returned to her dormitory, Lu Tingting had not yet come back. Teacher Zhang had already prepared the meal, cooking kung pao chicken and a small stir-fried pork dish, with rice as the main food. The two waited for more than 10 minutes until Lu Tingting arrived, finally ending the morning's fatigue with a meal. Teacher Zhang asked about their classes and then volunteered to help them find books at the library in the afternoon. "I finished class at 4:30. Let's go together after that, and we can also check out the school's library and get our library cards. I have a class in the afternoon too." "I'll go with you." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the library entrance after 4:30. After they finished talking, the 3 packed up their things, washed the dishes, and then rested. Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting are in different majors. Lu studies biology and chemistry, while Su chose computer science this time. Their schools are not close. Su's computer science college is at the front of the campus, while Lu's college is at the very back of UCLA with a special lab building. In the afternoon, after her class, Su Jingyan went straight to the library. At the entrance, Lu Tingting and Teacher Zhang were already waiting. They went inside, first applying for a library card and asking some questions, then each started looking for books. The UCLA library is more magnificent than what they saw outside. It has 3 floors, each over 1,000 square meters, very quiet, filled with the smell of books. There are many people in the library, all studying quietly, ignoring those walking back and forth. The library doesn't limit how many books you can borrow at once, as long as you return them regularly. You can borrow as many as you want. They agreed to meet at the entrance at 6 o'clock, so Su Jinyan didn't delay. She found 2 basic books, an English dictionary and a fundamental computer science textbook, and then went downstairs. Unexpectedly, by the time she looked at her watch, it was already past 6. Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting hadn't arrived yet. She borrowed some books herself and sat on a nearby chair, reading while waiting. She flipped through a few pages and felt her confidence in her English skills shaken. In her previous life, her English was pretty good. She could travel abroad and communicate with foreigners. But now she realized how shallow her knowledge was. Still, Su Jinyan didn't get discouraged and focused on studying seriously. Although her main goal of studying abroad was to find her brother, she also made sure not to neglect her academic studies. She chose computer science largely because of China's rapid growth in this field over the past decade. In her previous life, she only used basic software or played games. If she could learn programming, it would be a very happy achievement. This group of students studying abroad received nationwide attention. Not only teachers from her school were watching, but leaders from all levels of society also paid close attention. So she had to achieve some results, which would also honor her grandfather and uncle who spoke highly of her to school leaders. After some time, Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting came one after another. The 3 of them left the library. It was already dark outside, but many students still stayed on campus. At noon, there was leftover rice. The 3 returned to their dormitory, cooked a simple dish, ate quickly, and then immersed themselves in their books. They read until about 10:30 p.m. when Teacher Zhang reminded them to wash up and turn off the lights to rest. After the lights went out, and once the others were asleep, Su Jinyan quietly entered her space. The dorm was dark. She hid a pillow inside her quilt, so it wouldn't be noticed if she didn't lift the blanket. In her space, she first went to the chicken coop. She found that the eggs had turned into small yellow chicks. Hearing their chirping made her happy. She fed the chicks and gave them some well water, then stopped paying attention to them. These things usually didn't need her to take care of them. That's the magic of this space. The cassava was almost ripe, ready for harvest and turning into pearls tomorrow. After checking the crops, she expanded the seafood ponds a bit, looked at various seafood, and remembered the frozen crayfish she saw at the supermarket yesterday. She couldn't help but build another pond. She thought that she should stock up more of these imported seafoods when she had the chance. Compared to decades later, today's seafood contains fewer drugs. Even if farmed artificially, it's better than the ones filled with chemicals in later times. Also, many foreign grains now come from excellent seeds, much better than domestic ones. She should buy more of those. Since she had come out, she felt she should do something, right? She didn't plan to join the official system in the future, but she wanted to contribute to the country in other ways. Later, she cooked a dish with scallions and duck eggs, ate a corn cob, and then carefully brainstormed about her shop's development. She wrote a plan before finally going into her space to sleep. In the following days, everyone was extremely busy, studying day and night. Su Jinyan felt she had never worked so hard, not even during her college entrance exams in her previous life. Students in the school come from all over the world. Most are from European countries, with some from H country and our country. No matter which country they are from, whether wealthy or poor, if they meet Chinese students, they see them as superior. However, for the past week, Su Jinyan seems to be an exception in their class. Su Jinyan studies quietly, ignoring everything outside the window. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, and openly shows her wealth. She dresses fashionably, wearing designer watches. The foreign students do not openly insult her with words like Chinese pig or Asian coward like they do with other Chinese students. During class, when the professors ask questions, she initially stutters but gradually answers more smoothly without mistakes. After class, she often visits the professors' offices to ask questions, showing she is diligent, eager to learn, humble and polite. The professors like this Chinese girl. Su Jinyan is not without feelings, but she feels powerless to fight back alone. All she can do is study hard and use her grades to prove those who look down on Chinese students wrong. Since ancient times, only those with strong abilities can confidently face criticism. The University of Los Angeles is an open school. Students can leave campus from Monday to Friday, and even if they skip classes, no one will stop them. But their credits will be affected later. On Saturday morning, Su Jinyan left school early to check on the store renovation. She believes that studying hard doesn't mean she can ignore earning money. She also needs to find out where the address given by Su Jinyu is located. Lu Tingting has been busy in the lab these days, so she hasn't disturbed her. As for Teacher Zhang, he is responsible for many students and cannot be away for long. There was no one in the store when Su Jinyan arrived. She opened the door and saw that the renovation was almost finished. The wallpaper was already pasted, the spotlights installed, and the restaurant was decorated with fake green vines everywhere. She had also asked Lu Zhenbong to buy some green plants and money trees, which were placed on the floor. The kitchen was tidied up, with half of the wall between the restaurant and kitchen replaced with large glass panels, allowing a clear view inside from outside. The kitchen was stocked with her purchased utensils and Lu Zhenbong's original tools. After waiting about an hour, Lu Zhenbong arrived. Jinyan, you're here? Take a look and see if anything is missing. Su Jinyan smiled softly. Uncle Lu, good job. When will the dining tables and chairs be delivered? The wall in the restaurant is a bit empty. She has bought some picture frames. At night, she plans to take photos of fried chicken, burgers, and soda, then find someone to paint an oil painting. She likes oil paintings because hanging some on the wall looks more artistic than photos. Young people should like it. This week, she will promote the place more and hire 2 more people to get familiar with fried chicken and small pastries. Next week, the business should be ready to open. I just came back from there. The back end should be ready by tomorrow. Today, they are painting, which will take 2 days. Su Jinyan nodded. Thanks for the hard work, Uncle Lu. I'll cover the fuel costs for your trips. Lu Zhenbong sighed. Uncle, do you really care about that little amount of fuel money? Su Jinyan smiled. By the way, Uncle, do you know where to buy wholesale bowls and plates? We need to buy some, plus disposable paper cups and boxes for customers to take away. She originally planned to order paper cups and boxes, but her budget was tight, so she decided not to. Okay, let's go. Su Jinyan smiled and followed Lu Zhenbong out the door. They went to the wholesale market. Su Jinyan picked some beautiful small bowls, plates, chopsticks, spoons, and also bought good quality disposable paper cups, boxes, and bags, all with patterns on them. They negotiated the price, buying in bulk, which reduced the cost by 20%. On the way back, Su Jinyan took Lu Zhenbong to buy chicken breasts, thighs, drumsticks, potatoes, starch, regular flour, eggs, breadcrumbs, and essential seasonings like ketchup, sweet bean paste, black pepper, and others. Uncle Lu, today I will teach you how to make the dishes we will sell.
You can practice more now.
I believe with your cooking skills, you'll be able to master it in no time. While driving, Lu Zhenbong looked confused. What are you planning to sell? Why did you buy only chicken and flour? Su Jinyan smiled and didn't hide anymore. Have you ever been to KFC? How do you feel about their fried chicken? Lu Zhenbong was stunned, busy looking at Su Jinyan, almost hitting a tree on the side.
What?
You want to sell fried chicken? Like KFC? Su Jinyan nodded. What do you think? Of course, that's good. They're open 24 hours a day and they never run out of customers. Can you make it? Su Jinyan smiled and nodded. Lu Zhenbong didn't say much anymore. Everyone has secrets, and he naturally wouldn't ask Su Jinyan how she learned her skills. But since Su Jinyan was willing to teach him, that alone made his hard work worthwhile. With this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about starving in Los Angeles in the future. There's one more thing I want to discuss with Uncle Lu. Yes, go ahead. I'm busy with my studies, so coming to the shop isn't realistic. So, I need you to take care of it. I think this way. If the shop does well, I will give you a 20% share of the technical profits with a monthly dividend. Your salary remains the same, $6 a day. If you don't want the share, I can just increase your salary. Please think about it. Lu Zhenbong didn't expect a young girl to think so far ahead. After half a minute of consideration, he said, I want the share. I'll watch over the shop and you focus on your studies. 20%, if the shop becomes popular, that share could earn him more in a month than he used to earn in a year. Su Jinyan smiled and nodded. Then it will be hard on you, Uncle Lu. I'll hire 2 more staff members in the next few days. One to handle the front, serve dishes, and take payments. The other to work in the kitchen, wash dishes, and help you out. Lu Zhenbang chuckled happily. Xiao Yan, do you think I could ask for a favor? Could my wife come over? When I used to run the shop, your aunt always helped out. Don't worry, she's quick and sharp, and she keeps track of money very carefully. She never makes mistakes counting change. Su Jinyan didn't give an immediate answer, as she still hoped the shop would make money. She needed someone with good character. She smiled and said, Oh, I see. You're quite fond of your wife, huh? You don't want to be apart from her even for a moment? Well, why don't you bring her to the shop later, so we can meet? Lu Zhenbang smiled shyly. All right, I'll take her there after I go back. He sent Su Jinyan back to the shop, put down the things he bought in the car, and hurriedly left. Lu Zhenbang's wife's surname is Zhou. She is a very cheerful woman with a lively personality. She is over 1.65 meters tall, has an oval face, big eyes, and a smiling mouth that makes people feel happy. She maintains a good figure, and Su Jinyan liked her at first sight. Is this Xiao Yan? I've been hearing Uncle Lu talk about you these days, saying you're smart and pretty. Now that I see you, you're indeed beautiful and very likable. Su Jinyan smiled softly and said, Hello, Auntie. You're really good at complimenting people. Thanks to your praise, I feel like I've become a fairy daughter. Ha ha ha, you're already a little fairy. You look lovely. After exchanging a few polite words, Su Jinyan smiled and asked, Uncle Lu mentioned earlier that he wanted you to come help me. Would you be willing? If yes, what are your salary expectations? Oh, we're all from the same hometown. You're a young girl just starting out, so it's not easy. Just $3 a day for helping out is fine. Su Jinyan was a bit surprised. $3? She quickly shook her head. That won't do. I understand Aunt Zhou is considerate of me, but I can't take advantage of you. How about this? You mainly handle the front hall, greet guests, take orders, and collect payments. $6 a day, and I'll also arrange for another helper to assist you. If business picks up later, I'll increase your pay. Is that okay? Hourly workers usually earn $1 or $2 a day for full day's work, and she felt a bit embarrassed to ask for more. Moreover, she always understood that earning more meant working more. It wasn't about exploiting workers. The shop mostly relied on the couple. Paying higher wages would make her feel at ease. Currently, surveillance cameras are a bit expensive. Even in Los Angeles, outside big malls and companies, most places don't have cameras. Zhou Lirong shook her head. You're so polite, girl. No need to be so formal. How about $5 a day? We can talk about more once the business improves. Her husband said there was profit sharing for technical workers, so she didn't feel right asking for a higher salary. Su Jinyan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Annie Zhou, thank you for your help. One more thing, I plan to hang some oil paintings on this wall. Do you know anyone who likes painting oil art and sells it cheaply? Annie Zhou was surprised. Oil paintings, suhinjan nadid. Annie Zhou hesitated and said, My daughter likes to paint oil paintings. She's been learning for about 7 or 8 years, but I don't know if her work meets your standards. What a coincidence. Su Jinyan smiled and said, It doesn't matter about the standards. We're not selling fried chicken or milk tea. I want to take some photos and then have her paint them into oil paintings to hang on the wall. Zhou Lirong relaxed. That's easy. Bring the photos over, and I'll ask my daughter to paint. She's not a professional artist, but last year she won first prize in a competition. Su Jinyan smiled. That's impressive. The paintings must be very good. She'll paint 3 pieces. Ask her how much she charges for each. Oh, no need for money. She stays at home every day and just draws. Besides, her father owns part of the shop. Why would she need money? That's not acceptable. She should get some money to motivate her to keep drawing. Zhou Lirong waved her hand. All right, you don't need to worry about this. If we want to motivate her, it's our job as parents. If you interfere too much, you'll create distance with Aunt Zhou. Su Jingyan nodded with a smile. Okay, I won't bother Aunt Jo about this. However, she planned to find 2 nice outfits in her space to give as gifts. By the way, how old is your daughter? Is she in school? She's about your age, 19. She's almost taller than me. Look at you, so young and already thinking about earning money. My bratty girl stays at home when she's not in class. Sometimes she goes out to do sketching. She spends all her money and doesn't understand how to earn it, Su Jingyan smiled. Different living environments mean different ideas. I'm 23, married early, and have 3 kids. I studied economics in college. Now I'm trying to apply what I learned, and I hope Uncle Lou and Aunt Jo can give me some advice in the future. Oh, what advice? Let's just figure things out together, the way we always do. After chatting for a while, Su Jingyan started teaching Lu Zhenbong and Zhou Lirong how to make fried chicken pieces and burgers. The method was simple. Especially for those who knew cooking, Lu Zhenbong almost learned after just one look. You know, it's really delicious.
Su Jingyan smiled.
Yes, but eating fried foods all the time isn't good for health. Let's try making sweet potato fries. Dipping them in ketchup is also very tasty. Pair it with cola, kids and young people love it. It was tricky to control the heat when frying potato strips, and it took 3 tries to get it right. Uncle, we should start with potato chunks, chicken popcorn, fried chicken drumsticks, wings, chicken strips, burgers, and fries. For the milk, just mix it with milk powder. If you spend at least $1, you get free milk. Spend $5 and you get a small cup of cola. Spend $10 and you get a large cup of cola. Milk is free. Tomorrow I'll buy some ingredients and teach you how to make different types of sushi. Since sushi is a favorite snack for girls, I plan to use it to attract customers. Basic sushi, and anyone who joins as a member can get 2 free boxes of basic sushi each month. Yesterday, I set up a display stand in front of the restaurant. There are 2 large glass cases for sushi, beautiful pastries, and small bread. Customers eating here will see them repeatedly, and it will catch their interest. Little Yen, I didn't quite understand what you said about the promotional products. Are the milk powder prices not cheap? If you give away free milk, won't you lose money? And that's sushi. It's from H country, right? I've tried it. It costs only a cent per piece. It's expensive, so why give it away for free without losing money? Su Jingyan smiled softly. Don't worry, I promise we won't lose money. If this promotional activity is successful, it will bring in a lot of profit, not losses. I've prepared a plan for the opening event. I'll show it to you later. Tomorrow, we'll find an advertising company to make some flyers. If we distribute flyers these next few days, more people around will know about our opening and the free milk and sushi promotion for members. Hearing Su Jingyan's idea, Lu Zhenbong didn't look happy. His face was a bit serious. He thought, young people are so generous, giving away everything. How can we make money? Oh well. But Zhou Lirong was more relaxed. She was just working for others now, so as long as the boss said to do it, she would follow. Little Yen, about those flyers, you mentioned there's a shop nearby that can make them. Are you talking about big paper with our store's name, address, and some product and event info on it? Su Jingyan smiled softly. Yes, but I plan to print our fried chicken and burgers on the flyers too. They sat at a table, eating freshly fried chicken pieces and fries while chatting. Uncle Lou, today you practiced making fried chicken well. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to make milk tea. Thinking about the staff, she said, it feels like we need more people. Maybe we should hire someone just to make milk tea? She planned to keep the milk tea simple, just brewed milk tea with some toppings. But it still needed someone to watch over it. Hiring more people? Lu Zhenbong swallowed hard. It's okay. Making fried chicken isn't hard. Before mealtime, we can prepare semi-finished products. When more people come, we can fry it again. I'll handle the milk tea first. If business gets busy later, we can hire more staff. Su Jingyan nodded. All right then. Uncle Lou, it's going to be hard work for you. Lu Zhenbong. It's good if it's hard work, but I'm afraid it won't be. Su Jingyan thought for a moment and drew 2 simple cake display cases. Uncle Lou, ask Uncle Zeng if he can make these kinds of display cases. If not, we'll look for some to buy. Lu Zhenbang looked at the blueprint and said, there shouldn't be any problem. The glass on top should be made thicker, Su Jinyan nodded and said, "Okay, you handle that. Also, for the milk tea supplies, buy 2 large stainless steel barrels about 1 meter tall, with lids. They will hold the milk tea and soda. If they have water faucets on the bottom, that would be even better." She spoke while sketching on a piece of paper. When Zhou Lirong saw this, she immediately said, "The wholesale market has those. I saw many people selling alcohol use them. All right, I'll give you the money. You go buy them later. I have some other things to do, and might not be able to go." Luzenbang replied, "No need. I'll buy them and give you the receipts. Then you just give me the money. Anything is fine." The group chatted for a while longer. Su Jinyan asked about the bank address her cousin Su Jiyu had given her earlier, then left the shop. After leaving, she first rode her bike back to the dorm to ask teacher Zhang for a day off, leaving some fried chicken legs and chicken pieces she had just bought. Then she changed clothes and walked out of the campus to catch a taxi straight to the Swiss bank. Her reason for asking for leave was that her uncle had come to Los Angeles and wanted to take her out for a day. Thanks to the build-up over the past period, she had mentioned her 2 uncles in California and that they had businesses in Los Angeles. The taxi cost $68. Su Jinyan paid and felt a pang of guilt, suspecting she had been scammed. Maybe she really had been. At this moment, she regretted refusing Luzenbang's offer to send her. Looking at the beige Swiss bank in front of her, which looked like a castle, she felt a strange emotion. She had never been inside such an upscale bank in her past or present life. Standing at the door, she took a moment to prepare herself mentally, then put 10 large yellow croaker fish into her bag. Gold prices in the US were quite good, so she planned to use that as a bargaining chip to exchange for US dollars and then inquire about the safe deposit box. With a nervous heart, Su Jinyan stepped into the bank. The lobby service manager was a man under 30 from the US who nodded politely when he saw her enter. After she explained her purpose, the manager kindly nodded and led her to a window, informing the person inside. The service was very attentive, which Su Jinyan hadn't expected. She took out a gold bar from her bag and handed it to the clerk, saying, "Please change this into US dollars for me." "Thank you. Yes, just a moment, please." Su Jinyan waited less than 3 minutes. The male teller verified the authenticity, confirmed the gold's weight, and then handed her a stack of US dollars. All bills were $100 notes. The teller told her the total weight was 3,118.6 grams. At $92.70 per gram, the total cash exchanged was $289,094.22. Seeing the thick stack of money, Su Jinyan appeared surprised on the outside, but she was truly shocked inside. She knew that gold prices in Europe were high, much higher than in China now, but she didn't expect it to be so much. She estimated that 10 large yellow fish-shaped gold bars weighed about 3,125 grams. She was 7 grams short, probably worn down over time. With over $289,000 in her hands, she felt a bit dizzy. Thinking of the countless gold bars in the space, she felt a little eager. She put the money into her purse, thanked the teller, and then looked for the manager she saw earlier in the hall. She checked his name tag, Charlie, or something similar. She didn't recognize the name. "Hello, Manager Charlie. I have some items in the safe here, and I'd like to take them out now." Translation: "Hello, Manager Charlie. I have some things stored in the safe here, and I want to take them out now, comma." The male manager looked at her with surprise several times, then asked her to show her ID and name. Since she didn't have an ID card in her country, Su Jinyan took out her household registration book and her study abroad documents from UCLA. These had been kept in the space all along, which was convenient. The manager looked them over, thought for a moment, and said politely, "Miss, please come with me." His attitude was respectful, and he switched to speaking in standard Chinese, which was quite fluent. No wonder he was a top-tier bank employee. Manager Charlie took Su Jinyan not directly to the safe, but to an office. Inside, he chatted with the leader about a lot of things, and Su Jinyan could only understand part of it. After explaining the reason, Manager Charlie handed her documents to the leader. The leader then asked her a few questions, filled out a form, and only then did they leave the office. Su Jinyan followed Manager Charlie to the 3rd floor. They took a winding path for a while before reaching a large silver metal door. He pressed some codes on the wall, then used his fingerprint, and only then did the metal door slowly rise and open. It was the first time in her life and in her past life that she saw such advanced high-tech equipment. She looked inside, where she had only seen similar scenes on TV, and swallowed nervously. Wow, this is so high-end. Inside the secret room, all the walls from top to bottom were lined with silver safes, which looked a bit like the traditional Chinese medicine cabinets in their herbal shop. But these were all made of silver metal, giving a very luxurious impression. From now on, no one could say she hadn't seen the world. She couldn't help but feel curious. Su Jinyu didn't have much money when she came here on her mission. Since she had no money, being able to open a safe here was not just about skill. "Miss, please enter your password," Manager Charlie said with a smile, breaking her train of thought. She slightly raised a smile, kept a calm face, and stepped forward to enter the password. This password she had been memorizing for over half a year, repeating it in her mind constantly, afraid she might forget it by mistake. Now that she was about to enter it, her hands trembled, and she felt a bit nervous, worried she might make a mistake and fail to open the safe. After a long moment, she finally entered the password, and the safe made a ding sound. "Done, Mississippi. The password is correct. After opening this door, you just need to enter it once more to open the safe. I'll go out now. If you need anything, just call me." Charlie politely bowed and respectfully left the secret room. Su Jinyan waited a moment after he left, then looked around and found no cameras or anything similar. She entered the password again. If there had been cameras in such a secret place, the bank wouldn't have kept it so hidden. Although she was cautious and nervous when entering the second password, a happy smile appeared on her face. It was called a safe, but it was about the size of a drawer, about 60 centimeters wide, 40 centimeters high, and about 80 centimeters deep when opened. On top of the safe was a thick paper bag made of cowhide, with 2 black leather handbags below it. Without hesitation, Su Jinyan quickly stored everything inside her space. Then she took out 5 gold bars, a $1,000 bill, and a pre-prepared army green canvas bag from her space. The paper bag only had her phone number written on it. She carried the bag, took a deep breath, and calmly walked out of the secret room. Manager Charlie had already explained that this safe had been rented for 10 years, and this was the 3rd year. This safe is known only to her and her brother. She keeps some gold bars and cash inside just in case, hoping it might help Su Jinyu. Manager Charlie waits at the door, and when he sees the bag Su Jinyan is carrying, a look of surprise flashes in his eyes. However, he still maintains a gentle and respectful expression. "Miss Su, please take care and come back soon." Su Jinyan smiles and nods. "Thank you, Manager Charlie." After leaving the bank, she walks calmly toward the big hotel across the street. She has a lot of money, but she feels nervous inside. The hotel offers some security, at least giving her a little peace of mind. She painfully pays $199 to stay on the 6th floor. Once inside her room, she locks the door and enters her space. She checks 2 black bags and a brown paper bag. First, she opens the brown paper bag, which is about 4 inches thick. Inside, she sees a large stack of documents. Most are handwritten notes, with some printed materials. The pages are filled with calculations and formulas she doesn't understand. She looks through the documents and finds nothing special. She packs them back into the bag and opens one of the black bags. Seeing what's inside, Su Jinyan swallows hard and feels shocked. The black bag is full of tightly packed photos. There are pictures of large cannons, aircraft carriers, and spaceships, mostly close-up shots of various parts. Behind each photo are dense Chinese characters and mathematical formulas. Su Jinyan swallows again. Is this stolen technology? Or are they researching and planning to bring their findings back home? Whatever it is, if the US allows them to take it back, then their brains must be pretty messed up. Her brother is alive. That's truly lucky. His abilities are not to be underestimated. In another black bag, there are more documents. But outside, she finds a letter from Su Jinyu. The handwriting is messy, probably written in a rush during a very urgent situation. The message is simple. She is to take these materials back to China and secretly give them to the top person and not trust anyone else. She doesn't know what kind of blow Su Jinyu faced here, but she no longer trusts anyone. Also, Su Jinyu told her not to look for him in Los Angeles, not to mention him to her family. Just pretend he's dead. If they meet outside, call him Zhang Dahu. Her finger touches the name Zhang Dahu, and Su Jinyan sighs, thinking that Su Jinyu still misses her family and her sister, the original owner. She left her name, hoping for a day they can meet again. She placed the 3 packages on the desk in the study, took a quick bite to eat, changed into new clothes, and left the hotel carefully dressed. Since she came to find Su Jinyu, it was probably a risky adventure, right? Staying at school all the time. When would she find him? Su Jinyan tidied up her things, cooked a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs and some stir-fried shrimp, then made egg-fried rice. She enjoyed a good meal, then went to sleep in her space, setting an alarm clock. She wasn't really trying to explore how unsafe Los Angeles nights are, but just wanted to find a good opportunity. The bolder people are, the more they can achieve. Since she had her space and could hide there when in danger, she felt safe. Last time, she saw she had a collection of bulletproof vests, ancient armor, and soft armor in her space. She needed to walk around more to find her brother. That night, Su Jinyan slept peacefully. Maybe because she had a goal in mind, she felt both excited and calm. When the night was over and her alarm rang, she quickly got up. She first put on black jeans, then a bulletproof vest underneath, and a light, hooded short-down jacket outside. It was lightweight. Although Los Angeles winters aren't as cold as in China, the nights are still chilly with cold winds. After dressing, she applied some makeup on her face, drew 2 thick eyebrows, put on a mask, and carried her backpack out the door. By the time she left the hotel, it was 40 minutes later. Taking a deep breath of cold air, she instantly felt fully alert. The night was quiet, with yellow streetlights illuminating the streets, emphasizing the peaceful and lonely atmosphere. Occasionally, a few pedestrians hurried by, walking softly, as if afraid to make noise and attract the attention of nocturnal predators. Su Jinyan exhaled slowly, chose a direction, and moved forward at a slow pace. After 10 minutes, she randomly found an empty alley, took out a bicycle from her space, and rode onto the main street. As for the small alley, she decided not to go there. She wasn't that brave. Her heart was pounding with nervousness. But the more she worried about something going wrong, the more likely it was to happen. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her, causing her handlebar to wobble, nearly hitting a tree pit by the roadside. She supported herself with her long legs, kept her mouth tight, and dared not move. She tilted her head slightly, quietly observing her surroundings. Her heart was pounding as she took out the pistol Su Jinyan had given her from her space, listening carefully to where the sound was coming from. After that loud noise, there were no other sounds. What she didn't know was that, across the street about 10 meters ahead, someone was pointing a gun at her. Any small movement on her part would alert them, and she would be in serious danger. Su Jinyan didn't notice anything unusual, but she didn't have the courage to move forward. She turned the car around and headed back the way she came. Her sixth sense told her that continuing to go forward was risky. Besides, wandering aimlessly wouldn't help much. She felt a bit anxious. When she returned, she planned to get a map of Los Angeles and ask more people about important locations. Back in her hotel room, Su Jinyan took off her clothes, changed into pajamas, and looked at the time. It was 3:20 a.m. She calculated that in Beijing, it was about 6 p.m. in the afternoon. She took out her phone and called Su Jishu. After several rings, Su Jishu answered. She waited half an hour before he called her back. Yan, are you okay over there? Su Jinyan replied. Yes, big brother.
I'm fine.
I'm calling now because I want you to help me find out something. Is it about Xiuyu? Yes. He went on a mission with my brother but only came back alone. My brother didn't say whether he trusted him or not. But anyway, can you find out where they last appeared? The specific location of their mission or where my brother might be? Yen Yen, these are not things you should get involved in, Su Jishu interrupted her directly. Your brother can't handle these matters, so what makes you think you can? How do you think you can save him? Su Jinyan was silent for a moment. I have to try. I have my own ways to protect myself. If I don't find a way to save my brother, I won't be able to rest easy. Big brother, please help me. If you don't ask for my help, I will go and look for him one by one. Stop fooling around. The siblings hesitated for a while. Then Su Jishu softly said, Your brother's mission is very important. The person they are rescuing is also crucial to our country. The government has been sending people there. Unfortunately, the last group that went all sacrificed themselves. Recently, the country is organizing another team, and I have already applied. No way. Big brother, that's too dangerous for you. Yen Yen, don't forget, Su Yu is also my brother. If he is news, I will go myself. Su Jinyan was touched and quietly said, I've already taken the items. They're very important. If you come, call me. If it's not convenient to call, just find me at Little Sue's Fried Chicken next to UCLA. I'll pay for it. Su Jinshu was stunned. Really obsessed with money. Studying abroad, but can't forget about making money. How much time has passed? Although he thought this, he still asked, Is the money enough? Yes, it's enough. Big brother, if you come, you must find me. Otherwise, I'll tell Meijun not to talk to you. Humph. Good for you going abroad and learning new skills, and even learning to threaten your brother, huh? No, big brother. First, tell me roughly when you're leaving. I need to prepare a detailed map. When you come, won't you look for me? Su Jinshu paused for a moment. Yen Yen, don't run around alone. It's chaotic over there. It's not as good as it looks, understand. If something happens to you, what will your parents do? Don't forget, you still have 3 kids and Zhao Yuani. Yes. Don't worry, big brother. Do I look reckless? Okay, help me check where my brother might be, and when you leave, give me a signal. I'll also help you check the terrain. Don't worry, your sister isn't stupid. I know people here. Just a word, and it's done. The siblings talked for a while before hanging up. Su Jinyan pulled the blanket over and slept peacefully. She was carefree, less worried, and lived a long life the next morning. Su Jinyan woke up at 9:30. After washing up, she went straight into her space. She had promised to provide photos yesterday, but there was no time now. She took out ready-made fried chicken, burgers, and pearl milk tea stored by Chung Wenjing from her space. She also took out an ice maker from the warehouse. She didn't find an ice maker in the market, but she couldn't do without it. After arranging the products for sale and taking photos, she harvested cassava, made cassava flour, and prepared some pearls. Everything was ready, so she packed everything and left the space. She took a taxi to the shop, arriving around 11 a.m. A large truck was parked at the door, unloading tables and chairs. Uncle Zeng was standing on the truck, and Lu Zhenbong was helping below. Xiaoyan, you're here? Come in and see how these tables and chairs look. If they're not good enough, Uncle Zeng will fix them. Su Jingyan greeted with a smile and nodded, saying, It looks good. The color is just what I wanted. Thank you, Uncle Zeng. After a few words, Su Jingyan carried the ice machine into the shop. The shop already had 5 or 6 tables, all in the red-brown color she liked. Maybe because she is a traditional person, she always thinks this kind of red-brown color, left by ancestors, looks elegant and high-class. Zhou Lirong was busy in the kitchen. Xiaoyan, you're here? Come try how my fried chicken pieces turn out, she called. In the strainer next to the stove, there were various fried chicken snacks, chicken nuggets, popcorn chicken, chicken drumsticks. Su Jingyan smiled and said, They look great. Aunt Zhou's cooking gets better and better. She used chopsticks to pick up a piece of chicken, dipped it in ketchup, and put it in her mouth. The outside was crispy, the inside tender, very tasty. Really good, even better than mine, Su Jingyan honestly praised. She's not a chef, but Zhou Lirong, who is an amateur cook, is naturally skilled. After a few tries, she would get better. After eating a few pieces, Su Jingyan took out a photo from her bag. Aunt Zhou, can your daughter draw this picture for me? Oh, no need to be so polite. Let me see, she said, taking the photo and looking at it one by one. Xiaoyan, did you take this photo? It's really beautiful, Su Jingyan smiled and said. Just took it casually. You can let your sister do her own style. She then took out the prepared pearls from her bag. Did the red bean syrup I asked you to soak yesterday turn out well? It ran away. You said to soak it overnight before cooking, right? Aunt Shou already cooked it early this morning. Su Jingyan grinned and said, Thanks for your hard work, Aunt Shou. Now I'll teach you how to make milk tea. She took out black tea, fresh milk, brown sugar, lemon, passion fruit, coconut meat, and mango from her backpack. There weren't many ingredients, just one of each, all prepared. Then she started teaching Zhou Lirong how to make milk tea. Making milk tea is simple, but it requires patience in boiling and measuring. After more than 2 hours of explanation, Zhou Lirong finally understood the steps and was able to make delicious milk tea. Honestly, making good tea does seem to require some talent. She hadn't been back to her dorm for 2 days. After teaching Zhou Lirong, they talked a bit about opening the shop and promotion plans. Then she returned to her dorm. Before leaving, she took out some braised pork, braised eggplant, golden soup fish, and plain steamed buns she had stored at home. In the dorm, not only teacher Zhang was there, but Yang Jinlan and another girl she didn't know were also present. Yang Jinlan saw her and happily greeted her. The other girl sat in her chair, smiled, and nodded. Jin Yan, where did you go to play? She asked, noticing what she was holding. I smell a strong aroma of braised pork. Su Jin Yan smiled. I just went out for a bit. You have a good nose. She placed the item on her desk without offering any to eat. It would be troublesome if her reputation as a big spender got out.
Wow.
That smells so good. Jin Yan, you bought so much. Can I have a share? I'll pay extra. Su Jin Yan smiled softly. I'm craving it too. I haven't eaten meat in a long time, so I went out to find a Chinese chef to make some. It's just a little, but normally in China, I'd spend about 10 yuan to eat enough. Now, it costs me $20. A plain bun costs 5 cents, but I can't afford it. Wow. $20. What did you get? Yang Jinlan exclaimed, surprised. Another girl and teacher Zhang also looked surprised. It was really expensive. A serving of braised pork, braised eggplant, fish in golden broth, 6 buns. But that was a discount because I'm from the same hometown. They gave me a bigger portion and it would cost more if sold to others. I only get to indulge once in a while. If I eat every day, I'd be broke. It's really expensive, but I'm craving it so much. Jin Yan, how about selling me a third? Just half of the braised eggplant, a small portion of braised pork, 2 buns. I'll give you $6. Deal? $6 is about 11 yuan. Sometimes I can indulge a little. Su Jin Yan seemed helpless and said, All right, when Ting Ting comes back, we'll eat together. The girl Yang Jinlan had met a few times and felt she was nice. She always talked happily. Thank you, Jin Yan. I knew you're the best. Another girl sitting nearby looked a bit awkward. She stood up and said, Teacher Zhang, Jinlan, Jin Yan, you all chat. I just remembered I have some things to finish. Then she left the room. Spending $5 or $6 on a meal, she really had no money. She was just freeloading. She didn't have that much nerve and wasn't very close. Su Jin Yan and the others waited half an hour, but Ting Ting still hadn't returned. They left her some food and started eating. She arranged the dishes on the table for Yang Jinlan to share. Unexpectedly, the girl felt a bit shy. I'm really taking advantage. Su Jin Yan smiled. No, $6 isn't a lot. They enjoyed a happy meal together, and after eating, Yang Jinlan volunteered to wash the dishes. Wow, I envy you all so much. You can cook for yourselves. Su Jingyan smiled and said, Just buy a pot, some rice, flour, and seasonings, and you can do it too. Yang Jinlan pouted. I want to, but when I came here a few days ago, I saw your pots and dishes. I told my roommates about it, and we thought about pooling money to buy pots, bowls, and grains. We could buy rice and flour together or separately and cook on our own. But none of them wanted to spend that unnecessary money. I know, they just want others to buy so they can borrow later. It's so annoying. I want to buy my own and I could bring it back when I go home. But knowing their little tricks, I don't want to let them take advantage of me. Su Jingyan chuckled. Everything is mutual. Buying your own pots is mainly for convenience, to eat well and save money. If you don't want them to use it, you can lock it up. If you let them use it, They'll probably share it with you later because they see it as fair. Yang Jinlong thought for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, Jingyan is so clever. I understand now. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'll come to play again next time. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Goodbye, Jingyan. She left the dorm. Lu Tingting didn't come back until after 8 p.m., exhausted and barely able to walk. Su Jingyan smiled and teased her while reheating her meal. Those foreign teachers are so weird, and the students are just as strange, like they're risking their lives. Lu Tingting ate a big piece of meat and complained. Su Jingyan just smiled silently, knowing that Lu Tingting was enjoying herself. Luckily, her major was easier than Lu Tingting's. Otherwise, she'd go crazy. Never give up without a fight. Su Jingyan didn't expect that after feeling relieved about choosing an easy major, her department's teachers assigned them a project. They had 2 months to write code and develop a small software. If the software succeeded, the school would reward them generously, and they could even sell it to computer manufacturers. In short, if it worked, it would bring in a good income. So, all the students in her department started studying day and night, reading books, then reading more books, and finally coding nonstop in the computer lab. After a busy week, on Saturday, the opening day, Su Jingyan still took half a day to visit the shop. She also brought 200 chicken legs, 200 chicken breasts, wings, drumsticks, pearls, and other ingredients. As soon as she entered the shop, she saw various oil paintings hanging on the wall. The paintings were very realistic and beautiful, making the small shop look more upscale. Su Jingyan handed over the long and short down jackets, jeans, dresses, and other items she had prepared in advance, using them as ink expenses for the paintings. The promotion was very successful, showing that Zhou Lirong and Lu Zhenbang put a lot of effort into it. When she entered, Zhou Lirong was too busy to talk, and the shop was full of customers. Some people left because it was crowded. In the kitchen, Lu Zhenbang was busy directing the newly hired helper, who was running around. Su Jingyan didn't say much, and went straight into the kitchen to help coat the food with batter and breadcrumbs. Xiao Yan, you're here. Oh, Uncle, you look younger. We didn't prepare enough stuff. Uncle, it's normal not to get the measurements perfect on the first day. With this amount, the chicken I brought today isn't enough. I'll send more tomorrow. While talking, her hands moved quickly. Another helper opened the chicken that Su Jingyan brought, praised it, and then started cutting efficiently. Everyone was busy working hard. Outside, Zhou Lirong called out, "The milk tea is gone." Su Jingyan quickly boiled some milk tea, then started preparing orders. Tell the customers that, as a thank you for their patience, they can add an extra portion of pearls and coconut meat to their milk tea. She handed out the milk tea while speaking. Zhou Lirong nodded with a smile. That's a good idea. The customers are getting impatient waiting. Adding a little extra will definitely make them happier. After finishing the milk tea, she handled the remaining orders and then started steaming rice. While the rice was steaming, she prepared the side dishes. Once the dishes were ready and the rice was steamed, she quickly made various types of sushi. She checked the shop situation and then gave some away for free. For couples, she gave 2 heart-shaped fish roast sushi. For children, she gave seaweed tuna sushi and meat floss sushi. After finishing serving the customers, it was past meal time. Su Jingyan taught Lu Zhenbang how to make several types of sushi. He was already a chef and wanted to try some innovative ideas. Once he understood the basic methods, it wouldn't be difficult anymore. Uncle Lu, we only give away sushi for the first 3 days after opening. After that, it will follow the original plan. Free basic sushi with every $5 spent, and with every $10, you get fish roe, tuna, or meat floss sushi. You can also make some other classic and attractive Chinese desserts, like donkey rolling, walnut cookies, mung bean cakes, and flour cakes. The prices should be reasonable. We will set 3 prices for sushi: a basic option with 1 piece costing $1, a medium option with 1 piece costing $2, such as with shredded meat, and a premium option at $3 per piece, including caviar, tuna, salmon, or crab legs. All these are priced accordingly. For milk tea, the basic size costs 8 cents, with an additional red bean topping for 2 cents and other small ingredients costing 3 cents each. This way, we can make a price list. In the evening, Uncle Lu will set the prices for all products, and Aunt Jo will go to another company tomorrow to prepare 2 colorful price lists. Lu Zhenbong nodded while continuously fiddling with the abacus, smiling happily from ear to ear as he counted. After a while, he excitedly said, "Xiao Yan, guess how much our sales are for half a day?" Since there were many customers today, Jingyan wasn't sure, but she quietly estimated based on the raw materials used in the morning, between $1,500 and $1,700. Lu Zhenbong raised an eyebrow in surprise and then smiled. That's close. The total sales are about $1,893. Looks like a good start, right? Yes, definitely. But it's a bit unfortunate that we weren't fully prepared today. Many customers waited too long and left. Oh well, Jingyan smiled and comforted him. That's normal. We'll be better prepared tomorrow. But from the current situation, we still lack some staff. Let's hire 2 more people, maybe part-time workers. Lu Zhenbong thought for a moment and nodded. Part-time workers are fine. Jingyan considered and said, "Uncle Lu, I want to ask some classmates who are also studying abroad. Many of them aren't well off and didn't bring much money. The school provides a daily meal subsidy of $1, but I think it's not enough. I want to see if anyone can cook and is willing to work. If they're willing, they can earn a little extra and have enough to eat." Lu Zhenbong smiled. "It's considerate of you to think of your classmates." "I agree. You can ask around. If no one is interested, I'll hire more." "Yes, but I don't want my classmates to know I've opened a shop." "I hope Uncle Lu and Aunt Jo can keep it a secret." After chatting for a while, Jingyan left the shop and went back to school. As soon as she reached her dorm, she talked to Teacher Zhang about hiring workers. "Are you saying they work 3 hours a day and get $2? Teacher Zhang asked with doubt. "I also met the shop owner last time I went to buy fried chicken. Since he looked Chinese, we talked a bit more. Today, I went again to buy chicken pieces. He told me they prioritize helping fellow countrymen. When I arrived, I helped cut the chicken, coated it with flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs, and during busy times, I assisted with packing and washing dishes. My main job was cutting, so I had to be quick and careful." "Okay, I'll ask if a boy can help too." "Of course, boys are strong and might work faster." "Oh, I forgot to say, they are hiring 2 people in total. When you get to the shop, listen to the boss's instructions. Even though I'm busy with school, I spend 3 hours each day earning some pocket money. This really improves my life. If she didn't have to leave, she'd want to do it full-time. All right, I'll ask in the other dorms now. To be fair, there will be 1 spot for a boy and 1 for a girl." Teacher Zhang hurriedly left the dorm wearing a padded jacket. Su Jinyan finally had some free time and picked up a book to read. The teacher's selections were very good. At least, the candidates looked clean and neat, and they were friendly and outgoing. This was the first time the teachers chose people not based on who wanted the job or who was poor. Instead, they tested character, endurance, and whether the candidates had experience working in a kitchen. The female student, Jia Xining, is 24 years old, married, and can cook. She comes from a rural area and is hardworking. The male student, Ren Huaigua, is 23, also married, and from a rural background. His parents are chefs who cook for celebrations. He often helped in the kitchen growing up. Although he's not very skilled yet, his experience has given him good knife skills. On Monday noon, since she had no classes in the afternoon, Su Jinyan packed 30 pounds of tapioca pearls made the day before and took Ren Huaigua and Jia Xining to the restaurant. To her surprise, the restaurant wasn't less crowded on Monday. There were 5 or 6 people waiting in line for bubble tea, and some people were ordering pastries to take away. Most tables inside were full, mostly with adults and children. The tables were filled with fried chicken, burgers, cola, bubble tea, and more. It was clear they weren't short of money. Zhou Lirong saw her and seemed to see a savior. "Xiao Yan, hurry and make another pot of bubble tea." Jia Xining and Ren Huaigua were also surprised by the busy scene inside. There were so many people in a restaurant, too many. Su Jinyan didn't have time to say anything else. She took 2 students into the kitchen. "Ren, your knife skills are good. Help Uncle Lu inside cut the chicken. Jia, you help Aunt Jo pack the food for that aunt just now." After giving these instructions, she hurriedly brewed some milk tea. Luckily, She remembered to place the milk tea station and the pastry display on the left side as soon as they entered. Some customers were waiting inside, and a few outside. The more people there were, the more customers it would attract. She was busy for about 2 hours. After the busy period, it was past peak hours, and it was already after 2 o'clock. Everyone was very hungry. Lu Zhenbang had prepared a pot of chicken stew with potatoes, and the rice was ready. Wow, it smells so good. I feel like I've been hungry for almost 10 years, said Renhuaigua, stuffing a big bite of chicken and rice into his mouth, almost crying from the delicious smell. At first, Jia Xining thought daily milk and bread were enough, but after eating them for 2 weeks, her stomach started to feel sour. All right, kids, eat quickly, said Zhou Lirong, looking at these children who had traveled far from their homeland. She suddenly felt her eyes well up, thinking of their difficulties when they first went abroad. Su Jinyan smiled and said, "From now on, if you come before noon or before dinner time, Aunt Zhou can still treat you to a meal. That way, you can also save some money." The two quickly thanked Lu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong. They both smiled happily and nodded politely. After 7 people finished eating, Jia Xining and Ren Huaigua stayed behind to help and get familiar with their tasks. Su Jinyan, Lu Zhenbang, and Zhou Lirong chatted for a while about the shop, offered some suggestions, and then left. She didn't go back to school. Instead, she found a quiet place outside, took out 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of fragrant rice, 20 jin of mung bean powder, 10 jin of red bean powder, 30 jin of shrimp, 50 jin of chicken thighs and breasts, and finally 50 jin of corn oil from her space. The white flour, rice, mung beans, red beans, and corn oil were all grown in her space, making the products tastier and naturally sweet compared to market goods. Once everything was prepared, she stepped out of the alley, flagged down a taxi. The driver saw the large pile of goods and looked around at the buildings, his eyes showing suspicion. He glanced at Su Jinyan and said, "So many things need $3. Okay, no problem," she replied. However, regardless of why so many items were thrown here, as long as there is money to be made, the driver didn't say much. He picked up the white flour bag and went to the car. The taxi driver was quite nice, strong, and helpful, lifting most of the items into the car. When they arrived at the shop, Lu Zhenbang looked at the things and said happily, "I was just about to call you. I forgot to tell you about buying white flour and rice." "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful," Su Jingyan smiled and replied, "In the future, if there are other types of rice and flour, please tell me in advance. If I have time, I will bring them over. If I don't, you can go shopping and just keep the accounts," because the shop was busy. All the supplies were used quickly. It seemed that chicken legs and chicken meat needed to be restocked twice a week. When he went back at night, the chicken coop would need to be expanded again. Lu Zhenbang nodded with a smile. Okay. The recent sales made Lu Zhenbang smile constantly. Being a chef his whole life, he just wanted to see people eating his food. Plus, the profit was high, especially the sushi and pastries. They said they were free to give away, but after customers took the basic ones, they wanted more. The milk tea, whether for men, women, or children, was very popular. Everyone liked to sip it happily. Ren Huaigua and Jia Xining looked at Su Jingyan with some doubt. Was she really a purchasing agent? Did a purchasing agent need to tell others what to do? But they weren't kids anymore. When working, the main rule was to work hard and speak less. After Su Jingyan finished delivering the items, she listed everything at wholesale market prices and handed the list to Zhou Lirong. She asked Zhou Lirong to keep good records, whether it was the purchase list or sales figures, and to note down how many milk teas and pastries were sold by writing correct after the item name. Without proper records, everything would be chaotic. These days, there were too many people and not enough staff, so things might be a bit messy. Once the customers stabilized and everyone became familiar with their tasks, it would be much better. Although Zhou Lirong had run a restaurant before, she had never encountered so many people, so she felt a bit overwhelmed. She thought she might have prepared too much at once. The milk tea and pastries could be added gradually. Now, with more staff, Zhou Lirong decided to assign one person to handle the milk tea alone, another female server to take orders and serve food, and she herself would mainly handle the money and front-of-house matters. She didn't wait for classmates Ren Jia and the others to return to school first. When she got back to her dorm, she carried 6 large chicken legs, 5 big potatoes, and some green beans, cilantro, and scallions. Back in the dorm, only Teacher Zhang was there. They made yellow braised chicken and spicy stir-fried green beans. Teacher Zhang also steamed some buns. Su Jinyan then suggested giving a portion of the yellow braised chicken and a few buns to teachers Zhao and Li. The food was bought by Su Jinyan. She said she wanted to give it, and Teacher Zhang nodded in agreement. However, Su Jinyan didn't give gifts every day. She understood the little tricks of maintaining relationships. Each time she made something delicious for the 2 teachers, it was to keep good relations. Also, the teachers always returned the favor with bread, milk, and sometimes bought pork, chicken, snacks, and other things from the supermarket. They often brought back quite a lot. Teacher Zhang said that some small snacks given as gifts were specially chosen after the teachers asked about her and LV Tingting's preferences. They bought these snacks just for her and LV Tingting. This time, Su Jinyan personally delivered the food. She chatted with the 2 teachers for a while. The teachers looked at the full bowl of tender, flavorful potato stew chicken, feeling both tempted and a little shy. "You girl, you always bring us good food whenever you have some." "That's a lot of stuff," Teacher Zhao said, picking up a piece of the soft, braised chicken leg with chopsticks. Su Jinyan smiled and said, "It's just a little bit for the 3 of us. It's no trouble to add a bit more for you too." The 2 teachers also bought pots, bowls, utensils, rice, flour, seasonings, and oil. But their cooking skills were quite limited, mostly just making porridge, thick noodle soup, or scrambled eggs with shredded potatoes. They had only learned these dishes from Teacher Zhang during this time. After delivering the food, Su Jinyan went to the computer room and immediately started practicing coding. She was working on a simple web page following a book. Even with some revisions and adjustments, she had been working on it for 3 days. After all, everyone else had been studying for a year, and she was just starting halfway. It was a bit difficult for her. Since she finished calling Su Jingshu, Su Jinyan had been eagerly looking forward to her arrival. Afraid she wouldn't be notified when she came, Su Jinyan called Su Jingshu every 2 days. Finally, Su Jingshu was annoyed and promised that as soon as she arrived in Los Angeles, she would try to find a way to visit her at university. Since she bought the phone, she hasn't spoken to Zhao Yuan by phone. She found a Saturday, called the nearby Courtyard's reporting office at 8 a.m. local time, left her phone number, and asked them to notify Zhao Yuan to call her back. Within half an hour, Zhao Yuan called her, bringing along children Zhao Qi and Zhao Hua. When the children heard her voice, they cried out loud. Zhao Qi cried, thinking she didn't want them anymore. Su Jingyan comforted her for a while and explained several times before the call finally reached Zhao Yuan. They had a 20-minute long-distance call. Since their 2 shops are doing well now, the phone bill isn't a big problem. Both shops are growing fast. Zhao Yuan told her to find a way for their uncle to transfer $46,000 from the country, then bring back some imported electronics from abroad. They both laughed at the end and talked about the market for imported electronics. If they could get official import permits, many business owners in Shanghai would want to place orders. After hanging up, Su Jingyan thought about computers. No, now they call them computers. If she could get cheap computers and bring them into the country, they would sell very well. Not just sell well, these items are very valuable to the country. She realized she needed to think of a plan. Suddenly, she took out her uncle's phone from her space, which she had kept hidden for a long time. Before coming here, she thought it wasn't necessary to stay in contact. If she did, it would be just a visit, and she didn't want to trouble him. But now it seems she has to. "Hello, Uncle, it's Yen Yen. You finally remembered to call me, girl. Are you doing well in Los Angeles? Uncle and second uncle haven't been there recently, so I didn't come to see you." "I'm doing fine, Uncle. I called today to ask if you have any contacts at the shipping company. If I want to ship some electronics from Los Angeles to China, would that be convenient?" "You're asking the right person. Didn't I tell you before? Your uncle and second uncle have small ports in several cities in California and a few cargo ships. Our country has opened up recently. Your uncle and I bought a large cruise ship not long ago. It's currently out at sea, handling the paperwork. Once everything is approved, you can ship anything you want back. That's great. Once your paperwork is done and the shipping date is set, let me know. Zhao Yuan and I opened an appliance shop. He wants to sell some imported electronics and I plan to wholesale some here. Opposite, Xian Hongyan paused for a moment before finding a quiet spot and said, Yen, buying washing machines or refrigerators from factories directly won't cost much. Uncle has a channel. It's all black market stuff. The prices are as low as they can get. A good freezer costs about $60, a refrigerator around $85, and decent washing machines are only $50 or $60. Fans are just $10 to $20, so they're very cheap. These are all the same products. Who knows what will happen when you bring them back to the country? Su Jinyan swallowed nervously and asked cautiously after a while, do these items come with user manuals or instructions? Yes, they're the same as those from the factory. Everything is complete and the quality is the same. The only issue is that they lack official paperwork. The tax system in this country is high, especially for exports. So many people find ways around it. That's true. The domestic tax system is not very developed, especially since there's no such thing as an individual income tax here. Many people are poor, and many still struggle to meet basic needs. So, there's no income tax, and the government supports merchants rather than charging them. Thinking for a moment, she said, so, how do I take these items back without proper paperwork? How do I get them into the mall? Foolish girl, I'll handle some customs procedures for you. Then just write a shopping list with a local manufacturer's name. Who will check if it's real or fake? They'll probably just verify the factory's name. Su Jinyan smiled shyly. Uncle is so wise. Okay, I'll follow your advice. Please help me arrange it. I have $45,000. Use that as your reference. Old tricks are the best. Oh, by the way, Uncle, do you know anyone who sells computers? I want to bring some back to the country. She plans to donate two to her university and a few to the Beijing Computer Research Institute and a local manufacturer. It's a small way to thank the country for sending her abroad. You want computers? Those are not cheap or easy to get without proper paperwork. How much does one cost? With your budget, you can only buy parts. Su Jinyan hesitated, feeling awkward. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything. Just keep an eye out for household appliances, okay? Hee. Zhao Yuan said he would send money over soon, but he wasn't sure how long it would take for the money to arrive from the country. She would contact him once she received it. Alright, Norus. Uncle can cover that amount easily. Recently, I spent a lot of money on buying a cruise, and I don't have many left. But I can't ignore these small matters just because of that, right? We talked for a while, and then I started to do the math. $46,000. One refrigerator costs just over $80, and a washing machine is only about $50. These amounts could really buy quite a lot. Maybe I could even earn some income from a fried chicken shop. Just saving up, $50,000 shouldn't be too hard. It felt like shiny money was flying toward me. I'm one step closer to relaxing and taking it easy. It's another Saturday. My coding finally made a new breakthrough, and I've completed most of the experimental project. I rode my bike out of school, feeling a bit of a headache. Today, I don't plan to go to the fried chicken shop. Yesterday, I delivered some chicken and pearl materials. Today, I want to explore some places near Los Angeles, especially computer stores and manufacturers. Maybe my restless side is acting up again. The fear I felt that night has faded. Big shopping malls don't sell high-end things like computers. I asked Lu Jinbong about this, and I got a pretty detailed list of places. When I arrived at the first computer company, I looked up and went straight inside. A woman in her 30s was at the front desk. She looked up at me, then went back to her work. There was also a young man sitting by the wall, typing away at a computer, ignoring my arrival.
Perfect.
I was worried they might ask me, "What are you here for?" or "Let me introduce you," which would make me feel awkward and guilty. But in this huge store, there were only 6 computers. Isn't that a bit stingy? I thought this, but I kept walking, looking at each one. Honestly, the United States is much more advanced in this area than my home country. Back home, computers are still huge, like big monsters. Here, They're about the size of a 22-inch or 20-inch TV, and the main units aren't very big. My hands itch to just wave and collect all these items into my space.
Whoa, stop. I can't steal like a little thief.
I've lived 2 lives and am a cultured, noble person. The prices of computers are really as expensive as Xian Hongyun said, ridiculously high. Each computer is priced around $1 million, with the cheapest costing about $89,900. She wants to buy 6 or 7, maybe even 10, but it's just a distant dream. Besides computers, Su Jinyan's whole heart feels heavy. Sometimes, some things just can't be helped. While leisurely riding her bike and looking at the tall buildings and shopping malls around her, suddenly a black business car stopped nearby. Before she could react, she was covered and pulled onto the car. She saw several dark-skinned people inside trying to shout, but a shiny silver dagger was placed around their necks.
Wow.
In an instant, she mentally moved all her money, phone, and belongings into her space, leaving only a bag of cookies in her backpack. Her lips curled slightly, tears welled up, and she weakly said, "Uncles, is something wrong? I have no money." "What?" Su Jinyan pretended not to understand English, saying no money, while checking her pockets and gesturing. The people glanced at her with suspicion and then said unkindly, "It's okay, you just have to come with us, ha ha ha." "Huh? What are you saying?" Su Jinyan acted scared and confused, trying to handle the situation while secretly thinking of a plan. She never expected that in this place, people would dare to rob others openly in the daytime. She wondered if it was common, or just her unlucky day. No matter what, she had to keep pretending. She showed fear, didn't shout loudly, and trembled while crying softly, her acting skills at full tilt. The car drove for about 40 minutes until it reached a remote area and pulled into an old factory. Su Jinyan initially thought she was dealing with human traffickers. She was scared but felt there might be a way to escape. However, that wasn't entirely true. She overheard a few people talking, apparently involved in some business, but struggling to close a big deal. They had heard the other side was peculiar, someone who liked young women with black hair and eyes from the east, who looked pretty. These people had been searching for days and today, by chance, encountered Su Jinyan, who was alone. A big deal? Su Jinyan felt a flicker of hope. Through the car window, she saw that the factory was small, with only 3 rows of old, simple houses. The factory wasn't big, and workers were walking back and forth inside, likely engaged in production. However, the workers are all black. In today's world, black people face a lot of discrimination. In Los Angeles, their social status is only slightly higher than that of Chinese people. A few black workers brought her into the factory area. They didn't hit or scold her. Instead, they threw her into a room, locked the door, and left.
Su Jinyan felt hopeless.
She looked around and saw no one nearby. She took out a plate of sweet and sour pork and some rice from her space and started to eat. She didn't know what might happen later, so she decided to eat and drink enough first. After finishing her meal, she found no one coming to check on her, and no one was watching outside the door. She called Teacher Zhang to ask for help to take a leave. Her uncle had come, but he had some urgent matter and couldn't go back to school for now. Telling them about being kidnapped wouldn't help. They would just worry and maybe think badly of her. In her country, people care a lot about their reputation and honor. If they found out she was kidnapped, they would first think she lost her good name. She would be pointed at and talked about everywhere she went. There was no sympathy, only contempt. This is the reality. The phone was in the dormitory building. Each dorm had a phone, so she waited until nightfall. Only then did a black woman come to bring her food and water. She talked a lot, trying to persuade her. She said as long as Su Jinyan behaved well, she would be well taken care of, with good food and drink. She warned her not to think about escaping. The man she would be with in the future was an important person, and it would be embarrassing if she caused trouble. Su Jinyan still acted as if she didn't understand English. She kept a sweet and obedient look on her face and said in Chinese, "Thank you," while pointing at the roasted chicken leg, hamburger, and milk on the table. After eating and drinking enough, and seeing no one summoned her, Su Jingyan lay down and entered her space with her consciousness. Her time was precious, after all. She raised chickens, farmed, and also processed chicken meat, harvested mature crops, and ground them into flour. After tidying everything up, she took a rest in her space. When she woke up again, it was already late at night. It was pitch dark outside, and everything was silent. She quietly got up and went to the door. Outside was very quiet. She groped her way to the window, slowly opened it, and looked outside. Maybe the black people were overconfident. The window had no security measures, only a lock on the outside of the door. Su Jingyan pressed her face to the window and observed carefully. During the day, she noticed the factory wasn't very well protected. From the conversations of a few people, she learned they kidnapped her just to please a certain big boss. She watched for about 15 minutes, but didn't see any unusual activity or patrols. At this moment, she had adapted to the darkness outside. She quietly climbed up to the window and then slowly lowered herself down. She first bent down and slowly moved along the row of factory buildings. She listened at each door, but heard nothing. Then she moved along the shadowed wall toward the second row of factories. The security here was very lax. No patrols were seen, and many windows were open. She casually found a window, took out a small stool from her bag, climbed onto it, and slipped inside. Once inside, she saw that this was indeed a factory, with a space opened up inside. There were 2 rows of machines, including large CNC machines, and some she didn't recognize. She took out her flashlight, turned it on carefully, and slowly observed the area. From the pile of items against the wall, she guessed these machines were used to produce product shells. After hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and stored all the machines, equipment, and semi-finished products into her space. After finishing, she let out a breath of relief and quickly headed toward the other factory inside. The machines inside were smaller but more delicate. Su Jingyan didn't bother to study further and also stored them all in her space. Any delay could cause problems. She was quite timid. Although she was curious about what these black people's big boss was doing and wanted to get some benefits, she knew that if someone was watching at the boss's place, she might not have a chance to escape or enter her space. That would be dangerous. She didn't want to risk her life. Another important point was that her space had a flaw. Once inside, she couldn't see or hear outside. Unlike other stories with spaces that could move with the host, hers couldn't. In less than an hour, Su Jingyan cleaned out all the machines, equipment, finished products, raw materials, and supplies from the small factory, except for the office area. She thought about her actions and was a bit stunned. When did she become so brave? Could she really be a big thief now? But since she had already done it, she didn't regret it. There was no time to waste. She needed to escape quickly. While sneaking away, she also stole a large truck, a black Buick SUV, and the business car she had used earlier that day. Just as Su Jingyan was happily moving toward a wall to hide, she noticed 2 small buildings behind the back wall. It was strange to find 2 extra small houses far from the factory area without any reason. Su Jingyan felt curious. She quietly listened at the door for 10 minutes. No voices, no snoring. She shined her flashlight and saw a large iron gate with a big iron guard hanging on it. At this moment, she secretly wished she had learned how to pick locks earlier. She truly regretted not having that skill when she needed it. If she had forced the door open with violence, she might have been caught in this quiet night, as people in this area tend to own a few weapons. She shined her flashlight through the cracks of her fingers, finally thinking of a good plan. She quickly found a glass cutter from her space and stepped on a stool to break the window glass. She stored the glass in her space and smiled happily.
Perfect.
A genius. But she didn't care much about being a genius now. Using the stool, she jumped into the warehouse. She shined her flashlight around and saw it was about 200 square meters, with neatly stacked boxes and only a few clear paths in the middle. She tried to move a box but found it was very heavy. Without hesitation, she stored everything in her space. Once inside, she mentally opened 5 boxes and was surprised to find they were all double-door refrigerators. Her luck seemed almost too good. She opened a few more and found they were all bright red double-door refrigerators. She was really lucky. Then she entered another warehouse. Without hesitation, she took most of the items from there into her space, jumped over the wall, and escaped from the small factory. Under the moonlight, she took out her bicycle and sped off in the direction she came from. After about half an hour, she saw a larger factory and quickly turned off her flashlight. 2 hours later, on an asphalt road, Su Jingyan was driving a Buick SUV at a crazy speed, reaching 120 miles per hour. Behind him, 3 different cars were chasing. Fortunately, she had already taken the factory's cars earlier, leaving only a few behind. Luckily, her Buick was fast and stable. If they were driving cars from their country, they would only reach about 100 miles per hour. The cars behind were still chasing hard, but only one was skilled. The other 2 gradually fell behind. Su Jingyan felt both scared and excited. Just now, she had not only taken many machine tools but also a small batch of computers, a large number of refrigerators and freezers, 7 or 8 brand new luxury cars, cash, and weapons. The cash and weapons were unexpected gains. She had just finished gathering everything and was about to leave when she encountered patrols. From their words, she learned that these people stayed awake late at night to divide the loot. It seemed these factories on the surface were just producing parts, but secretly they were involved in some shady activities. She was just curious for a moment. After the patrol guard walked past, she secretly sneaked to the place where they were dividing the loot. It seemed nothing had happened here before. Although the factory had a loose patrol team of 3 people, it was quite relaxed. Su Jingyan leaned against the window and watched for a while, and no one noticed her. The small room had a few metal cabinets. 4 black men sat on the sofa, laughing and talking. On the desk, there were 4 silver boxes filled neatly with US dollars, which made Su Jingyan stare in amazement. Aren't black people usually poor? These men are so rich. As she continued watching, Su Jingyan felt stunned and a bit scared. Next to the coffee table, there were 2 boxes, one with black guns and another with shiny, golden bullets. Both boxes were full of bullets, an entire big box full. She looked around and quietly listened from behind the window. After a while, she realized that the reason these men were laughing while dividing the loot was because they had just pulled off a big job. They were fighting among themselves, black on black. The stolen items weren't the computers, freezers, or refrigerators she had seen earlier, but weapons. The more she listened, the more shocked she became. These people were part of a small gang. The factory was just a front. Their main business was selling illegal goods. Arms and drugs were the biggest part. They also sold popular refrigerators, washing machines, and expensive computers. At this point, she decided to leave. She couldn't afford to get involved. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard footsteps from afar. She quickly hid in her space. She waited in her space for 30 minutes before coming out. As soon as she stepped out, the office with the lights on turned off. She waited a moment longer, but saw no movement. It was almost 5 o'clock now, and the sky was starting to brighten. She re-entered her space, dressed in black, with a hat, mask, and scarf. After coming out, she slowly used a glass cutter to break the window and put the glass into her space. She entered the office and didn't waste time. She immediately stored the 2 large metal cabinets, then a box of guns and bullets on the ground. After hesitating for a second, she waved her hand and also took the leather sofa and the ordinary coffee table. They were so poor. In one office, there were only 2 metal cabinets, a sofa, and a coffee table. Nothing valuable like antiques or art. After leaving the office, she headed straight for the corner of the wall. Before she could hang her equipment, the patrol guard who had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared. At the moment when dawn was breaking, it was the time to feel sleepy. A tall, dark-skinned person, looking confused, nudged the person next to him. "Is that a person?" "Yeah, I think so." The 3 of them looked closely and saw a small person standing on a stool, climbing over the wall. Just as the person was about to escape, they finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Su Jingyan sat on the wall, watching the 3 people aiming their guns at her. She smiled and said, "It's me, your boss, big sister. Tell your boss I need to borrow something from him. Goodbye." After saying that, she jumped down from the wall. The place was deserted and unnoticed, which was good. Luckily, the road was flat, and she took a car she had stored in her space, a Buick she had collected from the previous factory, and drove away. I don't know if they knew each other well, but if they recognized the car, it might cause trouble for them. Su Jingyan didn't know the way well, so she drove wildly along the main road. When she reached the city area with many buildings, she finally found a gap to enter the back of a building. She and the car both entered her space. Inside the space, Su Jingyan panted heavily, holding her chest. It was too crazy. She swore this was the most reckless thing she had ever done in her life. Was she also a kind of thief? She didn't feel guilty about stealing from those black organizations. After calming down for a while, she got up to check what she had taken earlier. The boxes were labeled as containing computers, refrigerators, and freezers. She hadn't really checked if that was true, and she didn't know if the 4 boxes of US dollars were inside the metal cabinet or not. When Su Jingyan pried open the metal cabinet and saw the 4 silver boxes, she couldn't help but speak without thinking. These people are so friendly. The boxes for money weren't locked with a password. They had small locks on them. Su Jingyan used an axe and smashed them open easily. The neatly stacked money inside made her very happy. I have already looked at the computers. These are the latest models, more advanced than the ones she uses at school. She has already decided where to send the computers. After returning, she plans to donate some to their school and the rest to the Kyoto Computer Research Institute and other fields that need research or office work. Looking at the brand new money, she felt excited for a while, but in the end, she made a careful decision. She will use all the money to buy good seeds from Europe, such as wheat, rice, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Currently, in her country, the yield of wheat and rice is only about 400 to 500 jin per mu in most areas, and even good land only produces around 600 jin. In Europe, however, the yield of these main grains can reach 1,000 jin per mu. After thinking carefully, she decided this way. Once she made her decision, her mood improved quickly. She took a Chongqing hot pot and various side dishes from the warehouse and started to enjoy her meal. After eating and drinking enough, she took care of the chickens, feeding, dividing, and incubating eggs, busy for 2 hours before going to her bedroom to sleep. At this moment, if she went outside, those people would probably be searching for her all over the street. She slept for 12 hours straight. When she woke up, she changed into new clothes. As she stepped out of the space, it was still nighttime. There was no one around. She checked the time, already 10 p.m. She was about to take out her car and ask for directions back to school when her phone rang. It was a call from Teacher Zhang, sounding very anxious. "Xiaoyan, are you okay? Where are you now?" Su Jingyan paused for a moment and smiled.
"I'm fine."
"What's wrong, Teacher Zhang?" She had taken a day off. "Oh, that's good. You scared us. We tried calling you all day, but couldn't reach you. I thought something happened to you." "Sorry, Teacher Zhang.
My phone ran out of battery."
"My uncle had some things to deal with, and I was busy all day, so I forgot." "Oh, no problem. As long as you're okay. When will you come back?"
"I really need to go back now."
"I should be there in about half an hour." "Okay, take your time on the road." After hanging up, Su Jingyan thought for a moment and took out a red BMW from her space. She didn't have a driver's license here, so if she ran into a traffic police officer, she might end up in trouble. The police here, if they find her and she tries to run or resist a little, might even shoot her. Although BMW isn't considered the top luxury car here, even a cheap one costs over $300,000. The police wouldn't check the car lightly. The nights in Los Angeles are truly quiet. The streets are almost empty. Su Jingyan drives slowly and barely encounters anyone. The first person she sees is a drunk standing in front of a tree, vomiting loudly. The second are 2 young girls walking unsteadily. Su Jingyan hesitates for a moment, then stops the car beside them. She takes out $10 from her pocket and offers it to one of the girls. "Excuse me, how can I get to the University of Los Angeles?" The young girl lifts her blurry blue eyes and looks confused. University of Los Angeles? Yes, the University of Los Angeles. The girl hiccups and nudges her friend. Mary, is this Chinese girl going back to school? Should we go together? Another girl with blonde hair turns her head to look at her and nods. Hey, we're also heading back to UCLA. Can you give us a ride? We'll pay the fare. Su Jinyan hesitates for a moment and then nods. All right, get in. The two girls get into the back seat. The girl with long hair closes her eyes and falls asleep immediately, clearly very drunk. The other girl keeps thanking and apologizing to her on the way. They chat briefly. Su Jinyan learns that these two girls work at a nearby bar as singers. They sing well, and after each performance, many customers ask them to drink with them. They get tips for drinking, and the tips are quite good. One girl jokes that since she looks so pretty, she could introduce herself to better-paying jobs. Su Jinyan smiles and replies, "Do I look like I need money?" The girl chuckled self-deprecatingly and said she didn't expect a person from China to be so wealthy, able to drive such a nice car, and she even called her the richest Chinese student she had ever seen. The girl said she was both drunk and sober at the same time, a little tipsy but still clear-headed, and she became quite talkative. She tearfully introduced herself, saying she was a local from Los Angeles, not from the city itself. Her parents were ordinary farmers, and she had 5 siblings. An ordinary family couldn't support 5 children, especially since she was the third, with older brothers and sisters above her and younger siblings below. Her parents didn't show much love or care. She had to work part-time to pay for her living expenses and tuition. On top of that, she also sent money home to help support her brothers and sisters. By the end, the girl was crying loudly. Su Jingyan was very surprised. How did this girl manage to open up and share her feelings with a stranger like her? Does she have a face that's suitable for confiding? When they reached near the school, Su Jingyan recognized the way and saw they were close to the campus. Just as they were about to arrive, she finally interrupted her and asked if she wanted to make some money. Hearing that her parents were farmers, she was moved and had an idea. The girl was interrupted and, upon hearing about making money, seemed to suddenly become more alert. Make money? How? She asked. Su Jingyan didn't answer directly but said, "It's simple and guaranteed to make you a lot of money." The school didn't allow students' cars inside, so Su Jingyan parked her car at the school gate and told her to wait for her there at noon the next day. They exchanged phone numbers. The girl's name was Yali. Since she often worked part-time, she had a phone. After the two girls got out of the car, Su Jingyan made an excuse and drove away. She found a place to park her car and then rode her bike back to her dorm. When she entered the dorm, she checked the time, 10:25 p.m. She pushed open the door to her dorm, where the lights were bright. Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting were sitting at the desk, reading and waiting for her. Su Jingyan didn't expect the 2 foreign girls she met by chance to be so helpful. Over the next half-month, Mary and Yali worked hard to buy grain seeds and even helped her rent 2 warehouses near the dock, each about 1,000 square meters. Of course, the 2 sisters were also working to earn money. She offered a commission of 1 cent per pound of good quality seeds. They are locals and have farming backgrounds, so shopping is much easier for them. They don't care what the items are used for, as long as they can make money, it's fine. Foreign girls are very independent. At this age, their families hardly interfere, especially for girls, so they try their best to earn more money. In just half a month, Su Jingyan received 50,000 pounds of rice seeds, 65,000 pounds of wheat seeds, 100,000 pounds of corn seeds, 20,000 pounds of potatoes, 30,000 pounds of yellow flesh sweet potatoes, 10,000 pounds of soybeans, 10,000 pounds of green beans, and 5,000 pounds of sunflower seeds. The harvest was still ongoing. The 2 sisters took leave and went to a city to buy supplies. Su Jingyan quickly stored everything from the warehouse into her space. On her way back, she received a call. It was Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu had already arrived in Los Angeles and was at a fried chicken shop. Su Jingyan took a taxi and hurried to the fried chicken shop. When she saw how Su Jingshu was dressed, she couldn't help but smile. "Hello, handsome elite from China. May I buy you a coffee?" Su Jingshu glanced at her calmly. Where did you go from school? She had just seen Su Jingyan get out of the taxi. Su Jingyan smiled and said, "Oh, you're checking on me right away." It was noon, and many customers were in the shop. Zhou Lihong saw a familiar face and let her serve herself, then hurried back to work. Of course, she also asked the waiter to bring 2 servings of fried chicken, 2 burgers, and colas for Su Jingshu and Su Jingyan. Since the shop was crowded and not a good place for conversation, Su Jingyan packed the food into some takeout boxes. After packing, the two left the fried chicken shop. "Did you open this fried chicken shop?" "Business looks good." Su Jingyan smiled softly. "Of course. Don't you see what kind of eyes your sister has? I actually developed this fried chicken after trying KFC. Oh, and the milk tea is my own creation. I'll treat you next time." Su Jingshu smiled and took a sip of cola. Su Jingyan took Su Jingshu to a small park bench at Los Angeles University and sat down. "Big brother, when did you arrive?" 3 days ago. "Any news about my brother?" Su Jingshu shook his head heavily. "We only know where those professors work, but the place is very strict. It's hard to even see those professors, let alone get inside." Su Jingyan pursed her lips. "Big brother, do you think my brother might be caught by those people?" Su Jingshu pursed his lips without speaking. Since Su Jinyu hadn't contacted the family for so long, it was either because something had happened or there was danger nearby. "Brother, are the people you brought with you this time reliable?" Su Jingshu still said nothing. He didn't know. He had wanted to pick a team of elites from his own group, but everyone above seemed very anxious and concerned about the professors. Everyone worried and wanted to see for themselves. As a result, his elite team was suddenly joined by 3 special soldiers. These 3, though capable, were very proud. He wasn't sure if they genuinely wanted to rescue the professors or whether they trusted them at all. Su Jinyu understood what Su Jingshu's silence meant. She spoke seriously. "Big brother, since you already know the exact addresses, why don't we act tonight?" Su Jingshu was surprised first, then frowned. "Nonsense." Su Jinyu shrugged and, under Su Jingshu's stern gaze, said seriously, "Big brother, I'm not joking. I mean it." She took out 2 small bottles of medicine from her bag. "Look at this. With just a flick, it can knock out an elephant. A group of 10 or 20 people can be taken down easily. I have plenty." She then pulled out a brown incense stick about the size of a cigar. "This incense, just a little bit, can make anyone within 30 meters faint." All these were ancient wisdom, stored by the big shots in her space. She had tested them with chickens and ducks. Since their immunity was low, they dropped within 10 seconds at 50 meters. Su Jingshu narrowed his black eyes and took the items. "Is it really that powerful?" Su Jinyu raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Want to try?" Su Jingshu raised an eyebrow. "How do we try? You probably can't act alone without getting into trouble. Why not just knock those people out, and tonight the 2 of us can scout ahead?" Su Jingshu looked at her sideways. "When did you become so brave?" Hey, big brother, don't look down on your sister, okay? "When I was little, you used to sneak out with me over the wall, and you even taught me fighting skills. Do you think I'm lacking? If you don't agree, I won't tell you about a big secret I've been keeping all this time." "Humph. A big secret?" Su Jingshu was stunned. "Humph, a huge haul." Su Jingyan smiled and leaned close to Su Jingshu's ear. "Yes, your sister and I made a big score. I got a lot of advanced computers, planning to bring them back home to donate to our country. Oh, and there are also many machine tools, CNC machines, and a few really impressive assault rifles." Su Jingshu nearly jumped in shock. What did you do?" Su Jingyan gave him a look that said, "Why are you so timid?" and said with a pout, "It was just a small thing. Big brother, do you think we can secretly go and knock those people out, then gather those foreign advanced things? After over 10 years of resistance, our country has fallen behind so much. Isn't it their fault? It's not wrong to study their stuff now, is it? Plus, these people are holding our professors hostage and enslaving them. That's really unfair. We should fight back, right? We can't just let them bully us for nothing, and I think if I could see those professors, I might learn where my brother is." Su Jingshu wasn't fooled. "Let's not talk about that first. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Where did you get all these things? Did you rob them? Did you do it yourself?" "Rob?" Could she really have stolen large machine tools and CNC machines all by herself? That definitely can't be explained. Making up so many things wouldn't make sense. No, I didn't do anything bad. I was just walking on the street when I was kidnapped. Then I fought back a little. It was pretty dangerous, but the outcome was good. I got a lot of CNC machines and machine tools. I saw that they are much more advanced than ours, so I moved them somewhere safe. I plan to bring them back to the country and donate them. Su Jinshu was shocked. You were kidnapped? What happened? Were you hurt? Su Jinyen quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I'm fine. No injuries at all. Not only that, I also got a lot of stuff from those bad guys. Big brother, I tell you, the order here is really chaotic. Those people pretend to run factories, but secretly they're doing illegal activities. I even got some home appliances from them. Su Jinshu was silent for a while, then let out a breath. He was both angry and scared. This little girl was too brave. What about those things? Hee, don't worry. The items are kept in a very secret place, and no one can find them. My second uncle arranged for a cruise, and when he returns to the country, I will ask them to bring it back. Later, Grandpa and the eldest uncle will donate these items to the places the country needs. What do you think, big brother? Do you like my idea, little sister? Su Jinshu didn't say whether it was good or bad. He decided to first inform his family when he got back so they wouldn't get too worried. He then glanced at Su Jian and said seriously, if they ask where these things came from, what do you plan to say? You can't just say you stole them, right? I'll say I came here to see how prosperous and rich this place is. I decided to work hard so our country can become just as prosperous. I happened to learn about stocks, so I used all my savings to buy some. Luckily, I had several good luck streaks and made a lot of money. The country is just starting out and needs money everywhere, so I suddenly felt very patriotic. I planned to exchange all this money for goods and donate them. After many difficulties, I finally bought a batch of computers. I want to donate them to Huada University, Peking University, and some computer research institutes. With the remaining money, I opened a shop. The money earned from the shop was used to buy a large amount of quality seeds, which I plan to contribute to our country for experimental farms. Oh, how could there be such a beautiful and patriotic girl like me? A flicker of a smile crossed Su Jinshu's dark eyes, then he quickly returned to his usual cold expression. You must remember to keep your words. Tell Grandpa, Grandma, and everyone else the same thing. If you don't want your parents to worry, it's better to say it that way. Suddenly recalling what she said, he asked in surprise, Seeds? You bought grain seeds? Su Jian giggled. Yes, I bought a lot. I want to contribute them to the Agricultural Research Institute. Hee, big brother, I knew you'd be the best. That's what I told them. All right, then it's settled. I'll come to your hotel tonight to find you, and we can work together. Here, take this medicine. It can be dissolved in water, colorless and tasteless, so it's less likely to be noticed. This is the antidote. If you need to take it, do so in advance. I'll find you at your hotel at 8:30 tonight. Su Jinshu looked at her helplessly. When did I agree to this? But this is also good. My little sister is more reliable than others. Although a bit troublesome, it's better than her running around causing trouble herself. The two agreed to meet. Su Jinyen pretended to go back to her dormitory, but took a different route. She found a quiet spot, took out a bicycle, and gave it to Su Jishu, along with $500. Su Jishu refused the money and agreed on a time and place before leaving. He had brought quite a bit of money when he arrived. He left feeling full of questions. Where did Su Jinyen get that sleeping drug? After being kidnapped, she managed to escape. How was she able to produce so many things? Where did she get the money to buy so many seeds? Would a Chinese person really buy so many seeds here? It seems his sister has more than just a little secret. She has a huge secret. After Su Jishu left, Su Jinyen checked the time and went straight to class. She had another class in the afternoon. After class, she returned to her dorm and told teacher Zhang she would stay overnight in the computer lab to work on software experiments, so she wouldn't go back to her dorm. Since her supervisor's software tasks would be assigned in 2 days, she had been staying up late every night. Teacher Zhang knew about her workload. When he heard she planned to stay overnight, he brought her 2 steamed buns and a pot of water, telling her to take care of her health. As for the leave note, she often went out, and Teacher Zhang had given her many blank leave slips. She just filled them out herself when she went out. After leaving the school, Su Jinyan took a taxi directly to the hotel where Su Jishu was staying. She then ordered a coffee at the cafe downstairs, waiting for him while reading a book. She sat there for 2 hours. When it was 8:50, she packed up a cup of American coffee and 2 pastries, then left the cafe. Su Jishu was already waiting about 20 meters from the hotel entrance, pushing his bicycle. Su Jinyan recognized her handsome older brother immediately. She happily ran over, handed him the coffee, and said, "Big brother, your hat, scarf, and suit match quite well." Su Jishu was wearing a dark blue suit, with a beige hat and a white wool scarf, looking even more handsome and elegant. He took the coffee, drank 2 sips, and threw the cup into the nearby trash can. "Let's go. First, let's check out the nearby area." Su Jinyan noticed a large canvas bag on the back of the bicycle. They rode for about 15 minutes and arrived at a secret, luxurious courtyard. The wall was 3 meters high, built with beige bricks, topped with a 1-meter-high electric wire. Su Jinyan was sure that if she dared to touch that wire, she would instantly turn into a charred corpse. Su Jinshu clearly already knew about this situation. He had hidden his bike a little further away, carried his luggage, and secretly sneaked past Su Jian from behind. Then he found a utility pole, opened his toolbox. 10 minutes later, Su Jian admired how quickly her brother packed everything away, strapped a gun to his waist, and with the help of the wall, quickly climbed onto the roof. Wow, the wall is a bit low, only 3 meters. If it were as tall as the Great Wall of China, no matter how skilled they are, they wouldn't be able to climb it. His skills are still too shallow. Lost in her thoughts, Su Jian was suddenly hit by a small stone. She turned to look at Su Jinshu and saw his unhappy face. She quickly grinned and asked, "Big brother, how do I get up there?" Su Jian nervously and excitingly climbed onto the wall from the body Su Jinshu threw down, then climbed back down. Good, no one around, very quiet. For safety, the siblings lit some incense. Every 30 or 40 meters, they lit another. While they were focused on lighting, they suddenly heard orderly footsteps and quiet conversations. Su Jinshu quickly hid the incense behind some stones and pulled Su Jian behind a few trees. There were 7 patrol members, walking in neat formation with long guns, clearly regular soldiers. Su Jian held her breath tightly, afraid of attracting attention. They were about 5 or 6 meters from the small path. The 7 soldiers looked around as they walked, but found nothing unusual and continued forward with orderly steps. Su Jian peeked out when she heard their footsteps fade away. Suddenly, one of the soldiers covered his head and shook it, then collapsed. The person behind him hurried to support him. 002, what is it? Someone asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldier completely fainted. The others quickly moved forward, checking eyelids, administering first aid. But suddenly, all of them fainted within seconds. The squad leader wanted to say, "Something's wrong," but 6 of them had already fainted almost simultaneously.
Su Jian looked at Su Jinsu.
They waited a moment, seeing that the 7 soldiers didn't react. Su Jian quickly said, "Big brother, let's hide them here.
We need to move faster.
If the people inside don't see the patrol for a long time, it will cause trouble." Su Jinshu nodded and hurriedly ran to the unconscious patrol team. He kicked each person gently, and when there was no response, he carried one person and threw him into a corner. Su Jinyan also came forward to help. The 2 quickly moved the people to cover and hide. Su Jingshu pulled Su Jinyan and ran in one direction. A few days ago, she used a telescope to learn the general names of these buildings. Now, it was past 10 at night. The buildings were dark, with only a few lights on. They did not start their action immediately. Instead, they placed calming incense at the entrances of each dormitory, laboratory, and factory. The incense spread in the air like air freshener, lasting for several hours. It was colorless and tasteless, which was a good thing. After about half an hour, with no one moving in the yard, Su Jingshu and Su Jinyan went to the farthest, dull gray building. He took out a small flashlight, shined around the door, then pulled Su Jinyan inside. The inside was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. They carefully reached the staircase and looked up. It was unclear which floor they were on, but 2 lights were on. The elevator definitely couldn't be used. They quickly and quietly climbed 8 floors and reached a lit area. Su Jingshu looked inside. There were 7 or 8 Westerners in white coats. Notably, there was a middle-aged man with black hair standing at the edge. Su Jingshu took out a few photos from his pocket, quickly flipped through one, and compared it with the man's several times. Then, he put the photo back into his pocket. Although he had already memorized the person's face, he looked at the photos a few more times just to be safe. He took a few deep breaths, squatted down to hold Su Jinyan, and told her not to move. Then he lit the calming incense in the stairwell and placed it inside an open window. They waited less than a minute. Everyone inside had already fainted. Only then did Su Jinyan breathe a sigh of relief. She felt almost suffocated. "Big brother, who is the person you're looking for inside?" Su Jingshu nodded calmly. "That person is probably the best Chinese researcher here, named Chiu Demon. A couple of years ago, he called our country and said he wanted to return to serve the motherland. He's one of the main people we plan to rescue. We can ask him if he's seen Jinyu." Su Jinyan nodded, pulled Su Jingshu to go inside. Since everyone was unconscious, there was nothing to worry about. 2 people fed Chiu Demon some medicine. Soon after, Chiu Demon woke up. He was first stunned, then, seeing that they were from his country, his eyes quickly filled with tears. "You finally," he started to say, but stopped himself, worried it might be a trap. Su Jingshu took out an ID from his pocket. "Hello, Professor Chiu. I am Su Jingshu from the Beijing 63056 unit. I am a deputy division commander with the rank of Major General. I am here on orders from my superiors to rescue you. Sorry for being late. Beyond the Great Wall, only wilderness remains. Down the Great River, the waters have stopped flowing. Comrade, you finally arrived. I didn't know how long I could hold on," Professor Chiu said, tears streaming down his face. He stepped forward and hugged Su Jingshu tightly. Su Jingshu looked serious. He patted Professor Chiu on the back. "Professor, what about the others? Can you contact them? We are running out of time." Yes. I finally joined this team. The others should be resting in the dorms. I will go find them," Su Jingshu said. "Let's go together. Is there any important information or items here? We should take them all." Chiu Demon's tear-streaked eyes lit up. "Wait a moment," he said, rushing to the large table where they had been discussing earlier. He quickly started packing everything, feeling each page of paper was precious. But with limited manpower, they managed to gather a large box of documents from the office. While Professor Chiu was packing, Su Jingshu left the office to look around. He saw many small offices besides this large one. After walking around, he returned and saw Professor Chiu holding a box. He approached quietly and asked, "Hello, Professor Chiu. Do you know this person?" He took out a photo of Zhou Jinyu from his pocket. They all used fake names on their missions, so they might recognize the real names. "Comrade Dainyu." Professor Chiu was stunned, then suddenly looked sad. Comrade Dainyu was a good comrade, but Su Jingshu's heart skipped a beat. He felt anxious. "Professor Chiu, what happened to my brother? Just say it." These old men only said half a sentence, making him nervous and impatient. Whether he was alive or dead, he didn't get a clear answer. From Professor Chiu, Su Jinyu learned that she might still be alive. But it was only a possibility. After their rescue mission failed, only 2 members of Su Jinyu's team escaped. One returned to their country, and the other was codenamed Dainyu, which was Su Jinyu herself. Professor Chiu has only seen the big shot once. At the same time, he entrusted someone to take the hard-to-get materials he had collected to the big shot. They had planned to return together, but the booked boat tickets were for 7 days later. If their group disappeared suddenly, they would surely be hunted down by the Los Angeles military police. So, they had to wait and hope to escape on the day the ship set sail. However, for some unknown reason, their plan was leaked. Their team was ambushed, and several Chinese professors were captured and interrogated. One less experienced professor was executed on the spot as a warning. Professor Chiu was able to stay safe and was placed in a special group because he had never directly contacted the Chinese military. The other professors secretly protected him, believing he was loyal to the United States. He learned that 2 members of the rescue team had escaped about half a year ago. The guards had caught a Chinese person, possibly one of the escapees. He didn't know where that person was now. This situation looked very bad. Su Jinyan and Su Jinshu felt sad and helpless. They could only quietly investigate further. "Let's go," said Su Jinshu, taking the materials from Professor Chiu. Su Jinyan nodded and looked around. "Big brother, you lead Professor Chiu downstairs first. I'll see if there's anything else worth taking." The laboratory building was very luxurious, with many advanced computers and nice office decorations. Most importantly, Su Jinyan didn't believe that such a large building only contained some documents. They must have some finished or semi-finished products related to aircraft carriers, right? Su Jinshu frowned at first, wanting to refuse. But he knew his sister wasn't reckless, so he nodded. "Stay here in this building. We'll pick you up after we've gathered everyone. Wait at the door in half an hour. Be careful," Su Jinyan nodded. Although Professor Chiu disapproved, she gave her big brother a reassuring look. "Don't worry." After Su Jinshu and Professor Chiu left with a large box of materials, Su Jinyan saw them go downstairs. She quickly returned to the office, clearing out all the cabinets, desks, and computers, packing everything into her space. Soon, only dust and a few unconscious foreign professors remained in the office. Su Jinyan quickly ran to the next office. What he didn't know was that Su Jinshu, worried about his sister, turned back. Although this mission was very important and he understood a soldier's duty, he cared more about his sister than about a group of unrelated professors. Since Su Jinyu's situation was unclear and Su Jinyan was somewhat surprised, he felt he couldn't let his second uncle and aunt down. So, Su Jinshu asked Professor Chiu to wait downstairs for 10 minutes. When Su Jinshu returned to the previous office and saw it empty, with a few foreign professors lying on the ground, he was stunned. He doubted his eyes for a moment. In less than 3 minutes, what had happened?
He was shocked for a while.
To understand, he quietly approached the office with a faint glow of light. Through the glass window, he saw his sister wave her hand, and most of the items inside the office disappeared. Then she waved again, and the entire office was just empty floor and wall paint. Seeing Su Jinyan about to come out, he quickly hid back in the previous office. His heart was pounding wildly. What was going on? Is this person really his sister? He only hesitated for a few seconds before dismissing the doubt. He was sure that the girl with superpowers was his sister. Although Su Jinyan had been working in the countryside for a few years, he wouldn't fail to recognize his own sister. Since this girl was his sister, she must have had a great opportunity and gained superpowers at some point. Su Jinshu quickly understood. Although the country now strictly forbade superstitions and feudal beliefs, some things were beyond common understanding. For example, in his team, there was someone who could walk on walls and fly in the air. That teammate was usually very careful and rarely used his powers, but once during a mission, he saw him jump onto a tree dozens of meters high just by tiptoeing and stand on delicate branches. He also saw that teammate leap and fly over 10 meters. So, although surprised, Su Jinshu could accept that his sister had superpowers. After Su Jinyan entered another office, Su Jinshu decided to go downstairs. Since his sister hadn't told him, he would pretend he didn't know. This girl was still too careless. After going downstairs, Su Jinshu hid the documents in a corner and had Professor Chiu take them to the dormitory area. The dormitory was about 2 miles from the laboratory building. Professor Chiu, being older and often stuck in the lab, moved very slowly. Here, Su Jinyan, trying to save time, started walking at first and then began to jog. She collected everything from top to bottom, regardless of whether it was useful or not, especially items like cabinets and computers, which made her hands numb. After finishing upstairs and downstairs, Su Jinyan was covered in sweat and could hardly lift her legs. She took 2 big glasses of water from her space, and instantly, her energy was restored.
Ha!
That was so exciting. These foreign guys are rich, and the treatment for researchers is very high. Just the sofas, coffee tables, and cabinets in their offices could fill a furniture store when she returns home. When she reached the first floor, she looked at the luxurious glass chandelier hanging from the ceiling. She hesitated, but decided to give up. She saw an elevator leading to the basement. She checked and found it was a security door requiring a password, so she stopped. If she entered the wrong password, an alarm would go off, which would be bad. She checked the time and was surprised to see it was already 12:30 a.m. Su Jingshu and Professor Chiu hadn't arrived yet. She worried that Su Jingshu might not find her later, so she hid in a corner to wait. While waiting, she could also gather the nearby cars. After Su Jingshu and the 5 people returned in an hour, she saw that the 3 luxury cars parked in front of the building earlier were gone. The night was quiet. Su Jinyan took a deep breath and felt amazed at what she had done. Could she become the world's biggest international thief? But now she had also come to terms with it. Turning herself into a female spy who steals important information from other countries sounded very exciting too. Professor Chiu, can you open the basement here? Su Jinyan nodded at Su Jingshu and looked at Chiu Demon. Professor Chiu shook his head. I don't have the password or permission. It's too secretive there. I've only been inside twice with the team. Su Jinyan was curious. Could there be an aircraft carrier? How do I get in? Chiu Demon was surprised that this young girl could guess. He nodded. Yes, the research and manufacturing of the aircraft carrier XXX is underground. The basement covers 10,000 square meters. Besides recreating XXX, it also contains many secret items. Su Jinyan's eyes lit up. She looked at Su Jingshu and then at Chiu Demon. She whispered, Professor Chiu, is there any way to get in? I want to see and learn about the advanced high-tech of this country. Chiu Demon frowned and hesitated for a moment. The face of the person who fainted earlier, George Joseph, can be recognized, but he is now in a coma. I'm not sure if it's possible. Su Jinyan smiled softly and looked at Su Jingshu. Big brother, go and move George Joseph down, not just his face. Su Jingshu looked deeply at Su Jinyan and nodded. If his little sister could retrieve such important items, their country. After confirming Joseph's facial features, Su Jingshu quickly went upstairs. Within 2 minutes, he returned carrying a body. Is this him? Chiu Demon nodded, feeling helpless about the siblings. But if they could get inside, they might bring out many important things, so he approved of carrying the person. Now, technology wasn't as advanced as in later times. Recognizing faces with blinking or nodding wasn't common. Chiu Demon pressed a button, placed Joseph's face on a device, and suddenly a neat wall rose up. They saw a large silver door, about 10 meters wide and high. The group held Joseph and aimed his face at a screen. The heavy silver door then opened to both sides. 2 layers of security. Fortunately, the leader of this special team had some authority. At this moment, Su Jinyan realized that the staircase door and its button she saw earlier were just a cover. Even if she knew the password, she couldn't access this important base. As for where the elevator led, Chiu Demon didn't know either. Anyway, everyone inside knew that the elevator couldn't go up, or the consequences would be serious. No wonder this base covers 10,000 square meters. Su Jinyan and the others followed Chiu Demon in the elevator, descending about 10 floors to reach the bottom. Once inside, there were no passwords or special permissions. Su Jinyan asked around and found no cameras, so she felt free to act. Chiu Demon took Su Jingshu and Su Jinyan to the area where the aircraft carriers were stored, then went to handle other tasks with the rest. If they could bring back the data here, China's space and rocket fields would make a huge leap forward. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan and Su Jingshu marveled at the huge object in front of them. She looked at Su Jinyu, who showed no intention of leaving, and her head started to ache. But without Su Jinshu's help, bringing this thing back would be very difficult. She hesitated. Seeing Su Jinyu looking at her with a sad expression, Su Jinyan understood her meaning. Stealing such a large item and bringing it back to the country would be troublesome, and she herself might be in danger. And such an important item, if it were lost, wouldn't this country go crazy? The few professors who left together are definitely suspected to be from our country. It could easily lead to a war between the two nations. Su Jinshu also felt a bit conflicted. If he could really get his hands on this thing. Don't act rashly. I'll make a call. Su Jinshu stepped outside, took out a small black phone, and quickly dialed a number. On the other end was a strong, elderly voice. He briefly and quickly explained the situation, prompting the head of the Su family, Grandpa Su, to contact the third leader immediately. About 15 minutes later, the phone rang again.
Su Jinsu answered quickly.
The other side asked a few questions about the details, then gave a clear order, as long as it could be done. Hearing the response, Su Jinshu's mood grew heavier. He nodded carefully and replied, but this time he didn't say, I guarantee to complete the task. 5 minutes later, Su Jinshu returned to the previous storage room. Although some items were missing, he pretended not to notice. Above said it would be best to bring it back to the country. If not, just take the data. Su Jinyan's bright eyes lit up again. Big brother, I have a secret to tell you. A few years ago, I suddenly awakened a special power for some reason. She pointed to the empty space in front of her. It's like another portable space opened up in front of me. This space is unlimited. With just a thought, I can put things within 500 square meters into this space, and no one can see it. Big brother, will you help me keep the secret? Su Jinshu looked down at the trusting little girl and gently ruffled her hair. Don't talk about this nonsense in the future. No one is allowed to know. Be careful when storing or taking things out. Alright, wait a minute before storing anything else. I'll go outside to check the situation and see if there's anything else important here. After saying that, he turned and left the aircraft carrier construction room. Su Jinyan's mental strength was very good. She knew there was no one else in the room, so she waved her hand and collected everything inside. Then she left the room and locked the door. Just the value of these items, if their country bought them, would cost a fortune. She was so excited. The room alone had nearly 200 computers, and the value of the items inside was beyond estimate. I was about to find Su Jinshu when I saw my older brother suddenly appear beside her. He then pulled her to a nearby office. Yen starts sealing these 2 offices. The professors chose some important items, but there are many things they can't take with them.
Oh, okay.
Where are they? They're at the door. We don't have much time, so we need to leave quickly. Su Jinyan nodded and stepped into the office. Surprised, Su Jinshu watched as she waved her hand, instantly storing everything inside her space. The desks, chairs, bookshelves, and filing cabinets all disappeared. She did the same with the other 3 small offices. Seeing Su Jinyan's expression and looking at the empty space in front of her, Su Jinshu felt a bit curious. A portable space? I envy that. This superpower is simply amazing. Wait, big brother. Why are you in such a hurry? Are the people here still alive? Or, are they still awake? Su Jinyan hesitated and awkwardly stuck out her tongue. Not right now, but if we delay too long, the professors will start to suspect. If so many important things disappear, the U.S. military and government will go crazy. Soon Los Angeles might be sealed off, and returning to our country will be very difficult. If they seal everything and search thoroughly, not only us but also these professors will be in danger. Su Jinyan pondered for a moment. Big brother, this is a rare chance. We should take some things. Even more, we can take more. It's a small act of revenge for the losses and deaths our country suffered during the war years. Su Jinyan was surprised. What does she mean? Her gaze was too obvious. Su Jinyan looked up and shyly explained, I thought this research center must have strict security. If security is tight, there should be guns and ammunition. This center is a bit small. It would be better if it were a larger research institute. Su Jinyan looked a bit regretful. A big research institute would probably have more than one project going on, right? Big brother, actually, I can also store people in my space. but they have to be unconscious to enter. Are you willing to risk that? We can take some items. I will store you and the professors in my space. Once the danger passes, I'll find a way for my uncle to send you and these things back home. But how do we explain this to the professors? And my 10 comrades. This time there were 11 of them. They stayed in different hotels and inns. Su Jinyan rolled her eyes at him. Getting the stuff back home, what kind of explanation do you want? I think as long as the items arrive safely, the higher-ups will find plenty of reasons to keep quiet. Plus, do you really trust those 10 comrades of yours to follow your orders? Are you sure? After they enter my void space, we can still find a way to contact my brother. Talking about Su Jinyu, Su Jinyan felt a bit sad. Although she has never met her biological brother, for some reason, after hearing a phone call once, memories about him and the original owner from childhood kept flooding her mind. She always felt worried and thought that if she couldn't find Su Jinyu, she would regret it for the rest of her life. That's also why she left her young son to go abroad. Su Jinyan frowned deeply and took a moment before speaking. Did anyone get hurt when they entered your void space? He thought this was the safest method so far. Los Angeles may seem relaxed and disorderly, with gangs running wild, but if national interests are involved, the military and government will spare no effort, even if it means killing 1,000 to save one. To rescue those professors, they have already lost more than 50 special forces. He didn't want to risk losing 10 more now. Su Jinyan smiled slightly. There won't be any injuries. Maybe she'll even become a sleeping beauty. Her space can accommodate living creatures, but she wasn't sure if she could bring people in. According to records from previous space owners, when someone fainted, they just threw them into the space. As long as they were unconscious and stored in the warehouse, they would remain still without needing continuous medication. That was quite convenient. Su Jinyu didn't smile. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Big brother, think about it again. First, send those professors out of the research institute, then come back to check." After deciding, the two quickly left the building. The professors, being scholars, had been on edge for years. Standing outside now, they were a bit scared, worried that the rescue might fail again. If the rescue failed, it could mean they might die or be imprisoned. Once labeled as traitors and suspected of trying to escape, those foreign soldiers wouldn't just kill them, they might do much worse. Seeing the two empty-handed, Chiu Demon's brows twitched like he could kill a fly. "Patriotic Captain, can we leave now? We've already secured the important data. We can't take the rest, so let's go quickly." Su Jinyan nodded. "Let's go." Su Jinyan tugged at his arm and said, "Big brother, there's a business car over there. I just saw that the key is inside. Let's drive away now." She had already stored the car in her space earlier. As she admired it, she suddenly realized the car had a key and took it out again. What great foresight! Su Jinyan secretly felt happy. Chiu Demon was startled and whispered, "Little girl, that's not possible." He almost lost his voice from shock. "There's no time to run away, and you want to drive? Shouldn't you go out through the main gate?" Ugh, they probably don't know what they're doing. Such an important matter. How can a clueless girl like her be involved? It's just reckless. Chiu Demon wanted to keep persuading her, but Su Jinyan had already headed toward the dark parking area. Seeing Chiu Demon rushing to follow, she quickly said, "Professor Chiu, don't worry. The security guard is unconscious, and with so many documents, walking around at night would attract attention. Driving is easier. Our place is a bit far. If we carry these big boxes, we'll be exhausted by the time we reach the destination. Don't worry, we've arranged everything to ensure everyone's safety back home." Chiu Demon looked at the 6 large boxes of documents on the ground and thought about it. That made sense. Carrying such big boxes downstairs would make them breathless, let alone reaching the destination or leaving the research institute. He felt a bit impressed that the special forces sent by the country had managed to get them out so easily. Soon, Su Jingshu drove the black business car over. They hurriedly threw the items into the car, then got inside and headed toward the east gate. The security guard was at the important point where they had previously used the sleep-inducing scent. Now, the 2 security guards there were already asleep. Su Jingshu easily found the key and also took 2 guns and 2 boxes of bullets. After driving 5 kilometers, Chiu Demon looked at the night scenery with emotion and said, "I didn't expect Los Angeles to be so beautiful at night. I've been here 15 years, but I've never really explored Los Angeles at night. Hee hee, at first, I was full of enthusiasm, just wanting to learn something and then return to serve my country. But I didn't expect that I'd be here for over 10 years. It's easy to come, but hard to go back," said a man in his 40s with black-rimmed glasses. When he came out, he had just gotten married, and his wife had just finished her postpartum rest. He went abroad shortly after. Later, he wanted to return home because he was young and full of passion, eager to succeed and learn well here, hoping to achieve something back in his country. But his wife only waited 2 years before leaving him and taking their child away. Now, the child is already in his teens, and he has never met him. "After more than 10 years away, I only wish my family good health and happiness," said another professor in his 50s, rubbing his eyes with a low voice. When they left, they all thought they would study here for 2 or 3 years and then return home, so none of them brought their families. Things seemed fine at first, but after 3 years, these people only made them do chores and didn't let them access any real work. After about 3 years, only Chiu Demon and Professor Guazadong became assistants. It was only after about 5 years that these foreign colleagues decided they no longer wanted to go back home, and then they allowed them to participate in some research projects under the guidance of professors. It's all very sad. Suddenly, a few professors had red eyes, and the atmosphere inside the car was heavy. After a while, Su Jinyan took out a military-style water bottle full of memories from his bag. "Professors, have some water. We'll be back at the hotel soon. Rest for a bit, and I'll call you when we arrive." Su Jingshu looked at the sleeping people in the back seat, her expression a bit blank. She really didn't expect Su Jinyan to act so quickly. She thought he would at least find a hotel for these professors to rest and sleep peacefully.
How to explain now?
Su Jingshu smiled with a small, white-toothed grin. "Wouldn't it waste dozens of dollars to just book a few rooms? Plus, we're making some income for these foreigners, right?" She checked her watch and then turned the car around, heading back the way they came. Her comrade also needed to change positions. A month later, at night, Su Jinyan released Su Jingshu from the space again. Su Jingshu was no exception. Whenever she entered the space, Su Jinyan would give her some water or secretly light a calming incense. This space was incredible, and the previous owners of the space weren't careless. They didn't let living people enter. Naturally, she wouldn't either, especially since the previous space owner, the Empress from generations ago, had repeatedly warned not to let others know about the space's existence. She had already broken the rules. What's the situation outside now? Over the past month, the brother and sister secretly moved equipment from 2 research centers, a car factory, a computer manufacturing plant, and 7 small parts and plastic factories. Their actions caused a huge stir, not only disrupting Los Angeles, but also alerting the entire country. Military forces arrived from many places to support. However, the siblings, using their space abilities and powerful sleep-inducing drugs, managed to move around easily. Now, Los Angeles is under lockdown. The university where Su Jinyan studies has been officially closed today, with soldiers guarding the gates. No students are allowed to take leave. Releasing Su Jinjia was very risky, but they had no choice but to act. Yesterday, while moving, they overheard a special forces team in a meeting. During the conversation, they heard about a person, possibly Su Jinyu. The discussion mentioned that captured special forces soldiers from China must be severely interrogated to find out if the missing items in Los Angeles were caused by China. After hearing this, they followed the team to a possible detention site. By the time they wanted to act again, it was already dawn. Su Jinjia and Su Jinyan put on yellow wigs and dressed in stylish Western clothes they prepared beforehand. Then they climbed over the wall. The wall was a bit high, and Su Jinyan couldn't jump over alone. They had a class at 10 a.m. the next day. Lu Tingting had no classes and was doing her own experiments. She worried that if the two of them woke up in the middle of the night and found she was missing, she might get into trouble. So she lit a small amount of sleep-inducing incense in the dorm. It wasn't much, and she expected to wake up by 8 a.m. at the latest. If she wasn't in the dorm by then, it would be understandable. With Su Jinjia's help, Su Jinyan quickly climbed over the campus wall. The siblings looked at each other, then saw the soldiers standing guard in the distance. They quietly ran in the opposite direction, with Su Jinjia bringing up the rear, erasing their traces. He knew very well that the U.S. military and police were very powerful. If they suspected anything at Los Angeles University, the international students would be in big trouble. The people of this country were really ruthless. On the way, Su Jinyan was pulled left and right by Su Jinjia, feeling a mix of worry and nervousness. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she might get caught or worse. This time, she truly felt she had only narrowly escaped with her life. She had just been reborn, had a baby, and hadn't even reached 100 years old. She hadn't yet experienced the joy of being a mother, and now they were separated. Her actions today might cause them to be forever apart. Moreover, she and Zhao Yuan were in the sweet love phase. Thinking about the unconditional love she received, her heart felt like crying.
My husband, Sav, I'm sorry.
If I can come back alive, I will definitely treat you even better. So, with a heart full of tears and sadness, Su Jingyan and his companion ran and biked over 30 kilometers to reach the place that might be holding Su Jinyu. It was the Los Angeles military base. After jumping over the wall, they acted in sync. Each took a handful of incense and started lighting it. Recently, they had been stealing from high-tech places, so most of the soldiers were out catching people. The base was surprisingly empty of troops. But they still didn't dare be careless, just in case there were guard dogs. This time, Su Jingshu didn't want to be separated from Su Jingyan. They carefully circled the wall, lighting incense along the way. After 5 minutes, they moved forward 50 meters, repeating this process. Eventually, they realized that most of the base's troops had been called away. Inside, only a few guard posts at the entrances had people, and there were many lit rooms upstairs. They worried they might have missed something. They spent 2.5 hours lighting incense. When they found no one awake upstairs or downstairs, they finally relaxed. What is the most common thing in a military base? Of course, weapons. Everyone wore a modern pistol. But after searching almost everywhere, they still couldn't find where Su Jinyu was. The base should have some kind of prison, but they didn't find it. Only simple detention areas. Big brother, what should we do? Is he not here? Su Jingshu frowned and shook his head. Keep looking. There must be something we missed. As far as I know, the U.S. military base wouldn't be this clean. And from what he knew, people who had been in prison for decades would definitely have a proper cell. How could there be none? Su Jingyan looked annoyed and stood up. This place is really cautious. They searched around and found the commanding officer's office. There was no map or security layout. As dawn approached, they felt very anxious. If they didn't succeed today, it wouldn't be easy to come back. The person they wanted to rescue might even be in danger of severe interrogation. Big brother, do you think they might have some kind of underground prison?
Suhinsu nodded.
But we didn't find any entrance to such a prison. Let's go. Keep searching quickly. Let's check every bottom floor of each building carefully. Half an hour later, Su Jinshu finally found the so-called prison cell. It was a large underground room. The door alone was about 5 or 6 meters high and wide, made of a thick stone slab. Su Jinyan was a bit stunned. It seemed like they had used ancient Chinese techniques for this. When the door opened, a corridor more than 5 or 6 meters wide appeared before them. Dim light bulbs lit up the corridor, and a damp, blood and mildew smell filled the air, along with screams and harsh shouting. Tell me, what is your plan? How did you manage to move so many things? Where are the items hidden? Where are you hiding? Where are the items?
Speak.
Speak quickly. Hit harder. I want you to talk, even if you're stubborn. Their imperfect Chinese made both of them tense. They looked inside and saw several small rooms with iron doors on each side. Night was so quiet. The sound of whips hitting flesh made Su Jinyan tighten her grip. She was about to walk in quickly when Su Jingshu pulled her back. Yes, they almost got exposed. That would have been bad. Su Jinyan and Su Jingshu lit some incense and placed them on both sides. After 2 minutes, everything suddenly went silent. The incense was really powerful and effective, even in this windless place. Hearing no movement, Su Jinyan hurried toward the source of the sound. When she opened the door of the cell and saw what was inside, she almost gagged. It was too disgusting. The cell emitted a strange stench. Inside, there were 4 or 5 wooden buckets, and the smell told Su Jinyan what was inside. The man hanging on the wall was covered in blood and flesh. Besides him, there were 2 foreigners, one unconscious on the ground and the other sitting in a chair across from him, also completely unconscious now. Su Jinyan hesitated to go closer. The man hanging on the wall was covered in blood. She hoped it was Su Jinyu but also hoped it wasn't because it was too terrible to see. He was only wearing underwear, and his skin was torn open, showing flesh and blood. There were whip marks and burns all over his body. Nothing was intact. It made her heart ache to see. It was only a few days after the beginning of spring. Los Angeles was hot, but she still wore a sweater day and night. The man lying on the ground still held a whip, made from the strongest python, with sharp barbs hanging from it. Just looking at it was enough to make anyone feel scared. Thinking that this exhausted and tortured man might be her brother, tears started to fall uncontrollably, and she began to cry loudly. At that moment, Su Jinshu finished checking the other areas and came in. He took one look and was surprised, but having seen too much before and knowing he didn't have time to hesitate, he stepped forward, gently lifting the man's chin to raise his head. Seeing his brother from her memory, Su Jinshu's eyes instantly turned red. His nose felt tight, and he squinted his eyes tightly. Quickly, he moved to free the man from the chains. Yen, stop. Take everything here, he said. But he couldn't hold back anymore and punched the man on the ground several times, each punch hitting hard. Su Jinyan, also angry, stepped forward and kicked and punched fiercely. After a while, they stopped. The man on the ground was barely breathing. Su Jinshu's dark eyes narrowed.
Take him.
He might be useful later. Su Jinyan nodded and followed the order. Just rescuing Su Jiu gave the U.S. another reason to blame China. Whether the stolen items in Los Angeles were taken by China or not, they would still blame China. They wanted to serve their country, not cause trouble. Su Jinyan understood this clearly. After putting Su Jiu into her space, she quickly went to other cells and freed everyone inside. They had already taken a weapons depot, over 20 off-road vehicles, and 9 large trucks. Since the people were found, they decided to leave quickly. If soldiers outside on a mission returned and saw what had happened, they would be in even greater danger. It would probably be hard to escape back to UCLA. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The 2 of them left the military area just before dawn. The streets were starting to have people walking around, but patrols and checks were everywhere. Su Jinshu was good at avoiding trouble. After sneaking around for 2 hours, they finally returned outside the walls of UCLA. After climbing over the wall, Su Jinyan grinned at Su Jinshu and then waved her hand, releasing a sleeping drug. Su Jinshu closed his eyes helplessly. Just before losing consciousness, he thought, it's always the same trick. Can't escape it. After putting Su Jinyan into her space, she returned to her dorm. She told Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting about the antidote, then started cooking. She boiled 2 large chicken legs and prepared dough. My brother Su Jinyu found her, and she felt so light, she almost wanted to sing. She didn't sleep last night. She took a wake-up pill and drank some space water, and she was full of energy again. What delicious food is Xiaoyan making? Teacher Zhang smelled the aroma, woke up slowly, and got up to look at Su Jinyan, asking. Su Jinyan turned around with a smile and said, chicken shredded noodles, teacher. Hurry up and get up to wash up. The meal will be ready soon. Then she looked at Lu Tingting, who was waking up, and said, Tingting, get up. I rolled some hand-pulled noodles. Almost there. I could smell the chicken drumstick in my dreams, Lu Tingting said cutely as she sat up. Seeing them wake up, Su Jinyan started to roll the noodles and prepare the soup. With a loud crackle, the whole hallway of girls was drooling with longing. Early in the morning, a tempting smell wafted through the door crack, spreading throughout the hallway. Whether they were awake or still dreaming, everyone felt like crying from how delicious it was. The smell made everyone hungry, like they'd been starving for hundreds of years. It was so tempting it could make anyone crave. In less than 2 months, those with a little money pooled together to buy pots and utensils to start cooking. But they didn't bring much money when they came, and the school's allowance wasn't enough. They really couldn't afford to buy meat every day. Having some millet porridge and steamed buns was already good enough. Eating meat every day? That's just a dream. Even top-level workers in factories don't get such treatment. Meanwhile, after enjoying the delicious chicken shredded noodles, Lu Tingting went to the lab. Teacher Zhang also seemed busy, so she left. Su Jinyan was sure they wouldn't be back soon, so she locked the door and entered the space. Su Jinyu was in a really bad situation. The well in the courtyard of the space had some repair functions. Su Jinyan boiled some water, threw Su Jinyu into a bath bucket, added some herbs, and used spiritual water for a herbal bath for an hour before pulling her out and placing her on the bed in the bedroom. Of course, she controlled everything with her spiritual sense, or she wouldn't be able to carry such a tall man who was nearly 2 meters tall. Fortunately, the previous owners of this space, though only good at medicinal cuisine and somewhat knowledgeable about traditional Chinese medicine, weren't very skilled. But whether skilled or not, they liked hoarding medicines and poisons. Su Jinyan found many highly effective healing ointments. She applied a full layer of healing ointment all over Su Jinyu's body, then left the space. Looking at the time, she didn't expect it was not even 9 o'clock. She opened the door, set an alarm, and went back to bed. Half an hour was enough to restore her energy. What she didn't know was that while she was busy sleeping, everything outside was completely thrown into chaos. In just one night, the entire military base was robbed. Arms, vehicles, nothing was left. Even more surprising, the secret prison was opened, and over 10 important prisoners disappeared as if into thin air. It had been 3 hours, and despite searching all over Los Angeles, no suspicious people had been found. Su Jinyan woke up to a call from Zhou Lirong. Their fried chicken shop was ordered to close temporarily. Lu Jinbang, Zhou Lirong, and their children had to be questioned and investigated by the police. Police and soldiers were everywhere, initially foreigners, then locals, including students. They said that Los Angeles had lost something worth hundreds of billions of dollars and was trying to find the traitors and thieves. Zhou Lirong told her not to go out recently and to inform her when she reopened the shop. Business was good now, especially for milk tea and fried chicken, which sold very well every day. Closing the shop meant losing thousands of dollars daily, but they didn't care. After hanging up, Su Jinyan didn't have time to think before Mary called. Mary and Yali had recently collected a lot of grain seeds, but they were seized as soon as they arrived in Los Angeles this morning. At this moment, Yali was dealing with someone, and Mary quickly called her. Su Jinyan was startled and quickly explained that she must not reveal that she bought the seeds. Just tell them she plans to stockpile 2 types because planting was about to start and she wanted to make a profit from the price difference. It was a good time. Within half a month, in 20 days, farmers would begin planting. Mary and Yali had earned a lot recently, so they bought many seeds in another city. Besides the deposit, they paid the remaining balance themselves. Su Jinyan was generous with money, and they wanted to make a big profit. They weren't worried about Su Jinyan cheating them, so they paid up front. Su Jinyan had told them from the start that they must not reveal she bought the seeds, or the business would be ruined, and they wouldn't make money. Then, if they seize or confiscate the money, who does it belong to? Su Jinyan immediately understood the meaning of the call and replied happily, "As long as you don't say I bought the seeds, the money is mine, and I get a good commission too." "Okay, I understand. Don't worry." After hanging up, Su Jinyan felt a bit anxious. She checked the time, quickly put on her clothes, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and rode her bike to the teaching building. The more critical the moment, the calmer she needed to be. As she rode, she kept telling herself to stay calm. At this moment, she suddenly missed her family, Zhao Yuani, her parents, the 3 children, and even her little sister, who always thought of good things for her. She also thought of her cautious mother, Zhao Mu, and her father Zhao, who had become a bit upset because of her eldest brother Zhao Yuani. Looking at her old mentor giving a lecture, all the flaws in everyone's character disappeared from her mind. Only their good qualities and their caring love for her remained. Sniff. She suddenly felt emotional. She just missed home. Since she wanted to do something, she decided to act. After class, Su Jinyan hurriedly ran out of the classroom as her mentor finished the lecture and left. She dialed her father Su Chinggua's office phone. That was the easiest number to reach. It was very difficult to make calls at the end of the year, especially international calls. After turning left and right for 3 or 4 minutes, she finally connected with her father.
Dad, it's Yen Yen.
Su Qinghua was very happy to hear her voice. Yen Yen, why haven't you called in so long? Are you doing well over there?
Suhinjan smiled.
Yes, I'm fine. The mentor gave us a small test recently, so I've been a bit busy. Dad, has Mom been resting lately? No, when you were having the baby, your mom took a lot of leave. This time, she probably has to wait until you come back to rest. Have you visited Little Chi, Little Hua, and Little Chen recently? Zhao Chun, nicknamed Chin Chen, and Xiao Chen were the names Su Jinyan and Zhao Yuani gave to their 2 children. The names meant dawn and new beginning. After the marriage, the original owner and Zhao Yuani had a rocky relationship. When Su Jinyan arrived and worked to change things, their relationship improved. Zhao Yuani loved her even more, and Su Jinyan was grateful to have met love again after rebirth. The arrival of these children was also a testament to their love. Yes, I went. Little Chi is learning piano and painting at school. The teachers say she's very smart and the best student. Little Hua and Little Chun are also good-looking. Your grandmother found a nanny for Little Chun who's very responsible. She's raised the little guy chubby. Su Qinghua spoke cheerfully, but inside, he was still worried. The children hadn't seen their mother for a year and were very close to the nanny. Would they still be close to their mother after returning? Su Jinyan felt sorry for her father. Being apart from his wife for almost a year, he seemed to have become like a monk. Dad, do you live alone in the team? Make sure to eat on time and take good care of yourself. Su Qinghua chuckled and was touched. I'm not a kid. Of course, I won't go hungry. Suddenly, she spoke seriously. Your grandfather said that something big happened in Los Angeles. The whole city is sealed off and being checked. Is that true? Su Jingyan felt nervous. Has it all been reported back home? She had planned to give her father a subtle hint about her brother's discovery, but she suddenly stopped herself. Since the city is sealed, could all phone calls be monitored? Especially international long-distance calls? Her tone shifted to worry as she said, Yes, I don't know why they suddenly sealed the city. The school won't let anyone leave. I usually go out on weekends to work and earn money, but now I can't go out either. Su Qinghua knew that his daughter ran a fried chicken shop at the school gate, and it was very busy. Or rather, both the Zhao family and the Su family knew about this. When Su Jingyan said this, Su Qinghua, an experienced man, immediately understood that something was wrong. It wasn't a good time to speak. Then don't go out. Save your money. When the restrictions are lifted, I'll send you some. All right, Dad. When you have time, tell Yuan E and the kids to call me back. I miss the kids. Although she had spoken to them just 10 days ago, she still missed her husband and children. Su Qinghua smiled. So, you called your dad just to have me pass messages, huh? No, I miss my parents the most, so I called you first. Please give my regards to Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, and Little Aunt. I miss them too. I bought a lot of gifts for them. All right, goodbye, Dad. I love you, bye. She hung up, her face flushed. She chuckled at herself. What a crazy girl. But her smile quickly faded. She reached out and dialed the Su family phone. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan hung up, feeling much better. She decided to buy 2 roasted turkey legs from the cafeteria and stock a whole roasted turkey in her space. As she carried a turkey leg into her dorm, she noticed the atmosphere was heavy. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? Teacher Zhang had steamed rice and cooked a dish, all waiting in the pot for Su Jingyan to come back and eat. Seeing her, he smiled slightly. "You're back?" "Eat first." Su Jingyan nodded, exchanged a glance with Lu Tingting at her desk, then placed the turkey leg on the cutting board. "Teacher Zhang, let's add some extra today." "Cut it up, I'll wash my hands. You kids are just wasting money. You have 3 other children at home. Save some money. The virtue of China is thrift." Teacher Zhang earns a good income in her home country, but she is very frugal. Since coming here, she has been saving money, eating simply. She only brought 2 cotton jackets, 2 pairs of cotton pants, and each season, 2 sets of nearly new clothes. Her main rule is to save whenever she can. Su Jinyan was washing his hands in the bathroom and smiled, saying, "The expenses for the 3 children are naturally covered by their father. I just earn a little pocket money." Then he changed the subject. "Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Teacher Zhang sighed and said sadly, "Today, the teachers had a meeting. They said that the Los Angeles military base was robbed. Within a few hours, the hangar, garage, and several offices were broken into, and important suspects were stolen. All the soldiers inside were drugged. They say this was a large, organized theft. The school brought in soldiers and police to check everyone. Our school is mainly checking foreign students and teachers who arrived this year." Su Jinyan finished washing his hands. Although he was quite nervous, he kept a calm face and smiled. "Who cares? Let them check. If we haven't done anything wrong, there's nothing to fear. We just need to do our own work well." Teacher Zhao said they might be very angry and might use harsh methods to interrogate us. "It probably won't happen. Our country just opened up and has only recently established relations with these European countries. They can't just interrogate us harshly without proof. Teachers wouldn't do that either. To question us strictly, they need some evidence. We are busy with classes during the day, and teachers can testify for us. At night, our roommates can testify too. But if they say we can't trust each other's words, how many of us are there from China? Can they really empty a military zone in a few hours? Did they find the stolen items? Do they have our fingerprints?" Su Jinyan's words reassured Teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting, making them feel much calmer. Teacher Zhang smiled. "Xiao Yan is right. Let's eat quickly." Lu Tingting, quietly smiling, said, "That's right. Harsh interrogation sounds a bit scary. We should focus on studying and eating. Haha, yes. We can't lose our composure. Otherwise, even if nothing happened, if we panic, those people might think we stole something." Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, and Teacher Zhang are all very nervous. Within 2 days, boys and girls secretly held 2 or 3 meetings each. The purpose was to ensure students speak honestly during questioning, provide mutual evidence, and avoid hiding anything. The prosecutors and interrogators sent here are very skilled, almost like they have a natural lie-detecting radar. There was a student from country R who skipped many classes, but it was because he went to bars and entertainment places. He lied to avoid embarrassment and was immediately taken into custody. Rumor has it he still hasn't been released. The situation is not good. Su Jinyan remains calm. She has talked with Mary, Yali, and Zhou Lirong. She plans to work part-time at the store on weekends, Wednesdays, and Fridays as a cashier and accountant. She doesn't dare to handle procurement, in case they investigate where she bought supplies. Every night, she sneaks out with the help of Su Jinshu, secretly climbing over the wall. Neither Teacher Zhang nor Lu Tingting knows she has left the dorm. Soon, the girls' dormitory begins to be searched. The guards set up a temporary interrogation room next to the dormitory manager's office at the entrance. The first girl to go in was questioned for about 15 minutes. When she came out, she was so weak she fainted. After her, 2 others fainted from shock while waiting in line, and many girls started crying and sobbing out of fear. Teacher Zhang was very nervous. Although he knew his students were innocent, he worried about mistakes during the questioning that could lead to them being taken away. If that happened, they might not come back or could be severely harmed. In this era, teachers in China deeply care about their students. After finishing the first floor, they moved to the second. Su Jinyan and her roommates were the first to be questioned. She drank a large glass of water and prepared herself for a long ordeal before going downstairs. Inside the interrogation room sat 5 people, Three strict, sharp-eyed officials and two young adults, a man and a woman, around 28 or 29. Both were serious and cold. Su Jinyan first peeked inside, nodded to the others, then pretended to be nervous, walked to face them, and sat down. "Hello, you may begin. My name is Su Jinyan, and I promise that everything I say is the truth." She immediately stated her position, causing several of the examiners to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Among them, a young male officer asked, "Su Jinyan, where were you on April 27th from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock noon the next day?" Translation: Su Jinyan, where were you from 8 a.m. on April 27th to 12 o'clock noon the next day? Su Jinyan frowned slightly, paused for a moment, then said, "I remember that day well because I finally stayed at the big hotel I had always wanted to, and I saw the famous Swiss bank." Translation: I remember that day because I stayed at the hotel I had longed for and visited the well-known Swiss bank. I've heard that hotels in Los Angeles are very luxurious and comfortable. I've always wanted to experience it, so I've been working hard to save money. Translation: I heard the hotels in Los Angeles are very fancy and cozy. I wanted to try staying there, so I worked hard to earn money. That day, I worked from 8 to 11:30, then went to the Swiss bank across from the Sheraton Gateway Los Angeles Hotel. After leaving the interrogation room, Su Jinyan took a deep breath and nodded to Lu Tingting. "It's okay. You haven't left school for over a month, so just say whatever you know." As for the fried chicken shop, Su Jinyan had kept Lu Tingting's secret, always saying she was just working part-time there, and even teacher Zhang didn't know the details. Sure enough, Lu Tingting came out in less than 10 minutes. Seeing both of them come out safely, many female classmates gathered around, wanting to know what was asked inside and how to answer without trouble. A few girls still had red eyes. Teacher Zhang saw that both had come out unharmed and felt relieved. Over this period, he had come to see these two young girls as his own younger relatives. Su Jingyan waited for Lu Tingting to come out, then spoke briefly with other students who hadn't been questioned, and went upstairs. The next day, there were no classes. They had to wait until the investigation was finished, and everything was clear before resuming lessons. This action made all the teachers at the school feel angry, but unable to speak out. Many leaders used harsh words. These teachers and students had weak hands. How could they steal such heavy machines? Weapons? Swearing silently was useless, and openly criticizing might get them into trouble. It was what higher authorities demanded, and they had no right to oppose. Probably, the higher-ups had also gone crazy. Could it be that students or teachers at their school stole those guns? So many big cars secretly drove away, yet they checked every intersection and patrolled every street. How could so many large vehicles pass without being noticed? School leaders cursed silently, and police officers and officials from various sectors were also puzzled. With such strict investigations everywhere, where did those items go? In Chinese, people would say, "It's truly unbelievable." At the University of Los Angeles, there were many students. The interrogation team, consisting of 20 or 30 classes, worked overtime for 4 days to finish questioning everyone. Of course, they found nothing. Los Angeles isn't only home to international students at the university where Su Jingyan studied. According to teacher Zhang, not only the school but also various companies, organizations, and individuals were questioned. However, all the stolen items seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no clues at all. The small group that kidnapped Su Jingyan didn't reveal anything about the kidnapping itself, preferring to report only the stolen assets, cash, weapons, and gold. After the interrogation, the school remained under lockdown, but normal classes resumed. Su Jingyan stayed indifferent to outside matters, studying hard during the day, coding, and at night, treating Su Jinyu's injuries. He also fed him medicine for internal injuries and spiritual water from space. Su Jinyu's injuries visibly improved, scabs formed, fell off, and scars slowly healed. 2 months have passed quickly. Country M sent several troops to search for something, but despite digging everywhere in Los Angeles, they found nothing. Su Jinyan's mood gradually stabilized. After 2 months, Los Angeles was reopened, and the economy slowly recovered. Su Jinyan's fried chicken shop also started to do better, and Zhou Lirong felt relieved. She was almost scared to death, worried that these reckless people might hurt innocent others. Because the materials involved were huge in amount, anything seemed possible. Over these 2 months, the city was filled with gunfire. Amid this tense atmosphere, Su Jinyan's study abroad life quickly came to an end. This trip abroad was very rewarding. She gained a lot of knowledge and other valuable experiences. A month before returning, Su Jinyan contacted her 2 uncles. She planned to cover all their ship expenses. Actually, it was the country that would cover all the costs. During this time, to make a good impression, Su Jinyan funded her uncles to buy many good seeds and 20,000 jin of grain. She chose grain because many remote areas in the country still faced hunger. She had earned some illegal money here, and she decided to donate all the grain to hungry children and lonely elderly people. 5 days before the ship set sail, at the fried chicken shop, Uncle Lu, Aunt Zhou, are you really not considering returning home? Our country still has a planned economy, but I hear that soon we will develop a private economy. The situation at home will only get better. After all, we are from China. Haven't you missed home these past 10 years? She originally wanted to transfer her fried chicken shop to Lu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong, but since they treated her very well, she also wanted to persuade them to go back. After more than a year, they often miss their home. Lu Zhenbang rubbed his hands and smiled. Of course I miss it. But now my fried chicken shop is doing so well. I've never done any real business in all these years. Going back in shame would be embarrassing. Isn't the situation at home still uncertain? If I work here for another year or 2 and earn some more money, I can go back proudly. I want to show those who doubted me that I, Lu Zhenbang, am not just a softie who relies on ancestors' reputation. Su Jinyan smiled and said, All right, then I'll wait for your return to the motherland. When that happens, I'll definitely host a big welcome feast for you. Ha ha ha, good, good. Hey, be very careful on this trip. Although the restrictions have been lifted, the situation with that item is still uncertain. Recently, all ships and planes going anywhere have been checked very strictly. Don't worry, uncle. I'm just taking a boat with 3 suitcases. I'm not afraid of being checked. Su Jingyan and the couple Lu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong talked for over 2 hours. Before leaving, Lu Zhenbang gave her a purple sandalwood makeup box as a share transfer fee. Su Jingyan smiled, didn't open it, and simply accepted it. When she got home, she saw inside a pair of sheep fat jade bangles, a floating flower imperial green bangle, a hollowed-out gold bracelet, a pearl necklace, and a small yellow fish. She immediately called Zhou Lirong to tell her to take these items back to buy a courtyard house in Kyoto. The items were too valuable to keep, and she felt uneasy about it. After all, Lu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong had truly been kind to her. Without their help at the fried chicken shop, she wouldn't have earned such a big sum easily. The next day, she received a call from Yali Marilyn. They were very grateful for her help over the past half year, and knew she was leaving. They invited her to have a meal. Over the past half year, they had saved enough money to support themselves for 10 or 20 years in the city. With their family status low, this money was enough for a worry-free life and to buy a small house. Su Jingyan declined the meal invitation. She bought 2 turkey legs and 3 bottles of beer, then arranged to meet them at the school park. After eating and drinking, Su Jingyan hugged them and said, If you are willing, you can continue buying grains and good seeds, then send them back to China by cruise. If possible, with refrigeration, you can include pork, beef, lamb, turkey, and various seafood. As long as the quality is good, price is not an issue. These items are very popular in China. With her uncle's ship, the costs could be lowered further. This news made them jump with joy. They immediately agreed and promised to choose only the best quality items. They also said that if there was a chance, they would visit her in China. Their previous relationship was a cooperative one. After the recent inspection, their relationship deepened. Now, after parting, they felt a mutual sense of gratitude and understanding. You are the most beautiful and hardworking girls I have ever met. Good luck, good luck. After a brief reunion, they parted quickly, and smiles returned to Mary and Yali's faces, full of hope. Another day passed, and in a few days, the event would begin. All the international students felt excited, but about a quarter of them chose to stay behind. Having experienced prosperity, they naturally felt nostalgic and reluctant to leave. Several teachers tried to persuade them, but without success, so they stopped trying. That night, just as Su Jinyan was about to go to sleep, she suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hearing the familiar voice on the line, Su Jinyan almost dropped the phone in shock. She hurried out of the dormitory, found a small grove, checked that no one was around, and quickly said, "Dad." It wasn't because she was nervous, but because the call was from a local public phone. Hee, Yen, Dad has come to Los Angeles. Su Jinyan took a deep breath, steadied her voice, and asked softly, "Why are you here?" Dad is here to pick you up. It's been a year since we last saw each other. Dad misses you so much. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you at your school gate. Bring Ting along too. Both of them were very cautious, knowing not to say too much over the phone. Su Jinyan nodded happily. All right, then you find a hotel to stay in today. I'll meet you at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Even though communication was poor in this era, Su Jinyan didn't dare to guarantee that the call wasn't being monitored. After hanging up, she looked thoughtful, wondering if she should call Ting. Was the Liu family also involved?
Indeed.
Early the next morning, Su Jinyan and Ting Liu arrived at the school gate and saw Father Liu Qingfeng. Liu Qingfeng held an important position now, but that didn't mean he could leave the country easily, especially without bodyguards. Su Jinyan arranged to meet them at a fried chicken shop. Behind the kitchen of the fried chicken shop, there was a small private room with a bed meant for Liu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong to rest when tired. This place was absolutely safe and private. Dad, Uncle Liu, why are you here? Liu Qingfeng first looked at Ting Liu. Ting, you didn't eat breakfast, right? Let's go out for a meal. Ting wasn't stupid. She immediately understood that something serious was being discussed. She stood up and nodded, then left. As Ting left, Liu Qingfeng said, Xiaoyan, do you know where your older brother and his comrades are now? We haven't been able to contact them. Since Su Jinshu and the others were taken into the space, there have been problems in Los Angeles. Su Jinyan was worried that all communication networks might be monitored, so she didn't dare to reveal anything over the phone. She paused for a moment and nodded. I understand. They are now safe, but they were given a strong sleeping drug. I just got the antidote. Even though I have the antidote, it's not safe outside now. I'm afraid they might wake up and wander around, which could expose them. I haven't given them the antidote yet. Where are they? In a very safe place. Currently, only my eldest brother has taken the antidote. The others are unconscious. Liu Qingfeng frowned slightly and asked, why? After all, they are all elite agents sent by the country. Su Jinyan pursed her lips and said directly, the situation is too serious. I don't trust them. Even if they are reliable, if any hint leaks out, she and her family might have to live under threat in the United States for the rest of their lives. They can't risk the country's interests. Surely, they would come after her as the main culprit. Liu Qingfeng's expression softened a little. Girl, you've really thought everything through. She is very cautious and considerate, which saves a lot of trouble. Don't worry. The country has sent many elites this time. They will definitely ensure your safety. Also, what you mentioned has nothing to do with you. This will be kept as a top secret. Only those three know the source of this information. Su Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Uncle Liu. Please also thank the leaders for me. I just hope our country surpasses those other nations and becomes stronger, more prosperous, and no one dares to bully us anymore. Liu Qingfeng suddenly stood up, saluting sharply. Salute. Su Chenghua also stood up, looking at his daughter with great pride and emotion. When did my protective and proud girl become so sensible? Su Jinyan was stunned for a moment and quickly stood up. Uncle Liu, you shouldn't do that. Liu Qingfeng lowered his hand and said seriously, on behalf of all the people, I thank you. What you've done may not be praised nationwide, but the country will not forget you. Su Jinyan smiled softly, her eyes crinkling. Whether she remembers or not doesn't matter. She did everything from her heart. After crossing over once, if she didn't do something, would her life have been worth it? After returning home this time, she should be able to relax completely. Lu Qingfeng sat down again and Su Jinyan asked, Uncle Lu, how many people came with you this time? Where are they? Are they safe? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Safety is important. This time, quite a few people came. It took about a month and a half, with everyone arriving in Los Angeles in groups from different places. Some people will only arrive tomorrow from other locations. Su Jingyan looked at their formal suits, white shirts, and black shoes, thinking they probably appeared as businessmen or similar. My uncle's ship is already at the dock. I bought some food and good quality seed grains. Over the past few days, everything has been loaded onto the ship. Some large machine tools and CNC machines, along with my brother's team members, are on another large cruise ship. When we reach our country's waters, they will join us. At that time, Uncle Lu will need to find someone who can operate the ship. I originally planned for my older brother to handle it. There are also some important items being slowly transported to our country. Once everything arrives, I will contact you. My brother and I only managed to get a newly built cruise ship that hasn't yet received a license or registration, so we can't send all the goods back at once. Lu Qingfeng frowned. Where is that ship now? He was especially curious. Los Angeles had strict security. How did such a large cruise ship manage to leave the port? Su Jingyan smiled and shook his head. I don't know where it is right now. Sorry, Uncle Lu. I can't tell you how that ship left Los Angeles port or who is responsible for sailing it. I paid a lot to hire these people. They are doing it for money, but they are risking their lives. I signed employment contracts with them. However, these people are very trustworthy. Our ship and goods will be carefully and fairly delivered to our waters. He thought to himself, I can't say it's in my space, right? After a moment, Su Jingyan added, Los Angeles has something similar to our country, an underground market. The black market here is based on influence. People buy and sell goods, hire mercenaries and bodyguards. Of course, there are those who cheat or betray, but there are also trustworthy ones. I met this team through a local student from our school. They are well known for being reliable in the black market. As long as the money is in place, they will get the job done. Otherwise, they will pay 10 times the value. Lu Qingfeng knew about the black market. In his country, resources were tight, and people bought supplies with ration tickets. Many wanted to buy good things but had to go to the black market. Mercenaries, however, were not available domestically. But in the wider world, such things were not surprising. I understand this matter. For now, don't tell anyone. If these supplies are lost later, I will pretend I never had them. Anyway, no one knows exactly how much stuff Su Jinyan managed to get. Su Jinyan smiled softly with narrowed eyes and nodded. The Lu family members are really kind. Dad, Uncle Lu, are you two staying at a hotel? Is it far? Su Qinghua smiled and said, Not far, just the hotel across from your school. This time, we mainly came to discuss buying machinery with Los Angeles officials and secondly, to pick up my daughter to return home. Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow. So, openly? Have you had the meeting? Lu Qingfeng smiled. We scheduled to meet at 10. The Los Angeles government will send a car to pick us up at the hotel later. Su Jinyan looked at her watch. It was 9:10 now. Are you going alone? Isn't that unsafe? There are guards in the hotel, and there are plainclothes police around. Don't worry. Su Jingyan was surprised and said, Oh, realizing she hadn't noticed anything at all. Impressive. All right, Xiaoyan, don't make any moves. When we board the ship the day after tomorrow, just follow the teacher. We will also board early, Lu Qingfeng said. Su Qinghua reached out, rubbed Su Jinyan's head, feeling both happy and worried, then took out a piece of paper and a small red book and handed them to her. This is your older brother's ID. Let him come with you to board the ship for safety. Su Jinyan's black eyes lit up. She smiled and said, That's great. But then she thought of something important and almost forgot. No, that's not possible. Dad, I found my brother. During this time, I was worried about monitoring of communication networks, so I didn't dare call you. I found him. He was captured and detained by the military in Los Angeles. When I found him, he was barely breathing. You didn't see, his face and body had no good flesh left. I secretly found many doctors and pharmacies mix medicines and gave him injections and IVs every day to save him. The scar removal cream alone cost $3,000. Otherwise, even if he survived, he'd be too ugly to see people. Su Chinggua's head was buzzing. His son was found? Found? Still alive? Yen, where is your brother now? Su Jinyan looked at Su Chinggua, whose eyes were red, and softly comforted him. Dad, don't worry. My brother is doing fine now. He has all his limbs, and you'll see him when you board the ship. These plainclothes police in Los Angeles are everywhere. For safety, I think my brother should stay in the basement for one more day. Now, how do we get him out? We can't drug him again, can we? Lu Qingfeng patted Su Chinggua on the shoulder and said, Chinggua, Xiaoyan is right. We must be careful. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng truly admired the young girl in front of him. She entered an important base, not only rescued her brother but also stole a lot of weapons. However, stealing from a military warehouse is something the higher-ups are investigating, so he didn't dare ask the girl exactly how much she took. He and Su Jingyan's uncle Su Qingyun are responsible for handling this matter, and once they see it, they'll understand. Su Chinggua rubbed his tired eyes, patted Su Jingyan's head, said nothing, and stood up to leave the room. He couldn't imagine how hard it was for his daughter to fight alone in Los Angeles, even breaking into a military zone. If something had gone wrong, how would they two survive? Lu Qingfeng also stood up, patted Su Jingyan on the shoulder, and said, Girl, you're really impressive. Time was running out, so they didn't delay any longer and left the small bedroom. Outside, Lu Zhenbang and Zhou Lirong knew that Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting were their daughters. Excited, they immediately made wontons. Lu Tingting had already eaten, and when she saw the two leaving, she quickly stopped them, about to cook more wontons. Su Chinggua smiled and said, Brother, we still have some things to do. Time is short. I keep hearing my daughter say she opened a fried chicken shop. If it's convenient, you can bring us some fried chicken and that other thing. Su Chinggua pointed at the picture of a burger and cola on the wall. Lu Zhenbang chuckled and said, There's no problem at all. Everything's ready. Sit down first. Su Jingyan smiled and said, It's cold now. I'll make you some hot pearl milk tea. Super popular. Although it was not yet 10 a.m., there were still 2 tables of customers eating burgers and fried chicken, and a couple waiting for milk tea. Zhou Lirong finished making the milk tea for the two, and Su Jingyan personally prepared 2 cups of milk tea with mango, coconut meat, and pearls for Lu Qingfeng and Su Chinggua. Thinking of their age, she added a little less sugar. Once the milk tea was ready, Lu Zhenbang carried a large tray of burgers, fried chicken pieces, and chicken legs to the table. Dad Xiaoyan, Dad Tingting, try this. This was something Xiaoyan came up with and taught us. The two smiled and nodded in thanks, inviting Lu Zhenbang to sit down. Su Chinggua picked up a piece of fried chicken, and Su Jingyan squeezed ketchup for them to dip. While eating, Su Chinggua said, not bad. No wonder so many people like it. It's really delicious. Your surname is Lu, right? Every time Xiaoyan calls, she mentions you, saying that since coming here, you and your wife have been very kind to her. She also appreciates your help with the shop. She really likes you both. Kids just say nice things. If it weren't for this girl, I would have closed the shop long ago. Not only did I not make any money, but I also lost rent for several years. Honestly, my family's cooking skills are quite good. I was famous in the capital before. My cooking isn't as good as my grandfather's or my father's, but it's not bad. Since coming here, I just can't get it right. We're almost out of money, but luckily, Xiao Yan came along. This girl is our lucky star. How could we not treat her well? Everyone burst into laughter at this joke, though it was just a joke. Lu Zhenbang was telling the truth. Su Chinggua and Lu Qingfeng are both soldiers, so they eat quickly. During their chat, they finished a burger, 2 boxes of fried chicken legs, and a lot of chicken, then drank all the milk tea. All right, Brother Lu, we might come back this afternoon or tomorrow morning if we're free. Lu Zhenbang nodded happily. Hey, if you're busy, go ahead. Come by when you're free and sit down. After Su Chinggua and Lu Qingfeng left, Su Jingyan and Lu Tingting suggested they invite Teacher Zhang to go shopping at the big mall to buy some gifts for their families back home. Since they had no classes now, and the students were just waiting for the ship to leave, they agreed. Teacher Zhang happily accepted. Although she didn't have much money, she loved shopping. It's a woman's nature. Su Jingyan took a taxi, and the three of them went to Los Angeles's biggest mall. They spent the whole day shopping there. Su Jingyan lent teacher Zhang $500 and Lu Tingting $1,000. The three of them enjoyed shopping together. She bought many gifts for her family, the most valuable being a Rolex watch. She wanted to buy some diamonds, but because the country was just opening up, diamonds were still hard to get, so she chose watches, belts, bags, clothes, and scarves, luxury items. Besides the high prices, another good thing about the mall was that if you spent over $3,000, they would deliver the items to you. Su Jingyan spent nearly $10,000 in one day, which shocked teacher Zhang and Lu Tingting. She explained that her husband, Zhao Yuan, had her father bring the money. Teacher Zhang didn't have that much money. Even if Su Jingyan lent her some, she wouldn't take it. She only spent $200 on 2 bags for herself and her daughter, $38 on a scarf, and her husband bought a belt and shoes. Tingting Lu has over $2,000 in savings, plus some borrowed money from Su Jingyan. They also bought many things. When the three of them left the mall, it was almost 5 o'clock. Recently, police patrols have been frequent, so the streets are relatively safe and there is no danger like Su Jingyan being kidnapped in the street. However, they didn't dare to stay long and took a taxi straight back to school. All the purchased items were packed and will be delivered to the school by mall staff tomorrow. As the day approached their departure for home, it felt very long. Early in the morning, Su Jingyan received the items delivered from the mall, then went to deliver 100 pounds of chicken legs, chicken breasts, and pearls to the fried chicken shop. She chatted with Zhou Lirong for a while, then relaxed in her dorm. The things Zhou Lirong gave her, like 10,000 pounds of chicken legs, were not enough. Yesterday, she already shared the method of making pearls from cassava with Lu Jinbang and Zhou Lirong. They were still experimenting, but the shop was too busy for them to succeed immediately. So, Su Jingyan stored some extra supplies for them to have time to experiment. On a rare day of leisure, the girls visited each other, chatting and having fun. Several girls came to their dorm, and Su Jingyan made spicy flavored peanuts and beans for them. She also bought some soda from the supermarket and secretly took out fried chicken and fries from her space. The girls gathered around the table, chatting and eating happily, enjoying a relaxing day. Teacher Zhang was very busy that day, attending meetings and handling various procedures. He only returned to the dorm after 7 p.m. It's worth mentioning that during this study abroad experience, Su Jingyan made a big achievement. She developed software similar to QQ from later generations and also figured out some coding for word processing software. However, she didn't submit her work but stored all the data in her space. Such things are better from their own country. Why should they be given away cheaply? That night, Su Jingyan, Tingting Lu, and teacher Zhang were so excited that they couldn't sleep. They had a late-night snack at midnight and talked until dawn. The three of them decided not to sleep and took out the remaining noodles and various seasonings from their pack luggage to make a simple vegetable noodle soup. After eating, they went to the sports field to wait for the gathering. They thought they had arrived early, but there were already more than 10 people there. Everyone greeted each other happily, chatting and enjoying themselves in the lively crowd. About an hour later, the international students and teachers coming to study at the University of Los Angeles arrived. Everyone had packed more luggage than when they left. Teacher Zhao began calling names, missing about 10 people. In less than half an hour, everyone was there. A large group waited on the playground for another half hour. The president of the University of Los Angeles arrived and spoke loudly for a long time. Finally, everyone boarded the school bus. Passing by a fried chicken shop, Su Jingyan saw Lu Jinbang and Zhou Lirong standing at the door. They looked eagerly and nervously at the buses as they pulled out one after another. Su Jingyan smiled happily, reached out of the window, waved, and shouted, "Uncle Lu, and Zhou, I'm here." Hearing the voice, Lu Jinbang and Zhou Lirong hurried over. The bus was moving, so they didn't have much time to say anything. They quickly handed their bags to Su Jingyan. "Xiao Yan, Take this food for the trip. When you get back, remember to call or write to Andy. Did you hear me? Su Jinyan took the package and smiled. Got it, Aunt Zhou.
Thank you.
Hurry back. We'll be thinking of you. The bus sped away quickly, soon disappearing from sight. Su Jinyan pulled her head back inside the car, opened the package and saw fried chicken legs, chicken nuggets, French fries, 6 big burgers, and 3 cups of warm ginger tea with brown sugar. So thoughtful. Wow. Aunt Zhou is so kind, Lu Tingting beside her exclaimed, amazed at the food. She envied Su Jinyan's social skills. She had only been here a year and already met such kind people almost like family. Su Jinyan closed the package, a happy smile on her face. As she watched Los Angeles again before leaving, she felt it was very beautiful. Compared to her country, their roads are the biggest problem now. The school bus quickly took all the international students to the port. The port was crowded but very quiet. After the bus stopped, Su Jinyan peeked out and looked at the scene at the dock, feeling a sudden tightness in her chest.
Was this
a big check? She hadn't heard anything about it in the past few days. The port was heavily guarded. Su Jinyan swallowed hard. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they didn't release Su Jinyu and Su Jinyan early. She was really clever. This trip could carry thousands of people, so it wasn't just students from the University of Los Angeles. Besides them, there were students from other places and a few foreigners visiting China. Everyone and all their luggage were being checked carefully. The soldiers looked at everyone's faces repeatedly, and each suitcase was examined thoroughly. The long lines stretched out of sight. Su Jinyan and the others were lined up by the teacher and slowly moved forward, waiting for inspection. Su Jinyan had 6 suitcases. Teacher Zhang helped push one, Teacher Zhao and Teacher Li each carried one, and she still had 3 more. Finally, after 2 hours, it was her turn. Several large suitcases were opened and checked repeatedly before they were allowed to pass. Xiao Yan over here. As soon as Su Jinyan stepped onto the boat, she saw her uncle Su. Her tense heart eased a little. She pulled her 3 suitcases and followed Lu Tingting, saying, Tingting, hurry, my uncle is over there. Tingting smiled and nodded, thinking that things wouldn't move any faster since there were so many people ahead. Knowing Su Jinyan had something important, Uncle Su arranged a private cabin for her. Lu Tingting and Teacher Zhang shared one on the 3rd floor. She also asked Teacher Zhao and Teacher Li to go to the 3rd floor, but they refused, saying they needed to look after other students. Su Jinyan wanted to put Su Jinyu and Su Jinyu's sister in the space now, but worried about another surprise inspection by the military, so she held back. She hadn't slept all night, and now that she was finally on the boat, she lay down and fell asleep peacefully. Even when Uncle Su came in to bring her luggage, she didn't react. Su Jinyan slept for 12 hours and woke up again in the middle of the night. The cabin was dimly lit by a yellow lamp, quiet and still. She first sensed her surroundings with her spiritual awareness. She found one person in each of the neighboring cabins, probably sleeping, based on their breathing. Opposite her were Lu Tingting and Teacher Zhang, both asleep too. Beyond that, she couldn't sense anything. She quietly got up, opened the cabin door, and saw that the corridor was lit but empty. She walked to the end of the corridor, went down to the 2nd floor, then the 1st, but everything was the same. She stepped out of the cabin and saw the night sky merging with the sea, as if a giant beast capable of swallowing everything. The waves roared fiercely against the cruise ship. For a moment, Su Jinyan felt surprisingly relaxed. She took a deep breath, then turned back to her cabin. After closing the door, she first checked the space to see Su Jinyu and Su Jinyu's brother. Seeing the 2 handsome guys sleeping together, she couldn't help but smile. But she wasn't in a hurry. She was hungry. Finally having some free time, she wanted to enjoy a good meal with everyone. She left the space and took out a twin-flavor hot pot from the storage. It had 2 pounds of lamb, 2 pounds of beef, duck blood, tripe, tofu, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, oilseed greens, and 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Everything was prepared. She then took out 2 large empty suitcases before moving Su Jingshu and Su Jinyu out of the space. After taking the antidote, Su Jingshu and Su Jinyu woke up in less than half a minute. They might have slept too long, so they were still a bit dazed when they woke. Su Jinyan lit the alcohol under the hot pot. In just a moment, the already warm hot pot started boiling again. Can I still smell the taste of old Beijing hot pot in my lifetime? Su Jinyu, still with her eyes closed, comforted herself sadly. Su Jinyan chuckled. Not only can you smell it, but you can also eat it. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Jinyu rolled over and sat up quickly. Seeing the familiar person in this strange environment, she was so surprised she jumped up. Yen, behind her, Su Jingshu also sat up quickly. After looking around, he realized they were on a boat. Calmly, he got out of bed, glanced at Su Jinyu, then looked at Su Jinyan. Yen, how long has the boat been sailing? He raised his hand to check the time. Big brother. What's going on? Where are we? How did you find me? Su Jinyu was overwhelmed with questions. She thought she was doomed. No, she had thought she was dead many times, suffering in the depths of hell. All right, brother, sit down and eat quickly. We can talk while we eat. Su Jinyu sniffed and said, Yeah, I feel like I haven't eaten in hundreds of years. She sat down and poured a large plate of lamb into the pot. During the hot pot meal, Su Jinyu almost choked several times. You guys. You two broke into the Los Angeles military zone, stole from their warehouse, garage, and got 2 tanks. Su Jinyan shrugged and smiled. What? Don't believe it. Want to try again? He took out a piece of aromatic incense from his pocket. I guarantee, within 20 meters, even an elephant wouldn't be a problem. Su Jinyu took the incense and looked at it. Is it really that powerful? Su Jinyan nodded.
Yes.
It's said that this dragon brain incense has been passed down for over 1,000 years from a legendary medicinal valley of a certain dynasty. How could it not be powerful? It's said that just one of these costs 10 taels of silver. At the current price of 10 yuan each, I've suffered a big loss this time. Big brother, count how much we've used in total. The country probably won't compensate me. Huh. Su Jingshu smiled softly. Don't worry, the country won't forget your great contribution. Speaking of this, Su Jingshu looked at Su Jinyu and said seriously, Xiaoyu, what's really going on?
Why did so many of you die?
Only Li Weiguo returned, and he said you all died, without even seeing the faces of those professors. Su Jinyu shook her head. When I was with the deputy captain, we met some professors. Professor Chiu even gave me important information, just in case.
Oh.
Yen, did you get those things from the Swiss bank safe? Su Jianyan smiled and nodded. Of course I did. I thought you were free, so I was worried you had no money, so I left you some gold bars and cash. Su Jinyu affectionately rubbed her head. Then I have to thank Yen. You're so clever now. Su Jinyan rolled her eyes. You should tell us first, how did the news leak? It's those people above, who each have their own little plans. They're all trying to take credit, and in the end, they slipped up and got caught. Luckily, Deputy Captain Chao Xiaowei sacrificed himself to protect the professors. Otherwise, those respected professors. By the way, what about those professors now? Su Jinyan and Su Jinshu both shook their heads with a smile. Su Jinyan said, Brother, are you hurt in the head, or have you been sleeping too long? Why are you acting so silly? The 3 siblings ate hot pot until dawn. They then went to the deck, where the bright red sun had just risen halfway over the sea, beautiful beyond words. Brother, big brother, we will return safely to our country, right? Su Jinshu whispered. Of course. The whole ship is full of students returning from overseas, symbolizing friendship between the 2 countries. As long as country has no solid evidence, they won't do anything to us. She feels that China is now so backward, so the ships must be old and worn out. They're not very advanced, at least not with such beautiful ships. Just as she was about to get up, there was a knock on the door. Yen, are you up? It's me. Want to go have breakfast together? Yes, I'm up. Come in. Lu Tingting pushed the door open and said mysteriously, Hurry up, my dad wants us to go to that ship. She pointed outside the window at the cruise ship she saw yesterday. Su Jingyan pretended to be curious and asked, When did another cruise ship appear? Why is your dad there? Oh, I don't know. I was still sleepy when I was woken up by my dad's security. He told me to wake you up, and then we go to that cruise ship together. Bring your luggage too. Su Jingyan nodded, responded, and quickly got up to pack her things. Since Lu Qingfeng was there, Su Chenghua should be there too, and probably has seen those special soldiers and professors. After they boarded the new cruise ship, about 30 minutes passed. The security was strict, with guards every few steps, which was quite intimidating, especially for Lu Tingting, who was so scared she didn't dare speak. Hello, Comrade Su. Please follow me. Comrade Lu, you wait over there. I will arrange a room for you later. As soon as they stepped into the cabin, a man in military green uniform approached and said. Su Jingyan nodded slightly and looked at Lu Tingting, then followed. The man took Su Jingyan to a fairly large cabin on the third deck, knocked on the door, and reported. After hearing "come in," he pushed the door open. Report, Comrade Su Jingyan has arrived. Su Jingyan turned her head and saw the people inside. Her great-uncle Su Chengyun, her father Su Chenghua, Lu Qingfeng, her older brother Su Jingshu, and her other brother Su Jinyu. All right, you can go now. Su Chengyun waved his hand and said. Then he gestured to Su Jingyan. Xiao Yan, come in. Su Jingyan smiled and was surprised. Such a big scene. An hour later, Su Jingyan finally came out of the cabin. She smiled happily, feeling loved and protected. It was such a happy feeling. The 5 people stopped everything and kept her out of it, so she could live worry-free in the future. She also made a small request. Her life goal was simple: to be a carefree person, lying around every day. When she returned home, she wanted to open a small clothing factory to make pretty clothes, dressing up people in Beijing beautifully. She had a few cars and wanted to get license plates for them. Lu Qingfeng chuckled and agreed immediately. It was no problem at all. 2 cruise ships traveled for a day before parting ways. Su Jinyan and others arrived early at Tianjin port. Su Jinyan, Su Jinyu, and Lu Tingting were escorted back to Beijing by 2 cars. As for the other things, they no longer concerned her. Yan, Xiao Yan. Mommy, the Su family and Zhao family already knew Su Jinyan was about to arrive home. Before she even got out of the car, she saw a group of people standing at the gate of the courtyard. Zhao Yuani stood at the front with 3 children, nervously watching the road. Behind them were grandparents, maternal grandparents, aunt, uncle, second and third cousins, little sister and her husband, 3 younger cousins. At the very back of the crowd, her parents-in-law stood on a stone, stretching their necks to see her. Tears blurred Su Jinyan's eyes as soon as the car stopped. She hurriedly rushed out. Yuan Yi, Xiao Qi, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chen, grandpa, grandma, maternal grandparents, little sister, her husband, aunt, uncle, great aunt, I miss you all so much. Everyone hugged and cried again and again. Several neighbors saw this and joked happily. Oh, is this little Sue returning from abroad? Wow, this kid is really promising. She's coming back to be a high official. Yeah, she's a student abroad. And so on. Su Jinyan greeted everyone with a smile, then looked at Su Jinyu, who had been hiding in the car. She turned to her grandparents and said, Grandpa, Grandma, maternal grandparents, great little sister, I brought someone back for you. Since it was winter, the car windows were rolled up so no one could see who was inside. Grandma Su touched her tears, which remained after her granddaughter's safe return, and smiled. Who did you bring back? So mysterious. Su Jinyan smiled and walked to the front of the car, pulled open the door, and said, Oh, everyone's already at the door, but no one's getting out. A young lady should be helped out, right? Su Jinyu rolled her eyes at him. He was really more nervous about returning home. That stubborn girl truly left him no face at all. Su Jinyu was about to get out of the car when suddenly, an off-road vehicle screeched to a stop in front of everyone. Before anyone could react, Xian Huimin jumped out of the car and exclaimed, Yan Yan. Su Jinyan was stunned as Xian Huimin, dressed in military gear and looking dusty, hugged her tightly. Yan Yan, are you okay? Su Jinyan blinked, feeling Xian Huimin's longing. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Su Jinyu in the car, looking shocked. His eyes showed disbelief, and he couldn't help but smile. He hugged Xian Huimin warmly.
Mom, I'm fine.
I miss you so much.
Su Jinyu asked, Who is this?
After not seeing each other for years, has his mother been possessed by a ghost? A moment later, Su Jinyan smiled and said, Mom, don't you see who else is in the car? Xin Huimin had heard from Su Qinghua about her son's discovery. She let go of Su Jinyan, glanced at the car, and her sad, longing feelings for her daughter faded. She gave a faint look at Su Jinyu. Really impressive. Even your sister had to come save you. Su Jinyu felt awkward. This is the real mom he knows. She always criticizes, never shows longing. He had seen enough of this kind of mood-changing act. All right, let's go inside. Yan must be tired. Grandpa Su quickly changed the subject. If he kept talking, his grandson might not be able to come home today. Everyone was happy that Su Jinyu had returned. Su Jinyan hugged the three children suddenly and kissed them, then carried Xiao Hua into the house. Zhao Chen was still shy and didn't approach her. Knowing you're back, Aunt Yang, your eldest aunt, and your little aunt have been busy since morning. They made a big table of food. Sis, didn't you say on the phone that you bought a lot of gifts? Let me see. I'm so jealous. You little rascal. Your sister just got back, and you haven't even eaten a bite, yet you're thinking about gifts.
Hee, that's right.
Yan, you've been on the boat for so long. Are you tired? Yan, did you see any sharks, dolphins, or anything while out at sea? A crowd gathered around Su Jinyan, bustling into the house. Su Jinyu looked at these relatives, slightly pursed her lips, and smiled. This boy really isn't favored in the Su family. TSK, such treatment. Suddenly, a voice broke his melancholy. Brother, don't mind. Yan has been gone for over a year. They're bound to miss him. Su Jingshu. That's a harsh way to put it. Who are you? Who's your brother? Although he guessed, he had never met this person. His sister was taken away by this wolf, and he wouldn't admit it. Zhao Yuan squinted and looked at this brother-in-law who resembled Su Yan. He smiled and said, Yan, if she hears this, she'll be sad. Xiao Qi, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chun, call me uncle. Does denying help? The kids are already 3 years old. Su Jinyu thought, this wolf definitely isn't the good person. No wonder he was able to take her sister away. The banquet began. 2 big tables were filled with people happily chatting. They listened to Su Jinyan talk about the customs of the United States, the Chinese community in Chinatown, her opening a fried chicken shop, and large shopping malls in Los Angeles. She also mentioned that if she had the chance, she wanted to open a big mall that was convenient for Chinese people. There would be no need for tickets, and goods would be affordable and plentiful. Restrictions on purchases would be lifted. When people entered the mall, they could buy what they liked without worrying about whether items were out of stock today, or if they didn't have enough money. She also said that she had bought weaving machines and clothing-making machines. She wanted to start a clothing factory so that all Chinese people could wear bright, beautiful clothes, no longer stuck with dull black, white, blue, and green. Everyone at the meal was inspired and gained new understanding about foreign things and prosperity. But when they heard that people in Los Angeles could carry guns anytime, and that during the day on the street there might be pickpockets, robbers, gangsters, and other criminals, their desire to visit foreign countries quickly faded. They thought, our own country is better. At least it's safe. No need to worry about being robbed on the street. The meal lasted from around 1 p.m. until it was dark. Su Qinghua and Su Qingyun only returned after 5 p.m. Su Jinyan gave everyone gifts, and the Su family gradually left. Father-in-law Zhao Jingjun and mother-in-law Sun took the 3 children to rest inside the yard, leaving space for the young couple. Finally, everything was quiet. Yuan Yi couldn't hold back his longing anymore and hugged the person he missed day and night. Yan, I miss you. I miss you so much. He was almost going crazy with longing. Su Jinyan also held the man tightly. Yuan Yi, I miss you too. I miss you so much. The end note. The story concludes here. Xiao Yan safely returned to her country and reunited with her family. Her study abroad trip not only helped her find her brother, but also made great contributions to her country. With Yuan Yi's love and her family's care, she can now relax and enjoy life.